Good morning and welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day and happy start of the 2023 FIA World Endurance Championship season. We're in Sebring in Florida, and one of the all-time great racetracks is the start of our 8-race campaign across the globe. We will feature races in North America here at Sebring before heading to Portimao in Portugal and then to Spa-Francorchamps. The centenary Le Mans 24 Hours is in the middle of June. Then we head to Monza before rounding out the season in the east. Well, hello everybody. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin here. Anthony Davidson and Louise Beckett down on the grid at the moment in between all of our drivers as we get ready to welcome in, to herald the dawn of what I have no doubt will be a glorious era of sports car racing. As somebody who lived through the Group C era, which is a real touchstone for many sports car racing fans, Graham, I think it's going to be at least as good in the seasons that we have here and coming ahead of us.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm beyond excited. I'm sure all these drivers we're watching come to the grid. Lila Wadu there, Ben Keating behind. Christian Reed starts his 79th consecutive WEC.
There is
Roger
the captain,
Penske,
Roger
on the
Penske.
grid.
Yeah, 86-year-old arch enthusiast, Roger Penske. And our playground is the Sebring International Raceway, a former B-17 stepping off base to send bombers over to Europe. It features predominantly bumps, and lots of them. It is brutal. They always like to say here, compared to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, half as long, twice as hard. Turn 1 is always a focus of attention. Turn 7 as well. It's a great opportunity to make a pass, but also to set yourself up for the second part of the lap. And then at the end of the long Ullman Straight, going past our World Endurance Championship, hits into turn 17, the final corner on the racetrack, Sunset Bend, as vicious bumps as you will find anywhere outside of the World Rally Championship, and the setting sun at the end of the race will add an extra drama to that 17th and final corner.
Yeah, and all of those corners have claimed victims so far this weekend. We'll get to those. That's where our 2022 winners, they are in the history books now, but history being rewritten yesterday, and we'll get to that later on in the programme, Martin. Storylines galore, deeper list of storylines than even the number of cars on that grid. Pierre Fillon and Wolfgang Ulrich.
Yep, president of the ACO, Pierre Fillon, and with IMSA, the ACO have worked so hard to get this top-tier strategy of hypercars together, and it is really working well. There is the boss of Peugeot, the Stellantis group, and on the left there, Richard Mille, the head of the World Endurance Championship. Chip Ganassi among the great and the good in the sunshine here.
Well, Ferraris are racing around the world this weekend. However, right now, all eyes are on this man, Antonio Fuoco. You put the number 50 Ferrari hypercar on pole on its debut. You cannot ask better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think today we did an amazing job. We scored our first pole position after 15 years, so it's something amazing. Today we have a really long race ahead. We know the reliability here will be the key, so we try to do our best. Will be quite difficult, but we see what we can do.
But let's just take a moment. Take a look at this. That number 50 Ferrari ahead of the Toyotas.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said also yesterday, the guy here and also back in Maranello did an amazing job through these months. We are everyone super happy about the result, but we know that we need to push also for the race. So it's a good start, but we will see at the end of the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amazing qualifying result for Ferrari. Spoke to Antonetto Coletta, the man behind this project. 7 months it's been since that car hit the ground for the very first time. What an astonishing effort from everybody at Maranello.
And look, whatever happens in the race, and it is a very difficult race, and it's not one that Ferrari have done since the 1960s or 70s. Whatever happens here, the car has started its journey really well. Day 1 in WEC, first pole position. Audi have done that, nobody else has done that on their first day in the top tier of sports car racing. As he said, it sounded like 15 years, which would be a long enough period. It's actually 50 years this year. 1973 was the last time Ferrari raced at the top class in sports car racing. At that stage, for Enzo, as you've seen in the film Ford versus Ferrari, endurance racing, sports car racing, World Championship was at least as important as Formula One, because sports cars were what they sold. Still do, obviously. Here's what everybody, I mean, well, can you imagine?
That is the Centenary Trophy for the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's been on a world tour. I keep bumping into it, not literally, but it seems to be in lots of different places I've been to around the world, across Asia, North America, and of course in Europe. We're making our way up here. What is a very significant grid, and for a number of reasons, not just because of the pace we've seen from these cars, but this is the start of the end of GTE. It's going to be a glorious final tour around the world for these fabulous GT race cars before the new LMGT3 class kicks in.
And of course that shot just reminds us that it's not just in the top tier that Ferrari are represented, they have cars in the GT category as well. And when GT3 arrives from next season on, then, you know, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Audi, or a whole host of GT names that we have not had in the championship before will be able to come in. And so, yeah, there's an awful lot going on. Spoke to Ahmed El-Hati this morning, very relaxed, very happy, not raced here at Sebring before, knows the Aston Martin well, knows Tom Ferrier's TF Sport team very well indeed. They've worked together a lot. But to come here for the first time and be in the top three, great qualifying effort from Ahmed.
It was, and very proudly carrying the Omani flag here, as he does around the world. A real ambassador for his nation in world motorsport, and a first time in the World Championship for Oman.
But in second place was a Corvette Racing C8R. Now, it is run by the Pratt & Miller Corvette Racing team. It is not a factory entry this season. In the GT Am class, it is being run for Ben Keating and his crew. And again, Ben Keating, serial pole position botherer in GT Am, came within an ace of taking pole for the first time out in another brand new GT car for him.
One minor correction, not Pratt & Miller anymore, it's now Pratt Miller. Yeah. It is now Pratt Miller, but Rebecca Jones there.
PR for Porsche Penske Racing in the World Endurance Championship.
This is what it's about. The camaraderie up and down this grid and up and down this paddock has been great to see again, despite the increased pressures that always come when factory money hits the floor.
Now, how does Jon-Erik Verne know Roger Penske? Well, he knows Roger through Jay Penske's Dragon Motorsport team and Formula E. There are all sorts of connections, you know, going back from when some of these were kids in karts, I mean, 8 or 9 years old, to junior single-seaters and all sorts of other championships. And here is our pole sitter in the GT Am class, Sarah Bovey, again claiming pole position for the Iron Dames, but again in a different car. They're in a Porsche. Let's catch up again with Louise Beckett.
Robert Kubica, it's great to have you back, but with a different team. However, the LMP2 category is just as fierce.
Yeah, I mean, back to Orlen Team WRT, so back where we raced together with WRT in 21. Of course, at that point we were racing ELMS plus Le Mans, this year WEC, so happy to be here in Sebring. Back to, let's say, origin, when my adventure in endurance racing started. Back with Louis, and additionally with a new teammate Rui. Rui is difficult, but yeah, I'm happy to be here, honestly, looking forward. Of course, first one, starting the race, starting the season, so we have to make sure we keep it tight and clean, and let's see.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, there's been all sorts of reshuffling around in LMP2. It is another very deep grid, 12 cars, and the vast majority in 2-car teams as well. And you'll have to bear with us as we adapt to new drivers in different cars with remarkably similar colour schemes. I'm sure there's going to be some moments to come.
Yeah, there will, definitely. And he's just saying Louis and Rui, his two teammates, you know, Huey, Louis and Rui. 5th in
LMP2, and this is a car we'll only see twice this season, the number 48, here in Portimao. Because after that, if things go to plan, Hertz Team Jota will debut their fabulous-looking Porsche 963, the first of the privately owned hypercars that will be joining the FIA World Endurance Championship, not the last. The great news about this hypercar grid is that we are going to see more depth through this year, more still at Le Mans, and more again when we get into 2024. This is it's the third year. It feels like the start of something special, and it's going to get more special.
It's really got critical mass this year, hasn't it? You know, it's going to continue to grow, but now we've really got a solid group of manufacturers. We've got half a dozen different makes in the top class.
Well,
and that's great.
We saw one of the soon to be added makes there. Alpine will be with us in hypercar next year.
Correct.
They take a sabbatical from the top class. Here's the third place car in LMP2, the number 31 WRT Orica.
Yeah, a couple of times Robin Freins had the fastest lap. In the end, that was good enough for third fastest. Sean Gelael will start that car. And it was familiar names at the top of the pile in LMP2. By the way, in terms of newness, new rule for this season is no tyre ovens, no tyre warmers, no preheating of the tyres. And as a result of that, this race, and I'm predicting now every race this season, will start with 2 formation laps, possibly with the exception of Le Mans, to allow the drivers to get heat into the tyres and pressure into the tyres before we cry havoc and release the dogs of war down into turn 1, because otherwise it could be really quite tricky. So there will be a second formation lap, and that will actually be the start of the race official. The first formation lap has been accounted for, but the clock will start. It is a time certain race, no longer than 8 hours or 1,000 miles, whichever comes first. So far, the clock has won over the pedometer, I suppose, odometer. So we will wait and see what happens there. But there will be 2 formation laps to start the race. They are finally clearing the grid, and here is the anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well done, young lady, and the fly past here at Sebring from the US Coast Guard, the Lockheed Martin Hercules, I think based down at Clearwater. And, beautiful start to this. We're always made welcome here at Sebring. It is great to be back for Super Sebring.
We'll say C-130 because they're only Hercules in the Royal Air Force. Okay. No, it is great to be back, and again, it's that joy of racing in North America. There's just that extra little bit of atmosphere and glitz, and actually, do you know what? Again, walking around this morning in the driver's autograph session, lots and lots of fans down there, lots and lots of autograph cards being signed and collated. Just everybody going, there's just such a lovely atmosphere, and that little bit of, it's not quite party, but there's just something special to get the season touch paper lit. It's a really nice way to start. It's a great place to start.
It is. There's grown men dressed as cows. Of course, it's a party. It's fantastic, and monks.
Yeah.
It's great. Villeneuve corner.
Unofficial.
Unofficial.
And not because he's crashed there yet.
No.
I think there's just a little fan club there.
I think it was harsh, but
Yes.
10th on the 11-car hypercar grid is the Glickenhaus Racing, the 708 car, Romain Dumas, Ryan Briscoe and Olivier Pla. And it will be Ryan Briscoe, Indy 500 winner, of course, way back when, that will get this race underway for the returning Glickenhaus squad.
Yep. And
they've been struggling a little for pace here. 93 is the first, the second of the two Peugeots. 9th there, Paul de Resta, Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne. And it will be the Scot, Paul de Resta, that starts the race in the 93, the extraordinary 9X8. If you do get a look at the rear end here, you'll notice just a bit of a change to the aero there. That gurney that extended all the way across the back of the engine cover now has cutouts.
yeah, and they're sort of higher little monkey seat winglets almost over the rear, at the back of the rear wheel arches. So that's been a change. So they've played jokers based on what they learned last year to be allowed to change the homologation of the car a little to massage. The reason that this car gets away without having a rear wing like everybody else does, like you see on a Formula 1 car or any of the other prototypes here, indeed any of the GT cars, is that it makes its downforce a different way, predominantly with underfloor, with ground effect. Now that's not going to help too much when the bumps are continually bouncing you away from that perfect ride height, but when we get back to places more conducive to its performance, and you think Spa particularly, and hopefully, of course, they'll be desperately hoping it works well at Le Mans, then it should come a little bit more into its own. First view of the Porsche 963. Why 963? It's not the successor to their LMP1 hybrid. No, it's the successor to their last great sports car of the Group C era, the 962. And I just love that somebody's gone, yeah, 962, yeah, 963, let's go with that. Why not?
Absolutely.
I mean, they're all type numbers. I don't suppose they've saved it for any particular reason, but the Porsches will be starting in 6th and 7th places, behind the Cadillac and behind 2 Ferraris and 2 Toyotas. So great to have this full season entry from Cadillac Racing as well. Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn in the car as well. And Bambi back in the World Endurance Championship. He's feeling very keen, as is Alex Lynn, to really get this back underway and to show what the Cadillac can do. And actually, probably qualifying wasn't its strongest suit. This car should be good to go the distance, they hope, and with a bit of luck, she'll be in amongst them, swinging at the top of the pile.
Every single one of these hypercar teams, not necessarily the cars, but the teams, as you get the 4th place car on the first look uncovered of the 499P on this grid, has at least one FIA World Champion on their squad. Every single one of them. The depth of talent here.
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, well, it's across hypercar, Formula 1, the case of Jacques Villeneuve, and of course the GTE class, which awards a Drivers' World Championship, plus Jose Maria Lopez with touring cars too, of course. One of the, I think, only 3 drivers ever to score World Championships in 2 different codes.
Yep.
The depth of talent in the hypercar class, and beyond that as well, LMP2 we'll get to talk about, and GTE, some amazing names, some amazing talent, some amazing emerging talent you're going to be hearing a lot more about through this 2023 season. Boy, are we ready to go racing.
Yeah, I mean, born ready, but really, yeah, pant-wettingly exciting to go racing. So Alessandro Pierguidi, you saw getting into the 51 car he shares with James Collado. Of course, they were last year's GT Pro World Champions, the last ever World Champions. Antonio Giovinazzi added to that crew. 3rd fastest to number 7 Toyota, outpaced by their teammates in qualifying number 7 car. Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, Jose Maria Lopez unchanged. And on the front row of the grid, Toyota number 8, the sister car, the reigning world champions, Sebastian Buemi and Brendan Hartley, who did the qualifying run with Ryo Hirakawa, who joined the squad last season. They are world champions and Le Mans winners of last year. Toyota, of course, with the target on their back, they are the benchmark in hypercar. They've been here since day 1 of hypercar. Before that, they kept the LMP1 flame burning right to the bitter end. but they did not take pole position. That man did, and Antonio Fuoco was, rightly so, hugely emotional. 7 months from first tests of the engine and the chassis, the wheels down, hitting the road. It's been a long, very, very busy and really intensely pressured build-up, as I'm sure it has been for Porsche and for everybody else. But Ferrari claiming pole position courtesy of Antonio Fuoco, and Antonio with Miguel Molina in the 52 car last year, runners-up in the World Championship in GTE Pro. They're joined by Nick Nielsen, one of the rising stars in the Ferrari program, and they will lead the field away. They start their first ever race at the top class in any of their lifetimes.
Absolutely.
On pole position.
Yeah, Antonio Fuoco. I was talking to his boss, Antonello Coletta, after that stellar qualifying performance last night, and he is predicting great things to this young man. Reminded me, by the way, that his Formula 2 days, his teammate, Leclerc.
Yeah, one Charles Leclerc. Yes, and, exactly right. No, and there's an awful lot of drivers in this field who have really good junior single-seater experience, and his wasn't so much junior, it went all the way up to Formula 2. So, you know, he didn't get the break into Formula 1 like Charles Leclerc, but he has got an awful lot of potential, and who knows, one of them might end up, maybe even both of them, who knows, might end up being world champions this year. But you'd have to say that there's, you know, if your story is going to start, they've certainly started well. And having that F word, having Ferrari in the championship cannot be overstated. This is not to downplay anybody else or what anybody else does. We talked about it yesterday. If you go to any street in any town in any country and ask them to name a racing car, you can guarantee that one of the first 3 words will be Ferrari, and that's what they are bringing here, as well as performance, as well as the team. They are bringing fans, or they will bring fans who have no idea what sports car racing is, and for us and the championship, that's brilliant. And
for Ferrari and for Italy, not only the things we've already mentioned here, as you look through the starting grid, they've got Italian drivers in this team, and yes, Formula 1 does not at the moment.
Yeah. So Ferrari, Toyota, Toyota, Ferrari, and there were 2 real different categories here. The Cadillac was about a second behind, with the Porsches not too far behind them, and then the pair of Peugeots, they sort of went in almost 2 by 2. Ferrari taking pole broke that up a little bit. Then the Glickenhaus and the new Floyd Van Wall. Then on LMP2 pole, Ollie Jarvis takes the 23 United car ahead of Jota and WRT. So the 3 behemoths of this category in the top 3 positions. 2 cars this year for the signature team for Alpine. Again, keeping the fire burning until they come back with their hypercar next season. The second car didn't qualify quite as strongly, just ahead of Sarah Bovey, Ben Keating. Michael Dynan starting the TF Sport Aston Martin from 3rd in GTE AM. So looking further down our GTE grid, slightly disappointed Paul Dalla just ahead of the D station Aston Martin. Happy birthday Thomas Floor, who celebrates his birthday today.
1 minute on the grid. Under 1 minute to start the formation lap. Drivers may start their engines. Please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately.
And remember, if you were looking in the earlier broadcasts for FP3, which we'll be carrying, by the way, live and free on YouTube throughout this season, and for qualifying, we have lost 1 car with an unfortunate incident-free practice that cost the entry for the number 88 Proton racing car.
30 seconds on the grid, under 30 seconds to start the first of 2 formation laps.
And by the way, if you are watching us currently, either via the WC app or on Eurosport, if you have friends or family or relatives or even
15 seconds.
Even social media colleagues in Brazil, we have news this morning that the race will be carried live and free on YouTube in Brazil with Portuguese commentary, so they don't even have to listen to our old nonsense. No. So, bom dia.
Green flag for the start of the first of 2 formation laps. We have the flag for the start of 2 formation laps.
For those of you who are younger than me and Graham, Lynn St. James, one of the great American racing names. She's a sports car racer, a single-seater racer. She's raced at Le Mans. She's led an all-female team at Le Mans back in the 80s and 90s. She's raced the Indy 500. Lynn St. James, a great racing name from the USA. Really nice to see her as the flag marshal here, waving the field away.
That flag, of course, delivered by the parachutist we saw a little earlier down at Sunset Corner. Lynn St. James, one of the absolute badasses of her era. Absolutely fantastic to see her here.
Yeah. Her and Shirley Muldowney, really breaking new ground in North America at a time where none of that happened. So yeah, 2 formation laps. The first formation lap has been accounted for, and Eduardo Freitas was telling us a little earlier, 2 formation laps have been asked for, have been requested by the drivers, and that is to allow them to get heat into the tyres. For those of you that weren't with us right at the very beginning, there are no more tyre ovens, no more tyre warmers, and the tyres can't even be left out in the sunshine here to pre-warm them, so they are stone cold, ambient air temperature, or a little below because they're in the shade. So 2 formation laps, and that will allow the drivers to build a little heat into the tyre by running the tyre on the road, but also through the brakes and so on. So it gives them an opportunity not to have stone cold tyres going down into turn 1 for the first time, and that is devoutly to be wished. We are ready, nearly to go racing here in the pit lane. Louise Beckett, we will hear from her during the course of the race, catching up with all the news in the booth. Graham Goodwin, myself, Martin Haven, and Hotfoot, and
literally
not perspiring because he's such a fit young man still, Anthony Davidson, and Ferrari leading the field away. What's the atmosphere like on the grid? Everybody relaxed or starting to get a bit nervy?
Honestly, Martin, it had nothing to do with the golf buggy at all. Comments I did run from the grid. Look, it's nervous times for all of them, I'm sure. They're going into the unknown, really, in this race. They might have gathered as much information as they could have done from testing regarding their own performance, but in terms of the other team's performances, they're still going into this one. Look, hottest conditions so far, this week at least, and they're going through this long 1,000-mile race, weaving around, as you can see, desperately trying to get tyre temperature. You mentioned that already, Martin. No tyre warmers this year. How's it going to unfold during the pit stops with slower cars on warmer tyres when they're out of sync with the faster cars? And we've heard that the Ferrari is better on a colder track. That's probably why they're at pole position against the Toyota. What's going to happen in the hotter conditions, the hottest we've had so far? 3-word
phrase that we may hear a lot of here, and especially for the rest of the season: cold tyre graining. And that's when you come out and just work the tyre, front or rear, too much, and it starts to scrub instead of building speed. And once you've done that, it will never come back. Laura Rodtrop-Klaus, ahead of Corvette Racing, Cadillac Racing, Camaro GT4 program, and a whole host of others, Graham.
Everything else, yes indeed. Just to remind you, if you're watching with a live timing screen, you get that free through the FIWC website, of course. The clock has started. It started at the start of the second formation lap. 260 laps or 8 hours is the distance for this race. Blisteringly warm again this morning. Fans will be, well, I'm sure, staying. Can we still use hydrated if it's not water? Is it?
I think
sure as heck isn't for most people here.
No, it is hydration.
But a real party atmosphere around the grounds here at Sebring International Raceway, as it always is. One of the truly great race meetings.
Lights are off on the safety car. This is the final formation lap. Pedro Cachero leading the field around. And the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco at the head of the field. Second and final formation lap. Race 1 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari leads the field from the world champions Toyota car number 8, followed by car number 7, and then the second Ferrari in 4th place. But what about the LMP2 cars on colder tyres? Are they going to have a chance to try and claw their way through? We're not going to see an LMP2 car lead like we did in Bahrain, where we only had 3 or 4 of the hypercars at the front of the field, because now we've got a depth in numbers, 11 hypercars here from half a dozen different manufacturers. And for those who are starting the race, who are now trying to close up in formation in 2x2 order, it's going to be pretty tough.
It will be. Look, 34% of the grid have never raced here in Sebring before. 34%, and with the biggest field in hypercar that we've seen. So, you know, I can't wait to see the action today, as one of the Peugeots already down in pit lane, number 94.
So I thought I saw him peeling off to the left-hand side.
Right, we will send Louise scurrying. First scurry of the day, and they haven't even gone green. That's brutal. So one of the Peugeots in the pit lane. Brendan Hartley's had shaved his beard off overnight.
It's weight
literally overnight.
Weight saving.
He means business today,
he
clearly.
Had a proper pirate beard. I mean, no Nicky team, let's be honest, but right, one Peugeot in the pit lane, everybody else is ready to go. 35 cars will take the flag here at Sebring. How many will still be going when we finish in darkness in 8 hours' time is anybody's guess. Safety car pulls off, Antonio Fuoco pacing the field, and as we get this generation of hypercars underway here at Sebring, let's just enjoy this noise. Little dice for third between the Toyota and the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. We're on board in the number 7 Toyota, but Alessandro being a little brave on the tyres there.
Yeah, Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota. He's been around this circuit many, many times in the IMSA category as well, and a great move down the inside into turn 5. Pierguidi gave him the room.
Cadillac on Porsche. Porsche moves up ahead of the caddy, so that's Lawrence Vantor getting his nose in front of the blue Cadillac of Alex Lynn.
Brief yellows at turn 1. Claudio Schiavone seems to have trouble there as the Peugeot pulls out from that pit stop right at the start of the race.
So good, they're not going to go a lap down immediately, so they'll obviously be waiting for an early safety car or full course yellow in this race.
I don't think we're going to go green all the way. Race start will be looked at by race control, but it didn't look like there was an awful lot. Mind you, we were eyes only on the hypercar field, and there are 2 other classes, LMP2, United, the pole sitters, the number 23 car, and that is still narrowly in front of the WRT car, GTM. So this might be what we're looking at. There's Claudio Schiavone, turn 1. Obviously didn't get enough temperature in the tyres.
He's away though and running. Change in position at the back of the hypercar grid. Ollie Jarvis closing in on the Glickenhaus, which has been taken for position by the number 4 car.
Yeah, there was a bit of concern with the LMP2 drivers at the start of this race, thinking that they're going to be held up by the Glickenhaus, and the 94 still doesn't look like it's up to full racing speed.
That's really not going
But
quickly.
they were concerned that the Bike Hollis car, the Van Wall, was going to be holding them up as well. That doesn't seem to be the case so far.
No, it looks like, well, Tom Dillman's got ahead of Ryan Briscoe. Let's hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lane as I press the magic button for the first time ever.
Just making it down to the Peugeot 94. It's a gearbox issue. It's stuck in first gear. It's left the pit lane. However, they've just taken the dollies and ran out the back. So I have a feeling that car is actually going out into the box.
It is going extremely slowly, Louise. The magic button, by the way, we now have a separate, distinct button to put Louise on air. So that's fantastic. Okay, Toyota then. Chasing as Antonio Fuoco leads, Sebastian Buemi and Mike Conway. Alessandro Pierguidi in 4th place, up to 5th, Lawrence Vantor. He was very punchy before the start of the race at the autograph session. Alex Lynn down to 6th ahead of Michael Christensen, Paul Di Resta, and then here is the battle at the front of the GTM field. The pole sitter is Sarah Bovey in that pink car with Porsche, Ben Keating, just behind her. And again, we talked about the potential of these two being the battle for pole, as it turned out to be. They were many times last year, but both of them in different cars, Graham Goodwin, from the ones they raced last season.
They are, and it's the 4 drivers that really gave us a grandstand finish to the qualifying session in GTM that are battling nose to tail in that class. But it's all at the moment about number 50 car. He's going away, but Seb Wamey's going with him here.
Well, again, it's the feel, Anthony, that the tyre is no longer sort of squishy and under pressured. Now you can feel it really digging into the tar and that, or concrete, and that's when you feel comfortable to really start to lean on it. But again, you know, Buemi closes up in certain areas and Fuoco goes away immediately again in others. So we're seeing very different ways of squaring the circle, having that effect immediately. Let's hear from the Peugeot team.
Box, Loic, straight to the tent.
Bad news.
Yeah, that is Loic Duval coming back into the pit lane. Didn't look like he had many gears, even if it was more than one, it wasn't enough. And so into the tent means behind the wall. That is a long-term fix. Now, we should see the car again, Ant, because they've got to get some miles on their cars.
Yeah, they really do that, but we shouldn't be expecting this from Peugeot. You know, they joined this championship towards the tail end of last year, and they should have ironed out all these problems. That's why they did it. And meanwhile, you've got other teams like Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac up there. One of the Porsches in front of the Cadillac, by the way, he's just slipped by Laurent Vantour, so good move by him to get past Alex Lynn. But yeah, the 94 Peugeot, disappointment already, and it's pretty much a carbon copy of what we were seeing all last year with them. Yeah,
that gearbox has been a bit of an Achilles heel. I mean, their unique way of going about delivering the aero grip that they need, that is required, not just to go racing, but is required by the regulations. Oh, lead change. Ben Keating's gone by through Sarah Bovey, and up to third place is the 54 Ferrari, Luis Perez, 683 rather, Luis Perez Compact's got ahead of Michael Dyner. So Mike Dyner knows this track well. He's raced in the IMSA series, doesn't know the car, doesn't know the team, but just had a chat with him this morning. He was really looking forward to this. And here's the move from Ben Keating.
Yeah, this is how it happened. Down the inside, into turn 4. That was nicely done there. Yeah, and I mean, look, it's strange because he didn't quite have the pace of Sarah Bovey in qualifying, but yet in the race pace, it looks like maybe that car's being slightly kinder on its tyres, or I mean, he clearly had multiple goes at it yesterday, and I mean, Sarah Bovey drove the lap of her life, I felt, at the end of qualifying to claim pole position, but doesn't seem to have the pace at this point in the race.
Top 4
mistake.
But Vantour there's Sarah Bovey side by side and taking the lead back again on the run down to turn 1.
Must have been a mistake from Keating. He was starting to pull away. What happened in that final corner?
That's Costantini, and it's a big one.
All right.
We've seen turn 1, very slippery already. We saw a spin earlier on. He's going to be okay because it was a slow-paced thing, but never nice to see a car go upside down like that into the barriers.
That will be, at the very least, a full-course yellow. It's not the remotest chance that's going to be solved under local, so we go safety car immediately. And Costantini had just moved up into third place at the expense of Michael Dynan.
Let's have a look at this. So offline,
on the bump.
Yeah, on the dusty part of the track, and yeah, the tyre barrier's done its job well. But the problem with the tyre barrier is obviously it rebounds the energy, and that sent the car just over gently. But look, these cars are strong, they're safe, and we've seen worse incidents so far. This is riding on board. Yeah, he just carried a bit too much speed onto the dusty part of the track.
We have an issue at the exit of T1. We have an issue at the exit of T1. Everyone to bear totally to the left at T1. Everyone to bear totally to the left at T1.
Master of understatement, said what afraid to say.
No point adding drama to the crisis.
No,
absolutely. He's, you know, that's one of the things that is so important in a race director, is not to have a panic when everybody else is having a bit of a flap. Saw in IMSA qualifying for the Sebring 12 hours, which is tomorrow. big shunt there from one of the Penske Porsches that brought out the red flags.
All GT cars, be advised, we have an incident at the exit of T1. All cars to bear totally to the left. Let's close those gaps between the GTs after T1. After T1, let's close the gaps between the GTs and the P2s, but do T1 with extreme caution. T1 is to be done with extreme caution.
So Luis Perez Companc from third place, the Argentine driver, a real veteran of so many different motorsport disciplines, rallying, racing, just a fraction late.
I call that as Costantini. I do apologise. It was indeed Luis Perez Companc. Epic in qualifying yesterday, but mistake there. Well, he's fine.
I think it was the race going on in front of him between Sarah Bovia and Ben Keating changing positions. I think he was trying to get involved as well, but just guarded by the crossing of lines between those two cars. I think he's just lost his concentration momentarily, got on the wrong part of the racetrack, and there was no coming back from that.
Right, he's shaking his head, but he looks to be okay. Medical crews are with him, the doctors there. They'll just give him a checkup. You know, there is a concussion protocol in the FIA's rule books, and so he will be taken to the medical centre and examined. But
you can see how deep the tyre barrier is there, Martin. I mean, I've been into one myself, and it's yeah. Although it looks horrific when you see a car go over, I can see that the tyre barrier completely did its job, and it was a slope thing. I mean, it's a dusty part of the track as well. On the outside, there's sand, and that's why, unfortunately, you know, I think it's a necessary evil to have huge runoff areas on modern racetracks of tarmac, because it stops the cars just bouncing over. Yeah. It was the grass, it was the dust, and the combination of the tyre barrier turning the car over upside down.
Yeah, the turn one corner workers, they've seen this before, and they were stepping well away as that car came round on that line.
They've seen it twice already this morning, and we're only 2 laps into our race, so this is the first race of the day, but they've had a couple of cars off there in qualifying already, and it's a real shame. You know, you start the season with so much hope and anticipation, and you know, they're not 5 minutes, 10 minutes into their race, and it's over and the car's wrecked.
Slowest track on the calendar. Only 48% of it's taken full throttle in these cars. And, you know, this is a circuit, it's an old school track. You can see it. It ain't pretty. And it's going to bite you if you get it wrong. Yeah. And they say respect the bumps. It's not just the bumps. You have to respect every inch of this racetrack.
Now, the way that Perez Companc spun is he went in sort of backwards but on the driver's side, but the safety cell has held up. Down in the pit lane is Louise Beckett. She is with the 83 Ferrari crews, Liu Wudu.
Lilu, watching one of your drivers go through something like that is not good to see, but the main thing is driver's okay, is that correct?
Yeah, it's not the good thing, but Louis is okay, and it is the most important thing.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. He lost the car in T1, and after he took the wall.
So there was no reports of anything wrong with the car. It's purely losing it.
I don't know for the moment, but we will see after if Louis told something.
Okay. Well, as we say, good news. He's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Davidson, it's always tough when one of your teammates, whether you're sharing the car or sharing the garage with them, goes off, but the only thing that anybody's concerned at that stage is with the driver. The car's just a tin can, all right, an expensive tin can, but it's a tin can.
But, you know, and also, Louise, obviously she asked the right question, but a driver's never going to throw their driver under it, you know, it's their teammate. You have to protect and stay united.
Mate,
with
you
your
did
teammates.
it almost every time.
No, away from the camera maybe, but yeah, not. You can't come on camera and blame your teammate completely. I can say that, yes, it was completely driver error, but you can never expect the driver to come out and blame their teammate to say it was driver error.
So sadly, we're not going to get to see either Alessio Rivera or indeed young Lilu Wadu. Switches over from the Richard Mille Racing LMP2 efforts last season to GTM in this final year for the class. Have been hearing great things about her form in testing, so sadly that's going to have to wait until Portimao for the earliest opportunity to get to see that in live racing. A very early bath, I'm afraid, then for the number 83 car. Safety car remains out there. clock, or rather the race counter says 262 laps to go at this point. Remember, it's either time or distance, and that will be determined rather closer to the end of the race. Antonio Fuoco leads the race. Sebastian Buemi, Mike Conway, Alessandro Pierguidi and Laurens Vanthoor. There is the stricken Peugeot.
16 minutes in, with 3 cars down. One didn't make it into qualifying, the 88 Proton Porsche. That was written off in a 226 km/h shunt.
Into a concrete wall.
Yeah, so that wiped the front off the car. We talked to Christian Reed about it yesterday. He said, no, that car's destroyed. It'll never race again. New shell. Yeah, new shell, just like, yeah, new shell. The Peugeot out even before the start of the race. I mean, came into the pit lane on the end of the formation lap with a gearbox issue, so that's a problem. And then the Ferrari,
I said they were looking for an early safety car after that visit to the pit stop so early on.
Yeah, not that early, because you go, but you know, in the end it doesn't matter. They've had a problem. They had a problem they had last year. They're going to have to fix the gearbox. Yeah. They need testing miles. They've got to get that car to work and to be reliable. We are under safety car, 7 laps into the 1,000 miles of Sebring, race 1 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. In the cap, Carlos Tavares, former race driver and now head of the Stellantis group. The what now? That is the group that is, at least part of its responsibility, is the owner of Automobile Peugeot, and he is overseeing their, not overseeing, but looking over repairs ongoing for the 94 car. And this must be one of the frustrations, Graham, for the engineers and for the drivers, is that one will run perfectly and the other one will be a problem child, and it's never the same car that is, so, you know, why has one got a broken gearbox on the formation lap and the other one seemingly perfectly okay?
It's just the racing gods decide, don't they? But the key here is we're going to see this throughout this season. With this rapid growth of hypercar, we've already seen the pace these cars can run, and it's very good pace indeed. But little doubt in my mind that it's going to be that combination of that absolute pace, but critically it's going to be about reliability as well. Can they run to that pace for a full race distance? The ones that can will be the ones that we're screaming about when we get to Bahrain at the end of this season.
Well, we talked about this yesterday in qualifying when Ferrari went to the top of the pile and grabbed pole position on their debut. Give me a fast car, I'll make it reliable. It's gonna be as hard to make a fast car reliable as it is to make a dog slow car reliable, but you know it's fast. And so, again, you know, it does matter whether they win the race or if they don't. Of course it matters. It matters desperately to the Ferrari team and to all the people back at Maranello who are probably just watching this going, okay, great. But the long and short of it is, it's a quick car, and once it's reliable, then they've got something on their side. Let's catch up with Peugeot.
Mikkel Jensen, it's great to see you back here with Peugeot in WEC. Obviously, you're the 93 car driver, but do you know any details about the 94?
I don't know what's going on in the 94. I see they tried to fix something on the rear of the car, that's all I know. I mean, our focus is on our car, but I see the crew is busy there, so obviously sad to see one car out already at the beginning of the race.
But for you, the 93 is running well?
It's running okay at the moment. We're dealing with some of the same things as the practice, but yeah, I think we just try to have a good race today, try to get all 8 hours through and gather a lot of data and do the best we can.
How do you think the Peugeots are dealing with the bumps here in Sebring and the circuit in general?
I think the bumps are making it harder for us than it would be on other tracks, so I hope to see a big step for Portimao. I believe a big step for Portimao. But, you know, that's also why it's great racing here. We learn more about our car, and then we can improve for the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's got to be said, when you've got a driver saying that they're hoping to go the full distance and look at data rather than points, that's not a man that's showing confidence. But I think he's right, and they've tested a lot at Portimao. I think we're going to see a very different race when we get there. They're certainly not anywhere close to the ultimate pace here, though.
Well, like I said, slowest racetrack on the calendar here. It's unique. It's got a concrete surface for most parts of the track. There's never been resurfaced. And, yeah, I mean, it's such a challenge for the cars and the drivers. We're just looking at a restart, the replay here of the start. Everyone was you know, pretty well behaved, under control, but I think they have to be these days without those tyre warmers. We saw one pass there from Conway just slipping through in the inside of the Ferrari 51. But yeah, generally all of the drivers having to just take it a bit easier apart from this car there spinning round. Goes to show the problem they were all facing. And I think that's why the majority of them were really just a bit too, well, not too tentative, but definitely more tentative than you'd see in previous years gone by. And
actually that spin there for Claudio Schiavone, he was pretty much the last car on the grid at that stage. And so, you know, if that had been the battle for the lead in GTM, there could have been a dozen cars off there because there's somebody going sideways across the pack. And here is why we're under safety car. In third place, Argentine Luis Perez Companc running out a road on the exit of turn 1, chasing the lead battle between Sarah Bovey and Ben Keating in the pink Porsche and the yellow Corvette. I nearly said Aston Martin there, managed to save myself.
Well done.
But yeah, Luis just moved up into third place, actually ahead of Michael Dynan in the Oman Racing TF Aston. And yeah, and chasing the leaders. You know, everybody makes mistakes. The great and the good, they all make mistakes. You know, you think of Montreal, it's not called the Wall of Champions for nothing.
Exactly.
You know, everybody can go into the wall, but that's why we're under safety car here in Sebring. Two things going on here. First of all, we got to rescue the car. It was upside down, drivers out. Luis Perez Companc seems to be perfectly fine, hugely annoyed with himself, enormously frustrated. And in fact, the passenger side of the car, not that you have a passenger, looks perfectly fine, but he did go in on the left, driver's left, the near side or offside, isn't whatever. So that's where the damage was. So that's the first thing. Car's now on a flatbed, that will disappear. The second thing is the safety setup. So all of those tyre walls have to be reinstated perfectly as they were before, because the moment we go green, everybody's on cold tyres. You're going to get another car possibly in there as well, so you can't leave things exposed. It has to be back to where it was. 3 laps on the safety car pit lane is now open. That's a new rule again for this year. We talked about tyre warmers in qualifying because that played in there, but the safety car rules, and actually that's something that teams are a little less convinced of because it can remove some of the potential for strategy. Let's hear from the 51 Ferrari team.
Okay, Ale, we're going to box this lap for fuel. We're going to box this lap for fuel. Keep an eye on the pit close. The pit entry is open at the moment.
Okay, that is an American racing way. You don't have track position, go with fuel. We're going for fuel, we're going for fuel, we're going for fuel. I mean, and you know, this is going to be a long, drawn-out race. It's not going to go pit stop, pit stop, pit stop, pit stop, pit stop, uninterrupted. This is going to be a scramble, and both Ferraris are in. Now, I was not expecting them to bring the leader in, so they're surrendering track position for Antonio Fuoco. They are not splitting their strategy. That's very interesting.
Keeps the cars out of the melee later in the race, maybe, but it is an interesting strategy.
They are never going to be out of the melee.
What was I saying, really?
Okay, United come in as well. Who came in? That's the leader, LMP2. Ollie Jarvis is in, so too Alpine and the 22 United. There's half a dozen cars.
Delay, Rob.
That's because there's a car pulled in front of him.
No, there was something.
There was a problem.
Wow, GTEM almost whole field in for fuel. There's the Corvette of Ben Keating, Michael Dynan right up his chuff, as James Hunt used to say. There is a problem for the Ferrari. He was blocked by a Ferrari. It was a car going in front of him.
No, it was something. The car momentarily went up on the jack. There was a shake of the head from the driver on board because something was going on. We need to get Louise down there, if you're listening, Louise, because something wasn't right in that pit stop. And then he got boxed in by other cars coming in. That wasn't supposed to happen.
That is a problem for AF Corsa. They brought in their hypercars, and right next door, their team also brought in a GT car to block it. No, stop, no, don't do that. They must learn from that. They must not allow themselves to block themselves in.
But don't have the problem in the first place. That's the thing. You know, the other Ferrari got out no problem at all. That was the plan, and something went wrong in that plan.
Well, let's get down to the Ferrari pits. Luis Beckett with Miguel Molina.
Miguel Molina, the number 50 Ferrari, coming in, leading that sea of cars that then came in. What was going on then? Just a dash of fuel?
Yeah, it was a small refueling, so let's see how it will be. The guys should have everything under control, so we just keep going and let's see. So far was the first lap were so good, so let's see.
You just had an eye on the 51 pit stop as well, because they seem to have a bit of an issue.
I didn't check. I saw that the car was stopped, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Well, a couple of things out there. I'm slightly surprised that Ferrari didn't split their strategy, and they must make sure they're not blocking themselves in as well. So Toyota 1-2, Penske, Porsche third of Lawrence Vantor ahead of the Cadillac. So the Caddy, the Porsches, the Penske stayed out, Floyd Van Wall stayed out, Glickenhaus stayed out, the one Peugeot that's still running stayed out. So Ferrari going a different way on this, Graham.
Yeah, also staying out was a 777 Aston Martin, which you can see ahead of the Ferrari. The biggest problem as they put the 94 back together for the 51 car is he was delayed enough to be out in amongst the GTM traffic, so he's going to have substantially more traffic if it goes back to green relatively soon.
It's still a win in terms of being able to put fuel in your car with the whole field travelling slowly, circulating slowly around the track. Maybe Toyota will come in this lap. We don't know when it's ending. Safety car is definitely still out there as we look eyes on the Peugeot.
I would think another 3 or 4 laps. There was a lot of tyre damage. A lot of tyre stacks need to be put back in.
So if the Toyotas were to come in now, then they would obviously have used slightly more fuel. No, they're still staying out there. But interesting strategy, because I get it from Ferrari's point. They're back in the queue. With the safety car, it means everyone can bunch back up again. So effectively, they've had a semi-free pit stop to put that extra fuel in their car.
Now, D-Station did not stop. Tomonobu Fuji is in the car, and Tom Ferrier and his engineers saying, no, stay out, let's get your stint done, let's give you track position, let's just let you run. And so that means that they have split strategy. I know they're not sister cars, or they're not the same team, because they've got different driver lineups, they've got different sponsors and so on, but the Oman Racing Team ORT car and the D-Station car have gone a different way, each of them. Okay, and you know, in 7 hours and a half, we'll probably find out that it didn't make any difference at all, because this will not be the only interruption of green flag racing.
At least that safety car was some good fortune for the Peugeot, and that it was it's lost fewer laps whilst the rest of the field was under safety car. Also stopping, by the way, under that safety car, both United Autosports LMP2s, the 36 Alpine Elf team car, Prema Racing 63 and the Interpol 34 all stopped under the safety car too.
And again, WRT didn't stop either car, Jota didn't stop either car, Vector, one of the Premas, one of the Alpines didn't stop. So Prema and Alpine have split their strategy. Jota gone, we don't need fuel this early, whatever. Again, it's going to be, as always at Sebring, a race of interruption. You know, 12 hours to Sebring, 11 hours to survive, 1 hour to see who can win this thing, and this is going to be the same. You know, 1,000 miles or 8 hours. It's going to be surviving 7 hours and seeing if you can get yourself in the final hour into a position where you're actually able to finish on the podium or win the race.
Repairs are done at turn 1 with just the last vehicles making their way to a place of safety. Then race control can ensure that they're happy with the state of track and if you like, trackside defences there.
I was just wondering whether there was a gearbox issue on that big Peterbilt, but it does seem to be rolling now. So safety car remains out. And a new livery on the safety cars this year, again provided by Porsche, but with a new livery that is celebrating 75 years of Porsche. And we now have Toyota running 1-2. See if we can get a little adjustment on that trackside microphone that is deafening you at home as well, as sure as it is us. One of them is definitely reading off the Richter scale. Yep. 258 laps to go. We are 30 minutes in.
22 minutes on pit road, or rather in the pits for that Peugeot. And it's lost them 8 laps to the field. Yeah, so it's going to be a long afternoon, evening for the number 94 crew.
All smiles down at Toyota car number 7 at the moment. Mike Conway, a great move at the start of the race to overtake the car 51 in turn 5. And both Toyotas, as you'd imagine and expect, putting the pressure on Ferrari straight away. I couldn't tell who looked like they had better pace. Very, very evenly matched. Now things get interesting because they're out of sync in terms of their pit stops.
Second Alpine comes in. Now, because in the pit lane they have the same pictures that we do in the box, they've seen everybody moving away. Right, we've got maybe 1 lap to go. Get him in now, get him back in the queue, give him time to build that heat into the tyres. Drivers are saying, Anthony, and you'll probably relate to this, that once we're rolling, cold tyres less of an issue. Why? Because you've got a lot of heat in the brakes, and that will help to increase the speed at which you can warm the tyre to a degree.
Yeah.
So a fraction less of an issue once we're racing, because the car's already hot, and that helps to build. And that's part of what you do when you're building heat into the tyre, is on the throttle, on the brakes, on the throttle, on the brakes. Build the heat in the brake rotors, transmit it through the wheel into the nitrogen that fills the tyres.
I think the biggest problem is out of the way for them all. That was in qualifying in terms of the tyre warm-up. But yeah, like you say, the more laps that you do, all of that heat soak from your very hot brakes are going to soak into the new wheels when you put them on, and that from the wheel dissipates and gets into the actual tyre body itself. So it's still difficult, of course, and we've seen a lot of cars go off here so far this week because of that issue. And it will continue to be an issue through this race, but probably more so towards the end of the race when the sun goes down.
One thing to say, you were talking about whether or not the safety car lights are off, whether or not the other hypercars might take the opportunity to pit. There's one good reason why they wouldn't, which is because a lot of the cars behind them have already pitted. They'd have the whole train ahead of them.
No overtaking before the line.
And of course that line is not in front of our pit lane, it is in front of the regular pit lane at the start-finish line. So they're not going to be able to overtake down the Ullman Straight. So just a reminder there. It's not like in US racing, and actually that's important for some of the US racers and some of the US racing teams. It does not go green everywhere. You're only allowed to pass after the start-finish line, because you are finishing a yellow flag lap and starting a green flag lap. So
very hard track to overtake on, of course, and maybe that's why Toyota have gone for track position rather than the better strategy to pit, like the Ferraris have done. In my opinion, it's given them a bit of a free pit stop there, but now they have to work their way through the field. Toyota don't.
Right. Now we're going to see how quick the Porsche and the Cadillac are, because, well, the two Toyotas, then we got...
What's happened to the Glickenhaus?
Porsche and the Cadillac. Oh, it's pulled off. Now he's missed the pit entrance as well, so the Glickenhaus is going very slowly.
Green, no overtaking before the line.
So green, 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 here's the call.
Lights went out on that Glickenhaus, didn't they?
Yep. And that has peeled off somewhere down the Ullman Straight.
And that gap's there because of the Glickenhaus.
Yep.
And the Ferraris in that second group.
Yeah, and they couldn't overtake him.
Let's hear from the Glickenhaus team. They've got an issue. It starts to pick up to speed again now.
Guys, I lost drive. I lost drive on the engine.
I lost drive on the engine, so that sounds like electronics rather than... Although they did have electronic gear shifter issues early in the development of the car. But Ryan Briscoe going again. You heard the Aussie on the radio. But you're absolutely right. You know, that's a little setback for the Porsche, for the Ferraris, which are further back in the queue.
Laurent Vantour, by the way, in car number 6, the Porsche, doing it again. He found his way past Alex Lynn on the last start. After this restart, he's after the safety car, he's putting pressure on the back end of the Toyota, car number 7. So clearly finding speed and confidence with the colder tyres.
Yeah, Lawrence has always been a feisty one, hasn't he? And I know he's looking forward to the fights ahead this season. Big year for a lot of these drivers stepping up into hypercar. And for me, it does give the wider motorsport world a real opportunity to see the talents of drivers that perhaps some people had written off as just GT drivers. Well, not any longer.
Well, no, not really, but also the thing that we have to consider is that the hypercars, they are heavier, they are a bit slower than the LMP1 cars, and actually more akin in many ways to a GT car. So you speak to GT drivers driving these cars today and they say, it's actually not that different. This is what Kevin Estre was saying when I spoke to him 2 days ago. He's saying, look, I feel quite familiar with these cars. In many ways, it's the drivers that, say, like Andrea Lotterer, that remember the good old days of the LMP1 cars that were faster, lighter, more downforce, more powerful. And it's harder always, I've always found in my time behind the wheel, it was always harder to kind of drive a car with less performance than it was to drive a car with more performance, where the only mistake you could ever make was not to brake late enough and not to put your foot down on the throttle early enough. So
enough, Richard Westbrook in the last couple of days, one of the press conferences there, talking about it being akin to one of the old GT1 cars, the Cadillac hypercar. So that is Westbrook's car, albeit in the hands of Alex Lynn. You can see from the rear view camera on the Porsche, this car is battle for third place at the moment. Sepp Wayme, Mike Conway, Lawrence Van Tour and Alex Lynn. Michael Christensen, Paul Di Resta and Tom Dillman make up the remaining 7 cars in the train as the 2 Ferraris begin to make their way through the traffic.
And that was an absolute gift for Toyota, wasn't it? The Glickenhaus pulling over there momentarily, holding back the train of cars that couldn't overtake him. We heard Eduardo Freitas, the race director, saying no overtaking before you get to the line. Well, they were nowhere near the line. But in that situation, you can overtake a car. If it's breaking down, that's when you need to know the rule book as a driver. But they don't know it's breaking down. They couldn't see the front lights going out like we could.
It's cost the chasing Ferrari, the number 50 car, about 10 seconds.
And look at that. Sorry,
Graham. It goes round the outside.
Whoa, that was a real risky move there by Antonio Fuoco. He knows he's trying to make up for lost ground there with the Glickenhaus that pulled over after this corner in here, turn 16. And that really went against them. I would say anything they gained in terms of strategy there, they're definitely lost out with that Glickenhaus. So they're making up for lost ground. Here is the LMP2 car, the WRT, just showing you get this quite often in the cars that you're trying to overtake or lapping later on in the race that aren't in the same category as you. They just show you a bit of a jink to the side, say, not here, buddy. You weren't going to wait your turn because otherwise you're going to slow both of us down.
The difference, by the way, that delay in the pits made to the 2 Ferraris. Fuoco now closing in on the LMP2 leader. Alessandro Pierguidi is just getting on the back of the LMP2 train, so it's a significant loss on the track with this race going back to green.
And again, when you see the race interrupted like this, it will happen lots and lots more times. There will always be winners and losers on the carousel of full course yellows and safety cars. Here's the lead battle in GTE AM.
Not the lead battle.
No longer the lead battle, no, because the D-Station car is still out front. So it is the second place battle. Ben Keating ahead of Sarah Bovey.
This is going to go on all race long, isn't it? Between these?
Yeah, well, you would hope so, definitely. I mean, they will hope so, definitely. You know, Ben would love to win his first time out in yet another different kind of car. And for the Iron Dames, mixing their Lamborghini GT3 program in IMSA with the Porsche program now, not Ferrari in World Endurance. They've got a busy year on their hands, and Sarah Bovey again and Ben Keating, you know, they've been so entertaining all last year, and a change of car has made no difference at all.
No, the dynamic between the pair last season, particularly qualifying, was absolutely joyful.
Yeah.
And the change, the Porsche for the Iron Dames and the Corvette for Ben Keating, you're completely right, no difference whatsoever. Worth pointing out, by the way, the D-Station car that leads this pair by dint of not having stopped under the safety car. Tommaso Befucci aboard that car, their silver driver.
Yep.
Sarah Bovey, definitely the more feisty of the two, I'd say, though, with Ben Keating. It's always interesting watching them battle.
Race director summoning the team manager of car number 50. That is our pole sitting Ferrari. I wonder why that might be.
I can take a guess at whether or not he was a little trigger happy on the restarts. I didn't see much wrong aside from that, unless something happened on pit lane. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we have onboard camera, as you can see there with the 50 Ferrari. It's now clear of the LMP2 leaders, which are the WRT cars of Sean Gelael, who is the one who shut the door into sunset, and you would, and Robert Kubica, who leads in LMP2 now. And the gap is 20 seconds to race leader Sebastian Buemi.
7 seconds, by the way, for his next target, which is the number 4 Van Wall, as Alessandro Pierguidi has still got a further 10 seconds back. But what is that? 6 cars between the 2 Ferraris. So the fight back starts here. This will potentially swing back a little bit to the Ferrari's way when the other cars have to stop, if they have to do so under green.
Glickenhaus picked up a penalty last year for overtaking before the line at the restart. So
Corvette
we'll
pit stop. Corvette pit stop under investigation, we're hearing.
That's the Ben Keating car.
It is, the 33.
Dear, oh dear.
So there was a little bit of a tussle getting out of the pits between that car and the Iron Dames car. I don't know if that's something we could see again. They came very close. Whether or not that's an unsafe release call, couldn't call it without seeing it again, to be honest with you. But it was very close indeed as they came out.
Robert Kubica leads the field in LMP2 after that round of pit stops in the WRT team. So he drove for the Prema team last year. A change of teams for him, and Louis Delatraz was his teammate last year as well at Prema.
But as you said in the interview with Louise at the beginning, started his journey in the European Le Mans Series with WRT. So that's, you know, it's back to where he started. He got himself some education in WEC last year with Prema, now back with WRT.
6 laps to go after this one. Good job, Sean. Come on.
Yeah, he is doing a good job.
Yes, he is.
Sean Gelael is the silver driver in WRT, so Kubica obviously a platinum grade driver, 3 different grades of driver in LMP2, like in the GT-AM category, not necessary in the hypercar. Of course, you can run all platinums if you wish, and that's pretty much what they do. So Sean Gelael doing a good job there to hang on, as this is a Ferrari blasting its way past the Prema car towards turn 10. You can really see the power difference between the hypercar and the LMP2 there.
Just a mark of the quality of the LMP2 grid. 4 ex-Formula 1 drivers currently on track and the reigning IMSA champion.
The head should have 6 more laps. Pace is good. When the fuel load comes off, it will come to us.
And that was, of course, a message to the IMSA champion, reigning champion Ollie Jarvis.
Yeah, United was saying that everybody in LMP2 feels that Jota have just got a little edge with this new tyre rule, and that particularly, I think, showed in qualifying that it was not everybody had the same performance across their 2 tyres, and actually the United guys were saying, and actually also Robert Fries was saying, you know, over the last couple of years, we've really worked to get ourselves very, very close to the front, to be right on the front running pace, and now taking the tyre warmers out has changed the balance a little bit, and we're maybe not quite where we want to be, and I think United feel the same. But again, of course, that's just qualifying, that's just free practice. When he gets to into the race, and here we go, Alpine versus United. Nice looking battle.
Gearbox emergency off. Gearbox emergency off.
Now then.
Gearbox emergency off. So I think that sounds...
Turn off the warning light.
That sensor.
Yeah, I think it sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think we know what you mean.
less bad.
I read that as a good message. I don't know why. As this battle rages on between... Now, she's got to be careful here, because there's no point getting involved too much and damaging your car or going off track, trying to overtake a car that is under investigation, don't forget, from that pit stop. So I'm sure the team have relayed that information to her. And yeah, long old race today, obviously, 1,000 miles. You're right there with effectively the lead of the race, because the others haven't stopped yet. That's why this isn't the lead battle, but the others, yet to stop. So don't do anything silly here. Keep your nose clean. You're going to be changing drivers anyway. Your platinum and gold driver is going to be getting in at the car after you, and the race will carry on. That's a really difficult mentality to get into as a driver. You see the car in front, you are desperate to get in front, but you know, as I always said, something always happens in endurance racing.
And the other thing is, don't spend too much time tucked right into a slipstream, overheating your tyres, overheating your engine, overheating your brakes, because you're going to need those for the next 7.5 hours. So, yeah, just give the car, move it around a little bit.
It's a relay. You know, this is a relay race. It's a marathon relay race. That's what endurance racing is all about. And you see the car number 7 closing up. Mike Conway to Buemi through the traffic. Car 50 under investigation for overtaking under a safety car. That's got to be a slam dunk. But is it overtaking the Glickenhaus? If so, I would argue it's okay to overtake a car that's got a mechanical problem.
Well, wait and see. That could be a significant moment, the 50, which, by the way, is on the tail of the van wall right now.
That is tight. Oh, don't do it, Mike. That's it. He slots into position in between Paul Dall'Anna and the 98, and that's what you need to do, but that looked risky for a moment.
And again, Christian Reed there doing what he should do, which is protecting his car and his line and his life by making sure that the Toyota didn't force him offline. Here, being offline can have a much more detrimental effect than a lot of other racetracks, because out there lurk bumps that you've not allowed for.
Well, look what we saw just a few laps ago, which caused that safety car in turn one. But, you know, you have to sometimes just let it go and admit defeat when you see going through the traffic like these cars are now. It's just but that's endurance race. That's what you have to do. It's a risk and reward process as a driver, cutting your way through the traffic.
Yeah, Paul Dall'Anna in the blue, green and black Aston Martin there, a long way out wide in 17. He will just have breathed off the throttle a little. What you don't want to do is run out of luck on the outside. He was having a look down the inside, Dall'Anna and Christian Reed. We'll wait and see if that move took place. Little battle we saw a lap ago, by the way, was United's Frederick Lubin getting ahead of Danny Kvyat. Ahead of Julian Canal. In fact, Julian Canal's dropped a spot to Danny Kvyat in a Prema racing car as well. So that Alpine going backwards. Julian Canal, of course, is their gold driver.
Switch for position for 7th as Antonio Fuoco catches the train of hypercars has gone by the number 4 in the hands of Tom Dillman.
The Kessel Racing car guys, Ferrari again. Actually, you know, this is all about self-preservation, and never mind preserving your race. It's about preserving yourself. And the Project 1 AO cars, that PJ Wyatt started that, it is. Again, just...
Well, like I said before, 34% of the grid never raced here, and it's a tough track to try and work your way through slower cars, lapped cars, and, you know, let alone fighting for true position. And looking at the LMP2 battle here, don't forget that most of them pitted during that safety car.
Yeah.
I think the front runners there in this battle didn't, so that's why
these guys didn't. Yeah, these front 5 did not stop. So Robert Kubica leads, and is pulling away because Sean Galeo is really under the cosh from the first of the gold. I was going to say WRT, but I mean Jota cars. First gold car, that's Pietro Fittipaldi, Will Stevens right behind him, and then a Prema car behind him, that's Ben Fiscal. Those 5 did not stop under safety cars. They're on a different strategy to the cars behind, led by the 23 United car. In fact, I don't think Vector stopped either.
They didn't. It's the top 6.
So, yeah,
Gabby
top
Audrey is in touch with those cars.
Yeah, he's back up to them, isn't he?
The kind of darker maroon car, which prefaces the colour scheme they're hoping we're going to see later this season when they add the Isotta Fraschini car, they hope, to their efforts, and the LMP2 car will continue, I'm told.
Dall'Anna having another look down the inside of Christian Reed. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold that shot, gets through. Did get through, yes, and Christian Reed, there you can see Fuoco. There you can see the green nose of the Floyd Fanwall car.
But what you also see was Fuoco closing in on Paul Di Resta for 6th position in this recovery drive. 20 seconds back from the leading Toyota at the moment, the early leader of this race. Remember, losing that lead as they opted to pit under the safety car for recovery of the number 83 car, crashed out in turn 1, side by side.
Stefano Constantini in the red and yellow AF Corsa car. The other one, Luis Perez Compact, crashed, is red but white highlights where this car has yellow, so that makes them a little easier to separate out. And 77, the only Proton entered car, or Dempsey Proton car that is here. The 88 Proton car didn't get through. We just saw the Ferrari showing its nose on the inside.
This is Alessandro Pierguidi looking to get through GTM traffic.
Yep.
His next target is going to be Mr. Ever Present, the man that has started every FIA World Endurance Championship race since 2012, Christian Reed.
Well, Ale relatively quickly got by the Ferrari, but not quite so much.
So this is Sean Galeo here in the car 31 with the 2 Jota cars right behind, and the Prema as well, and all of them, I think, do believe, haven't stopped yet. So this is a genuine fight going on for track position.
Now Jota cars looking for a way to get by, because they can see what we can see, which is the first of the cars. In comes the second Jota car, and Galeo.
Right, so interesting.
Oh, damaged bodywork there. I don't know if you had already spotted that.
On the Vector car, yeah, okay.
So here we go, all down to the pit stops. I'm guessing drivers will stay in. As the car 50, Fuoco.
Sean Galale and Will Stevens on the pits. And yes,
that's the pass.
Ferrari already up to 6th position.
Shows, though, where the pace is in this race. The next gap for Antonio Fuoco to address is the gap to Michael Christensen. He's 13 seconds up the road.
So Fuoco's last lap time.
No driver change.
Fuoco's last lap times are 1:50.5 and Buemi 48.9. So yeah, a bit of traffic perhaps for the Ferrari driver.
Looking here in traffic at the Ferrari making the pass on the surviving healthy Peugeot. So Antonio Fuoco going by. Paul Di Resta. Di Resta's had a few times last year where the car slowed under him.
Yeah, just saw Di Resta, the rear of the car, which has been a common problem for the Peugeot all week so far. The rear just slipping out a bit too much mid-corner through the final corner. And yeah, that's what allowed Fuoco to get the run on him down the main straight.
We've seen as well that car really struggling, particularly through turn 17 and turn 1, is where visibly the 93 has been sort of really struggling for grip.
And part of that is the ground effect. Ground effect works if you keep that gap below the bottom of the car and the ground as even as possible at the perfect distance to generate maximum downforce. Hence why the active Williams was so sensationally good, because it managed to keep that gap even with flat floors. But when you're bouncing up and down, that, you know, clap your hands, that's the road and the bottom of the car.
Well, as I say, it's like a vacuum cleaner. Doesn't really work when you lift it off the ground, does it? It's at its best when it's at the right position.
And the bumps here are inducing porpoising that the team have eradicated from the chassis, so this is their worst case scenario.
The remainder of the group of cars that didn't pit now pit. Ollie Jarvis back to the lead in LMP2. Remember, he stopped for fuel under that safety car. He powers down
this
through.
Him here?
That's right, with HRX branding on the nose of the 23 car.
And so Christian Reed still in that battle with Stefano Constantini behind. Constantini keeps his nose in front.
So you can really see the benefits of having stopped under the safety
Absolutely.
car.
Absolutely. That was, at the moment, the correct call from United Autosports. They did it with both cars.
Well, that is the American way, because they're used to cautions, they're used to that affecting, you know, the way the track works, and so go for fuel. Always, there's two things, either track position if you're leading and you're getting close to the nitty-gritty, or fuel. Always take fuel. It will never be a hindrance that you've got more options.
Ben Keating will be asking the Corvette team after this stint whether or not there's a pink tint to the mirrors in the Corvette, because it's been so close all the while. Up the inside goes the Peugeot. Here is our leader, meanwhile, lest we forget. Tomonobu Fuji in
is
the
that
number
the
777
first
car.
time that Fuji-san has started?
No, they often do start him to try to get track position to hand over to Satoshi Hoshino.
Yeah. It may be that Hoshino gets in now, because Ben Keating habitually starts, does 3 hours, and then hands the car over to the rest of the guys. And Sarah Bovi does the same, runs out very wide, really veeing off turn 17 there.
Big group of cars behind this Cadillac battling away. It's the cars just out of pit lane from LMP2 and the chasing Porsche. I'll correct myself, by the way. I did say that Tomonobu Fuji was the silver driver for 777. He was. He's now gold.
Gold, yeah.
Well, that's a sign, clearly, that the performance was there last year.
Indeed.
He's moved up a driver ranking.
You know, and the danger is always there for somebody like Sarah Bovi and Ben Keating and, you know, Paul Dall'Anna, that actually they're so good as bronze-rated drivers that the danger is that you then get recategorized, and so you're suddenly your own silver, and you have to find a bronze to join you in the car. That's not going to be fun.
New fastest lap of the race goes to race leader Sebastian Buemi. It's a 1:48.346 for him on lap 23. And this battle, gentlemen, between the 6 and the number 2, the Porsche and the Cadillac, is beginning to get close again. Per Guidi, meanwhile, has made his way past the Van Wart and is up into 7th place.
It was a 49. So yeah, like you say, Graham, a 48.3 for Buemi and a 49.2 that last lap for Fuoco. So still quite hasn't got the pace of the Toyota, but don't forget, carrying more fuel compared to what the Toyota will at this stage. So a little bit of a loss of performance there, but at this point in the race, in the hot conditions, as Toyota suspected, they've got the performance over the Ferraris. Things get interesting in the cooler conditions. A 48.3 this time around for Mike Conway, and that's a personal best.
Let's look at the gap, the lead gap to the chasing Ferrari. Remember our early leader, 26.2 seconds. The Ferrari is catching Marcus Christensen. That gap was 13 seconds, now down under 10. So that gap is coming down. Robert Kubica.
So they did they did a driver change during that round of pit. So
yeah,
out of
stint.
Yeah, so single stint out of sequence, therefore, compared to the rest of the LMP2s around them. Looks like hot work, doesn't it?
Well, and do you know what, that's why, you know, yeah, sure, you can leave him in there for 2 stints, but he'll be as worn out and degraded as the tyres, so keep everything as fresh as you can, stop it overheating. It's what engineers do with every single element of the car, except the human element. Oh, mate, just go to the gym more often. That's not an answer.
Tell me
that's
about it.
That's a cop-out. Louise back in. Oh, hang on, Louise, back in. Right, we'll get to Louise. Louise, what do you have?
Don't worry.
PJ Hyatt goes backwards into the tyres at 17. Go ahead, Louise.
I was just going to say that Kubica, on the grid before I spoke to him, had been saying how hot it was even then before he'd got into the car. So clearly struggling with the heat, maybe.
Yeah. Well, PJ Hyatt rotating relatively harmlessly in 17. And again, that's, Anthony, every single one of these blocks of concrete, you can see them in the foreground. They're about 2 meters by 2 meters, which means every 2 meters, there is a step where one has sunk more or less than the next one or its neighbors. There are bumps everywhere, and every time you come round offline, there are more bumps you haven't allowed for, and that's why PJ ended up backwards in the tyres. Not because he ran out of luck or talent, but because he hit the wrong bump in the wrong place and ran out of grip.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's one of those corners on the track. It is high speed, and if you do get off on the wrong line, a bit like turn 1, this track is really going to bite you.
Meanwhile, Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette being chased by Sarah Bovey in the pink Porsche. Not that pink Porsche, the pink Porsche that we've got here, not the pink pig version that was raced at Le Mans a few years ago by the factory. And again, this is I'm loving the colour scheme on this year's Porsche 963. It's got all of those echoes of the Salzburg Porsche Centre 917.
Oh, yes.
You know, and actually, if you put the full Salzburg livery on it, it's not unlike the frontal look of a 917. It's got some sort of family familiarity, and the V-Series, any V-Series Cadillac owner will again see echoes of that in the shape of the Caddy here, same way that any Peugeot owner will see echoes of Peugeot's current road cars in its hypercar. Well, let's hear from the Toyota team.
Okay, Mike, feel free to adjust the anti-roll bar front if you need for balance. It looks like we're using a bit more rear tires than Seb.
Look how close the driver is to the steering wheel. I mean, that really exaggerates it. It's almost like on his chest.
Mike's always had that style. It's just, yeah, it's like the NASCAR style. You want to really bite the steering wheel. But yeah, he's clearly comfortable driving in that position. But also his head's a long way from the headrest behind, and I always hated that. I always want my head to be on the headrest. I could feel the car better that way. And also the front neck muscles that are struggling to keep your head up under acceleration.
Prepare for
becomes quite wearing.
Course yellow at 12:58.45. Full course yellow at 12:58.45 in 30 seconds.
Tyre stack.
Sorry, what? Tyre stack? Yeah. I was going to say, I think they would take a look at that and make a determination as to whether or not they're happy it can take a second impact.
Yeah, the delay there is Eduardo has asked the on-site flag marshals, what's the situation?
Or is there more?
Whoa, there's one of the Alpine, that's the 36 car. Just having a little moment, Juju Canal.
Yeah, the reason why they have to do that, obviously, is because the circuit is homologated with the tyre barriers in that position. As soon as they're out of position, you're racing on an unhomologated circuit.
Now, you see the lights come on, the pit lane speed limiter has been engaged, everybody, down to, you have...
I don't think I've seen that before.
You have 5, I think it is new on the Toyotas.
I don't recall seeing those
yellow indicators.
Yes.
No, exactly right, yeah. Well, maybe they're like BMW drivers. They've never had indicator fluid.
Stop.
Who joined the championship next year? By
Yes,
the way.
indeed. Welcome to you,
Pick yourself out of that one.
and actually, again, you know, exciting for us here is that the BMW's here. The BMW is racing in IMSA in the WeatherTech Series.
Looks great.
So we can see it and hear it before we even get it. It's like knowing what you're going to get for Christmas, except more exciting. Well, here's the reason we're under full course yellow. PJ Hyatt just getting the wrong bump in the wrong place, zigging where he should have zagged, and he's pushed the tyre wall back. Watch the tyres here. You know, that's where they're supposed to be, not there. So it won't take long to push them back, but we do need to push them back. Back under full course yellow then at Sebring. Little incident that doesn't seem to have done anything more than move the tyres for PJ Hyatt. But I tell you what, you know the energy there. You try moving those with just your own body, they're not moving. Let's hear from Lawrence Vantor at Porsche.
Lawrence, we have to assume the car behind is going to double, okay? We have to assume that, so we will react accordingly.
They're talking about the driver staying in, of course, when they talk about double.
Oh, and or tyres. Now, you don't have to double stint your tyres every stint, but you are going to have to double stint them a lot. So they may decide on whether to go for a new driver and new tyres or not. The 12 hours, the 8 hours, 1,000 miles of Sebring getting underway to start the season. Roger Penske bringing his team and Porsche to the World Endurance Championship. And Toyota with Peugeot, the incumbents in the hypercar class, facing a whole host of new challenges, with Ferrari joining the field as well. And Ferrari claiming pole position after 2 formation laps to warm the tyres, because there are no longer tyre heaters allowed in the World Endurance Championship. Antonio Fuoco, the man who claimed a sensational for pole for Ferrari on their first day of top flight sports car racing in 50 years, led the field away. And as the second Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, was shuffled back from moving up into 3rd place by some robust defence of the Toyota Mike Conway. Further back, at the tail of the GT Anfield, Claudio Schiavone having a harmless spin into turn 1. The Peugeot didn't make it that far. The 94 car needed a gearbox, some gearbox work, possibly replacement. Meanwhile, those who battle for pole position in GTM, Sarabovi in the pink Porsche ahead of Ben Keating, and behind them, Luis Perez-Companc, who had just moved up into 3rd, went off. That was within 5 laps of the start. Safety car came out to repair the barriers and to recover the Argentine driver's inverted car.
With extreme caution.
He was A-OK. The car is out of the race. Problems in the pit lane delaying the 51 car. There was a sea of pit stops very early on in the race after that safety car. And then as we went back to green, Toyota, who had not stopped, picking up the pace at the front of the field, running 1-2. Sebastian Buemi ahead of Mike Conway. No stoppers in the LMP2 field as well were WRT and Prema, as well as Jota, and they led the battle as Antonio Fuoco moved his way back through the field. It is D-Station who lead in GTEM, United leading in LMP2, and Toyota run 1-2 in hypercar.
We're still under full course yellow, and trouble by the look of it for Fred Lubin in the number 22 United Autosports car, pitted as it went to yellow, and it's still there. We're back green flag racing.
Yes, we've gone back to green. There was 2 or 3 cars there momentarily being shown as stopped who had not stopped. So some little glitch in the software, but you're right. Yes, Fredrik Lubin, spoke to him this morning. How many times have you been to Sebring? None. Never been to Florida before in my life. 0 miles. I said, so you're starting then? Jokingly, yes. Okay, all right. In at the deep end, off the high board, Fredrik Lubin. So whatever the drama was, the car is rolling once more, comes back into front of the Kessel Racing car guys, Ferrari and 93 for Porsche. Peugeot, Martin, you idiot, going slowly. That is not full racing speed. That's nothing like full racing speed. Now, it's not pit limiter speed, that's not 80 Ks, But Paul di Resta has got a problem on his hands. One car has already had to go back behind the wall for gearbox work. Let's hear what the 93 car has got to say for itself.
No gears, no gears.
Copy, I can see, stand by.
Stuck in fourth.
That was stuck in fourth. For those of you who aren't too good on the Scots accent, not anything else.
Alex Lynn under pressure here from the charging Michael Christensen. All of a sudden, from a position where it was the Cadillac pressuring the Porsche that's ahead, it's the Cadillac defending for the Porsche that's behind.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane, what do you know?
News from the 22 United, it was just a bit of confusion. Obviously Freddie's new to the championship, he came in before the pit lane was open, I believe, so they sat it out until he could go back out again.
Thank you very much. If you can have a little wander as well to Peugeot and find out exactly what happened to the first broken car.
Car 50, drive-through penalty for overtaking another car before the end of the safety car procedure. Car 50, drive-through penalty for overtaking another car before the end of the safety car procedure.
All right, that looks like the replay of what happened there. Went past the D station car inches before the white line, and it is, you know, it's an error. It's understandable that he's eager to get by, and of course he would have been having a run at the car out of turn 17.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It does happen. But as a professional driver, driving for a top manufacturer like Ferrari is inexcusable. You need, like I said before, Graham, you need to read the rule book, you need to know where you're at. The race director, we all heard it, no overtaking before the line, and that's you're in a car that's got much more performance than the GT. You have to respect that line, and a bit of a silly mistake there. Great job yesterday in qualifying. Di Resta complaining, no gears in that car.
Yeah, the hand movements there did not look entirely positive, did they? Car number 50 with that penalty. Let's hear the team relay it to their driver, Antonio Fuoco.
Okay, mate. We overtook 10 meters before the line at the safety car restart, so we get a drive-through penalty. I'll let you know when we proceed. Stay out.
Well, sooner rather than later is the way, you know, you can argue the toss, but they've been looking at it for half an hour in race control. Yeah. That's the decision. There's no point arguing it, just take the penalty, get in, get out.
I'm surprised it took as long as it did, really, because it was so clear as day, wasn't it, overtaking before that checkered line. Paul di Resta sits patiently, but, I mean, once again, so it wasn't a problem that was unique to the 94 car. It seems to have struck both of them.
Rarely is it? If one car's got an Achilles heel, it tends not to be just the one.
I wonder if it's all the bumps, the way that car's been riding the bumps, it's savaging its way through the gearbox. But we didn't see it in testing so much, unreliability.
Yeah, and it's not that it's damaging the box, bouncing on the ground, it's the transmission shunt, it's the snatch. Every time the wheel spins, it grabs again. That just puts so much strain through the drive shafts. You know, it could be a drive shaft issue, it could be an input shaft in, you know, in the gearbox, or an output shaft in the gearbox. The differential just taking so, and you know, that is why IndyCar, one of the reasons why IndyCar comes and tests so frequently here in Sebring pre-season is it breaks stuff.
There was, you say that the 12 hours of Sebring race was like the equivalent of doing the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, mechanically, absolutely, and physically on the drivers as well. Half as long, twice as hard. Mikkel Jensen saying, Louise tells me that Peugeot are looking at the same problem with the 93 as with the 94. Drive-through for 50 being served. Well, look again, you know, it's all part of learning how to use the car, learning how to race the car. For Antonio, he's been in the GT category. Blowing by people at the start-finish line has not been a thing up until now. I know he's a professional racing driver at the highest level and all of that, but it is all part of the learning experience.
That's a very good point you make there, Martin. Yeah, he's been used to obviously driving in the GT cars, which you mean you're the one that's getting overtaken by everybody.
And it can take you half an hour to get by another car.
But still, you know, he was a professional getting paid very well as a GT driver, and he's a professional getting paid very well as a driver at the top, in the top ranks of the hypercar. But I did say before coming into this race, that is where Toyota are going to beat Ferrari, if at all. In operationally, that's where the drivers are included in that as well. You need to know the rule book, and this is what Toyota have been doing year after year after year. Alone, pretty much alone, but now they've got a competition. It's for the competition to meet them in every single standard, and that's definitely one of them.
Graham Goodwin was pointing at the screen, Graham, because
LMP2 leader Ollie Jarvis on pit road, as is the 36 Alpine from second in the hands of Julian Kamal. They're the cars, two of the cars that stopped under the safety car when they could. Meantime, the 50 car of Antonio Fuoco has dropped back a couple of places with that drive-through penalty, dropped back behind the team car, and has also dropped back behind the van wall. He now runs 8th.
Jakusz Rychowski, by the way, now up to, the lead in LMP2. I was going to say 3rd, and even as I looked at the screen to confirm, the 2 cars in front of him stopped. So our early stoppers are now stopping again, and back up. Ooh,
oh, trouble for 2 of the cars there.
7.
The 51.
It was the 51 car trying to work his way through, and again, both of them at 6s and 7s in that little 15-16 sequence called Le Mans. Yeah, right, left, right. It's just a little bit of missed communication between them. No drama done, no harm, no contact, no foul, no penalty, and heart rate on respective pit walls coming back down again.
New fastest lap of the race. It's our first under 1 minute 48 seconds. It's a 1:47.885 for the leader as the fuel load comes down. Seb Buemi going quicker.
Is that faster than the car qualified?
No.
No, they did a
45.
low 45, yeah.
They did 45 too.
But it's way faster than they were showing in free practice. They were in the 49s, 48s in free practice, so 47.
Well, what has happened since Saturday and Sunday's prologue? More cars have run on track, not just our cars.
You arrived here? That's something that happened.
Well, quite a long after Saturday and Sunday's prologue. No, more cars have run here. We've had the Michelin Pilot Series. We have had Porsche Carrera North America, hordes of Porsches. We've had the entire IMSA WeatherTech field. We've had the entire World Endurance Championship field. The track has been silent from about 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. But apart from that, it's been non-stop cars. So the track is getting quicker and quicker, less and less dusty, more and more rubbered in. It should, if they're not quicker now, what the hell are you doing wrong?
And a whole load of sandbags as well somehow appeared around the side of the circuit.
Do you know what?
That sand wasn't here when we arrived, I'm sure.
I don't think sandbags are happening. I think the stakes are much too high now.
That looked, pretty forceful from the Ferrari. What do you think, Anthony?
Here we go, riding on board. So you try to go around the outside. He's found a space, gone to the inside. I think
drifted.
It was just...
Yeah, he's gone too hot.
He's found a bump, hasn't he, and gone in too hot. And
I just think, he went in a bit too hot, got onto the dusty part, and look, you could argue force another car off track. I think the move was on when he went for it.
Yeah.
He was in the right position on track. He just couldn't slow the car down quite enough as he launched into the corner on the inside.
I thought he'd actually got it done, but I don't think he thought he had. And you know, when you're in the LMP2 car on the outside there, you're going to give him space. You're going to just breathe off the throttle and let him get in front of you so he doesn't interrupt your race and come across and swipe you.
I think if the LMP2 car had lost a position there, did he lose a position there to the car he was racing?
No,
you could have argued you were forced off track.
Well, there is the 51 Ferrari, continues on its merry way. Both Peugeots now right down at the tail of the timing screen. So our LMP2 battle, led by United Autosport's 23 car still, Josh Pearson at the wheel. And then this battle, Sean Gilale, ahead of Pietro Fittipaldi and Will Stevenson, the 2 gold cars, and squeezing through Rui Andrade, Ben Viscal right behind them.
Mark Conway on pit lane now, the number 7 car. Interesting, by the way, that stop for United Autosports 23, their second stop, driver switched to Josh Pearson, but they go back to the lead. So despite the fact that they have stopped twice, they retain the lead over the cars that didn't choose to stop under the safety car.
Mike Conway staying in for a double hand. I mean,
you stole the words from my mouth, Martin. Yeah, you can just see how the drinks bottle comes into the cockpit, and that's a sure sign that the driver's staying in.
Well, and also the door's not opening, he's not bailing out in a hurry, because the driver can still be the slowest part of the pit stop.
Absolutely. His Cadillac comes in now for their pit stop.
So Chip Ganassi Racing's first pit stop in the World Endurance Championship.
Double as well for the Franix Lynn aboard that car.
And of course I tell a lie, because Chip Ganassi Racing Ford, yes, you idiot, Martin. And that's so long ago, you know, that's fully 5 years ago.
It does seem like a completely different era.
I can't remember
remarkable.
breakfast. It does, actually. But, you know, that era, and you think about particularly the race at Le Mans in the GT field in 2015, wasn't it? That battle with all of those manufacturers, when we get to GT3 next year, there'll be more.
Absolutely
There'll
right.
be more of them, and there'll be more teams running them, and it'll be... I mean, how you get an entry, I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. You know, the ACO and the World Endurance Championship management are going to be flooded with potential cars. Yeah. Flooded.
So, Josh Pearson here with mirrors increasingly full of this chasing quartet of Oricas. The two, it's a WRT 31, both of the Jota run cars, and then the first of the Prema cars. There is young Josh Pearson.
Yeah, he's, like you say, Graham, they are slowly edging closer to him. And Sean Galeo still doing a remarkably good job, I have to say, soaking up all that pressure from the two Jotas behind. There was a lock up there. I don't know who from this second of the two Jotas actually into turn 10.
It's Will Stevens in the second of those two gold cars. Again, you see, look at the way the cars are riding all these bumps. Great pictures, aren't they?
And it's a rough ride in the LMP2s. They're quite it's a good car, but it's a basic car. By that I mean the suspension isn't as sophisticated as what you'd see from the hypercar category, for example.
So Toyota have made their stop. Glickenhaus and Porsche now both in the pits. Ryan Briscoe stays in the Glickenhaus. The door closes. No driver change either in the number 6 Porsche. Lawrence Vantor takes a tank full of fuel and heads on his merry way. They're clearing out those ducts at the front of the Glickenhaus. And look at the hydrocarbon stains all the way down the back from that twin-turbo engine in that Glickenhaus. Again, one of the joys here is that it's not a prescribed set engine. The only controlled factor in hypercar is the tyre. Everybody uses the same tyres from Michelin. Beyond that, whatever you like.
And you'd have to say that it has to suit one car better than another. You know, who's it developed around? Predominantly, you'd have to say it was more Toyota in the past. They were the only team out there doing that development work. So it is the architecture.
But it is a brand new set of tyres this year. Every tyre is different. And also tyre rules are different now. It's not going to matter here. He says that overconfidently. It might matter here later because we have not had a dry finish to a race yet here. There are two types of tyre. You can have a slick or you can have a wet. There is no intermediate. It does not exist anymore. So when we get to Spa and we wake up on race morning and there's snow on the ground,
you're on wets.
No, genuinely, you know, talking to Antonio the other day about it, Felix da Costa, he said, you know, you go from a wet, which burns out quite quickly on a drying track, especially somewhere quick like Spa, and then you're on an unheated slick trying to build speed on a wet racetrack.
Yeah, good luck with that one. But what I was going to say is that the Peugeot runs obviously different diameter, width of tyres compared to everybody else in hypercar.
Third leader of the race is Alessandro Pierguidi on a different strategy here from the Toyotas. Goes to the lead, so both Ferraris have led this race, plus the number 8 Toyota.
Yeah, so I should elaborate on for people new to this category. Yeah, so the Toyota and all of the others run a narrower front tyre compared to the wider rear. The Peugeot, it's the same all round.
Yeah.
They work out, if you take the mean average of all 4 tyres, they work out to be the same.
Yep.
But the Peugeot runs the same width on the front as the rear.
And that's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got cars like the Ferrari, which has a hybrid drive to the front axle, and the Peugeot, the Toyota as well, and yet they can survive with that. Now, I mean, it just works better for them in the wind tunnel, everything. PJ Hyatt went off into the tyres earlier, and now one of the door mirrors is held on only by the cable for the electronic control. So like your road car,
Do you reckon it still
adjustable
works?
from
Yeah.
the inside. Yeah, he's probably getting quite a good view, and that's how he took the mirror off the car. And if that's all the damage that happened, then that's a real get-out-of-jail-free card. You don't get many off-track excursions here at Sebring where all that happens is you binged a dual mirror a bit. And you continue. He didn't even come into the pits. Now, here's the 93 Peugeot in the tent behind the garage, behind the pit wall. We don't have garages in the pits here because we're in North America. They have a hot pit lane, you bring your trolleys in and your pit counter, but there are no garages attached. Everybody works out of, well, here a tent, but predominantly a truck awning. Let's hear from Ollie Jarvis, fresh out of this car, the race leader in LMP2. Louise Beckett is with him.
Ollie Jarvis, you put in some great work yesterday to get pole, and it was a great start for you. That strategy has paid off as well.
Yeah, I think the team made the right call. It's never easy with a safety car that early, but you know, I think that hopefully will work in our favour as the race progresses. We've got a fabulous race car, so we've just got to do our jobs and try and stay out of trouble and just keep putting in consistent lap times.
How is it out there now with the hypercars and everything? You know, the championship is changing.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. It's definitely more difficult. The first 4 or 5 laps with the hypercar is not easy. It looks like they take longer to get the tyres up to temperature. At that point in the race, we're quicker, but they have so much more straight line speed. They pass us back, or it's difficult to overtake them. So what that does is all the P2s bunch up in the corner, and it is just trying to sort of not trip over each other. But you know, hopefully as the year progresses, we all get used to that and we can manage it a bit better. But no, it's not easy, but it's a lot of fun.
You've been holding out to get your lunch, so thank you.
Thanks very much.
A great start of the race from Ollie Jarvis, and
Always
trouble.
Puncture here, puncture on the right front. Yeah, just see it flapping around there. But unfortunately, he's going to make his whole way around the circuit back to the pit lane. The IMSA pit lane he's just passed, but no joy for the WEC. How did this happen? Was it contact? It was. Was it with the car 7? Yep. Oh no, or is it just put him off and he's got the puncture when he's gone off onto the grass here? I need to see another shot of that one. Maybe he's picked up the puncture.
Was he going slowly? Because he was, but then he would have pulled into pit lane.
Both Ferraris on pit lane. Well, both hypercar Ferraris on pit lane. 51 from 50. 1-2. That puts Brahimi back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, so it looks like a more scheduled stop, not as flustered as it was under the safety car.
Still, by the way, the battle between the Corvette and the Iron Dames. Now, of course, for the lead, let's listen in to Loïc Duval.
Debris on the race line, T15. Debris on the race.
So debris being called.
And I wonder if that,
it's the mirror.
I was going to say it's either some bodywork from the puncture of the Aston we were looking at before, or it's that mirror.
That could call for intervention here. That's a substantial piece of debris.
Yeah, if you go putting a human on the racetrack, usually that is at least a full course yellow.
So Eduardo Freitas and his team will be very aware of that. Out come the two 499Ps.
Yeah, trouble is it's such a high-speed part of the track as well. You see them just coming round onto that back straight from the complex where the mirror is stricken on the racetrack. So, and now you're going to see a bit more bodywork potentially. Yeah, the driver's gone too quick here. And
machining the wheel now.
Yeah, that's the problem when you carry too much speed with a flat tyre. And you see it sort of flapping around and it starts to do damage to the rest of the car. And you have to drive unbelievably slowly. When you're in a racing car, it feels like you could just step foot outside of the thing when you're going that slow, but it's necessary to stop this happening.
He's just out of turn 13 on his way back to pit lanes. We're back presently, but with what damage? Hopefully just the wheel.
Still want to see, I can't believe it was contact between the Toyota as Conway made his way past. I don't believe it was.
I don't think it was. I think you're right.
I think it's a slow puncture going over the grass, and that's why it took a while for it to develop.
Full course yellow is coming in 30 seconds. That will be principally for that debris. The mirror from the number 56 car on pit lane. The Iron Dames, by the way, from second place. This is going to be an anticipation of this full course yellow, I'm sure.
Oh, look at that. That's almost a pass there on Sean Galale.
It's edge of your seat stuff through turn one. Always has been, always will be. I just think one of the most entertaining corners in the sport.
Will Stevens clearly with a bit between his teeth.
1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
And he wanted to get that move done before the full course yellow, but it wasn't to be. He now sits right behind on the full course yellow speed limit button that you have in the cars activated.
Yep, Thrupney bit on the front right corner.
And damage to the front right as well, I think, from that flailing tyre. So here we go, the mirror gets finally picked. Personally, I think that should have been a black and orange flag, mechanical flag. You can't have a bit like that. It's heavy. It's flapping around on the car. I don't know what was going on there, but that should have been called in to repair. And also dangerous. You can't see the cars coming up behind, particularly in the GT car. So I think that was a bit of a missed call there.
So the IMSA safety team, of course, on duty here. Hugely professional bunch.
So what happens is, under a full course yellow, when you're inside the car, you hear the countdown, just like we do from Eduardo. You hear that via your race team engineer. And so they give in that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At 0, quite often a lot of the teams will activate that full course yellow button, but some other teams know that there's a little bit of a discrepancy in there, a little bit of play with 3 seconds worth of allowance, because they don't expect everybody to, as the 93 comes back in here, they don't expect everybody to be able to digitally meet the speed limit straight away. So there's a little bit of allowance. The teams play with that. So some other teams will start counting up from 0 afterwards. And when it gets to 3, after they've counted down 0, then it would be 1, 2, 3. That's your cue as a driver to press the full button. And you see the difference between teams that are much more on it and willing to take that risk right to the nth degree, compared to other teams that play it absolutely by the rule book.
Well, let's have a listen to what's going on with the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
The fucking girls try to overtake me outside with the full course yellow. They are going to overtake me full course yellow out of the pit. I was recording that they left the car line too.
Okay, we will let the race director know. We will let the race director know.
Did you hear exactly? It was something was going on out of into full course yellow, out of the pits.
So first of all, apologies to any listeners that heard some foul language there. I think there might have been, but yeah, that's clearly frustration there by the feeling that he was overtaken under the full course yellow, which obviously is a no-no.
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
So
going back to green,
he might have a valid point, but we need to see a replay of that. But he clearly felt he was overtaken
10,
as
9,
he came out of the pits,
8,
or she came out of the pits.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
So away we go. Sebastian Buemi leads the race. 230 laps scored to go. He leads in the number 8 Toyota Giaro 10 from teammate Mike Conway, the number 7. Then it's the 2 Porsches now, with the Cadillac, I think, on the restart getting by and between the 2 Porsches. I think we've just seen Alex Lynn retake 4th position.
So Sean Galale still holding on.
No, timing glitch, he's not.
Yeah, Galale still holding Will Stevens at bay, and I was really enjoying that little scrap before the full course yellow, so that carries on, and Josh Pearson still out in front. So 2 Porsches getting very close together, number 6 and 5 as they enter turn 1. But yeah, Josh Pearson in front of that LMP2 field still. Ollie Jarvis saying that his teammates saying that the car is feeling great today. They know they've got a fast car under their hands, and they've just got to keep their nose clean. And well, it's a long old race obviously here today in Sebring. Anything can happen, but so far, young Josh Pearson, what is he, 18 years old?
I think he's 18 now.
Maybe 18 now.
I'll double check it. You know, he was too young to race the first 2 races of the Asian Le Mans Series 2 years ago, and had to only do half the season. His birthday was between the 2 weekends with the UAE. So I think he may be 17.
Long pit stop for the Oman Racing Aston Martin.
That was the puncture and the repair to the front wheel.
Well, I was just taking the wheel off and throwing it in the bin and putting a new one on, but it is still there.
So a number of cars, in fact, Vector Sport in the midst of quite a long pit stop as well for the number 10 car.
I
That's
wonder if there's
down the
bit
order.
of suspension damage to the Aston. It goes back up in the air. In comes the 60 Iron Lynx Ferrari.
Pit stop for number 50. This is another investigation for the number 50 car. Already had a drive-through, Antonio Fuoco. That was for passing a car before the restart.
So maybe it's a speeding in the pit lane deal. This battle continues. Will Stevens got ahead of the second of the gold Jota cars, didn't he? He got ahead of Sean Gallel. He's back behind him. He got ahead, rather, of his teammate Pietro Fittipaldi. Sean Gallel stuck behind the GR Asia Porsche, and right behind Gallel now is the Prema car of Ben Viscal. So Sean Gallel going back behind Will Stevens, which is probably not a surprise. Second stint on the tyres for the LMP2 car, so they'll be starting to feel the pace of the early race going.
94 Peugeot on pit road. Both these cars pretty heavily delayed now. Not been a good afternoon. Well, good afternoon. It is afternoon now for the Peugeot Sport Team, Peugeot Total Energies. Cadillac closing back in on the two Porsches. Does seem to me, on a restart, those Porsches just seem to have a little bit more of an edge, briefly, over the Cadillac. And then the sledgehammer on wheels that's a Cadillac, I adore it, more than words can say, by the way, just gets back rolling and seems to be able to close that gap again.
So he's, twice now he's lost out positions as Alex Lynn to both Porsches on those restarts. Well, once for the actual start of the race, and now once again, what's happened there through turn 10? A very different line from car number 5. Is it exited? I think just trying to line himself up to overtake the Porsche into turn 13, but that wasn't to be. Alex Lynn's got a good run here, but I don't think he's going to be able to achieve anything before they get to turn 15.
Squeezes through on the inside of what is still Christian Reed. I think it's Mikkel Peterson in the Dempsey Proton 77 car.
Yeah, Alex knows this circuit well, has won the Sebring 12 hours in the past, of course. And it'll be an interesting one to look back at the history books to see who, if anybody, has scored wins in both these great races here.
Still such an accomplished international racer, Alex Lynn. You know, a little bit like Ollie Jarvis, when they come over to IMSA, then they sort of disappear a little bit off European radars. But yeah, hugely experienced, of course, like a number of drivers in the field. Lots of experience as well in Formula E, as well as his junior single-seater racing. So plenty of experience and mileage under his belt in all sorts of categories. Michael Christensen, he and Kevin Escher were looking an awful lot more relaxed this morning than they have been for the last few months of last season in the GT category. Of course, you know, they'll end up potentially going head-to-head again with the same Ferrari drivers in the same Ferraris as they did last year in the GTE class. That may well play out again once more in hypercar. Just a few more added rivals for good value. 11 hypercars in the field and a whole bunch more still to come. Some of which we've seen, some of which are racing here in IMSA, some of which are still on the drawing board and yet to turn a wheel.
And we talked about the cars, we talked a little bit about the drivers. The depth of talent in this hypercar class, absolutely amazing. Trouble for Vector Sport. That car is going behind the wall.
Now, talking of new hypercars, look at the two words there on the back of that fin, Isotta Fraschini. It's a name from the 1930s.
And earlier.
Yeah, a real high-caliber automaker from the early days of automobile manufacture, a little bit like Hispano Suiza, who were also at one stage reputed to have a program coming.
But with the Isotta effort, car built up at Michelotto, previously responsible for the build of the Ferrari GT cars. That baton passes to Orica now for the new cars, but that car they're hoping to have ready to race later this season.
And were Michelotto not responsible for the 333 SP as well? So they have that prototype experience as well in Ferrari's history.
They do when we've got Sauber involved with the wind tunnel area of it, the aerodynamics from the team at Williams Advanced Engineering, as was. So there are some big names involved with this effort. It will be Vector Sports that bring that car to the track when they're ready, but it doesn't mean we'll see the end of the LMP2. That car will continue as well.
Just ahead of this LMP2 battle, American on American action. PJ Hyatt in that red, white and blue Porsche being chased out Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette. Through, though, goes the WRT car. That's the second place car, Sean Gelael.
Very late from Sean Gelael there, and the Porsche driver had to really make room there as he was on the correct racing line and had to just dart out to the left. Bit of a naughty move, you'd have to say, from Sean Gelael. He thought about it and then backed out of it, then went again, and that was the problem.
It is no further action though on the Corvette. That's good news. Good. That wasn't the last pit stop, it was the one before. One other quick point to make.
Pit stop here, surely, for Will Stevens.
Both of the cars.
Oh, and Gelael, yeah.
Go to pit lane. The other point to make is in comes PJ Hyatt. That car will have to replace that mirror, remember, on this pit stop. We saw Sarah Bovey pit the Iron Dames car just before the full course yellow came out. We wondered whether or not that might play out in her favour. 1 minute 30 seconds on pit lane for the Iron Dames. Quicker on pit lane for the Corvette, but it's lost position because part of it was served under caution.
Louise Beckett.
Just speaking to Gary Holland from Vector, he said they have an electronics issue. The water bottle has leaked in the cockpit and they're just investigating that now.
Excellent. You can't make this stuff up, can you? Well, there's an awful lot of cars in my driving history have had ECUs that have been fried by water leaks, but you don't expect that in a racing car in a hot climate like this. Alex Lynn all over the back of the second of the Penske Porsches and Michael Christensen. As you saw in the pit lane, Sean Gelael and Will Stevens for LMP in LMP2. PJ Hyatt is in, and then, as you said, that may be a slow stop. Gabby Aubrey being pushed away by the Vector team to go into their awning, where all work other than regular routine servicing must happen.
We talked a little earlier about the way to win these races is not just speed, but it's no fault. With the rather frenetic race that they've had in the Ferrari F Corsa race, at the moment, Antonio Fuoco, still with something hanging over them, is over a minute back from the lead.
Let's hear from the 51 car then. This is not Antonio Fuoco, it's the sister car.
Okay, Ale, you're doing good. You're doing good. The sister car had an issue at the pit stop and didn't get all the fuel in, so they're light and they are pushing. They will be stopping in just a few laps.
It's these kind of moments that we talked about before, wasn't it? Ferrari versus Toyota. Didn't get all the fuel on board on one of the Ferraris in that last pit stop.
Got to be error-free. Got to be error-free, whether or not that's the driver on track or what's going on with the pit equipment and personnel. And that's what's done the damage here to the attack from Ferrari from pole position. Already a minute back and still with trouble ahead for Antonio Fuoco.
Here we go. Look at this, guys. Look at this. You've got Alex Lynn all over the back of Michael Christensen as they come towards the final corner.
Outside, inside, going to force Christensen to try and defend late.
But I don't think you can cross the line. It's too high a speed, this corner. Alex would have known that, but he's given himself a nice run onto the main straight. Tucks in to the back of that Porsche slipstream. Is he going to dart out? Christensen knows it. He defends in anticipation. But has he carried too much speed in the mid-corner? And Lynn's going to get the run on the exit. He does. He's played that beautifully. Has Lynn. Stick it in there, Alex. Come on, you can do it. Yes, he does. It's brilliant stuff there between Cadillac. Two really good experienced racers, Cadillac and Porsche. Brilliant stuff.
Christensen really trying to hang on to it in turn one. You saw the back of the Porsche dancing around, and there's the traction gone. They gave Alex Lynn, you know, that half a step that he needed to get alongside. And once he was on the inside down to turn two, it was indefensible, wasn't it? Christensen knew the game was up. Okay,
well, but he had to be brave.
This one. Of course,
That's what I say. Kind of stick it down the inside, because he could have backed out of it. It's tricky, you know. You're on the dusty part on the inside line, going down towards turn four, and you don't know how late the car beside you is going to brake. They're on the racing line, of course, so they can take it deeper into the corner. So really tactful stuff from both drivers. Yeah, excellent. That's how it's done.
And you've got to respect the driver you're racing against and his abilities when you know it's a caliber of that kind of car and you know who's in it. The team will have told you. So yeah, you've got to back yourself in that situation, put it on the inside, make him work hard. Now look at the speed. Yeah, the Caddy's gone by the Corvette for free at the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, back in our LMP2 battle again, the two Jota cars hard at it. This is David Heinemeier Hansen and David Beckman. David, take it easy. Which one? Both of you. And the Toyotas in between. Drive-through penalty, by the way, for the 35 Alpine for speeding in the pit lane. Ollie Caldwell is the man at the wheel who will have to serve that. So there have been all sorts of driver changes in LMP2. Julian Canal in 36 has not stopped, so he's doing a double stint. Kuba Schmachowski at Inter Europol doing a double as well. But just about everybody else. So Ben Fiskal at Prema doing a double, but just about everybody else single stinting. Here we go, down the inside. Ferdy Habsburg does not leave a gap untested, does he? He does love an overtake.
Brilliant move there by Ferdinand Habsburg in the number 31, getting past Beckman.
I think the family motto might be, if there is a gap and you no longer go for it.
Great stuff.
Yeah, he does.
He's on a mission.
He is a super aggressive racer. I mean, so relaxed and laconic out of the car. He just grows horns behind the wheel.
That was David Heinemeier Hansen, was the other David. We're confused on David's there. It's Heinemeier Hansen that got past there, I think, by Habsburg, is it not?
Yes, yeah, and it's David Beckman next up for Ferdy,
correct.
So you're right. I'm going to look forward again to Heinemeier Hansen's analysis of driver, a particularly lower graded driver in LMP2, silver driver analysis, he's a data whiz and he loves all that stuff. And by the way, he's not alone in reflecting the abilities of drivers in LMP2, because Goodyear have introduced a new Wingfoot prize that will be awarded at every race for the driver who has the best double stint, which is going to be quite entertaining as well to see where that ends up. David's always been very good on the analysis of who's produced the speed, when and how in LMP2.
Yep, a triple stint, by the way, at Le Mans for that, to reflect the additional challenges of the world's greatest race.
That will be Cast Iron Buttocks Award, I think that will, won't it? Three stints in an LMP2 car at Le Mans.
So good to see Goodyear, of course, the sole tire supplier for the LMP2 class, pushing hard to recognise the talents of the drivers in what's been a fabulous class with these Gibson engine cars. Aboard now the number 8 car.
You see the graphic on the right-hand side, throttle trace in green, brake in red, so no brakes through this corner, but you can see on and off the throttle as he works his way through Buemi, unsure of what the slower car was going to do.
I think his throttle trace there, yes, no, yes, no, yes.
Exactly, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Should mention that the light blue on the left-hand side, NRG is energy. That's the energy they're permitted to use in a stint. Yep, measured in megajoules, but that blue bar will gradually come down towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, and it's not the amount of fuel left, or it's the total energy. However you generate the energy, you have an amount per car, per stint, per class, you know, so it's, yeah. And particularly for the hypercar regulations, you know, with some cars being hybrid, some not, some being more aggressive hybrids, some being less. It's about the total consumption in a stint. Toyota leading in Sebring, 1-2 here, with the Porsche right behind in third place, car number 6. The Cadillac now up to fourth, the number 2 machine. And as over the last couple of seasons, one of the things that we will be undoubtedly looking at is how the two Toyotas compare to each other. Now, it may not always be that they are the front runners, but we've been used to doing that between sister cars. We'll now be looking at doing that with Peugeot, with Porsche as well, and especially with Ferrari, yeah.
Apologies, big run wide there for the Prema car. You're talking about the two Toyotas. It strikes me that with the addition of Ant to this team, it brought something new in terms of our understanding of what's going on within that team dynamic. We saw yesterday Ferrari take the headlines with the pole position, but everybody knew coming here that if you like, the bar was going to be set by Toyota. They're the team with the experience. They've got the most stable car platform here, having had 2 seasons, 2 championship-winning seasons with that car. And what we're seeing here is not only have they got the pace, they've got the discipline, and they've got the reliability. And we've not seen that yet. All those 3 from any of the other runners here. That will come.
Well, they're a race team. The Penske Porsche crew are not yet a race team. The Ferrari team are not yet a race team. They've been, you know, some of the Ferrari AF Corsa team have been racing, running the GTE cars. Some of them have been doing the testing. Some of them have been in Formula One. So it's not yet a cohesive unit. Apart from Toyota, we're looking at what are essentially a group of test teams who now have to learn all the rules, learn all the regulations, work out all the wrinkles in the car, work out all the wrinkles in the strategy, and Toyota are still the benchmark. And Anthony, you know, somebody always is, because motor racing's been around for a while now. There's nothing that's brand new. Somebody always has to be the one that's got the knowledge and the ability, and Toyota are the benchmark because they are so well rehearsed at everything they do, and that's before you even look at how well developed the car is.
Well, and they haven't always been. You know, I was there at the beginning of their program in 2012 at the birth of the rebirth of the World Endurance Championship, and they weren't a very slick operation back then. And like you say, more of a test team than a race team, Martin. So time goes on. They've stayed with the WEC all the way through the dry years of competition after Audi and Porsche left. And Audi used to be that formidable force when Toyota first arrived on the scene in WEC. And once those 2 teams departed, it left Toyota to run with it. So, of course, basically their biggest strength is they never left.
Yeah. So what you're saying is they basically got better after you left?
No, I made them better.
Well, there's actually a parallel here. You were talking about Porsche from the test team, and of course, with the withdrawal just before the original 2012 championship of Peugeot from the competition, Toyota picked up that baton and brought a car to competition that was not intended initially to compete in that season. They are the test team.
Let's hear from Lawrence Van Tor and the number 6 Porsche team.
We're working on a plan. We understand the situation. We are working on a plan. You just do your best. Track position at the moment's priority.
He's complaining about rear tyre grip, Anthony, and we saw it on that last lap. The Porsche is starting to look a bit like an overdriven Scalextric car. The rear end does not look at all comfortable, and maybe that's why number 5 has just vanished up the road, and Alex Lynn is all over the back of this machine. Number 5's vanished backwards, and Alex Lynn is all over the back of this machine.
Vector Sport, by the way, back on pit road.
Okay. Let's just watch this Porsche. I mean, Lawrence Van, I did, particularly on the last, few shots, it just looks like the back is a bit wayward, like it's still on cold tyres.
Well, I mean, the car's at its strongest, really, isn't it, when it's on cold tyres? Got the team radio from car 51, the Ferrari with Pierre Guidi here.
Okay, Ali, lift and coast for 17 to let the sister car by. Lift and coast 17, let the sister car by, please.
Okay, stop brake my phone, let me by.
Feisty old Pierre Guidi, as usual.
Yeah.
Love it.
Nobody likes being told to let anybody by, let alone their sister car, And this is the first rule of teammates, Anthony. If you don't beat your teammate, you're not going to win the race.
Fuoco is faster than you.
Those Ferraris, by the way, are catching this trio of cars and doing so quite rapidly.
Let's take a look here. What are we seeing? This is that lift and coast. The yellow highlights is the 50 car. So again, last year 51 had the white highlights, 52 as it was then with Antonio Fuoco had the yellow highlights. So again, that helps us, those of us who are simple of mind with the recognition. Fuoco and Molina in that yellow highlights car. It's just a different number this year, that's fine. But Alex Lynn really pushing hard against the Porsche for 3rd place. I'm sure we didn't hear what the team were talking about, what the problem was. Just keep it going. I do think they're struggling for rear end grip.
And the Porsche's faster on the warm-ups, isn't it? Faster on colder tyres. That's where the car's at its strongest compared to the Cadillac, but the Cadillac seems to be looking after its tyres better, or at least Alex Lynn's doing a better job of looking after his tyres.
Driver change at Prema in the inset. Danny Kvyat out of the car that was in second place, wasn't it, for Prema, 63 cars?
And it was the car that we saw kick up all of that dust on the exit of turn 1, right on the ragged edge. And yeah, on the right-hand side on the picture there, the split screen, car number 6, really lighting up the rear tyres.
It's really squirming off the corners, isn't it? It looks like a right royal handful.
Turn 6, I should have said. And maybe a slight lock up there as well. It was. And that's allowed Alex now to...
Oh, off the track. And there's a big squirm there from the Porsche.
Yeah, just desperate to get on power there. And another sign that he's just eating through those rear tyres. But there was a lock-up, a mistake. I just saw the telltale puff of smoke on the way into turn 7. He's really starting to struggle here.
And that's what his engineer was saying. We're working on it. Track position. That's they shall not pass. This is close though, Ant.
Here we go. So we're going to see it. It might just get out of shot, but so he defends a little bit on the inside, just misses his braking point ever so slightly. There's the puff of smoke, and then, yeah, that gives Alex the chance, but not quite enough room on the kinks that follow turn 7. He did the right thing and backed out of it. Don't go damaging your car with 217 laps still to go of this race.
This is developing to be one of the battles of the race. It's certainly the battle underway at the moment.
Right, what's he going to do to play it here? They get past the Vector Sport coming out the pits now. They've got a GT in front of them, and Alex is going to see that. He's going to maybe hold back slightly here to make sure he can get a good run onto the straight. And that's going to give him the run he needs, definitely. In the slipstream, here we go. We're going to work our way past some slower cars as well. In the meantime, they split side by side, and as they come back, no, Alex hasn't got the chance to go down the inside. He's going to have to wait for it till the exit of this corner. Don't think he's got the run on Vantor. No, he makes a pass himself as well. So, it wasn't seen by the car guy car.
That's compromised his line through there. Still the Ferraris ahead of these two.
Kessel Racing Ferrari is the car guy, Takeshi Kimura. There he is. He whistles backwards from our viewpoint as we look back at Alex Lynn. Vantor really under the cosh here. And this is what we're going to see in the 12 hours tomorrow, because these are the front-running contenders, aren't they? Cadillac Racing and Penske Porsche. So, and these are both the IMSA variety of hypercar with their hybrid power as well, so they've both got the same hybrid powertrain.
It's really struggling here.
Yeah, his wets have gone off, haven't they?
It surely cannot be long before there's that squirming almost at every corner under power.
I'd say the tyres have completely gone off the cliff now, and both drivers trying their best just to keep the car pointing in the right direction. You can see on the exit of turn 7, he goes through the right-hander of turn 8.
Oh, Alex!
They're fine there. Through the right-hander of turn 8, it's usually easily flat out, but that's causing dark lines to appear when they're trying to do that right now. How the tyre life, Graham?
He's got to get by, because look, I'm just looking back here. Michael Christensen 6 seconds behind and now under pressure from the Ferraris. You can see it at the other end of the straight. As out comes the Alpine. But Alex Lynn desperate to get by.
It must be so frustrating, because you can see that Lawrence Vantor is like sliding all over the place in every corner.
Here may be the opportunity. He's in the slipstream here. Goes right to the inside. Now goes to the outside. I think it's going to be the cut back here if he can possibly make it. No, he's got more squirm.
And he's now got marbles on the tyre, because Vantor eased him right out there to the wall under the flag post.
He's playing it slightly more aggressively, isn't he, Vantor, than Christensen was? We can hear from him now.
I am absolutely so tired.
Hang in there, mate. Hang in there. Defend.
I'm absolutely soaked. Is that what he said? Or I'm absolutely so tired?
I think that's what he said.
I think that's what he said. I mean, look at here. Alex comes down the inside. Lawrence is driving, I have to say, absolutely as Lawrence Vantor has always driven GT cars. Arms and elbows, no prisoners. Oh, listen to the...
Widest Porsche on the circuit.
Was it so tired, or was it no tyres left?
There's no tyres left.
Yeah.
He said, my tyres are absolutely gone.
I have absolutely no tyres.
Yeah. So,
by the way,
it's clear to see.
Josh Pearson in and out retains the lead in LMP2. That early pit stop for United at the moment was the genius move.
It really was. It's paid dividends, isn't it? And they've swapped, obviously, to Josh Pearson. 17 years old, by the way.
Yep.
Yep. When's his birthday?
14th of February 2006. I mean, that makes me feel so old, doesn't it?
So in fact, he's only just turned 17. Here are the Ferraris, 51 and 50.
Was that them going by Michael Christensen?
Yep.
It was indeed.
No, that was Michael Christensen reversing back past the two Ferraris. But that's what it must feel like when you're in those cars. He's got no... I mean, look at him. He can barely make it out of 16. And here comes Alex Lynn at the end of that straight.
Can't drive around the outside. He knows that, but he's trying to cross the line to make sure he can get himself a really good run onto the main straight. He's proven that the two cars are so evenly matched in straight line speed.
Yeah.
Doubt there's anything he can do on the way into this corner.
And he's got so much grip to give away. Throw it down the inside, lick the stamp, send it. But watch the Porsche now. The Porsche gets really squirrely out of turn one.
He's done it.
He's got it.
He's done it.
No, he
Hang on
hasn't.
in there. Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's done it. Because as soon as he was on the inside there on the exit of turn one, same as how he overtook Christensen, he knew he couldn't get squeezed anymore.
Yeah, but Vantor's the GT3 driver. He'll shut the door on anybody.
He's all over the place in the rear of that car. Look at the gap now to the Ferraris from Vantor. 4.6 seconds as they cross the line. Watch how quickly that gap is going to close. Trouble for another Peugeot.
Yeah, it's at pit out, but it's not going out of the pits. Now that is going into the
safety area.
Yeah, into the safety area. Now that might be prior to going back into the pit lane, but it is heading in towards area 51, which is where cars with unsolvable high tension issues go. Oh, I mean, that's ugly. That's really ugly.
It's been a long time since I've seen a sports car squirm around like that on the rear end. It's rarely seen, actually, to take a tyre this late into its life.
Let's hear from the Peugeot team. It is going behind the wall.
The car is unsafe so far. Stay in the car.
Okay, so it's going all the way down past the HVMA to Area 51. I love running in America. Area 51 is the area right at the very end where cars that are a red vehicle that may not be touched go.
That's
now going back into the paddock.
That's not the right area. It's got into the paddock, the IMSA paddock there.
Yeah.
That's not the height.
That's not where you want an electrical issue to be. Here are the two Prema cars battling for 6th position right now.
Vantor on the pits. Vantor was pitted.
Yeah.
And that was pretty inevitable, wasn't it?
But it's not because he's been passed, it's because now they've got to the end of the fuel as well as to the end of the tyres. This is a routine stop. It's a driver change as well. So, okay, just get to the end of the fuel. Just get it done. It doesn't matter what happens. All right, hold on, it was his in-lap. He got passed on his in-lap. Okay, great.
Quite interesting there. So the person on the right front that's just run around now to the left front, the peak of his helmet caught as the car went up.
Yeah.
It caught the wheel arch.
All right.
There's little details like that. I can't believe. Yeah. So it's just, and it knocked his head slightly back, and momentarily lost sight of where the wheel was.
So they got motocross helmets on rather than racing helmets, and that's to allow airflow and stuff. And in these temperatures, that's quite usual. It's probably what
got to be able to see what you're doing.
Yeah,
I can remember back in the day. I think it was an ALMS race back in the day. Dindo Capello with his balaclava got loose. Yeah, and it was going down in front of his eyes. Almost blindfolding.
It's a serious, dangerous situation.
Yeah, you're laughing.
I'm smiling, not laughing. You can't see it.
David Beckman for the Jota team ahead of Ferdy Habsburg. Ferdy dispensed with the other Jota car some 15 minutes ago. David Beckman really keeping the pace up here. Habsburg has taken a long time to get to him.
It's going to be a drive-through penalty coming, gentlemen, for Alex Lynn. Here comes the 50 car, by the way. Alex Lynn, and for the number 94 Peugeot that's currently in trouble for full course yellow infringement.
Remember what I was saying about the button and how close you sail to the wind with
Look at the big door opening on this car. Look how quickly he just jumped in.
Yeah, they go.
I mean, you know, none of this, you know, old LMP1, you have to be inserted with a syringe. You know, it's got a big door opening. That's, you know, in terms
Like
of
a
safety
limousine,
and driver, you know, usability, look how far the door cutout comes over the top there. That's really great for ingress and egress and driver changes. You know, just anything that can make life easier for a racing car. Serviceability is such an important part of it. Usability, such an important part of it. See the gunman keeping his head further back this time. Fool me what? No, genuinely. No, happens once. I'm not going to get, you know, probably just give him a bit of a snap neck. Right, let's hear it again from the Peugeot team.
Loic, can you jump out of the car? Jump out of the car, please. Do not touch the car, it is unsafe. You need to jump out of the car.
Yep.
Okay, if I die, guys, you have to pay attention to my kids and family, huh?
There is a driver who has been around the block once or twice, but genuinely...
Gallows humour.
You know, it is absolutely right. Onto the side pod and jump clear of the car. Do not touch the car and the ground at the same time, because that you will get a hell of a belt. Ryan Briscoe hands over the Glickenhaus to Roma Duma as the caddy is on pit road. Alex Lynn is in for service, not penalty, I think.
I think this is the penalty.
Is this the penalty?
Well, the Porsches
well, no, if the Porsches have needed fuel, surely he does too.
Actually, they've just called the drive-through penalty on the screen here.
But the team will already have been alerted. By the time we see it on our timing screen, the team have already been alerted.
So
Glickenhaus comes back out. Was it unsafe release for the Porsche, by the way, just ahead of the Glickenhaus?
No.
So that's his drive-through.
It is. It'll be back around again and back in, I'm sure. So the two American hypercars.
After all that hard work of making his way past, all that excitement making his way past the Porsches.
But look how easy it was for him to get past the Glickenhaus. Not because his car's much faster, but because he's got hot tyres and the Glickenhaus has got fresh tyres, and you dare not try and risk it. Even into turn 17, dare not try and risk anything.
But the second penalty that's going to come the way of the 50 car is 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for pit stop infringement.
So they're doing, they didn't have an earthing strap, there wasn't a fire bottle there were visors open, I mean, you know, all of those rules, you know, they're really basic stuff. More than 4 people over the wall or whatever. Didn't do enough calisthenics beforehand.
And look at this. This is the level that Toyota are at, you know, doing the warm-ups before they even do their pit stop. That's such a well-oiled machine.
That's formalised chortling at the penalties that Ferrari are incurring. Let's hear from Laurens Vanthoor at the end of what was pretty tough stint for the Belgian.
Laurens Vanthoor, Porsche joining us for Sebring here at WEC. That was tough for you.
I've imagined my first stint in an hypercar a bit easier than that. It's not like I have a ton of experience with it, so yeah, well, it was incredibly tough. We decided on a strategy to try and cover the Cadillac, because at the moment that's our main component. And we wanted to keep track position, but I mean, we had literally no tire left in the end, and even I knew it from the first laps and I was saving, but it was tough, and I tried to hang in there as long as I could, but yeah, eventually it was over, so hopefully it will be a bit more easy on my next stint.
Well, you gave us a great battle to watch.
Well, at least that then.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I actually saw somebody walking down the pit lane earlier on in the driver autograph sessions with the Vanthoor t-shirt on. I thought they're both here, but actually they could well end up going head to head.
Oh, let's hope not.
No, let's hope so. Earl Bamber, of course, racing for Cadillac. Laurens Vanthoor, as you just saw in the title.
The sounds and the shapes of hypercar, and it really is the dawn of a fantastic new era.
And we're here. And we're here, and that's genuinely fantastic.
I hope people enjoyed this. It is the start of something very, very special. I know it's year 3 of hypercar, but it really properly starts here. And
this is where hypercar goes to big school.
Yes. Not wearing shorts anymore.
Too cold in the booth. Sorry, Lou. It's the start of a new season. Everybody, of course, is the, you know, pre-season champion. There's everything to contend with, but it is generally exciting. I was at Silverstone at 6 hours, the first race a Group C car was ever at. Porsche brought the 956. It was beaten out of sight by the Group 5 Lanciers, but it was the dawn of a new era, and I genuinely believe we are really at the proper birth of what is going to be a huge year. Look at the Porsche.
That is a change for 5th place, by the way.
But that was a fresh tired Porsche, and that was not looking comfortable at all through 17. Jacques Villeneuve is here. That's why Villeneuve corner banners are out. Jacques is racing in this car, the number 4 Floyd Van Wall. They're up to 6th place. How are they up to 6th place? Because the car has not done anything silly, hasn't hit anything, hasn't had a problem, has gone out at the start, has lapped, has made regular routine fuel stops. They are doing a really stand-up job with a car as brand new, probably more brand new than the Porsche and the Ferrari, and probably with a lot less development. Tom Dillman at the wheel now, actually turning really good laps and having just a completely below the radar, almost from the grid roll. This is the first time we mentioned that car, because they've done nothing to draw attention.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good point. Well made, Martin, because, you know, they have just gone about their business. No heroics, no drama. They're running the car to the pace that it can be driven at. And Tom Dillman, I have to say, is just driving a really clean, really nice race so far, doing the best he can in the equipment he's got. And they weren't even here for the prologue.
Yeah.
I mean, they turned up late anyway.
They were.
Oh, they were at the prologue.
They were here at the prologue. They definitely ran the prologue.
Oh, okay. So
they weren't very quick at the prologue.
Minimal running time compared to the others, though.
Yeah, they had their problems.
There was a testing program.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dink for Jacques Villeneuve. Jacques Villeneuve's pace was giving some cause for concern, but the car was definitely here for both days with limited running.
Talked about lots of new names and new faces. There's a great battle here. In the WRT car, the first of that trio, Angola driver Rui Andrade. Now, he raced with us last year, but how many Angolan races do you know? I can think of one other. Right behind him, Philippe Urgan. Now, Philippe is brand new to the championship this year, and I have never, ever commentated on him racing anything before now, the Belgian driver. And behind him, this car, Diane Power, one of the Iron Dames crew of drivers over the last couple of seasons. Richard Mille Racing Team driver as well, and she is giving chase to those two. So that's a great little battle. WRT and the two Prema cars knocking spots off each other, but young drivers definitely on the way up the ladder.
Yeah, Ugran, Romanian driver, and that's another nation
sorry, yes, not
we've
Belgium.
not had terribly many of in World Endurance Championship competition. I'd have to check, but I think he may be the first. And,
yes, I would in WC. Yes, I'm thinking I've seen a couple in junior single-seaters, but
I've seen him racing in the European Le Mans Series with, I think it was the Algarve Pro Racing Team, but good to see him getting stuck in here. And young Dorian Pat in the number 63 car in his wheel tracks, and that's another young lady that you will want to watch, because I think she's going to be pretty special.
Another great battle here. D-Station, Satoshi Hoshino being caught by Stefano Constantini in the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, the one with the yellow highlights, and right behind Northwest AMR. Last-minute addition to the team to join Nicky Team and Paul Dall'Alana, who is Mr. Northwest.
Oh, that was a ding.
Oh, Constantini trying to get by Satoshi Hoshino, loses a place as a result to Axel Jeffries. Now, tell us the story about Jeffries getting this drive.
Well, number one, he is the first full-season Zimbabwean driver in the FIA World Endurance Championship, so yet another new nation to add to it. It's pretty clumsy, that, I thought, for Constantini on the 777 car. Let's watch this again, I'm sure. This was not so much a hip check, but I think an attempt to just ruffle through the glove box by the Italian driver of the 21.
I think what it was, Graham, was that the 777 driver just didn't turn in where he was expecting him to. I think he was just a little bit too late on the brakes, and that's why he turned in where the racing line should have been, but it wasn't that time around.
Axel Jeffries, the final addition to the running order for the full season here. There was a bit of a shootout between Axel and Thomas Merrill, American driver, for the final seat at the prologue. and Axel came out on top, although in timing they were almost identically timed, but clearly seemed very happy with their new addition, and it's great to see him here. Watched him in a variety of machinery, both prototype and GT machinery in recent years, managed by another name from the past and from the Group C era. Franz Conrad looks after Axel Jeffries, and I'm sure we'll see Franz possibly in France. But we'll see him later, I'm sure, looking after his young charge. But here they go. It is bronze-ranked driver in the 777, silver-ranked driver in the 98, and bronze-ranked driver in the 21, and yet another group of cars together on track and tussling for a meaningful position. This is the battle for 4th place. That Iron Dames pit stop we talked about a little earlier, by the way, has really paid off. 30 seconds to the good, the Iron Dames, after spending much of the first session, the first hour rather, in the wheel tracks of the Corvette, opting to pit the number 85 just as the team were expecting the race to go to full course yellow, served part of that stop under full course yellow, were not quite as quick as the Corvette team on pit lane, but that pit stop was served under full green, and that's made the difference. So Sarah Bovey leads GTM from Ben Keating by 34 seconds. The bright pink Porsche from the bright yellow Corvette. Still back though, gentlemen, with what has been a really engaging LMP2 battle all the way up and down the field from the very start of this race, Anne.
So yeah, you got 3 silver drivers here, so we're running on board with Dorian Pan, and so she's closing in on the 2 in front. So yeah, silver drivers at the wheel at the moment, and really, like I always felt when I was racing in LMP2, the silver driver is the backbone of the team. They're the one that makes the difference. The pro drivers, you're only talking a few tenths of a second, but there's such a big difference quite often between silver drivers. It covers quite a broad spectrum of talent and experience. And yeah, Dorian clearly the faster of that trio at the moment.
And the situation is very similar in the GTM battles that we're looking at here. You know, you've got the bronze driver filling that. That is traditionally the gentleman driver who funds most of the operation, if not all the
driver.
operation.
I just step in, amateur
yeah,
driver,
exactly.
not gentleman, because we have females here as well.
Exactly. And yeah, so Satoshi Hoshino, he is the bronze there. Axel Jeffries, a silver. Stefano Constantini, a bronze driver. And a Peugeot trying to squeeze through. There was contact there with the curbs. Was there contact with the Ferrari? I'm guessing from the Ferrari's body language, no, because he didn't seem like it was putting him off his stride in any way. That's a 93 Peugeot, isn't it? Because that's the only one that's still going.
Yeah, Di Resta slung it down the inside there of the Ferrari, but wasn't seen. And I think we might have a bit of a replay of this. Yeah, so riding on board with Di Resta here, Ferrari on the right-hand side. Paul's placed the car in the right area and just doing the right thing, taking his line, but then gets the shot. And there was contact.
There was.
I mean... Well, funny, because in American rules, they always blame the overtaking car. That, without question, in IMSA, it's the hypercar, the faster car always gets the blame. But in that situation, I just think he wasn't seen.
Vector Sport being handed a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And a change in this battle in LMP2. Rui Andrade has just been passed by Philippe Augran, so the Romanian ahead of the Angolan, with French driver Dorian Pan right behind in the second of those Prema cars, red, white and green, as with the Italian flag. And in the pit lane, in the inset, is the Caddy.
And the
number 7 Toyota.
You just mentioned that the drive-through penalty for car 10. I wonder if a message I've just got about that car might have had something to do with that, because Matthias Kaiser, the new bronze driver for that car, reporting to the team he had a seat problem, something under his left shoulder, and it turned out that the top corner of the seat had folded down and was behind his left shoulder, so that discomfort might just have distracted him.
Yeah, it can easily do. I mean, these seats, always we're seeing the pass there and the outside.
Brave.
Very brave. And a move that you'd have to say can only really happen between silver drivers around the outside like that. You know, with all due respect, they're not pushing the car right to the same kind of limits quite often as the pro drivers would do. and caught up in traffic as well at the same time. So you get to see a bit of a different race going on and different moves on the track sometimes between the lower graded drivers, because they're not right at, well, they're at their limit, they're at their ragged edge, but not at necessarily the car's ragged edge. And so with the cars going, it's a fast corner, turn one, creates a lot of dirty air from the car in front. Quite often it's a follow me leader affair like we've seen in the hypercars.
James Collado taking over from Alessandro Pierguidi, the reigning GTE Pro, last ever GTE Pro World Champions, unless you know differently. So Collado takes over. Alessandro Pierguidi qualified the car. So to James, that's typical Ale, you just can't get him out. He said, no, it'll be my turn, import him out. It's just the way that it worked. And away goes the 51 car, stopped from third place. So they're still very much in the hunt, the Ferraris. Toyota running 1-2. Kevin Esther's Porsche in fourth, and there is the Cadillac. Now they've had their drive-through penalty served, and the Caddy has also just come in for its regular stop. So Cadillac and the Ferrari stopping at about the same time. Alex Lynn just running a little deep there. In fact, is Alex Lynn still at the wheel of the Cadillac? No, it is Earl Bamber. So Lawrence Vanthoor is off the track and Bamber is on it.
Yeah, and I think the Cadillac has been lapped now by the Toyota, well, both Toyotas, 7 and 8. And
again, that's because they didn't stop for fuel in the first safety car period. So again, we've got two different fuel strategies running between the Toyotas and just about everybody else.
I hate to say it, but unfortunately at this stage in the race, we're looking for another safety car to bring the Ferraris back into this. We can hear from Buemi now.
Okay, Seb, continue. The plan is 2 more laps. Car 7 in the pits. Car 7 in the pits now. We plan 2 more laps. We'll have driver change for Brendan. Driver change for Brendan.
So
right, that was a lap ago, because number 8 car is in the pit lane right now. So that was at the beginning of the previous lap. So what happens is the radio message gets heard, then it gets recorded, then it gets played out. So that takes about a minute to happen, which is about a lap.
Yeah, just 2 hours, 16 minutes at the wheel for Sebastian Buemi there in that stint. Long old stint. So yeah, so you can see as the driver gets into the car there, Brendan Hartley, the seat takes a bit of a knock from the shoulders, and if it's not quite solid enough in its construction, it can easily fold over itself.
Well, and also if you're tall and the seat insert is really thin, it's more likely to bend. If you're Ant Davidson height, you're going to be, your seat insert is going to be quite a lot thicker, because your smaller, narrower shoulders maybe even might make the difference, and so there's more substance to it. It's got thicker bolsters, and it's not going to move so much. And sometimes you do see seats cut away, just to for ease of putting it into the car and so on. So
you see the teams doing a lot of driver change practice over the course of the week, weekend, and there's a good reason for that. And you want to try and replicate the heat of the moment as much as you can. And I was always a believer in trying to make it as representative as possible. Some drivers, they don't even put the balaclava on, they don't put the earpieces in, might not even be wearing the hands device to do the driver change practice, might not do the seatbelts up properly in the process. And it's by doing it as properly as you can, treating it like the race. So I would always, in the days when you had the foot clutch of the Toyota, it's not the case now, I would always make sure I even had my foot on the clutch as well, and on the brake pedal, to replicate exactly the driver change. I've just come into the pits and I've stopped. I wouldn't just sit there with the belts half loose, no earpieces in, and it's those moments when, in the heat of the moment, things go wrong. And that's why, there's a good way, there's a right way to practice.
Ooh. Position change coming up for the 2 Toyotas, one on fresh tyres, one not. This is Brendan Hartley on cold tyres, and right behind him in Hunter Killer mode is the boss.
So this is what I thought might happen, Martin. The overcut now is king in sports car racing. So this is what is playing out before our eyes right now. The overcut. Car 7 came in early and got the tyres on, and it's got them up to temperature. When that Toyota number 8's come in, it's out there on cold tyres, really suffering. There's a yellow flag there in the final corner.
Really vulnerable.
There's the Glickenhaus.
Kamui Kobayashi looking. What a document, by the way. There is the Glickenhaus stationary. What a document, by the way, that Dorian Pan, who we were riding on board with, was at that stage our LMP2 leader. No, she wasn't. She moved up into second place, in fact, as the cars around had pitted, because it is still Josh Pearson that leads. I think the time has gone now. He's not going to get by Kamui Kobayashi, is he? Sebastian Buemi hanging on there, and there's probably a little bit more gentlemanly driving between teammates. If one had been a Porsche and the other one had been, or one had been a Ferrari and the other one had been a Toyota, I don't think there'd have been quite the amount of room left by the attacker.
Maybe not. Yeah, no, sorry, I got my overcuts and undercuts the wrong way round, of course.
No, you're right. No, you're right. It is an overcut because Kobayashi stopped the lap before, and so Brendan came out cold tyre. So it is the over. Well, it's not.
No,
I know it is.
It's the case. He stopped earlier, so you come in early and you get more heat into your tyres. And I think that's
if
what
you're chasing, if you're chasing, that's what you want. In fact, if you're leading, almost that's what you want more, isn't it?
There was 1.7 seconds between Conway and Buemi when Conway came into the pits before the number 8 Toyota, and maybe Buemi just had a bit of a bad in-lap with traffic. But clearly, you could see how he was, how Brendan was struggling to get those tyres back in.
And the other side of it is Kamui seems to have had almost nothing in front of him on his outlap, and certainly nothing harassing him from behind, which is equally as important because when they're on cold tyres, the hypercars are vulnerable to a well-driven GTE car. Never mind an LMP2 car coming up at speed. Now the Glickenhaus is still stationary.
Martin's had a shunt.
15 seconds.
And just in time, the full course yellow is about to come out.
8, 7, 6.
Yeah, full course yellow for Martin Haveman, tripping over his microphone lead.
2, 1. Full course yellow. We
Doesn't
are
happen
under
when you're
full
short,
course
you see.
yellow. We are going to recover a car with a Manitou at T17. We're going to send recovery on track at T17.
Off. Haven off. not off long enough, obviously, for most of the audience, but there we go. Well, there's the recovery truck arriving. And again, the Glickenhaus. And it's just rolled to a halt there, hasn't it? That's going to be a transmission issue, I think, possibly. Right, let's get down to the Toyota team. Louise Beckett hanging around, and she's found a Conway to chat to. So while we go to full course yellow at 202 laps, let's hear from the Toyota driver.
Mike Conway, you're watching this intently. You've only just got out of the car, and it's still all going on.
Yeah, it seems a bit tight at the moment between the two cars. Yeah, they've not been out of the pits long, so... yeah, maybe early in their day to be this close, but yeah, it's different right now. I mean, we know that the Ferrari pitted earlier, so they're kind of off strategy a little bit. We'll see what they do now with this full course yellow and stuff, but yeah, it's still open, still 200 laps to go, so early days, but I think both cars seem quick. We maybe weren't quite there at the beginning, but yeah, I think slowly with tyre wear and stuff, we were not too bad at the end, but that's a key factor for the double stints is tyre wear. And then once we get a few of those out of the way, we can then single stint tyres with the more tyres we have available. So, but yeah, okay so far.
There's been a fair few incidents this race, not with you guys, but just tell us what that means for you to have to reset.
Yeah, every corner is a bit of a lottery sometimes, but it's just one of those tracks as well. It's very hard, very bumpy, easy to make a mistake, so you can easily get it wrong. And yeah, unfortunately, a few cars have already, so. And it's still early. There's a bit more racing to go.
All right, thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, they seem pretty relaxed, don't they? Andre Lotterer says hello.
Who gave Louis Beckett a chair?
Yeah, it's two Andre Lotterers.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? He's saying, yeah, I'm back home.
Yeah, Andre's
not back home at Porsche, but just back home in the World Endurance Championship.
That's not a data screen, by the way. That's just Andre, just like to look at himself in the mirror before he gets to the car. He's a good-looking boy, Andre Lotterer. There you go.
Yeah.
It's
201 laps to go. We're still under full course, and let's hear from the Glickenhaus team.
Suddenly I lost like electricity, but the dash still on. Nothing. I try crank 2.
Now the engine is on or not?
If you look at the data, you will see that it's off.
Try spare fuel pump. Spare fuel pump.
somewhat pointed from
If you look at the data, you'll see that. Okay. it's like an exchange that we were privy to the other day between a driver and an engineer. No, but said Sebastian Buemi. No, but you can't compare that. And the engineer says, Sebastian, that's literally what we do all day, every day. You literally can compare that. Come in here and I'll show you. So.
Can't, sir. Can't.
I do like that, though. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, the engine is off and I've lost electronics. but have you still got the engine? How can I make this any clearer?
Look at the data.
Look at your laptop and you'll see I've got no engine turned on.
Sometimes drivers sound like me and engineers sound like me, and that's never a good thing.
I think we could describe that tone from Roman Dumat as world weary.
Yeah.
Green flag.
Dear, oh dear.
All right. So the Glickenhaus, whatever ailed it, is back out, and Sebastian and Brendan Hartley, beg your pardon, in number 8 Toyota, taking over from Sebastian Webby, holding on under pressure where he needed to, and they remain then in the lead of the race. It is Toyota 1-2 with 200 laps to go as they cross the line. Now Porsche in 3rd, Ferrari 4th, Porsche in 5th, Ferrari 6th, Cadillac in 7th, and the United Autosports number 23 car of Josh Pearson leading in LMP2 in 8th place overall. Hello, everybody.
Just a bit of an aside here as to just how badly Peugeot's day is going. That was the Van Wall unlapping itself from the Peugeot.
And the Van Wall with touring car ace Esteban Guerrieri in his first prototype drive of any kind. So
my apologies, again, putting another lap on the Peugeot.
Yes.
It's way further down, isn't it? So
yeah, no,
it's been a terrible afternoon for Peugeot.
Giving Peugeot another kicking, because you know, if he's down, you give him plenty of kicks because you never know when. So one of the 2 Peugeots is still running. That's the 93 car. It is our last running car. Oh no, it's not. The Vector Sport car is back out of the pit lane, isn't it? But only 1 lap behind the Peugeot, so it'll probably get past Paul di Resta at some stage in the race. And here, yellow on yellow.
That's always a tricky place to try and overtake on the inside of 13. It's the problem in the GT car, it's one constant corner from 12 into 13, so they're braking and turning at the same time.
Ooh, race leader in GTE AM, Sarah Bovey, handing over to, I would think, Michelle Gatting. That tends to be the way that works.
That's 2.5 hours for Sarah Bovey in that car.
2 hours 27, don't exaggerate. No, so 200 lap mark to go from the leaders, and yeah, so she has done her entire driving stint in 1 hit. Ben Keating has done the same, always does, and he will be in very shortly. He's now the race leader for the Corvette team, and there with that bright green nose again. Thank you very much indeed, whoever designed the Van Wall livery. It's not Van Wall's traditional colour. I don't care, I love it. It makes it very easy to spot that car. Esteban Guerrieri with his mirrors full of LMP2 cars. So he's working his way up this chain, and behind, is that 22 or 23?
23 is the one with the HRX branding on, so that is the leader. Is that
Josh Pearson, he's 8th overall. So Josh Pearson is ahead of the Van Wall that is just ahead of him on the track. Driver change in a 93 Peugeot. So Paul di Resta is out, and that may give the Vector Sport team, they're only a lap behind, that might move Matthias Kaiser back up ahead of the 93 machine.
So that is Josh Pearson, by the way, trying to put a lap on the 6th place car.
Yeah, in LMP2. Oh, and here he comes down the inside. He's selling it early, just out of shot. Tyre change for the Peugeots, full service. And that'll be a driver change, as we saw Paul di Resta out. Didn't quite see who was getting in.
But that really goes to show the strength of the number 23 United Autosports car today, doesn't it? Lapping 6th place already in this race. The strength of their car crew as well, because Josh Pearson is the silver in that car crew, and he's absolutely flying round at this point.
Now, interesting that the Peugeot there with a new nose. Now, whether that is a tuning nose change or a damage-related nose change, with all the rubber here, there are big lumps that come out, and a little bit of contact, of course, in that last stint with the GT car, as he got chopped by the Ferrari in a way that a Formula Ford racer would be entirely proud of. On board with Ferdy Habsburg still behind David Beckman. Again, we've seen Habsburg in the World Endurance Championship, before that European Le Mans Series for a number of seasons. David Beckman, a much less well-known quantity, but doing a really solid job hanging on there in what is 4th place in our LMP2 category.
So it's Toyota, 199 laps to go from Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac is the order, and it's the top 6 cars on the lead lap right now. Some differences in strategy here to come into play, but no doubt at all it's Toyota that are dominating this with a fault-free run.
Kevin Estre not giving car number 31 much room at all into turn 7.
Kevin Estre didn't give anybody room in a GT car. He's definitely not going to start now. One of the things when you're racing in a multi-class field, whether you're in the middle in LMP2, in the slower cars in GTM, or in the faster cars in Hypercar, is traffic dictates everything about your race and how well you run, your rhythm, how much muck you pick up on your tyres, how much you gain or lose to your rivals, and you have to be absolutely incisive in traffic, and you can't question your own judgment. You have to back your judgment. Sometimes you're wrong, and then it's a bit catastrophic, but you have to judge the gaps, and you have to be committed, and you have to show the driver that you are coming. That's exactly what Kevin was doing.
It's brilliant. No, it's like a high-speed game of chess, really, where you place your car. Look, here into turn 16, it's risky business, but the distance you cover by overtaking a slower car, a GT car, when you're in one of the P2s or the hypercar in a corner like 16, really pays dividends. You have to get the job done. You've got to take always a calculated risk. Sometimes it goes wrong, like Di Resta with the Ferrari in turn 4. Sometimes it doesn't quite go the way that you're anticipating, but it's a real hard art to get right. And if you're too cautious, you lose so much lap time. Especially when you're fighting, say, like the sister car, for example, that the 2 Toyotas been doing all race long. And it's one of those things that you have to, like Kevin Estre showed, take it right to the limit in terms of how close you dare get to the car to open up your line when you're making a move.
And even here, the 31 WRT car, really having to work to get by what is a very well-driven GT car. Ben Keating still at the wheel of that car. It must be his in-lap almost now.
It's about right time. Dorian Pan, by the way, into pit lane from 2nd in LMP2. Another great stint there.
She'll stay in. I think that is just a drinks bottle going in. Yeah, she's doubling. I mean, you know, it's part of the physical routine that you just have to be able to do a double stint pretty much no matter how hot it is. And she's staying in for another full stint. Fuel goes in, tyres do not. You don't have enough tyres that you can change them every single time the car stops. Ooh. That is PJ Hyatt offline and coming back up to speed. He has been off somewhere.
I just have a question as to whether or not they had the right number of pit workers over the line there.
Well, luckily, everybody in the pit lane on the official side will be watching that and counting, so we don't need to worry because it will come up.
We'll find out in due course, Graham.
We will.
Because, like Martin said, if there was an infringement, definitely it would have been noted.
I think PJ Hart was a bit at 6s and 7s out of turn 10 into 11 there. That's where he was. We picked him up 12 to 13. He was sort of recovering his composure. I think he'd had a little bit of a grassy moment.
I think absolutely right.
Okay, there is our race leader in GTE. It is still Ben Keating, but not for long.
The 33 car due in imminently from the lead will lose that lead again to the Iron Dames, this time the 85 in the hands of Rahul Frey.
I missed my guess, it was not Michel Gatting.
Yeah, it will be Nico Veroni, the Argentinian driver, already with some success in GTE, took the win first race out in the European Le Mans Series aboard a Ferrari last year, and what a shootout, oddly enough, with Axel Jeffries at the rookie test at the end of the 2022 season to earn the right to do that.
David Beckman ahead of Ferdy Habsburg. This is the battle for 3rd now in LMP2.
yeah, Habsburg getting all crossed up on the exit of turn 10, carried too much minimum speed and compromised turn 11. So he lost a little bit of ground there to Beckman. But yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this fight between two great drivers in LMP2.
So one of 3 Argentine drivers in the field. Luis Perez Companc crashed out very early on, within 5 laps of the start in his GT Ferrari. Esteban Guerrieri is at the wheel of the Floyd Vanwall car, and the third of our Argentine drivers, Nico Veroni, about to get into the 4. Who have I missed?
Lopez.
Oh, Pachito Lopez, yeah, you're right, 4. Not quite the most numerous nation, but certainly the most numerous South American nation in terms of entries here. And of course, Argentina with such a phenomenal racing heritage, both in Europe and on the world stage, and also a hugely competitive homegrown motorsport history as well. So great to see these drivers coming across to Europe and making their mark.
It's not lacking for talking points, is it, as we get into the meat of this race? It is at the moment all about staying out of trouble and finding and keeping that pace. Porsche have found the pace, they couldn't keep the pace. We've had multiple cars in trouble, principally in hypercar, the two Peugeots, and the Glickenhaus, and a number of other cars, most dramatically, of course, the 83 Rushard Beal AF Corsa car. Cars 5 and 93. Possible full course yellow infringements we're hearing. That's the Porsche, and again Peugeot. They're just having, I think we would describe it in UK parlance, a mare.
Yeah, they really are.
If you're French, that's not your mother.
No. 36, one of the 2 Alpine LMP2 cars into the pit lane, and this is from second place. Charles Malaysia at the wheel, was chasing Josh Pearson, sort of thinking that in the battle behind them, David Beckman in 3rd, Ferdy Habsburg in 4th, spent a lot of time on board with Ferdy Habsburg. He has made no impression at all on Beckman in 25 minutes. I think that car has definitely run out of fresh tyre advantage, whatever it might have had early on.
We should mention David Beckman, this is his LMP2 debut. This is his first race there. Freddie Habsburg has got a couple of seasons under his belt, so that's impressive stuff from Beckman.
And Ben Keating still at the wheel of this Corvette, is about a minute, so 2/3 of a lap, a little bit under 2/3 of a lap ahead of Rahal Frey in the Iron Dames car that started on pole and has led much of the race, but they took fuel early on in the first full course yellow, in the first safety car, in fact, after that Luis Perez Companc crash, and that's what has sort of staggered the difference between the Iron Dames and the Corvette racing team. And so when the car changes hands from Ben Keating to Nico Veroni, then that will reinstate itself for somewhere around 30 to 40 seconds advantage, probably, for the Iron Dames pink car. LMP2 leader in the pit lane, Josh Pearson, the number 23 United car, as Ollie Caldwell in that 35 Alpine team now in the pits, and he drops a couple more spaces down.
Pearson pits, by the way, almost a minute and 30 seconds ahead of the second place car.
Yeah.
And a goodly chunk of that advantage was drawn with that strategic call right at the start of the race. And all of a sudden, the rest of this field are looking for the opportunity to get that rebalance done.
Well, that means that by dint of good fortune and reaction quickly to something that was somebody else's bad fortune, that 23 United car has got a little jump ahead of the field and has completed a pit stop without being caught or passed, or even as you look at the shot, the second placed Hertz Team Jota car even in shot.
Yeah.
But the impressive thing about Pearson is, being the silver driver, he not just managed to hold the gap to Beckman and Ferdinand Habsburg, the more established drivers out there, he extended the gap considerably over those two during that stint. So a remarkable stint.
So here he is. He's already at turn 2 as they get into turn 17 at the end of the lap. The 48 car in second place, and then
that's the 28.
Yeah, the 48 car we're looking at in second place is more than the length of the Ullman straight back. So
we've never had the Jotas confused before.
Not even given visuals.
48 is the car, by the way, with the Hertz branding on the side. It is entered by Hertz Team Jota. That car will be replaced by the hypercars. You've got cars side by side here through tricky turn 17.
Well, the Toyota with an LMP2 car alongside. It's the 28 Jota car. Did not want to give any ground there, rightly so, because if you allow somebody to come up the inside in 17, you're out wide on the bumps. Ben Keating, his race as a driver would be done now. He has completed 2 hours and 39 minutes of stint. I think he deserves a Louise Beckett-style sit-down there. Here is now the car that will move through into the lead. That car will take the lead as I was going to say again Aston Martin, but just about avoided it. Corvette sits on the pit road.
So Rahel Fry had closed that gap towards the end of her stint, 52 seconds as the cars crossed the line the last time. Ben Keating assisting Nico Veroni into the seat of the C8R. This car, by the way, is not last year's car from GTE Pro. This is a brand new Corvette for this programme this year.
Now, it's interesting that Ben Keating has done 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car. Normally, a stint would be hovering around 2 hours and 1, 2 hours and 2 minutes, maybe. But we've had a safety car and 2 full course yellows. Now, of course, you say, well, he's not being beaten up by the car at that stage. No, he's not. But it doesn't allow him much time to recover. All that happens behind a safety car, and Ant, you can bear this out, especially when you've been working hard, is you just sit there getting hotter and hotter and more fatigued as there's no flowing air through the car, the heat sink starts to build up in you, and your adrenaline goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just described it perfectly well. You know, that heat soak in the car, especially in the car like an LMP2, for example. They've got air conditioning, so once that's turned off as well in the pit stop, it gets even hotter. What are you pointing your fingers at, Graham?
That was changed for second place as the Corvette came out.
Habsburg.
Side by side. The GTE's been in the back of the shot here. 54 going by 33 for second place.
All right, okay.
That is Francesco Castellacci going by Nico Veroni on his outlap.
So where did the 33 lose so much time to the 85 Iron Dames car?
That was because the Iron Dames stopped with part of their stop under caution.
Just as there was a full course caution being counted 30 seconds beforehand, they were in a position to come into the pit lane, so half of their stop, everybody else was only doing 80 Ks when they were stationary.
20 plus seconds there.
Yeah.
20 plus seconds there. That was and they clearly called that. They didn't need to stop there. That might play out towards the end of this race, but they came in off strategy to take advantage and get the track position.
So they've got, there may be 3 laps or 4 laps different on fuel, can't be much more than that. The real question is, where's 54 come from? Because we have not talked about that VistaJet car.
They need a stop.
They need a stop. Okay, so they're running even longer. Thomas Floor, his birthday today, and that car now up to second place in the GTE AM class. Again, no GTE Pro, so I will resolve to call it GTE because that's what it is. They are all classified as GTE AM teams and driver lineups, but it is GTE. So there we go, there's the Hertz car just ahead of WRT. Ferdy Habsburg still trying to get by David Beckman, still not having much luck. And you think, okay, now somewhere on the pit wall they're going, okay, can we somehow squeeze an extra lap out on fuel to try and get by them? But then the problem is you come out on cold tyres going dead slow, and they've just come out of the pits full of fuel but on fresh tyres. By the time they come up behind you, their tyres are hot.
Yeah, while you're watching this LMP2 battle, just another quick point, a couple of points on GTE. With the 2 leading cars now up to speed, the gap, the lead gap, not of course to Nico Veroni but to Francesco Castellacci, has gone up from 32 to 40 seconds. And the other thing to say is, you talked about the variety we got here. All 4 makes represented in the field in the top 6.
Yeah. And overall, Toyota 1-2, but in LMP2 United's number 23 car, as you see there, 18 seconds nearly ahead of the Hertz Jota car, and the WRT machine that you're looking at, 3rd place Then the two Prema cars, 4th and 5th, WRT and Jones's second efforts in 6th and 7th. And if you take a lesson or two from Toyota, that's never a bad thing, is it? You can see the WRT team starting to limber up ready for their driver changes to come through as well.
Yeah, it's Vincent Voss's Belgian dance class going to work there with the WRT. WRT, in everything they have brought to competition, setting the standard in terms of the way they effectively were so good in GT3, they changed the rule book to equalise the field behind them. Still a big battle here in GT8 for second place.
Great stuff from Nico Verone, sent it through Le Mans, past Francesco Castellacci.
He's come to the pits.
Castellacci has gone into the pits. That's why the move looked a little easy. The 54 AF Corsa car coming into the pit lane. Well, the Corvette now with Nico Verone at the wheel. That means Ben Keating is in the pit lane and has got his breath back to speak to Louise Beckett.
We're sitting down for this interview because I think you need it. You're just getting a drink there, Ben. That was incredible. 2 hours and 40 minutes you were in that car.
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed racing with Sarah in the 85. We went back and forth a few times. Ironically, she made a mistake in turn 1 and I got capitalized on it. And then I made a mistake in 17 and she capitalized on it. We got her in the pit stop, and it was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, they made the right call on going to full course yellow. I didn't think we would go to full course yellow because of the blown tire, but they called it right, and so good on them. But really good. It's interesting. The track has changed quite a bit since any time in practice because so many cars are running for such a long period of time that there's getting to be a single line. There's getting to be a lot of trash or marbles or gray on the off line, and sometimes with all the traffic, you get offline, it can really mess you up. And so I had a few moments where I went offline and my tires would get all dirty, and it would take about a lap to clean them up. But without the traffic, if you can have a clean lap, it sure does feel good.
Thanks very much for holding out and talking to us. You need to go and get rested up now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I love Ben Keating. He's such an enthusiast, and yet another. I mean, thank goodness GT3 is coming along, because he is running out of cars in the GTE category that he's not yet driven. In fact, is there a car he's not yet driven? Has he raced a Ferrari? No, hasn't raced a Ferrari.
I think he has raced a Ferrari, but not in WC. I'll have to double check that.
I made myself a little list. I know he's driven GT3 Mercedes. I'm not sure he's driven
maybe it's the Ferrari
a GT3 Ferrari. I think Ferrari is the one that's eluded him.
But there's so much in that little interview there with Ben Keating, and explaining beautifully just the way the track is evolving. Absolutely able, despite his fatigue, to relay the action from 2.5 hours on track in a battle that he's clearly thoroughly enjoyed. Let's have a listen to what's going on at Glickenhaus with the 708 Romain Dumas.
Hey guys, we are out.
Well, that's pretty simple.
The answer there is not much then. Pack up and start to think about heading back to Europe. And the next challenge, which is going to be new for almost all of these teams, is going to be Portimao, isn't it? Because it's, I mean, that's where, we brought Glickenhaus as a brand new team. But there's not a lot of knowledge of that track. Brendan Hartley leading from Kamui Kobayashi, 2 hours 48 minutes in the books, and we still have 189 laps to go. I was going to say miles to go, laps to go, but this will be a time-determined race. We're not going to get to 1,000 kilometres. That is going to be very tough indeed ever to do. I think potentially 1,000 miles rather here in Sebring, just because we tend not to run green all the way through.
Yeah, so a tough race and finishes, I'm afraid, all too early for Glickenhaus Racing. A long season ahead for them. Good to see, though, that they are planning for their two-car efforts at the Le Mans 24 Hours. The 2021 DTM champion, Maxi Goetz, here, and looking for the deal to join the team in their second car for the Le Mans 24 Hours. May well be that we see him earlier than that.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Opportunity to race the 708 before the 709 comes on stream for France.
I tell you what, you know, trying to replicate last year's Le Mans result for Jim Glickenhaus, the team, is going to be a massive challenge, isn't it? With an even deeper overall field. Now, again, of course, you know, the Porsche has never raced and competed at Le Mans, nor has the Ferrari. So effectively, he's against the same cars that he was against last year, going for overall victory, that are proven to be able to survive the distance, and that's the Toyotas.
Yeah, absolutely. So Toyota 1-2, Brendan Hartley with Kamui Kobayashi right behind. Then it's Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Motorsport 963, then the 50 Ferrari. It's the car that set pole position, but they've had a troubled run so far in this race, and there they are. That's the other pair, actually.
That's the 51 Ferrari.
That's the 5 and the 51, which are the next 2 cars up in 5th and 6th. The Cadillac of Earl Bamber getting back onto it now, 15 seconds back from this pair.
Sorry, Martin, the Ferrari's not able to match the Toyota's lap times, despite losing out on infringements here and there, and maybe, you know, a few problems in the pit lane themselves. But despite that, the speed hasn't been there compared to that of Toyota that I'm seeing so far. But they are definitely still faster than the Cadillac and the Porsche. So if they just keep their nose clean now and have a trouble-free race from this point on with 187 laps to go, then they can get themselves, I believe, back into their rightful position before the end of this race today.
Well, they will see their rightful position as being on the top step of the podium, so...
in terms of speed, well, no.
It's going to be tough.
They've got the data as well as I can see, and the lap times aren't there to match these two out in front.
True enough.
The gap is ebbing and flowing quite a lot between the two Toyotas. Kobayashi can bring it back down just 8 tenths now, as you can see, but it was up at something like 3 seconds a few laps ago. It's just how they get through the traffic.
Well, so far, after nearly 3 hours of racing, I haven't had a single message on the radio saying, I'm faster than him, can you let me by?
Oh, that's the Iron James.
It is the Iron James. That is one, that's the right rear fender.
There? That could be, that's the, is that over the...
Oh,
big one. Oh, that's the entire rear bodywork with the diffuser.
Is that the lower? It is the lower bodywork. That is going to be a long stop, and that is their race gone. And that is a very troublesome car right now, I imagine. Without that diffuser, it will have lost a lot of the rear downforce.
Looking more like a 935 now.
Moby Dick.
So
that's what it should look like. There's the sister car going by.
Right, now let's have a look at what the speeds are here, and that's going to require an intervention.
Yeah, another full course yellow coming up probably with that. Yeah, here we go.
Indeed. That's literally as you said it.
I mean, it was all going their way, wasn't it? And that's what this circuit does to you. If you get it just wrong in that first corner, like Ben Keaton was saying, so it's 90 off again. Ben Keaton was saying, look, there's so much gravel marbles outside the track now from that constant line that the driver's been running round on. One mistake and you're off the circuit.
And again, it's not just our drivers, it's all the other cars. I mean, there's been hundreds of cars here this weekend going round and round and round and round and round and round, and it just keeps cleaning up and gripping up the line.
She can't pit.
She couldn't come in because of the full course yellow.
Yep.
She could. That's force majeure, surely. Well, let's hear from Romain Dumas.
Van Wall.
Yeah, puncture on the Van Wall.
Romain Dumas, this is not what we want to see, and I'm sorry that we're having to do this interview. We're going to have to retire from the race.
Well, yes, that's right. We really don't know what happened. Suddenly on the straight, just the car stopped, you know, without any alarm, without any noise, like electric issue somehow. But funny thing is, everything stays on the dashboard and everything, so it's very difficult to find the issue actually, because we have really no sign and indication of the problem.
I don't even know what to say to you from that, really. Like, it's so hard to see the team here working so hard and you know, it end in this way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end, for sure, Sebring, we all know it's very difficult, but normally reliability is always a good point of our car. So yeah, it's like that, you know. It's racing at the end of the day. It's a big shame for everybody. We all want to to compete to the end and to enjoy it, but that's a part of racing, right?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So I was speaking to Sebastian Buemi a few days ago, and he said, look, one advantage that the Glickenhaus has is that it isn't a hybrid. It is a normally aspirated engine, and so it's an advantage in many ways in terms of reliability. There's fewer parts on the car to go wrong.
So what's happened here to the Van Wart? Was this the clash with the Peugeot? It's the Peugeot, I think.
I had to touch the brake, touch it slightly and fuck.
Is it a clash with the Peugeot? No, no.
Well,
Yes,
it is,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Ooh.
So yeah, there's the full course yellow board. See, on the left-hand side. So full course yellow board's just come out.
So what did I say? What's happened is the Van Wall has slowed down, and whoever was behind it didn't, and we now know who the whoever was behind it is.
Jansen.
He was caught out by the driver in front.
And now you talked about the fact earlier that you have 3 seconds beyond 0 in the countdown to get down to the 80 kilometres an hour. The Van Wall driver, Tom Dillman, clearly went right down to 80 at 0, and behind the Peugeot was not.
It's Esteban Guerrieri is aboard.
Guerrieri, you're right.
It's a green flag. We're back to full green flag running again.
Yeah.
So what you often see, is that the amateur drivers respond faster to the full course yellow signals from their team, and the team, I guess, have to give them more warning as well, because they can't take it right to the limit like the pro drivers can.
Well, and the other thing is sometimes where you are on the circuit makes a big difference, because if you're on a straight, no drama in braking really hard and really late to get down to that, and you're in the middle of a sequence of corners, you're going to have a huge crash trying to do it. Look at the pickup on the front of the Ferrari there, on that inner shoulder. Look at it now being thrown off as it comes up to speed. Also, did you notice, by the way, on the Ullmann straight, as we went back to green, the two Toyotas tracking dead straight behind the Cadillac, weaving from hard shoulder to central reservation, trying to either clean the tyres or build up some temperature before he really dropped the hammer. So again, the way the cars have been built and designed over the years, there's the nose of the Toyota with the Peugeot with the damage. You know, they're still very different, even though they all sort of fit into the same window of performance.
Well, we've got the Iron Dames on pit lane with the rear end effectively missing from that car. We've got the actually recently fitted replacement nose for the Peugeot with damage. We've got the Van Wall with rear end damage. It's all happening again, isn't it?
Yes, well, you know, what do they say in America? Cautions breed cautions. On board with the Ferrari, carving our way through. That is the number 5 Penske Porsche in front of us, so this is the battle for 5th place.
Sister car for Sister Ferrari on pit lane, by the way.
Yeah.
So this pair just move forward to
that is now the battle for 4th, Well, there goes the rear of the car. I'm worried about the fasteners underneath that hold the back of that diffuser under the axle. I mean, you know, it is built for serviceability, but if stuff gets ripped off like that, you worry about there being a mounting point to screw it all back in.
51 is going to move forward here to 4th place. That's because the car in front of it is just going to drive through penalty for a full course yellow infringement. The number 5 car in the hands of Fred Makovicky is going to be coming down pit lane shortly.
Well, very few times when you see a pit lane speeding or pit lane infringement or a drive-through infringement, a full course yellow infringement, is there no action. You normally only see they're being investigated when there is hard evidence that they have transgressed, so almost always the penalty comes.
I thought this might be the case. That's a replacement nose for the 94 car.
Yes. Well, I was about to make the point that with only one car moving, they've got plenty of spare bits, but they have to stick the sticky number on.
They've gone through too much bodywork, and
there's going to be the debrief. The majority of these teams is going to be extensive.
Oh, honestly, it's got to the point it's painful to watch.
The rules are simple, aren't they? Stay out of the pits, don't hit stuff, and they have broken both those cars. I mean, that's it. That's racing. Stay out of the pits, don't hit stuff. Assuming that your car is quick enough, and in most cases, predominantly it is, because that's the way modern racing works. Around the outside. Outside, inside, outside.
I think the Porsche was coming into the pits, probably to drive through.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sister car is on pit lane, by the way.
Yeah,
so
they're both in.
So this is the 51 moving forward into 3rd place again. By the way, if you're wondering why they're taking the time to put a number on the front of that car, not just sending it, it's because it is by regulation. They have to have it on there.
Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. Now then, no pink gaffer. God, there's a gap in the market. I can say how we're going to make our fortune, only from one team, obviously. Well, they've got 2 cars. There's some margin there, isn't there?
Well, the sadness here is they were looking very strong for a potential first World Championship win until that moment.
It was just a scheduled pit stop from the Porsche, by the way.
Actually pointing at the screen as well, number 6 car there, slewing out of the pit box. Normally that would be a drive-through penalty in previous years, but because there are no tyre warmers, spinning the wheels in the pits is no longer forbidden. I'm not sure quite why. I don't think it makes wheel spin and cars going sideways in a crowded Le Mans pit lane any safer than it was when it was banned years ago. But I understand the reason that,
that has cost the Iron Dames a position. And just looking where the 98 car is in that order, they are down in 10th place now.
Yeah, it's going to.
I would go as far as to say, Martin, Graham, I think this has cost them the race.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely cost them the race.
And probably any chance of a podium. And it happens. And Rahel is their most experienced driver.
I was going to say she was flying.
And their top-rated driver. But it happens. And you know, God knows this place is tough enough without the bumps. And it is the bumps that get you.
Yep,
it's always the bumps that get you.
Will Stevens, who has his future plans nailed in as part of the hypercar program for Hertz Team Jota, alongside teammate here FIA and Antonio Felix da Costa, who will join the team later in the season.
Well, I did think seeing these 2 Toyotas on screen, I was so hopeful we were going to see the Ferraris take the fight to them today, and they did for about the first 3 or 4 laps of the race. But
they did until they started making mistakes, and they started making new team mistakes. Ferrari have not had. I can't believe I even started that sentence. Ferrari have not had a new car problem yet. What they have had is a test team trying to become a race team problem, and actually a number of them. And it's not just the engineers and the mechanics, it's been the drivers as well.
It's sort of worse than that because there have been repeated issues. So even if we get a safety car, we're down to, at the moment, 3 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah.
And it's problems from everybody other than Toyota.
That's penalties. It's all penalties. It's all penalties. Ferrari penalties and Caddy penalties. Yeah.
You just have to. You have to have a clean race. In any endurance race, that is the priority number 1. You can cruise around almost. I've finished so many endurance races before where you've got to the end and thought, if only we just drove at 90% even, or even 50% of our ability and stayed out of trouble, we would have been on the podium.
I thought that was the secret of your success, being slower than most of the others.
That was like a kick in the back of the knee.
Let's just not forget who fell over in the commentary box on their cables, all right? You're not, no matter what you say.
I didn't fall over. I was still stood up. I just managed to pull the headset off my head. I don't know how I did that, but there you go. Yes.
You've sent that poor man to sleep.
Not the first, won't be the last.
Absolutely.
The only team in hypercar that have not had penalties and are still not a factor is Porsche.
Not quite true. Neither was the Van Wall. They have had damage, but not penalties.
Yeah. Oh, actually, did the 5 car have a penalty? It's just had one, hasn't it? Yeah, it's just had a penalty. But I mean, you know, in any form of racing, it is the silly things that get you, the silly penalties especially. You know, I mean, it's not racing, is it? You know, it's football, it's rugby. Don't concede penalties. I mean, the rules are the same.
Yeah, everyone has to pull their weight, you know. Everybody in the team. It is really, truly a team sport, and the drivers very much are included in that as well. We saw there under the full course yellow, as it just happened. The driver caught out by the car in front. And I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen that situation before. During a high-speed corner, the car in front slamming the brakes on because of that very moment you've entered the full course yellow.
Well, the thing there with Guerrieri in the Bicolis is that he was coming off the turn and then saw the flag signs and was also getting the count on the radio. The real problem for the Peugeot was that he was fully committed in the middle of 17 and needed more room. If he just stood on the brakes, he would have been in the wall on the outside.
What's happened here?
Well, this is live. We're back live on air with this never-ending battle between the Jota and
the WRT.
The WRT car behind it, yeah.
But when the annals of WEC history are written, there's going to be a great quiz question. What cost Peugeot a minute in the pits? Changing the number sticker.
Well, but it's like when your light goes out on the door of your GT car and you have to change the door, or on the side panel of your, you know, all of those things. It's, I was going to say, it's not always, you know, it's never an engine blow-up. It is an engine blow-up. We've seen some of those, but it's the more and more sophisticated and well-rehearsed you get, the smaller are the grains of sand that you know, bring the whole thing crashing down.
We just had the multi-million euro international sports car version of trying to find the end of the sticky tape, really, didn't we?
At Christmas, yeah. In the pit lane is one of our LMP2 battles, Rui Andrade and David Heinemeier Hansen both together. Andrade handing over the 41 car to Robert Kubica, and David Heinemeier Hansen may well be handing over the 28 Jota car. Let's catch up with WRT's Ferdy Habsburg and admire his new season beard.
Ferdy Habsburg just telling me it's not that hot. We're just having to move out of the way of body parts coming past us, body work, I should say. Ferdy, that was a hard run for you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we finished the car. There's no damage. We are still behind the United and the Jota, I think, on strategy. Yeah, it would have been nice to get past the Jota because I was in his gearbox for all 2 stints, but I didn't want to be too aggressive early in the race, and I didn't quite get the opportunity. He did a really good job. I think it's his first WEC race, and I think he made one mistake in front of me. I couldn't capitalize, so respect to him. But the race is now still 180 laps to go, so and that's the mindset we're having, is we're waiting for the end to go full attack.
Well, yeah, we have still got a long way to go, and it looks like this battle is just going to keep continuing.
Sorry?
The battles are just going to keep continuing between you.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite hot, and there's a lot of things going on. I mean, a lot of focus yellows, a lot of safety cars, so everything's still in the air. I think we're in the game. I think more than we expected, actually, so that's a positive. But now Sean's in, he's going to knock out his last double, and then Robin is going to crack on and try to get back up into the, yeah, possibly winning position. That'll be difficult, but we stay optimistic.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Just a quick catch-up with another one of the cars that we had with a delay. We saw the damage to the 93 cars, impact to the rear right of the number 4 car made. The Floyd Van Wall team turned that car around on pit lane in just under 4 minutes, but it's dropped now to the, if you like, the bottom end of the LMP2.
Paul Dall'Anna just been passed by Alessio Picariello in the Iron Lynx Ferrari. That's a change for 6th position now in the GTE class. And Dall'Anna, a pretty stellar job there, holding off young Alessio Picariello, who, despite his hugely Italian name, is Belgian. Yeah, I was going to say, like Paul Di Resta, who also sounds Italian, or Dario Franchitti, who isn't Italian either.
Toyotas.
Battle between the 2 Toyotas. This could be a chance for the number 7 car of Kamui Kobayashi to get by Brendan Hartley. Didn't quite have the opportunity, but that's the problem with dropping back in traffic to 3 seconds back, is those little moments never present themselves. And Anthony, that's why the driver behind will always try to be as far up the exhaust of the car in front as humanly possible, so that one moment in traffic can spin the balance.
It's because it's such a hard circuit to overtake. Even working way through the lapped cars, the slower cars out there, you still find it hard to mount a challenge on the car that you're actually fighting, and that's what we saw with Kobayashi there. He was going to go one way, Brendan went the other, and as it all panned out, it was status quo by the exit of turn 13.
As they're halfway down the Ullman straight, the back straight, the Ferrari of James Collado that is in 4th was turning into turn 17.
3rd now, the Ferrari, and actually being caught by Obamba, who is pushing on now in the Cadillac in 4th place. So that car coming back into it, and I thought
But that does mean that the Toyotas have put a lap on the pole-sitting Ferrari of Miguel Molina because of their issue.
Correct.
But James Collado
issues
in third. Yeah, issues in third. Issues plural. But James Collado may be about to go a lap down as well, which would leave Toyota as the only team on the lead lap.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, with only 91 laps completed.
I expected much more competition, not just in terms of speed of other cars out there, but in terms of the operational side. I did expect Toyota to have the upper hand in that side of things, but my goodness, there's a void, isn't there, at this point of the season compared to where the teams need to get up to. Toyota have set the bar very, very high. We knew that. But it's amazing to see it all play out. What a difference it makes in terms of lap times and distance covered on circuit through those errors and penalties. So here is the Cadillac working his way through the slower cars to the top chicane there.
Davide Rigon, by the way, in the 54 car. That's a different driver lineup this year. Francesco Castellacci and Thomas Floor raced together last year. Davide Rigon, who was Sam Bird, was in the 52 Ferrari for a number of years with Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado in the 51 car in the GTE Pro class. And Sam Bird must be sort of ruining the fact that, because what looked like a lot of Formula E clashes meant that he stepped back from Ferrari's GTE program 3 seasons ago. Now, of course, if he'd still been part of it, and it turned out those Formula E clashes moved away and it wasn't such of a drama, if he'd still been, you know, in there again with Davide Rigon, then they might well be in those Ferrari hypercars as well, instead of which Davide is picking up drives here, there and everywhere in GTs, and Sam hasn't raced a sports car for several seasons.
Right place, right time. That's what it's all about in racing. And just going back to Earl Bamber, for those that you don't know, it's we were just talking about Earl Bamber before in the Cadillac, and two-time Le Mans winner, of course, 2015, 2017, and World Drivers' champion in WEC in his Porsche days. So now it's kind of ironic fighting the Porsches in his Cadillac. And also the 2019 IMSA GTLM champion, 2020 Spa 24-hour winner. So yeah, very accomplished driver is Earl.
Of prototypes and of GTs, and that's the BAM Tour thing, you know, BAMDA and Vantor, and the two of them, you know, hugely experienced and not just great drivers, but great fun together. Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
But also to remember that Earl Bamber, along with Alex Lynn, won here at the 12 Hours of Sebring last year in the Cadillac, the IMSA race.
Yeah, absolutely. And when our race was lightning stormed off, they had a hugely dramatic finish to their race. A big mistake there from the Northwest AMR Aston Martin, Paul Dall'Alana. Probably driver and tyre starting to get towards the end of their stint, and drops the car a little bit. Did he lose a place? Not a place. Oh yeah, Davide Rigon went by him, so that was a change for 6th. A beautiful spring sunny Friday in Sebring. St Patrick's Day and the captain on hand with Wolfgang Ulrich and the president of the OCO Pierre Fillon, with the boss of Peugeot, and the Centenary Le Mans Trophy on its World Tour. It's sort of like an Olympic torch relay with that trophy that everybody will battle for in June. Ferrari opening a new big school era of hypercar with pole position ahead of the Toyotas. The second Ferrari going the long way around the outside at turn 1, looking for third, only to be rebuffed a little. Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez enjoying the early going from the pit lane, as the Toyotas hung on to second and third as they had in qualifying. First stoppage of the race in the battle for GTE honours. The Ferrari there of Luis Perez Perez Compact in third place, and then 5 laps in, losing it in turn 1, hitting the tyre wall, rolling over, bringing out the first and so far only safety car of the race. He was A-OK, but it was the first sign that Ferrari, not yet a fully up-to-speed race team with their hypercar. The 51 car lost time in the pit lane, and the 50 car then out front on its own ahead of the 2 Toyotas at the restart. Problems had seen the 94 Peugeot slowing down and finally driving behind the wall to retire from the race. Drama as well for the Oman Racing Aston Martin, a qualified 3rd, running out of road with what turned out then to be a puncture. And that would cost them positions as they crawled slowly back to the pits. More full course yellows for Debris. Our IMSA variant hybrids, the Porsche and Cadillac, racing each other door handle to door handle. Alex Lynn trying to find a way past the Porsche that had no tyres left, and eventually just managing to squeeze by Lawrence Vanthoor by dint of some fairly insistent knocking on the door. Vanthoor's car barely able to face straight out of any corners. Another slew of pit stops, and another of our American teams heading out with the Glickenhaus. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 class, plenty of action between WRT and Prema. They have been off the front-running pace of United Autosports. And then our most recent full course yellow, as the Glickenhaus stopped, it ran out of road and ran out of go. And then the leader in GTE bouncing across the grass, shedding its bodywork, bringing out a full course yellow, which caused a collision between a fast approaching Peugeot and the Van Wall. So the Van Wall sent to the pits, as the Peugeot was for bodywork repairs. They both dropped back down the order. Toyota go 1-2 after 3¼ hours. Car number 8, Brendan Hartley ahead of Kamui Kobayashi, and he's opened up the margin again over the number 7 car to something like a couple of 3 seconds. It's not 1:31, unless the number 7 car has just pitted while we were showing you those highlights. I think it has, because Earl Bamber is in the pits from 3rd place. Then the best of the Porsches in 4th, ahead of the 2 Ferraris and the 2nd Porsche. The delayed Floyd Vanderwall car in 13th place, and then one of the Peugeots is still going to 93 car. It is the last running car behind the similarly delayed Vector Sport car that is now less delayed than the Peugeot, and 1 Peugeot and 1 Glickenhaus Hors de Combat, as well as that 83 AF Corsa car of Luis Perez Companc, which crashed on lap 5 of the race. Martin Hayden, Graham Goodwin in the booth, and Louise Beckett in the pit lane. Graham, it's been a disappointing race for the new kids. Oh,
trouble, that's the leader.
23.
That is the leader.
Has he gone past the pits once too often? No, it's sitting down. It's got a puncture, hasn't it? Josh Pearson, last year's winner here in Sebring in LMP2.
That doesn't look like it's got a puncture, unless it's...
No, it's a shadow. Yeah, they're craning. There's Richard Dean there looking at the screen. I think you're right. I don't think it was.
Dismay.
I think it was just the shadow.
Dismay.
It's just stopped. It's just stopped.
Well, that was a dominant run to that point. That's a 2nd class leading car with drama in the last, 20 minutes after the Iron Dames 85, which was dominant leader, between turn 6 and 7 for Josh Pearson after what was a fantastic...
Full course yellow coming.
They're going to need it, because not a great place to be.
He's a long way from anywhere. There's a gap in the wall just not too far away from him, but he will require a tow, I think. So yellow flags are out, but if they need a vehicle, it will go full course yellow. Who needs fuel now? Who might this help? Well, I'm sure the Iron Dames don't, because that pink Porsche in for the bodywork repairs will have been topped up as well. No point in not filling the car when it's in the pit lane. Will we go full course yellow? I mean, as we often see, the car probably cycling through the restart strategies to try and get it to go again. But for Josh Pearson, this must be very depressing. He is still the leader. He has not been passed by the Alpine of Charles Milesi.
15:17.00. Prepare for full course yellow. 15:17.00 in 36 seconds.
Yep, so that's the voice of Eduardo Freitas, and that is the very distressing
30
sight
seconds to go, full course yellow.
for United Autosport of the LMP2 leader stopped at the side of the road. He is no longer the LMP2 leader. Charles Malaysi has gone
20
by.
seconds to go, full course yellow.
Alpine lead in LMP2. And Will Stevens has gone by, and Sean Gallale will. They all will.
8 in the pits. 8 in the pits.
Oh,
7,
good reaction
6,
from the number 8
5,
Toyota.
4,
and
3,
that
2,
puts the pressure on
1.
number 7.
Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
So, Jeff, there goes the 23 car to driver's right.
Ooh, there was a second slowing down there from the Ferrari. That's not good.
So why is that important? It's important because they got to pit lane before full course yellow was called, because they're not allowed to pit for the first 3 laps of that. The vast majority of their pit stop served under full course yellow, so they will gain the advantage.
But critically, when they come out on cold tyres, nobody is coming heaving up behind them at speed. So he will have full course yellow for the heat of those brakes to gradually build some speed into the tyre, and it will be at least a couple of laps. And when the 7 car comes in, which it will do...
No, the 7 car just came in. That's the other part to this. The 7 car had pitted under full green. So that's a massive call for the 8 car.
It has to, and the 8 had to come in as well, because otherwise they'd be totally vulnerable. Tom Blomqvist ready to take over at United, not going to get the chance. Did they miscalculate? Has he run out of fuel?
I don't think so.
Why is Blomqvist suited and booted in the pit apron? Well, the team is saying it's an electrical issue.
It wouldn't be the first time that it's happened in these cars. I've had a fair share of electrical issues in my time at Jota, but
Blomqvist was ready.
Cars, of course, as well.
Look at Philippe Albuquerque, he's looking shell-shocked. You're not suited and booted unless the car is due in within a couple of laps. Well, what looked like the team that were doing all the right things and catching all the right brakes and riding those waves, the 23 United car, fate has just flipped that around on them. If Blomqvist was there in civvies, okay, Blomqvist was ready to take over the car.
Yeah, but how many laps had they done? I think they were coming in for a scheduled pit stop anyway, and the fact that there aren't any lights on the car at all, I know they'd probably turned it off and everything, but you know, like I say, it wouldn't be the first time that electrical issues have completely just stopped the car dead in its tracks.
The car's going to be under tow very, very shortly. I don't think it's going to be a long full course.
A team like United or Jota or WRT, any of the good teams in LMP2 know exactly the fuel that's left in the car, and you would see the car limping around very, very slowly if it was a fuel issue. That thing hasn't run out of fuel. It's electrical.
Yeah, it's... Oh, dear me. So the 85 car, what, half an hour ago, out of a dominant lead with a run off the track, which destroyed the rear bodywork for the Iron Dames, and now the other dominant leader, the number 23 car in LMP2 in the hands of Josh Pearson, who to that point had done a stellar job. I think the best stint we've seen from young Josh Pearson in the WEC, and the car just dying underneath him, and that car looks to be done.
Yep. Well, it's being towed away, so it is done. That's that.
It's external assistance, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So we wait to see what the gap is going to be between the 2 cars leading this race, the 8 and the 7, but it's certainly going to be a much bigger lead for the 8. Why? 7 had pitted just before the full course yellow, the lap before. We then got the car stopped on track. They had time to have a good long look. Full course yellow almost inevitable, and Toyota played it right and called the number 8 in before full course yellow. That's the way that feels.
We'll go green in 15 seconds. Yeah, that is really tough for the 23 crew. And again, sometimes...
That's Greg Pearson, by the way, that's Josh's dad.
As Roman Dumas said, sometimes sell a course, that is just racing. Green, 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 here we go. Back to green flag racing, and back up to speed immediately goes the Ferrari. Brendan Hartley leads in Toyota number 8 with an extended advantage over Kamui Kobayashi, now shown on the timing screens as 2 minutes 50 seconds.
That's the time under full course yellow, so that will come down, but it's going to be a big gap.
It sure is.
So on screen, just looking to pick up where the lead car is on the tracker.
7 had not come in and couldn't
that's
come
8
in.
again. That's 8 again.
Is that 8 again? That is 8 again. Why are they back in? They're not. They didn't get fuel.
Don't understand that.
Now, is there a, if the pits are closed, bingo fuel rule?
No.
Right, number 8 Toyota back in the pit lane, and that means number 7.
Number 7 at the moment.
Will or should retake the lead. Door is open on the passenger side. That's not good.
Is there trouble here for this car?
Is this a battery? Is this an ECU?
Still fueling it.
Right, door is closed and away it goes. So did it not have fuel?
I don't understand that at all.
Was the pit closed, light on, and he came in anyway and only took fuel because he needed to?
So there was the rule where if you needed to come in and have a pit stop for fuel.
Under a safety car when the pits are closed. And if you close the pit lane, you have to have the same under full course yellow. There's the number 7.
Still
but by nothing again.
Yeah,
so it's on as even. So what was lost is regained for number 7.
And by the way, possibly equally significant was just unlapped by the Cadillac.
Oh, okay, well there we go.
So we're now back to 5 cars on the lead
so I've
lap.
had the information. He was on his last lap of the stint when the full course yellow came out. He was about to run out of fuel, so he's come in. You're allowed to put a splash in just enough to get around again, to get the car back out there. Then he's come back in to do the rest of the fuel that would have gone in.
Am I imagining the fact that we saw him on pit lane while they were counting us down to the full course yellow? He was on pit lane before they counted the full course yellow. Oh, trouble for 98 now.
Had it confirmed, the Toyota did stop for an emergency splash and then continued. Completed service after the full course yellow.
They may have thought it was too close to call. He may have seen a yellow no entry sign. Now, Paul Dall'Anna, I beg your pardon, Axel Jeffries, ran off wide a few laps ago and the 54 Ferrari got through. I wonder if that was the beginning of a softening tyre or whether he's cut it running wide again. But whichever, it is Paul Dall'Anna, Northwest AMR, Aston Martin. Paul's back in then, so
yes. Yeah.
Because was it?
Yeah, he did get out, and now he's back in.
Yeah, and Axel, well, and often that's what happens with Paul, is he'll do a single stint out, and if he needs to drive more time, we'll go in for a third time, but usually that's not the way.
So with the cars back up to full speed for the moment at least, while Paul Dall'Anna creeps back to the pits.
It's not creeping, sorry, Greg, it's not creeping. You've got to go slower than that. You can see the tyre, there's smoke all pluming out the back of it. That tyre is going to shed itself to bits and rip the bodywork to bits as well. The team should be onto him right now saying slower, slower. I know it feels like you're creeping along in a racing car at that kind of speed, but you need to go slower.
He's just past the point where Josh Pearson ground to a halt. It is towed to 1-2. Gap 1.3 seconds between Brendan Hartley and Kamui Kobayashi.
Yeah.
And Miguel Molina is a minute 24 seconds further back in the number 50 Ferrari. Then Kevin Estre in the 6 Porsche. Just 2 seconds back to the Ferrari now. Earl Bamber in 5th, 21 seconds further back. Those 5 cars still on the lead lap.
And so things are progressing well again for that 50 Ferrari, the car that started the race from pole position. It's half a lap back. Paul Dall'Anna is really now creeping back at 40 miles an hour. Or
He might have got my message. Yeah, because you've seen how the tyre smoke stopped as well.
Yeah. Well, that's because there's no tyre left on the rim.
In the car, you feel like, I've got a race to get back to the pits, I'm losing time. And if you damage the bodywork, that's going to cost you even more time than it would have done just to creep round and only change the tyre on your car.
And the real drama isn't the bodywork, because all those bits come off and go back on really easily, if not cheaply. The real drama is when you rip off the brake cooling ducts, or you pull off a brake line, or a fuel line from the tank at the rear, or damage a suspension arm.
That got a bit tasty, by the way, didn't it? We were talking about Dadalana's puncture, but that was very, very tight between the two LMP2 cars. They worked their way past the 54 car.
54 is in fourth place in LMP2. Davide Rigon. See, that's Rigon, you know, top-class GTE driver, giving away nothing in terms of pace, because that car is actually quicker and more modern than the last one he raced in the FIA WEC. So, you know, he's got a very quick car, and in the medium speed parts of this track, the LMP2 cars have got nothing, because they've got little of their downforce to help them, and they've got tyres predominantly the same size as the Ferrari. Ferrari rolls and puts its power down better.
So it's Rasmussen. He was one of the drivers at Jota last year in car 28, so he continues with the team this year. And he's going to have a chance here, I think, in towards turn 7 against Caldarelli in the Prema car. He's got the inside guarded, and he's going to try and cross his line on the exit, but he's on the Dussy. Like we heard earlier on from Ben Keating, if you get onto the outside, you're now really confined to that one single line, making your job even harder to overtake on this circuit. It's such a hard track to overtake on in the first place.
Quite an interesting battle here, because Caldarelli has got a decade plus of top flight GT experience under his belt, much less so in LMP2s, probably actually not much more, if more at all, than Ollie Rasmussen. So the young Dane, you know, up against somebody who may have not much more experience in prototypes, but is hugely experienced racer. Yeah, you can see those shredded bits of tyres there hanging off the wheel arch. And the real danger there is when it starts to delaminate, it just becomes this flail, you know, like a minesweeper tank that just rips things apart.
Hopefully they can just get on with changing that wheel off the right rear there. It seems like it's okay. Hasn't damaged the bodywork around it, so yeah, I think just got away with that one.
They have not put a new wheel on though.
Not yet.
And they ran round to the other side. Somebody's felt something up there in the wheel arch, like the lack of a brake cooling duct or a diff cooling duct or something.
Here we go.
Here we go. Rasmussen's poised, throws it up the inside. Caldarelli counters. He's going to run out of road on the exit. His exit will be compromised.
Too bad though.
Did well. And they're still on relatively fresh tyres, you can tell, can't you? Because they're sort of changing their line mid-corner. Yeah, there's all the wire. That's what takes the time. Even if it's done no damage, you've got to... I've had a puncture like that on the motorway, and where the inside shoulder has gone, all of that wire has wrapped itself around everything. You know, you're there for an hour in the driving rain, trying to pull it all off with your bare hands.
And they're still going, look.
Yeah, they got the mole grips. They're just like trying to rip it out of the car.
I think it has damaged more than what we first thought. It wasn't just the strands from the carcass of the tyres, more there.
Confirmation from Simon Strang at Toyota that the pit lane closed light was illuminated when he came in. So it may have been on early before the zero, but because it was on, and that's a professionalism of Toyota, not we're going to argue later about the fact that it was or wasn't down to zero after we've been hit with a penalty. We are going to make damn sure, and we're going to go with the bingo fuel rule. We're going to take on whatever it is, 10 litres to do the 3 laps that the pit lane must remain closed, and then we're going to come back in after that or when it opens.
Yeah,
so
I'd be really interested to hear the take from race control on that. I'm absolutely no doubt that's completely correct.
Yep.
But it's not something I've heard done before, that you close the pits before a full course yellow is scored.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Definitely, you definitely can. If you know a full course yellow is coming, you can close the pit lane before it.
But it shouldn't be closed until zero.
They can do the
but you can't be penalised for not being down to speed before zero, so you shouldn't be able to be penalised for not being in the pit lane before zero.
It depends of the distance that it came on. So once I came into the pits of Le Mans before, with just I think a second before, just after the pit lane close light had come on.
Yeah.
So there's no way to react to it.
And by that time you're on the pit entry road anyway.
Yeah, you're coming in anyway.
Yeah.
So for that moment, it was close.
Yeah.
But they see sense, and there's that rule in place. Within a second, you're okay.
And that's why the pit closed has to be before the start of the pit entry road.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there's no time to wave off.
But I mean,
Toyota,
they've done it by the rules.
Heads up.
There's nothing they can do.
Absolutely. Well, let's get down to Northwest AMR. Paul Dall'Anna has handed the car over to his co-driver, Nicky Thiem. So the proud sporter of the best beard in the business is at the wheel. Paul Dall'Anna, well, he's not even having a sit down with Louise Beckett.
Paul Dall'Anna just catching up with the team. You did well to get that car back, and it seems that it was more damage than just the tyre.
Yeah, super unfortunate. Just had contact with 86. I'm not sure. I think I left him enough room there. So, anyways, but that was right on pit lane, so it was a full lap, with the tire completely destroyed. So, yeah, I had to get it back. It's unfortunate. I think we had really good pace today, and we were roughly in the top 3 most of the time. So, it's a shame to lose all that, but that's racing.
It sure is. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
86 is the GR Racing Porsche of Ben Barker, their pro. So Ben obviously decided there was a Porsche-shaped hole. Paul thought he'd left a Porsche-shaped hole, and again here, Anthony, as so often is the case, your line can vary by half a metre, not because you're rubbish at positioning the car, but because there's a bump where you weren't expecting it to be, and it moves you.
Yeah, that we saw with the clash between Di Resta and the Ferrari earlier on into turn 4. The move looked like it was on, but if you're unsighted, you're not seen by the car that you're trying to overtake. And it's a very narrow line that they're all restricted to around this track. So, like I said before the start of this race, I was expecting a lot of safety cars and full course yellows today. Yeah, we've had them.
Well, gee.
We really have had them.
Freshing Lubin holding off Robert Kubica, the young Brit in the United Autosports car, with the veteran Pole right behind him. But the inset shot you just saw there, the significance of that was 23 being pushed along the pit lane past the team and behind the wall. So 23 is gone and done.
Yeah, Frederick Lubin, of course, that mistake with the pit call earlier in the race, but fighting back now. A really interesting battle going on as we see the number 23 car going back behind the pit wall finally. Is for the number 2 and the number 8. We'll come back to that in just a moment because that could play a part. So the lead car, the number 8, followed by the number 7. Those two cars separated by just 1.7 seconds. But just ahead of the two Toyotas is the number 2 Cadillac, having unlapped itself. And that is Earl Bamber, desperately trying to stay on the lead lap ahead of the two Toyotas. He is the 5th of 5 on that lead lap, but has the lead car right behind him. So they came through turn 17 last time.
Meanwhile, cameras following the battle as Robert Kubica tries to catch young Freddie Lubin. Because Lubbins, thank you, Louise.
Where did the S come from?
I don't know. It's Louise Beckett's. What can you do? She said it sounds better. Yeah, Freddie Lubin doing a really good job here, battling with Robert Kubica, giving nothing away. And Kubica's, we heard
pulling away.
We heard from Ferdy Habsburg, didn't we? Spent 2 full stints behind the car in front because you daren't take a big risk early in the race. And although, we're 3.5 hours in, it can be an 8-hour race. It will be an 8-hour race. So, yeah, we're some way even from half distance, never mind into, right, now it's time to get the elbows sharp and distance. It's a lot of minding your own business, keeping your nose clean, not hitting stuff and not incurring penalties still to go before we start fighting for a win.
Oh yeah, this race is still yet to get tough, by the way. Yeah. Did we not mention that?
Yeah, no, absolutely right.
When the sun goes down and you can't see where those bumps are anymore, things get very exciting.
Miguel Molina and Kevin Estre right behind the battle behind of the ORF. Michael Dynan, the blue Aston, and Matteo Cairoli, the young Porsche Junior driver in a Project 1 car, the white car with the red and blue highlights. And that's a battle for not very high up, 10th place in GTE, bearing in mind that their Oman racing car started in 3rd place in the class. It's down to 10th position without major dramas. They had one shot we saw of it running out wide. Meanwhile, with the number 6 Porsche still weaving its way through traffic, behind that Ferrari, there's the 50 car, our pole sitter, and the Porsche is right with it. Now, so many times over the last couple of seasons, and with you being with us, and the years before that with Alan, all we've heard from the GT Porsches is, you're doing really well, look after your tyres, because you're on a limited tyre strategy. And we've seen, I mean, last year particularly, we saw in the second stint their GT performance just fall away dramatically versus the Ferraris. Right now, is this Estre on this is a first stint, I think, for Kevin Estre, so he's right in position to attack the Ferrari, but as it goes on, is he going to start to lose that balance in the car? Because at the end, a couple of hours ago, we saw them squirreling all over the track where they had no grip at all.
Just a quick update before I know Ant's got a point to make about the tyres, is the Cadillac has now dropped behind both of the Toyotas, so it's off the lead lap again.
Okay.
Yes, just so 8-hour race, you get 26 tyres. For Hypercar and LMP2, you get 34 individual tyres this is, so 6.5 sets for Hypercar and LMP2, and the GTs get 8.5 sets. So that's why it's important to look after them, that's why it's important, and that's why we see the teams forcing their drivers to stay out there to elongate the stints as much as they can. You can't just throw tyres at them these days. That Porsche really starting to squirm around once again. It seems to be pretty good in tyre warm-up, and it's on the attack from, you know, exiting a full course yellow period, or when they slap a new set of tyres on the thing, or the start of the race. It seems to be pretty quick in those moments, but then I think that's what's doing the damage to the longevity and the degradation of the tyres throughout the race. And you see it now start. It's almost like the driver is doing the complete opposite of what you were saying earlier on, Martin, where the Porsche in the old 911s I used to race in the GTs were always told, just, you know, doing well, conserve, conserve, conserve. It's like they're doing a complete opposite job, just thrashing them at the rear of the car, especially for all their worth.
Now, the difference, but the fundamental difference in design aspect between the two of them, both are hybrid, both have got turbocharged V8s. The Ferrari's hybrid drives the front axle. It's a mild hybrid, it's not, you know, another 150 horsepower, but the Porsche's hybrid adds power to the rear wheels. And so if you've got a problem where you're starting to burn up your rear tyres, the hybrid exacerbates that, whereas in the Ferrari, it helps to reduce that and to prolong the life. So let's say they've both got approximately 750 horsepower, which for argument is where we are. 7 horsepower, 700 or so internal combustion engine horsepower. Whenever the front drive comes in the Ferrari, the rears don't get punished anymore. The fronts start to do a bit of work. When the hybrid comes in on the Porsche, it just adds to the torture of those rear tyres. So that's possibly part of the balance between the two of them. Some of it will be familiarity, some of it will be setup, some of it will have happened on the right setup, fortunately, because neither team have got experience of racing this car here. So to a degree, some of it will just be you managed to have found the right window, or have second-guessed yourself correctly into the right window. But in a given circumstance, the Porsche hybrid rear drive is going to deteriorate the tyres worse than the hybrid front drive Toyota.
It's interesting. And the Toyota.
And Toyota, yeah.
Because the Toyota, so the hybrid mechanism, the system kicks in at 190 kilometers an hour on the both the Toyota and the Ferrari as well. Well, all of them. Apart from the Peugeot, that is 150 kilometers an hour.
Because it's got narrow, because it hasn't got narrower front tyres, it's got narrow rear. It's got equal front and rear tyres, and there's an equivalency there.
So what you're saying is, so the hybrid, the way it works today, it doesn't add on top of the power. The ICE, the internal combustion engine, reduces its power when the hybrid kicks in.
Yes.
So it's not like the old days of the LMP1 where it's an additional X amount of horsepower from the hybrid system on top of the ICE combustion power.
No boost.
So there's no well, it's boosting, but it's not on top of the ICE power anymore. So it's a reduction. So it stays completely the same power. So the Porsche's delivery constantly is through the rear axle, whereas over 190 kilometers an hour, the Ferrari starts to claw away those front tires. So it's relieving momentarily. It becomes a true four-wheel drive car in those moments, only over 190 kilometers an hour.
Which here is much less of the lap. When you get to somewhere like Spa and at Le Mans, it will be more of the lap that power is.
He's in real trouble here, by the way. Sorry to butt in there. Molina
really
is in absolute trouble. He's been on the marbles, trying to defend, and he's got dirt all over his tyres.
Well, and it's not just like blocking down the inside. It's every time you go around a GT car that is on the racing line. By default, you are not. You are picking up the muck. And so, he's squirming. He's struggling at the front. Porsche is struggling at the back. You know, both of them have got evil devices that are trying to split them off the road.
But if you really limited on entry there for the Porsche. But if you could go on the onboard at some point and you listen to where the Ferrari starts to use the hybrid power, you get to hear it only kicking in over 190 kilometers an hour, and it's kind of like exit of turn 1. Through turn 8, I don't think you're going to make a move on the inside here because he's going to chop you off. You're going to try around the outside. He's got it covered as well, so you're going to have to set him up for, which he's done beautifully. He's ran out wide, he pressured him there. He's got him on the inside for 16. Great driving there from both drivers.
That is bold stuff again.
Kevin
for
Molina.
Kevin Escher, you know, he and Michael Christensen have got a lot of axes to grind against the Ferraris. And all right, it's not the 51 team of last year, it's the 52 team of last year, so it's not quite the guys that they feel, quote, robbed them of the title and blah, blah, blah in Bahrain 3 years ago. But and you know, and he'll feel more satisfied having touched up a Ferrari like that than if it was anything else.
So here we go. This is going to be a replay. So he tried on the inside, did Estre, but Molina had it blocked. So he goes for the outside, but he gets defended there. Now Molina's in trouble, runs out wide. So Kevin tucks it in tighter and goes around the outside of 14 into 15. I don't think he quite expected to get the run around the outside of 14, but he went for it anyway once the opportunity was there.
And that's the racer, isn't it? If something you know, offers itself up, boom, you go. And look at the gap he's opened up. You know, we talked about how the rear of that Porsche was moving around, the front of the Ferrari. Looks like he actually had more speed. 41 WRT in the pit lane, and so too is the 28 Jota. So this is Kubica Rasmussen. The battle continues in the pit lane. Kubica stays in. Guessing Rasmussen does as well.
I mean, I'm bitterly disappointed for the 23 car crew. United, they, in my opinion, thoroughly deserved to win this race today. They had the speed, the consistency, cruelly robbed of victory, in my opinion. But from an entertainment point of view, sitting in our position, it's absolutely opened up the race.
And here back to the top of the pile, Dorian Pan, again the race leader. Now this time, she is the race leader. I said she was before. She wasn't, because I'd not noticed that the 23 car was so far ahead in amongst the hypercars. She is now in amongst the hypercars. In fact, our LMP2 leader is 8th overall. The Floyd Vanwall car of Esteban Guerrieri, 9th overall. This is coming towards the end of a double stint for Dorian Pan. She's just been passed on track by Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari, who's now in 4th place overall. She's having a really, really good stint.
Yeah, watched her with her first LMP2 test at Portimao last year after the ELMS final round, and then of course carried on to test the Bahrain rookie test. I think we've got another young star in the making here, and it's double good news that it is a very talented young female driver.
Think we can class her as a super silver?
At this point,
she's definitely getting that way. She's going to struggle to be a silver by the end of the year. If this is how she's going to drive.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it?
No, I know.
By the end of the year, because LMP2's gone at the end of the year.
Yeah, but then she's trying to find a drive somewhere, anywhere, and it's harder as a gold, as you know, Ant.
What we don't yet know is what the full plan is with Lamborghini. We know there's going to be one factory car for the WEC and one factory car for the endurance races of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, but we don't know what might happen should they release another car to either the same team, which is the Prem Ryan Lynx squad, or another team? Could there be a plan for an Iron Dames car?
Well, look, you know, she's still in the family. You know, Premier Iron Lynx are very much the same organisation. So they've made sure that she's where they need her to be, racing the fastest prototypes they can get their hands on, and she's doing a really good job.
Now, look, if you look at the rear wing of that Premier car, it is branded with the Iron Dames.
Yeah.
She is very much part of that.
Yeah.
Was part of the crew that took the race win in the final round of the European Le Mans Series in dominant form in the last race in Europe with the Ferrari. And there'll be, I think, a lot of people within that organisation, the wider organisation, keeping a very close eye on literally everything that happens with Dorian in this car through the full 2023 FIA World Endurance Championship.
100%. And here is Andre Negrão now closing in on Robert Kubica from behind. Into the pits is our GTE AM leader, Nicolas Varone, with Davide Rigon about 90 seconds behind, so they should get through that fuel stop. I don't think it's going to be a driver change ahead of Rigon.
This is Andre Negrão versus Robert Kubica there in the number 41 WRT. Negrão in the Alpine. The gap seems to be staying pretty consistent over the last few laps at least, but traffic dependent. So I just want to see on pure pace in this free air they've got at the moment, just trying to see this circuit map. Yeah, they've got a GT just on the approach to turn 14 now, and they're just approaching 13, and then after that a small gaggle of cars in front heading down towards turn 17. So yeah, a bit of free air coming up for these two, and I want to see if Negrão's got the speed to close in on Kubica. That would be a good fight. Two seasoned pros at the wheel of these LMP2 cars, very evenly matched.
In the inset, tyres going on to the Corvette now. 8.5 sets of tyres for qualifying and the race if you're in GTE AM, and in an 8-hour race you should do 7 stops no more for tyres and fuel, so they have plenty to be able to change tyres on every stop. So the GR racing car come out in front of them. There's the 50 into the pits, out of 4th place. And past goes the Cadillac right in the background. It's going to come just under the camera. So the Cadillac picks up a place immediately, even before the Ferrari hits its marks, and a driver change.
Nick Nielsen getting on board, the number 50.
Yet another talented young Danish driver.
Yeah.
He was pole position here last year, wasn't he, in LMP2, or was that his teammate? He did get pole position.
We had pole position for the first 3 races to that team.
AF Corsa.
One in ELMS and 2 in, I'll double check.
Because it was Rivera as well, wasn't it? He was the other star driver in the LMP2 car, shared the car with,
Either way, it's quick. I mean, Nick Nielsen's... Nick Nielsen's road through sports car racing is absolutely phenomenal.
That had all the sounds of a wheel not going on properly, and all the sparks coming off as well. Looked like the gunman was happy with it. That didn't look great though.
So this is 8's catching car 7. Here's Hartley's radio now.
Wow, okay. I'm in the Ferrari, just drove at half speed in front of me. No problem.
Yeah, he's the boss. Don't criticise him. Just drove at half speed in front of me, no problem. So Brendan expressing a degree of concern. I managed to avoid him, but is he genuinely brake checking me? Or was he not talking about his teammate? Was he talking about another car? I'm not sure about that. Might have to see if there's any more radio traffic between ship to shore in the Toyotas. Number 7 leading. Number 8 was the dominant force here, but number 7 stopped under green, and then it went full course yellow, and the number 8 car came in just as we were going down to 0 for full course yellow, but the pit entry light was already closed, or showing closed, so illuminated. So they went in, had a short splash, enough to get you through the 3 laps as Jacques Villeneuve in the background is about to get into the Floyd Van Wall. And the 22 United Autosport car about to take on Philippe Albuquerque. So Philippe Albuquerque versus Jacques Villeneuve. Okay, that's an entertaining
Well, it's always
battle.
unfortunate when you're the car that comes in front of another one. You've got to go in, like you saw, the 22 at an angle.
Yeah.
And you have to stay in the car as the driver till the car goes on the dollies, and then they can move it into position, then onto the jacks. That's when you can get out as a driver. You see so many times the driver comes in at that angle and then jumps out, and that's going to give you a penalty and obviously slow down your pit stop as well. Oh, that Ferrari really, we see this at the end of the stints, and the only car that's not doing that is the Toyota through that very corner of turn 8. Yeah. So yeah, they seem to be a bit more patient on the power.
And part of this is that thing in front. That's Bamber in the caddy, and that's what Collado's target is. That's why James Collado is throwing it through every gap.
Just listen. Did you hear the high pitch?
Yeah,
that's the 190.
And you saw the odometer there going up to 195. Yeah, no, this is Collado in full hunter-killer mode, isn't it? Absolutely hauling in Bamber for all he's worth, and he is pulling him in as well. He's reeling him in, you know, length by length, corner by corner.
Yeah, half a second closer on the last lap. We're about to finish their lap. What is this? 113 rather, with traffic for both of them. As out comes the number 22 United car. Back up, by the way, before that pit stop to second in class.
Yep.
They'll drop back somewhat, in fact, drop back quite significantly with that stop.
Just point out, David Beckman now second for Hertz Team Jota. Done a really good job in this stint, or this double stint for that Jota car.
Let's listen again, this hybrid boost. So just through turn 1, you hear it start to kick in?
Yeah.
So that's just going to relieve the rear tyres.
Yeah.
Let's listen again. That's on the brakes.
And that's MGU, that's generator.
What happened there to Collado? All crossed up on the entry to turn 5.
It just spat him off, didn't it?
On the dirt. He's on the grey and in the wall, where he would have been if it was Indy.
Point I was going to make, you saw the slightly fluffed stop because the car was in the way for the 22 United car. It was about 20 seconds.
Yeah. Maybe you see the off-board of this one. Was it a car there in his way? No, so that's turn 4. Then he goes
curb on the inside.
Then he goes to brake. No, it happened on the brake. No, he just lost the rear on entry.
Just offline, wasn't it? But he was in the middle of the road. He was not in the same postcode as the Apex.
Yeah, but that's the line through that corner. This was on board again. Yeah, he was on the right line, and then just the rear just goes around. Here's his radio.
I'm struggling. There's just no grip. I don't know what's going on.
So I think traditionally these cars have always been, the hypercars have always been harder on their tyres than the GT cars.
Yeah.
And I think some lessons are being learned here from the drivers, and also it's a stiffer construction of tyre, so when you get onto the marbles and the dust, you're in much more trouble. There's less freedom in many ways than what I could see, at least, the GT car is able to do on a track like this one. So you're on that, like Keating was saying, it's such a fine line between grip and no grip, and you go venturing off a little bit too fast into the corner like he did there towards the end of the stint, it can be a real nightmare to control.
Yeah, Andre Lotterer now aboard the number 6 car, pits from 3rd position, drops immediately a couple of places. Cadillac in the hands of Will Bamber up into 3rd place. As
look at the LED lights that are illuminated in the cockpit when the car is stationary. Why? Because it's dark at night. And things like that will matter at Le Mans, that you can see stuff inside that's not just illuminated dash. Final thought on the tyre, Pierre Al from Michelin, when he was in yesterday, was explaining exactly that. Because of the greater downforce of the hypercars, they had to re-engineer the entire tyre from the ground up, or from the rim down, if you prefer. So that he spoke specifically about that stiffer sidewall construction to put up with the punishment that the hypercars are going to put into it. And so, yeah, that's exactly what he was saying yesterday, and that's exactly the reason you're seeing these problems now.
it's just this circuit, you know, it's just, you can see the dust everywhere. And it's relentless. There's no let up. And as you're getting up to speed in the car and getting more polished in terms of where you place it, the track is getting hard. It's not like it's fighting you. It's getting harder and harder as the marbles build more and more.
What's going on in the number 5 Porsche? This is Dane Cameron sitting at the wheel doing air drumming. I'm not sure what's going on. That looks like a long stop. Let's hear from Porsche's Kevin Estre.
Kevin Estre just handing the car over to Andre Lotterer. You put in a great drive there. There was some great moments.
Thank you. Yeah, it was tough. It's in the heat of the day. Tire degradation is pretty high. I think we made the right call to stop Lawrence a little earlier because he was dropping a lot, and we changed a bit our strategy. And then the Ferrari was quicker than me on the first stint, and then on a full course yellow restart, I don't know, there was a hiccup, and so I lost the position on the restart. He could pass me on the straight, and then I think he used more his tires, so he was struggling a bit. And but it's very tough to pass with these. Yeah, same type of car, and the cars are quite big on this small track, so so I'm happy that I made it and then could pull a gap. But it's a tough day so far, but we are still on it to do a good position with the pace we have at the moment.
Same GT names, different cars, but they're still great battles.
Yeah, it's good. It felt like last year, you know, us fighting with the Reds. It was fair from both sides. I have to say, so far for me, the race has been clean, no contact at all. Everything went smooth. But these bumps are sometimes tough when you follow, and then you lose a bit of downforce. You land sometimes a few meters away from where you took off.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Beautifully expressed there, beautifully explained as to the challenge that this place meets. And almost the best thing is the uniqueness of this. Whatever we're learning here, we can forget by the time we get to Portugal.
Oh, completely different track to
Up inside.
Yeah. He's going to make it stick, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, and onto the dust goes the Porsche.
Yeah, and that
he
means
knew it.
He has to breathe off the throttle and just calm back, baby. And I wonder whether they're now starting to learn that you can't single stint your tyres and have fresh tyres every time. So are they now learning, okay, in this heat, double stinting them is not working. Single stint, take them off, fresher tyres on, put the old ones back on later when they're not quite so hot, and just bring another heat cycle through. You know, you're starting to feel your way around how your car individually wants its tyres to be, and you know, this is baby steps still. These are brand new race cars, never raced anywhere before now, and so this is learning a whole. Yeah, and two race teams that haven't converted from LMP2 or something else, but have merged from GTs and elsewhere. So there's a lot going on.
The masters of tyre preservation and understanding of how they work and how you need to get the best out of them is Formula One.
Yeah.
The data that they pull from those tyres is something else. It's incredible. And we hear the information given to the drivers lap after lap, corner by corner. Lift off round this corner, turn 12 in Bahrain, lift and coast around that corner. Highest cornering energy on the circuit. How do they know that? Because of the data they pull from the cars. Less data is pulled from these cars, so therefore there's more reliance on the driver to do that job, and they're learning as they go.
Correct.
Kevin Estre saying, my teammate overdrove in the last stint. He's learned a valuable lesson there. They're learning as they go, and it's down to the seat of the pants driving, much more so in the World Endurance Championship than it is in Formula One, because they don't have their hand being held for them every single step of the way.
Correct.
Obviously, look, once again, out wide there for Andre Lotterer in turn 1. So not only are you fighting that, you're fighting the tyre. And every time you do that, that's another little chip just taken away from it. Another little bit of energy taken from your tyre. And you learn this as you go. You have to feel your way. To be fair to somebody like Lewis Hamilton, for example, an amazing ability, without having his hand held, to feel what he needs to do from the very moment that brand new set of tyres goes on. It is an absolute skill.
Treat it like a lady, as
well,
they say,
just,
you know?
it's the tyre has a life.
Yep.
And you feel like these new babies go on when they put them in the pit, and it's up to you to take great care of them. Sometimes you don't have to, but on a track like this today, in cars like that, you definitely do.
Yeah.
Just watching actually a couple of the cars as you're talking about that tyre thing. 2 cars, very different cars in hypercar, and the outlaps and the next lap for those 2 drivers. The first I'm going to talk about is the guy we just saw running a little wide through turn 1 is Andre Lotterer, very experienced driver in top class sports car racing. 155 on his first flying lap on cold tyres, 152 on his second. Jacques Villeneuve 204 and 157.
Yeah, I mean, but speaking about Lotterer, yes, you know, very experienced, but he's driven most of his time in LMP1.
Yep.
And back then, you could pretty much just abuse the tyres. You had so much downforce, the tyres were so hard, and you had more tyres to throw at it during a race as well. You could push. I mean, it was called endurance racing, but back then, it was like a long sprint. You drove flat out from start to finish, and you can't really do that today with the heavier cars that they have.
Single stint sprints, less power, less downforce and less tyre. Driver change, Rahel Frey out of the pink Porsche, and in gets Michelle Gatting, so driver change there at Iron Dames. That car is now down to 9th place, but here comes the United car. This is for position, sending out the inside.
Also, by the way, welcome to the World Endurance Championship. Antonio Giovinazzi now aboard in the number 51 car. That car back out in 6th as that place does go the way of the United car. That long fight back for 22 on kind of the strategy cycle is cycling back up towards the top.
Oh, Philip Albuquerque defending hard, and Andrea Caldarelli sending it back down the inside. Didn't quite have the room there, did he? But he was definitely shaping up to be a bit punchy there, and Albuquerque had to have a couple of big moves to close the door on him. So, and this is all for, what are we now, 7th place in LMP2. We're a long way from glory in this battle, aren't we?
You're going to have to wake up earlier in the morning to get one over on Philippe Albuquerque into turn 1.
We are, however, now into the second half. So we have done 4 hours and 5 minutes. We have 3 hours 55 minutes left to go. And into the pit lane is the 36 Alpine from 2nd place, Mathieu Vaxivière. A door opens, but not his door. Is this a double, or is this going to be going on? I think this must be the second part of a double. There are tyres ready. They're not going on, are they?
No, all looks calm down at Alpine. Just the fuel going in.
Last year, of course, racing their grandfathered LMP1 in hypercar, now back to where they've had so much success in the past at Le Mans and in World Championships in LMP2. Again, keeping the faith and keeping pace up until they come back with the Alpine hypercar in 2024.
It's funny, I was speaking to James Collado 2 days ago, and he was saying, now I know. Now I'm in the top class. Now I know why it was always, and now I'm seeing it from the other side, overtaking GT cars. It's not as easy as I thought it was when I was in a GT car.
Them buggers in them GT cars, they never get out of the way, do they? And those Ferraris are the worst.
They were, actually. I always put it down to the fact they had the least visibility.
Well, some big stints being put in LMP2. None bigger, I don't think, so far in this race than that of Dorian Pan. Let's hear from her now.
Dorian Pan, joining us here in WEC. You put in a great performance. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I enjoy a lot. I did triple stint for my first race in LMP2 with the team. So, yeah, I felt really good in the car, and I enjoy a lot, honestly. So, yeah, pretty happy. The pace was good, especially my last stint, and let's see how it goes. But we are P3 now, and I think we did a good race so far.
Yeah, you should be pretty happy. But this track is a tough old track on you.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but honestly, I enjoy a lot. Sebring is just magical, especially the last corner and first corner is totally amazing. And yeah, good.
Well done, thank you.
What a joy it is to see a young driver coming through, blossoming with really good stewardship with it through the Prema, the Iron Lynx family. And it is something, and we see this with lots of people coming into and through endurance racing, that somehow something just unlocks. They're putting you into LMP2, Dorian Pan. It is the first race here. It's a really tough one to get to grips with, but completely agree with what Louise was saying there. A really, really good stint for a first go there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see and hear that she was enjoying it. It is a track that you really have to get stuck into. She definitely did that. So took the fight to the 2 cars in front of her when we saw it on camera, and got the better of them. So clearly had the speed out there. Was happy with the speed she had in her stints, and yeah, I think this is. I think it's going to be a good year in LMP2 for her, definitely.
Lots of storylines that we can bring to you this year, with a very different look to the FIA World Endurance Championship, and a bundle more to come in 24 and 25. So 3 hours and 51 minutes on the clock to go now, and we are now counting down time and not laps.
Some beautiful shots here. Great cars in this championship now. But you'd have to say the day has been plagued by penalties and misdemeanors, errors, all that, and you cannot, when you're fighting the likes of Toyota that we see on screen now. I mean, we were saying it all last year, weren't we? And it's the same again for this season, but more competition at least.
The message for everybody else from the 1,000 miles of Sebring so far is, to beat the best, you've got to be better. And so far, no one's quite there. The good news is we have seen speed from a number of these cars, and they are going to get better. They are going to get better drilled. They're going to learn from those mistakes. They're going to find more speed from these packages. They're going to understand the tyre wear better. All of those things will start to come back, and in particular at Davidson, will come back at the circuits they understand more.
Absolutely, Graham. You know, speaking to Jacques Villeneuve yesterday, he was saying, look, we've tested at Portimao. I assure you we'll be better and more prepared when we go there. This was a really unfamiliar track to us, and it's been difficult. And Peugeot as well. I mean, I know they've had their reliability problems on top of what's been thrown their way this week, but it's the same issue for them in that the car just didn't look comfortable. From the moment I turned up here, compared to the ride that we see from the Toyota, the Peugeot is not on par at all. It's like a different category that we're looking at.
It does. You're absolutely right.
And that won't be the case when we go to Portimao. A much smoother circuit. Wasn't the case a few years ago, but it's been resurfaced, unlike this place, and it's a smooth track these days in Portimao. So, you know, that's where these European teams are doing their testing mileage during the winter, and hopefully, I mean, I'm expecting it, but they'll have a much easier ride, quite literally, when they get to back to Europe.
And by the way, if you are listening in from Europe, tickets are available for the Portimao race. It's a great circuit to go and watch motor racing at. You can see you've got great vantage points for the vast majority of that circuit, and as always, the FIA World Endurance Championship, the access to the circuit to come and see the cars and talk to the teams and drivers is absolutely excellent, and you will be phenomenally welcome.
And it falls in the Easter half term as well, so bring the family along.
I think my family's
that'd be nice.
Genuinely, I think
I'm actually trying to bring my family along as well. Yeah.
I'm told my son and his wife are coming, which is going to be absolutely brilliant to see them.
Well, look, it's let's be honest here. Not many families want to spend the entire day in any holidays sitting at a racetrack. You know, you might be able to take your lad along or whatever, or maybe your daughter along, but your wife's unlikely to really want to do that. But if you can parlay a week's holiday in the Algarve with you sneaking off for a hello, no, a little bit of spicy, spicy side slip there from the caddy. If you can parlay a week's holiday in the Algarve in the Easter half term with you sneaking off for a day or two to go to the track while the rest of the family are frolicking the beach and freezing in the North Atlantic, I think it's a great opportunity. And of course, after that, for a real motorsport fan, quick weekend break across the channel from the UK or across Europe from wherever you are to Spa-Francorchamps. Yeah, mate, I mean, you know, we go to such classic racetracks.
A bit like the WCTV version of Through the Kilo at the Havens there.
Through the Kilo.
Sold to the tall man in the middle.
3 hours 47 minutes remaining of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, 8-hour time certain race, and the leader is in the pits. This is the number 7 Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi. Anthony Davidson rubbing his hands because it's chilly in our commentary booth, although it is hot down on pit lane, and that means the number 8 car of Brendan Hartley goes through. Now, in Formula One, you try and get in and get out before your rival, so you're coming up behind them on hot tyres as they're on not quite so hot tyres. In this case, that's even more exaggerated. The undercut works even better because the guy coming out has got no chance at all of defending because he is on not on what in Formula One parlance would be cold tyres, but actually cold tyres that are some probably here 70 degrees away from their operating temperature rather than 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 as would be the case if they come out of their tyre blankets.
Yeah, to give you an idea, it's where they stack the tyres. It's a 3-metre wide square in the back of the pit carriage where they've got to stack the tyres, and that's the area where the teams put their sandwiches to keep them cool.
Well, Anthony is pointing to his phone that tells us it's 28 degrees outside. That won't be in the shade. It'll be cooler in the shade and there'll be a bit of a breeze as well. So, yeah, you know, and what's the operating temperature? 98 degrees, 90, 98. So, you know, a long, long way side. And again, when they came out of the blankets and they went onto the car and they're going to pit, they're still, quote, cold tyres, they'd have been down to 85, not 90.
Yeah.
You know, now it's not even remotely close. It's going to take a lot of work to fight off somebody on hot tyres who's coming up hot behind you.
So yeah, the tyres have to be ambient temperature these days.
Yeah.
So, what sounds like a relatively small tweak to the regulations, just banning tyre warmers, is the implications, the knock-on effects it's had, and that it will have as this race gets colder, as the sun starts to set. I mean, they're monitored every set that goes onto every car. They turn up with a heat gun, and they take a quick read of the surface of the tyre, and if it's over the ambient, they're not going on the car. That's what the rule is. So, yeah, 28 degrees, whether that's in the shade or not, it doesn't feel like 28 degrees out there, I must say, but must rely on some better technology in the future. But yeah, whatever it is, ambient outside, that's what the tyre has to be as well. So you can't go placing them in the sun before they slap them on the car. They have to remain in the shade.
Jacques Villeneuve, pretty solidly in about the 155s, 156s. I'd suggest that is struggling, gentlemen. He's at the back of the LMP2 field and not really making very much progress, if any at all, as the Cadillac hits pit lane and a driver change underway for the number 2.
That's Richard Westbrook climbing on board the Cadillac number 2. El Bamba's time is done. Well, for now, he'll be back in later on in the race, of course.
Interesting, they're clearing out those vents. You can see the long vent that's channeling air through the front wheel tunnels and back out behind. Again, we talked about this last year, that where you had to have cutouts over the wheels to allow air to blow out if the car gets sideways, to stop it lifting off the ground or being lifted off the ground by going sideways through the air. You don't have to have wheel out cutouts anymore. You can, you don't have to. What you have to be able to prove aerodynamically is that you have done something to bleed that air that will stop your car flying. It turns out, it would seem, that actually having a wheel arch cut out does 2 things. First of all, helps to get you to that position, but also helps to disperse some of the rotated air from the tyre. Ooh, that's the Toyota rather, on the dirt, coming down the inside of Villeneuve.
I thought maybe he was off track when he did the overtake there, but he wasn't. He just had a wheel inside the white line.
Yeah.
Close.
Well, and the problem there for the Toyota driver was that Jacques had moved over to leave room for him. But yeah, that commitment had happened already. So Jota leading in LMP2 with David Beckman, and behind him Mirko Bortolotti. Now again, see, lots of names coming in to endurance racing who have been very, very spectacularly competent and successful GT racers. Mirko Bortolotti, another one of them. He's in second, ahead of Sean Gallel and Robert Kubica in the 2 WRT cars.
Yeah, 48, by the way. Important as we get deeper into this race to remember that that is effectively invisible for points. That is not a full-season car. This is the fill-in car for Hertz Team Jota. This is entered as Hertz Team Jota. The other car entered just as the Jota car, the 28. So will not score World Championship points. But, of course, we'll stand on top of the podium if the race finished as things stand now.
And do they get a Rolex?
No, because they don't get one anyway.
Yeah, there you go. They get the invisible Rolex.
They could draw one on, I guess, if they like. But
well, here is the Prema car trying to make a move. Who is this?
63, as the leader in the pits, by the way.
Yeah, so Mirko Bortolotti in that Prema car.
That is a move to... That is Sean Galale with Mirko Bortolotti, I think it is.
It was Mirko Bortolotti, a former Formula 2 champion.
Well, clearly wasn't Sean Galale. That must be Robert Kubica. It is Robert Kubica and Mirko Bortolotti.
Yeah, it's Bortolotti.
This is the 8 car on pit road.
So number 7 is just coming in to turn 7. There's number 8's in the pit lane now, as we see. Hirakawa takes over from Brendan Hartley.
Yet another of our world champions. There are multiple world champions in this field, in hypercar and beyond.
You can hear shouting outside. That's not good, is it?
Yeah, was that a little bit of a slow right front?
Number 7 car's out of 13, on the stretch down to 14. Oh, hello.
That's Gibson tool.
Yeah. What's going on at Alpine, and is that for 35 or 36?
I think 36 is just...
Number 7 is coming out to the final, out of the final corner of our lap, 16.
It's 36, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
I've been watching a couple of laps on that car, and I thought maybe he'd come out on cold tyres, but he's over 2 minutes, and he's still over 2 minutes after another 3 laps. He's got a problem. Mathieu Vazevière is not anywhere near full pace.
Leaders are in turn 17, 7's got by, 8 didn't even stand a chance. There's a really good in and out lap sequence from the number 7 team, and Rio Hirakawa is in second place. Jose Maria Lopez is the leader.
And now Hirakawa's got to go through the pain of getting his tyres up to temperature while
trying to hang on to the back of Lopez, who's gone. And Lopez, and again, we won't know for an hour or 40 minutes whether Lopez has over-brought the tyres in too early, and then they start to go off on him in the beginning of the second stint.
Quick lap from Jose Maria Lopez there, 1:48.9 to nail that deal.
Wow.
It is the 36 on pit lane. I'd say the last 3 laps at least over 2 minutes for that car.
Well, whatever that Gibson tool was, it wasn't a £5 lump hammer, so it suggests to me that it may not fix quickly.
Yeah, well, let's have a bit of a wait and see. I wonder whether or not it's going to misfire.
D-Station, by the way, you're looking at the Dempsey Proton Porsche of Christian Ried. D-Station's Casper Stevenson was ahead of him, now behind, so that's a place change. So the Dempsey Proton car up to 3rd place. Corvette lead with Nicholas Verone. Scott Huffaker in the Kessel Racing Car Guy Ferrari is 2nd there, and right behind is the battle 3rd and the D-Station Aston. Where's Christian Ried gone? There he is. Okay, so that is changed back. So Casper Stevenson, I thought, had been dropped by Christian Ried, but Ried has obviously dropped back behind him or stayed behind him.
Corvette don't just lead, they absolutely dominate. They're
shush,
a minute, 3/4 ahead.
Shush. The Iron Dames will have worse to say about that. It's not just a cam cover going on, is it? That's what was in the truck. It's the plugs. It's the, what do you call them? They don't have plugs these days. What do they have, Ant?
Yeah, no,
You're a modern man.
They've got spark plugs.
Do they have spark plugs, or do they have igniter coils?
No, spark plug.
Okay, and something
looks like what you'd find on your normal road car, but they're spark plugs.
You are in trouble.
And they are spark plug spanners.
Yeah.
21 in trouble. Oh, in a lot of trouble. Simon Mann.
Keep out the barriers, yeah. But that's just classic, getting on the power while still turning, and combined with those bumps on the exit of turn 10. We saw it with the hypercar Ferrari actually yesterday in free practice, I think. Yeah, in FP3, and it just, the drive, who was it, Collado at the wheel at the time? I can't remember, but he caught the car as it went sideways, and then it lurched the other way and had a bit of a half spin to the left after losing it to the right. That one just went all the way around. So it's that bump on the exit is it's pretty unforgiving.
D-Station Aston in the pits this time round, drops out of 3rd place. So Corvette leading from Kessel Racing and Dempsey Proton. That's the way to get a bit of bodywork attached. Give it a good old boot. 36 is back and on its way. So they had a misfire. They definitely had proper spark plug spanners in there. I don't know whether it was a change of plugs. Louise Beckett is right there, loitering with, well, not within the tent, just outside the tent. So, you see what I did there? So that was a play with words, Ant. Just to explain the lack of joke there, the lack of humour. Robert Kubica in the pit lane for WRT. And they are ready for a tyre change.
And 48 Jota comes in.
Yeah. Oh, I like the little way the little light lights up there in the visor, so the team can tell the difference between their cars.
Funny that. Selfish, I call it.
So it is the race leader, David Beckman. Their other David, Jota's other David Heinemeier Hansen, remains at the wheel of their 38 car. My watch is buzzing. Have I been... Yeah, I've been told off by Jota for making yet another can't tell them apart gag. That's gonna...
I think you'll find the wheel nuts are different colours. That's got the red wheel nuts.
Yeah, from last year. Has it got the red wing in plates? And it says Singer on the fin, and you know, I mean all the other old twaddle.
Well, in fairness, the easy way to tell the Hertz team Jota car from the other one is that it's got Hertz written on the side in 5-foot-high letters.
One of them's invisible, and the and the other one isn't, obviously, as far as the WEC is concerned. And of course, that will become less of an issue, we hope, when one becomes a Porsche later in the season and the other one doesn't.
The 63 Prema car, by the way, has got the green wing mirrors.
Yes.
And, the number 9 has got the red wing mirrors.
And that's it. So that's all you get, which is great when they're going away from you. Yeah, there's the view of the Jota car that doesn't let you know anything, and then you cover it in dust and you're never sure which one it is.
Italic numbers as well, digitized italic numbers.
Well, that's the 7 and 8.
Even harder
7 and 8 on Toyota are almost indistinguishable, and yet there's such different numbers.
Everyone's a critic. Before, lest we forget, by the way, what a trio of sponsors they've got aboard that Hertz Team Jota outfit. Hertz, you know, in the car rental business, of course. Singer, the reimagination of classic Porsches being built in both the US and in the UK, and possibly the most famous name on any car here, other than the badges on the front, Tom Brady. Absolutely legendary American football quarterback.
I was rather hoping there'd be some commotion on the grid and we would see the world's greatest footballer on the grid, but I believed... now there really is a man who deserves a knighthood, Sir Gaza.
But he isn't getting one now.
But no, I think he's much more likely to get one now. I do think that, I was sort of hoping, I'm sure I read somewhere on social media that Tom Brady was definitely going to be here, but if we didn't see him, we didn't see him, I'm afraid. So you may well have spotted him in the crowd, afraid we didn't. WRT with the, it's the Prema car, isn't it, of Mirko Bortolotti that leads from Interpol's Albert Costa. Now there's another name that GT racing fans will know really well. He's actually got a lot of Lamborghini heritage as well. So we might see him possibly edging his way towards the Iron Lynx team later in his emergent career, but getting himself up to speed, as we saw a number of drivers do over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and teams in LMP2 in preparedness for the arrival of lots and lots of hypercar opportunities. Albert Costa lies second. Philippe Albuquerque up to third. Remember the last time we talked about him when he got into the car and he was having a battle, it was for 9th place. And And that's what being off a pit stop strategy is doing for half the field at the moment. You're up and down like the Assyrian Empire.
But it could all change, couldn't it? It could all change.
It will all change because they're all on different fuel strategies. That was exact.
We joke about meteorite strikes, but last year it was a lightning strike, and that was it.
Yeah.
You know, it was game over.
Run away.
Well, I think Philippe Albuquerque's on a bit of a flyer in this stint at the moment. He's slowly catching the two cars in front of him. There's a bit of a gap. It's over 10 seconds, but I think if anyone can do it around this track, it'd be him. In that car, we know the United Autosports car was flying, at least with the car 23 crew.
Yeah, Philippe Albuquerque and driving very quickly in this car, never a surprise. But I'll take your point. He is on a particular tear right now. It's the number 5 car with the Ferrari right in its wheel tracks. It's Nick Nielsen and Andre Lotterer. They deal with a bit of traffic by way of the 54.
So number 5 car is Dane Cameron. So this is the Ferrari, but the number 5 Porsche is down in 7th place. Dane Cameron driving that, and his target immediately ahead is number 2 Cadillac of Richard Westbrook, but that is 70 seconds up the road. So this is not a battle for position. This is the Ferrari trying to put a lap on the Porsche. The Porsche using quite a lot of road, and Davidson, quite a lot more than the Ferrari seems to be.
It's just driver preference, how much of that extra piece of track you can use in between 14 or 15 and 16, that left and right sequence. And you don't want to go too wide because you can get onto the marbles, but the Ferraris clearly, it seems to have the speed advantage in a straight line. We can hear from David Beckman now.
David Beckman, your first time with WEC and here at Sebring, I'm assuming you put in a great run. There's been lots of people mentioning just how good that drive was from you.
Yeah, thank you. Overall, first time for me in the LMP2 and also in the endurance race, so I was in general very happy that I could even compete. So I think I learned a lot over the prologue. Jota did a mega good job. It's like a family, you know. They helped me a lot and got me into the rhythm. So I think I did now all my runs. I think it was quite good. No mistakes, decent lap time, and I think if Yifei and Will keep on, I think we have a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even your competitors from WRT was saying how good you were driving.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. I was driving. I couldn't hear it, but
you're doing a good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, David Beckman last year racing in the FI Formula 2 Championship, a half season, but he is filling in here as the required silver rank driver in the 48 car for the first 2 races before the planned introduction of the Porsche 963 or similar from Hertz.
I tell you what, he's doing a heck of a fill-in, isn't he?
Isn't he just?
Yeah, really obviously having a lot of fun, and why wouldn't you? But yeah, no, doing a very, very good job. Yeah, Antonio Felix da Costa, who will be in that Porsche because he is a Porsche factory driver now, is here. And as you know, spending about as much time doing social media as he would be if he was driving the car as well. So, yeah, always good to see Antonio around.
Such an influencer.
I know. Well, we're talking actually the other day about, the likes of him and Tom Blomqvist, Albert Costa, all in the same class coming up through junior single-seaters in the GP3 era. Remember when GP3 was called GP3 and not Formula 3 and all that stuff? They were a whole group of drivers that came up together, a sort of generation behind Robert Kubica, who didn't have that ladder but worked himself up the single-seater ladder through the Renault programs with 2-litre Formula Renault Euro Cup and then into World Series by Renault and then, of course, up into Formula 1.
Yeah, it's basically the motorsport version of he was down the pit from being a lad.
Aye. Nicholas Ferroni leading 27 laps into these tyres. The Corvette still comfortably out front, but as we saw with the Iron Dames, every bump Again, we said, yeah, we heard who was it was saying every bump you can land a metre from where you took off, and he doesn't mean ahead, he means sideways. Never count anything out here.
The 36 car back out on track after the spark plug issue, we think, for that car. Mathieu Vassilière back now up to speed and close to 10 seconds quicker than he was managing before.
Good to have Louise in the pit lane, because she wasn't doing what a Joe Bradley would have done, which is told them they're changing the wrong plugs and how to do it. But she is there with the Alpine team, and she is with Charles Milesi. Let's find out what he knows about their travails.
Charles Milesi, the 36 Alpine, is back out on track now, but obviously we saw it in having some work done to it. Can you tell us what was happening?
Yeah, we had an issue with the engine, with the plugs, so we had to change it. So I think now the problem is solved, but yeah, we lost quite a lot of time. So we had a good pace for the moment, and yeah, we'll try to push until the end. But yeah, 1 lap down or 2, I don't know exactly, but that's a bit of a shame.
Are you due to get back in the car?
Yeah, we'll go back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a problem cost them the better part of a lap. By the time it actually got to the stage where a problem diagnosed and dealt with, they're certainly losing something around or over 10 seconds a lap to the main competition before they dealt with it. Just as that was happening, by the way, top 2 cars in LMP2 in and out of the pits. That was Mirko Bortolotti, who rejoins in second place. Philippe Albuquerque, by the way, in and out, and instead of cycling back now to the bottom of the field, cycles back to 4th. That car back into contention.
Is that full stint, or have they done a short stint and they're now starting to back time?
I think that is his first stint done.
Wow.
Remember, they lost to something like 20 seconds, having to reposition the car, and this is the battle.
This is Bortolotti and Albuquerque.
This is Freins and Albuquerque.
I beg your pardon, it is Freins and Albuquerque.
Now this will be a proper battle. Yeah, Freins and Albuquerque. It doesn't get any more vicious than this.
It does. Philippe and Antonio Felix da Costa. Do you remember in Bahrain shoving each other off?
But let's just wait and see. Let's just wait. I mean, this will be. This is going to be a battle throughout this whole rest of the stint for these two.
Neither of them have any speed other than full.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Robin with fresher tyres on, only 8 laps into his stint, whereas Philippe has completed a full stint on his tyres, so he is at a grip disadvantage. Didn't stop him going around the outside, tucking him up.
Was that Albuquerque just come out of the pits?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he has.
So he's struggling to get up to temperature, and that's why the attack was. Well, that's why.
Well, less so because he's got already warm tyres on, so all he's done is stop and gone back out, so they're less cold than.
Yeah, I think you may have 2 new tyres on that, 2 tyres on that car, because you look at the pit stop time for Philippe Albuquerque, so 1 minute 16.
I thought the graphic said 21 laps on all 2 tyres, and only 7 on.
That's mightily quick if changing all 4 tyres.
I don't think it was all 4. I think it was 2.
Albuquerque didn't change tyres.
In which case it's slightly slow for a fuel stop.
Could have just been the 2 tyres,
well,
which they often do, because you have those 6.5 sets.
Yeah.
I wonder which way the car was pointing on the graphic, because on the top of the graphic it had 21-21, so they've done one side, not fronts or rears.
It's pretty easy. If he pulls away from Robin Freins, then you know he's got fresher tyres on board.
Or he's Portuguese.
No, Freins would stick. Freins is so quick in this car.
Freins' tyres have only done 7 laps each.
Yeah.
So at best, Philippe's got fresh tyres on one side. Now, what would you change here? Left sides only? Right sides only? Right, it must be right sides only, because I think the graphic...
Clockwise track, you'd go usually for the outside.
Yeah. I'd like to see the graphic again. We won't, but I'd like to see the graphic again, because certainly 2 of his tyres, 1 front and 1 rear at least, have got 21 laps, because that was what I read on the top of the graphic. And Freins have got 7. So Robin has got fresher rubber all round than Philippe has, cumulatively at least. Whoa.
Well, he's going to go for that, but yeah.
It's all breathing space, isn't it? And this car, Thomas Floor, the birthday boy in the 54 car, is 4th place in GTE Am. So
going well.
Yeah, having a really good run. And again, one of those cars that we have barely spoken about, other than the fact that it's been in traffic somewhere. So they're having a very good run. Alex Lynn from Cadillac is with Louise Beckett.
Alex Lynn, this really has been an up and down race for everyone behind Toyota, really.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think behind Toyota there's a great race. For the last step on the podium, between us, Ferrari and the two Porsches, I think, yeah, honestly, it's really exciting. Very close between us all.
And you've got a smile on your face. Okay, right now it's not running great for the Cadillac, but you know that hopefully that's going to come back, and the fight is here.
Yeah, no, honestly, with the strategy, it's really interesting. I think Porsche and Ferrari are particularly hard on their tyres, so it's pushing them into a window of strategy on their last stop. So I think they're going to rely on some full course yellow at the end. We're now on course to not need another stop, so depending on how that plays out, but to be honest, it's exciting, you know, for the overall category to see a race like this.
It's really interesting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now then, that suggests to me they're feeling quite comfortable about their tyre usage, that they've not had to single stint tyres. Is that what you were reading out of what he was saying?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all along that the Cadillac's been very kind on its tyres, and that's why we saw Alex Lynn moving forward and overtaking the Porsches on track before he got that penalty, of course, which really scuppered their plans. But I do think that at least the number 50 Ferrari has the genuine speed over the Porsche and the Cadillac.
Yeah, but does it have enough tyres left? If they've had to single stint some of their tyres...
But it's more about this splash at the end, I think, that Alex was talking about, where he doesn't feel they need to.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Louise Beckett. Louise, thoughts on that?
Well, also remember that it didn't go their way, but for qualifying, Alex Lynn's held back and he didn't go out till quite late, and I'm sure that was down to what they were doing with their tyres.
Yeah, that's a really valid point. They will only have used one set, and it's only a couple of laps, but it puts a heat cycle, that might have been 5 or 6 laps, puts a heat cycle through the tyres, and then that might come back and haunt them.
Qualifying for Alex Lynn, he did that, was it just 2 laps, came in, changed the tyres, and then went.
Sat a long while and waited for everybody else to have their go, and then went out on the attack. And it was a good qualifying run from the Cadillac. It's going to be a very interesting season, not just because we've got new things to look at, new people to talk about, but as we see the development of these new cars, particularly the new cars. All right, Toyota have kept their heads very much above water. Sure, they didn't get pole position, but in the race, and that's what they were talking about in their pole position debrief that we sort of earwigged on yesterday after qualifying, that we've got a good race car, and you know, there's not a lot of worried faces there. Look at Alex Wurz at the far end. He's got a place. No, he hasn't. That was just a shadow. But he's looking as sanguine as ever. He was chatting with the drivers, wasn't he? You know, 6 drivers and Alex just kind of having a bit of a think about it, a bit of a... You know, he's very much the interface between the team and the drivers, and his mentality, his psychology straddles both camps really well. I kind of think that he's the cosseting element of the team as far as the drivers are concerned.
Yeah,
maybe.
he's a very wise head, Alex Wurz, you know, in that team, and I think that's what partly gives them their stability, especially through all those years where they didn't have the competition, and it was really just that two-way fight. I say, well, it's played out that way today again, of course, with other teams faltering of penalties, but competition in terms of lap time seems to be there a bit more than it was last year, at least. So, but Alex is always there to bridge that gap between the drivers and the feistiness that the drivers have naturally as competitors, as athletes, and the team management. It's quite a data-driven team, and Alex is there to just sort of bridge that gap and nurse those relationships between driver and the engineering aspect of the team. pretty well. It gets more interesting now, though, because you've got people like Kazuki Nakajima, who are in a managerial role, and of course Kamui Kobayashi, who is team principal. Still, I find it unbelievable. I mean, if you wrote this into a movie script, you'd be laughed out of the room, surely. I'm thinking of this movie. I'm going to make the race driver the team principal as well, halfway through his stint at Toyota. How about it? Get out.
GTM leader Nicholas Varoni must be approaching the end of his double stint in the Corvette C8R. First time out for this car in the GTE AM class, run by the factory Corvette team, Corvette Racing, but not the car that raced last year by the team in the World Endurance Championship. Brand new chassis built up for Ben Keating and his crew. Keating has done 4.5 hours, 2 hours 38 minutes, or 2 hours 40 minutes in the car. Nicholas Varoni now only the second driver in, and we've barely got 3 hours left to get him out, get his time done, and then to put Nicky Katzberg in, and he will be the anchor leg. That car at the moment in a really good position in LMP and GTE. In LMP2, it is Hertz Team Jota that lead with Yiffy Ye at the wheel. And then behind them, Mirko Bortolotti for Prima in second, Louis Delatraz third for WRT. United Autosports' Philip Albuquerque is creeping away very slowly from Robin Freins. Not by much, but by enough just to make sure that Freins doesn't have any wise ideas about trying to close him down. Not too far behind them is Fabio Scherer. The Inter-Europol car is slightly off pit strategy with some of the cars in front of it. It's currently running sixth, but habitually pops back up to second or third, or occasionally even the lead when everybody else in front stops.
Yeah, a significant caution could change everything.
Yep.
In all three of these classes, as we've got the Ferrari now, number 50, on pit lane from third.
It could serve to realign a lot of the strategy, actually, if we get a decent full course caution.
The battle that's ebbing and flowing at the moment, by the way, is with the other Ferrari. It's for 5th place with Antonio Giovinazzi, trading lap times with Richard Westbrook. That gap about 5 seconds, and it's coming up and down lap by lap.
Interestingly, just for those of you with the eagle eyes, you would have seen that Nick Nielsen's seatbelt had actually come inside of his hands device on his right-hand side. It often happens, it slips inside the hands device, but it's obviously it's not where it's meant to be, because in a crash it needs to be holding that hands device in place. So yeah, interesting that's happened. You can sometimes get little lips on the inside of the hands device to hold that seatbelt, but he would be maybe unaware of it. I saw him tightening them up, and maybe that's why, because he's felt it come a bit loose, but so it's hard to feel whether it's the hands over your shoulder or the seatbelt. So I wonder if he'll be a bit more uncomfortable this stint because of that.
Louis Beckett.
Fuel and left side only for the 50 Ferrari, so that's interesting after what Alex Lynn said about the tyre game.
Yeah, I think they are starting to get into the deficit on tyres, and are having to work a little bit harder than they might have liked. I think they've had to use a few more tyres than they might have liked. But yeah, it's all learning. They're learning about their new toy. They're learning how to race it, not just how to test it. 94 Peugeot into the pit lane.
That's back out. That was the car that we thought was out of the race.
It was out of the race now. Loic Duval is back in now. I'm not sure how much of a ground-up restoration it's had, but fairly significant, I think.
Well, it didn't get external assistance, remember. It went to the safe zone. So as Loic, we know, jumps out the car, but if they manage to fix it there, that might still be within the rules.
It was pushed.
If it was pushed back out the paddock. We didn't see that. We saw it drive into the paddock from the safe zone where it shouldn't have been.
That's true. That is true.
It did, under its own power, make it out of pit lane, didn't it?
So the 94 is on pit lane. Is that its reintroduction here?
That would pretty much just sum up their race, though, wouldn't it? If they got out on track and then got black flagged.
Well, we will soon see when that car leaves the pit lane, because if it's got a regular pit stop time against it, it's been out, we've not noticed. If it's got something like 3 hours on its pit stop. Away it goes.
I think that's because you can't come back in from the bottom of the pit lane and come up the wrong way. It's come in from the top, so that's it coming back from, and you saw all the gravel on the tyres as well when they came off. And there's been a driver change as well, so that is not Loic Duval at the wheel.
That's Menezes.
Yeah.
It is 2 hours and 51 minutes.
Yeah. So that has had a comprehensive rebuild of something. Now, I have activated the Beckett bot, so it's on its way down to find out what. So we will find out from Louise shortly, hopefully, what they have had to spend 3 hours fixing on this car. And people at home might be thinking, well, what's the point? It's spent 3 hours stationary. It's never going to get anywhere. No, it's not going to get anywhere. What it is going to do is acquire data. What it is going to do is give drivers and engineers experience of having to work with the damn thing.
Yeah, obviously it's the first time here at Sebring for Peugeot. They need that data from this circuit, and it's better to do that with 2 cars than 1.
Absolutely right.
Well, more importantly, it's things they're going to learn that will hopefully stop it breaking at Le Mans.
What it also means, by the way, is of course we've got 3 cars out the race and not 4.
So what was out is now in. Great little battle here. Satoshi Hoshino, the bronze driver in D station, 12 laps into his stint, so halfway through his stint, and Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari. We just saw that in the pits a couple of minutes ago. 3rd lap on these tyres, so he stayed in the car. He was in the car before. We saw him have a half spin, but he's got fresh tyres, so he's in a double. Hoshino in a double, but double stint, or 16, no, coming towards the end of this set of tyres. So this should be probably the end of the D station drivers' drive time. The battle is for 6th position. Simon Mann looking down the inside of the Japanese veteran, who comes across and takes the racing line.
Well, the American driver in his 2nd year of the FIWC double Italian GT champion. He's the silver-ranked driver in the 21 squad.
American double Italian champion born in Paris. Not at all international then.
Cosmopolitan, I think is the word.
Oh yeah, a bit of ice cream, that'd be lovely.
In front of this queue is Nico Veroni aboard the leading Corvette. He's put in a very good stint indeed as the young Argentinian. Very personable chap. He's going to be, I'm sure, a bit of a fan favourite through this year.
Riding on board with Robin Freins, right back up behind Philippe Albuquerque. In front of them, or between them rather, is the Alpine. But Freins has not lost much ground, has he? Even though he's stuck in traffic, Philippe has not got away.
It's Ollie Caldwell in the 35 car, which is the leading of the pair of Alpines. They're at the moment in 9th and 10th positions, as we've got the number 5 Porsche 963 on pit lane. That's a driver change underway.
In from 7th place, it's the last of our really healthy cars.
Yep, it's Dane Cameron out of the car.
In fact, I'm going to withdraw that because the Floyd Van Wall car is only delayed because somebody rammed it up the backside. So it is still a perfectly healthy car. Nothing wrong with it at all so far. It's had a very good debut. And yeah, as we heard, on really limited testing so far. They're feeling very untested, but boy, they're going to have felt quite tested here. And again, in between that battle between Satoshi Hoshino and the 777 D station car, and Simon Mann gets the break in traffic. Hoshino had to just tidy up his line coming out there as the LMP2 battle came through. Simon Mann goes through on the straight, so he moves up a spot, and that's what you have to do, Anne Davidson, whether you're in an LMP2 car when the faster P cars come through, or when you get into traffic. If something happens, and often it's a quicker car coming past, it gives you an opportunity, and you've got to get ready. And Hoshino loses the spot there, and through comes the leader in GTE AM to put a lap on the D station car.
Well, you know, it's all a compromise. You know, you've got the slower cars out there, and you've got to respect that fact, but also you've got drivers in the AM category in the GTE class that are of different caliber, at different speeds, and you have to take that all into account as either the more accomplished, faster driver coming up, or in a better car doing the lapping. So, you know, it's all a compromise. You've got to read the situation. It's a bit like coming up against it's like coming up to a learner driver on the road.
Yeah.
If you were to accidentally hit into that learner driver, it's your fault. Doesn't matter whether they turned in and did the wrong thing. You have to have the capacity as the more accomplished driver to not make mistakes and not make contact. So, yeah, it's a very difficult thing to judge from inside the car, and you don't know actually as the fast driver who you're coming up against. I always felt that it would be safer to have another light on when you've got the bronze driver at the wheel. We can hear from Hirakawa now.
Yeah, I'm struggling with Taco. Especially 17.
Yeah, Joe, both cars are on the same tango. Both cars on the same tango. Not much we can do. Maybe play with the line a little bit.
Struggling with traction in turn 17 especially. I'm not sure what tango they're both on. Yeah, I would think so.
Different terminology from back in my day.
Other fizzy drinks are available. The Ferrari-Porsche battle for third on pit road. The Cadillac now up to third. Ooh, look at that. Now see, that's proper 1980s, before there were speed limits in the pit lane, when you came in at full racing speed.
So is this the end of Nico Veroni's time? We're going to see Nicky Katzberg now. That, by the way, was him putting a second lap on the 777.
Yes, yeah, he's now lapped everybody up to 5th place.
No, he's lapped everybody.
Lapped everybody?
Yes.
Holy moly. No, Veroni stays in. So that was, I think that was the end of those tyres. So he's going to do a triple. I think Nicky's going to do a triple. I mean, basically, they've got 8 hours, dividing it 3 ways. Ben's done more than, 2.5 hours.
It won't be a full triple for this stage for Nicky Katzberg. Those cars can do around an hour on fuel.
I would think they're now going to start back timing it from the end.
Oh, yes.
Is that, so Veroni will do a shorter stint, and then they'll put Katzberg in maybe for 2 hours, and then, I don't know, maybe Nico for the final hour?
Well, until last year, Corvette had only ever won in the WEC at Le Mans.
Yeah.
And we had that extraordinary race where Ferrari seemed to miscalculate on fuel at Monza, where the GT Pro car took a surprise win. Could this be Corvette with the C8R taking another win, and a win in a second different class?
Yeah, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it, for the Corvette racing guys?
He'll come out.
Shea Adam down there in the pit lane.
Easily still in the lead. This is the second place car. That is the WEC Proton racing car in the hands of Mr. Ever Present, Christian Reed. And the Proton competition squad about to take a massive leap forward post-Le Mans, with the first of what looks to be a fleet of hypercars coming the way of the German squad. One car for later in this year in WEC, another for later this season in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And the promise that, if things go as they should double up in both championships next year.
And, one of the things that made Group C so successful is Porsche's willingness to sell cars to anybody who had the requisite amount of money. And it didn't matter, whether you beat them or not as a factory, because Porsche still won. It didn't have to be the Rothmans Porsches winning. A Brunn Porsche or a Yost Porsche, it's still got the same name above the door. It's still a Porsche. And so it helps to mitigate the cost for the manufacturer, and it multiplies the chances that one of their cars will win.
Yeah, and not only that, so we're going to see some great names in that car. We know already, definitely we're going to see Jimmy Bruni aboard that car, Le Mans winner in GT Pro, of course, last year. And I think, almost completely confirmed now, we're going to see Mr. H. Tingle, Esquire, aboard the Proton car later this year.
That would be really good, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Seb Prio is not part of that plan as well. Tom Dillman at the wheel of the Floyd Van Wall, and this car having a really good debut. Unfortunate to get thumped from behind by an errant Peugeot, them's the brakes, but, so far, mechanically, it's been absolutely flawless. Short on testing, it's pretty uncomfortable, I think the drivers say. Not confidence-inspiring, let's say, but they're driving around that. They're having a really good debut.
So, yeah, Tom Dillman back aboard this car after a single stint from the 1997 F1 World Champion, Jacques Villeneuve. Catching up with news from what happened to the United Autosports car.
They're saying they
Yeah,
had
electrics.
electrical failure not related to the car systems itself, so we'll wait and see exactly what transpires from that. 31 in the pit lane for Team WRT, Robin Freins. Now,
yeah, such a bitter blow for that 23 car. They were racing away. They had this race, but yeah, racing rarely goes to plan. And particularly on a bumpy track like this one, the car, you know, the thing is for the LMP2 teams, they've all got the same car. They're all Oricas, and you cannot do any major tweaks as a team to that car.
Yep.
You buy it and you run it. So, you know, when things go wrong on it, it's not the team that's at fault quite often, especially when it comes to things like electronics. So it does happen.
Well, again,
every car has fragility, but yeah, it's...
You know, we saw that plug change, didn't we? You know, it happens. Things happen.
Particularly here.
Yes. What are the things that electronics do not like? NVH, noise, vibration, harshness. Oh, and heat, and especially heat. What do we get in Florida? Well, we get a lot of vibration and harshness and a lot of heat. It's things that electronics don't like. Don't leave your phone out in the sun, because it'll be dead, absolutely. And cars are not dissimilar.
It is the heat. The other thing is the vibration. It's like an old metal water tank being dragged across a ploughed field by a wild horse in one of those for 8 or 12 hours, depending which.
You've driven a Morris Minor.
Yes.
So I was thinking, what a bizarre analogy.
But it is that just, it's the unpredictability of it, all of it.
You've clearly seen that happen before.
I've seen it, Oh, that was hilarious.
The water tank being dragged over.
I've watched that on any channel.
Thomas Floor remains in the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari, the VistaJet car, the birthday boy. There are worse places to spend your birthday than racing a Ferrari, aren't there? More comfortable tracks to race it on, I'll grant you, but worse things to do.
I mean, I hope he's enjoying it, because he's paying for the privilege. No?
Mate, he was genuinely knocked out. I took a picture because I thought nobody else in our team would have seen it. They made up a cake. It was sitting on the front like his helmet.
Oh, hang on, we got an Alpine off.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of a deja vu for where the 708 ended up. Has that gone off?
Ollie Caldwell.
With no fire in the belly, has that gone off in a somewhat less controlled fashion?
I'm not sure the car's swapped ends to get into that position. I think
he's just rolled to a halt at the end of the Ullman Straight.
There's the
36 in the pit lane. Is it going to take advantage of a full course yellow and suddenly inject itself with a bit more pace or a bit more position? Let's catch up with what's happened at Peugeot. Their drivetrain director, Francois Coudrin, is with Louise Beckett.
Francois, we've seen all of the troubles with the 94 Peugeot. It's been back in the box. You've spent hours working on it. Can you talk us through what you've been working on?
We had an electrical issue on the car. High voltage, then on the ERS system, hybrid system. For sure, we detected on the telemetry, and the driver had it on the dashboard. Then we decided to pit, because it's a procedure. We apply exactly the FIA procedure. Then we do not have the opportunity to take the car here at the beginning. We had to go in the quarantine zone. The car went in the quarantine zone at the end of the pit lane. The guys went to the car, checked that everything was okay. Then FIA gave us the opportunity to take the car back on the box. Then at this stage, the race was finished for this car. Then we decided to take the time to analyze exactly what happened. If the problem is coming from the MGU, from the inverter, or from the battery, or from the wiring loom. We analyze all the system. We fix it, and as the system was completely safe, we decided to go again on track. And now it's okay, the car is on track. For sure the race is over for that car, but it's a good opportunity for us to continue the race, to take information from the track for the other car, and to run on the safety conditions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
A great description of the way that it has to happen. And that's, one of the factors of having these astonishing high voltage systems in the cars is that when the warning lights come on, when they're triggered, whether rightly or wrongly, there is a very strict protocol for a red car in position. And you heard Loic being told to jump from the car and not touch the ground and being, okay guys, but if I die, you've got a right to my, family and so on. But that gives you a great indication. Car is made safe, confirm that it's safe, then you can take it back to the garage, work on it, work through the systems, learn. Full course yellow here in Sebring. Well, it was a beautiful way to start. Big school for our hypercar class, with some of the big names in the sport on the grid here in Sebring in Florida in beautiful weather conditions. Hot and sunny, but not too hot and sunny. Ferrari leading the field away on their first sports car start at the top level since 1973. With Toyota giving chase. Ferraris and the Toyotas ahead of the Cadillac and the Porsches, with Peugeot, Glickenhaus and Van Wall following on behind. An 11-car hypercar field, and it was arms and elbows out right from the very first corner. 2 formation laps to give them the warm tyres they needed to survive, and just about everybody did. Only 1 car having a looping spin. Not at the start was the 94 Peugeot with a transmission problem. Sarabovi and Ben Keating, who contested pole, contested the lead of the race, and then on lap 5, Luis Perez Companc of Argentina crashed out in turn 1. Safety car was scrambled. He was A-OK, but they had to recover the car and rebuild the tyres. A little delay in the pits for the 51 Ferrari, dropped it a fraction behind its teammate. But Toyota's resilience in the pits and on track soon paid, and they were running 1-2. 94 Peugeot disappeared behind the wall as well with electronic issues. Little lock-up for the Oman Racing Aston Martin that had qualified so strongly in 3rd place. It was running quick early on. Puncture for that car cost them plenty and brought out a full course yellow. Porsche and Cadillac, the Daytona hybrids, battling behind the Toyotas and struggling with tyres. The Porsche, Cadillac eventually taking benefit from that. Glickenhaus at that stage still in the frame, but they would bring out another full course yellow as the car rolled dead stick out of the race. And then the end of the chance of glory for the Iron Dames. They were leading, ran off a little wide. Rahal Frey ripping the bottom out of the car. That handed the lead to the 33 Corvette. Another full course yellow, and the 93 Peugeot slamming into the back of the Floyd Van Wall car, damaging its rear bodywork and costing it time in the pit lane. And then the runaway leader in LMP2, the number 23 United Autosports car, rolls to a halt, handing the lead currently to the 48 Jota car. Yiffy Yi way out front. Porsche and Ferrari battling behind the Toyotas for 3rd place with the Cadillac. 2 Ferrari still in it, 2 Porsche still in it, and the single Cadillac still healthy. GTE AM leader by over a lap from anyone. Nicholas Veroni currently in the Corvette, leading LMP2. Yiffy Yi for Hertz Team Jota, and the race leader currently Jose Maria Lopez of Toyota. Just under 3 hours to go. Toyota 1-2 ahead of the ever-changing pattern. Cadillac versus Ferrari versus Porsche. And then the best of the LMP2 cars, the Hertz Jota team, invisible for points, so they are leading, but Prema at the moment best placed to pick up points from the 22 United Autosports car. The reason that the Hertz Jota car is invisible is it won't be an LMP2 entry all year long. As soon as their hypercar Porsche arrives, that will move up into the top class. Floyd Van Wall still going strongly. The only issue they've had is being shunted by somebody else. Corvette leading, and to say they're having a good race is to slightly understate it. They are a lap ahead of the entire GTE AM field. And the 93 Peugeot is back and running, and so is the 94 car. So they have fixed their ailments. They are a day and a half behind everybody else, but they are racking up data. And in the end, a win in Sebring is one thing, but everybody wants to be on the top step of the centenary Le Mans race podium, and that is Peugeot's end game, as it is for everybody else. Toyota would love to defend their championship, win another one, but if they win Le Mans, they will take that very much on the chin.
With that last pit stop, by the way, from the Corvette, it has put the number 77 car back on the lead lap, but still a minute and 15 seconds back for Christian Reed from Nico Ferroni. And it has been since the issue, and I'll describe that in just a moment, for the Iron Dames car, which led and led well. It has been a dominant performance since then from the Corvettes. The 48 car on pit lane. Yeah, the 85, the bright pink Porsche, won that battle. Had a great tussle at the start of the race between Ben Keating and Sarah Bovey. The Iron Links Iron Dames team took the advantage through pit stops coming into a full course yellow, gained about a 30-second advantage. Rahel Fry was extending that advantage as she got into the car, and then a run off track dislodged the entire underbody and rear bodywork of the Porsche, and that cost them time. They are trying to fight back, but still down in 9th position after being a dominant performer at the front of GTE AM.
Race leader Toyota number 7 from the number 8 car. There's been a change in LMP2. We just saw the stop for the 28 Jota Sport car and the 38 Jota car. And FIA is now dropped down to 4th place in LMP2. Race is being led by Mirko Bortolotti. There is the 28 car just coming into the pits in the hands of Oliver Rasmussen. Doors open. He stays in, I think. Yes, he does. So I think that's going to be a 3rd stop for Rasmussen, or a 3rd stint for Rasmussen. And the Floyd Van Wall car is actually starting to sag down the order a little bit. It's still 8th in hypercar, but it's now down behind the top 7 LMP2 cars.
That came after the latest pit stop to hand the car back from Jacques Villeneuve to Tom Dillman. So Dillman is actually picking up time over the LMP2s, but has dropped back in position because he's off strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, and there are a number of cars still, because of the safety car and full course yellows that we've had, that are quite a long way away from their others on where their fuel window opens and closes, and so we see a number of cars zooming to the top on a ladder and then whistling all the way back down on a snake, or the other way around. So Toyota
car comes out just in front of Rio Hirakawa, who's having a bit of a troubled stint, I must say. He's lost time, hand over fist to Jose Maria Lopez, now 8.5 seconds down on the sister car.
It's not his first time at this rodeo either. He raced here last year for the team, so it's not new boy issues.
Yeah, Lopez having a rather better time this time at Sebring than they did last time. The dramatic accident that ended their race. It's been pretty Iron Man stuff here.
Well, the crash in FP3, don't forget as well. He did spin it round and hit the barrier in turn 17, damaged the car just before qualifying. But the car luckily was repaired in time, but so hasn't been an absolute trouble-free weekend for Jose, but he's now at least redeeming himself.
Luckily there were 5 hours between the end of FP3 and the beginning of qualifying, so they had that window of opportunity. But you're right, I mean, you know, and actually scoring a big fat 0 here put them on the back foot for the rest of the year, and they never recovered, did they? You know, the number 8 car failed to finish in Spa, but that wasn't enough to tip the balance back, and so number 7 team, who came here as the world champions last season, having won it in 2020, or 21 rather, then, you know, right from the beginning, found themselves on the back foot, and that's always a tough place to be, always hunting, always having to invent something to be better than your teammates, and to try and take that big tranche of points back. It's always tough, because you're all, you know, they were always ever going to be first or second, pretty much.
They didn't go to the Mans equal on points because of the 2 DNFs, because obviously this race, it's more points, it's a longer race than Spa.
Yeah. Nevertheless, the number 8 crew coming out on top in Le Mans, and that sealed their season. In the pits, the number 7 car, the race leader, Jose Maria Lopez. That means Ryo Hirakawa, for the moment, takes the lead as he comes down the front stretch into turn 1. Our World Endurance pits are on the back straight before the final corner, the 180-degree turn 17, Sunset Bend.
Yeah, interesting additional programme for Jose Maria Lopez this year with Cool Racing in the LMS and LMP2 car.
Cool.
So driving with ex-Toyota teammate Nico Lapierre as the team principal, of course. Tyres going on.
Yeah, sounds like they need to get Ant Davidson back in as well. I have lots of the Toyota Old Boys team.
Couldn't afford him.
I wonder at what point they switch to the soft compound tyre, because unlike the IMSA races going on this weekend, the hypercars in the WEC have the chance to run 2 different compounds. So as the temperature starts to fall, as the sun starts to set, at some point they're going to need to switch over. And so therefore the last stint you do on a brand new set of medium compound tyres, that's going to be the trickiest one to fire up. And so I wonder how that's going to feel for the drivers, and when they know to have that crossover to go into the soft compound tyre. And you don't want to go to the soft compound tyre too early, because we've seen, obvious reasons, we've seen all of the teams and drivers suffering with that second stint.
It is really interesting. There's very few differences between what can be almost the entirely same set of cars this year into next year for both championships. But the two major differences are, you're quite right, in the WEC there were the 2 tyre choices, to one in IMSA, and the other one is the certified wind tunnel is different, and that has, and it does have an effect in terms of the way things work.
Seeing that grip tape on the steering wheel as Danny Kvyat gets in, the Prema car, I'm not sure you're allowed to put grip tape on an LMP2 steering wheel. Like we were talking about before, it's a spec car. I don't know if you're even allowed to do things like that. I might have just grasped them up there.
What do you mean might have?
Well, I might be wrong. You might be able to put the grip tape on, but I didn't think you could.
Saying it on air is fine, but I think you should stop typing that note now.
Dear stewards.
Yeah, speaking of snitches.
So why would Jose Maria Lopez, Cool Racing and Nico Lapierre be working together in LMP2? It's not so that Pituto gets more racing.
That could be.
Are Cool building up to a hypercar program? They're the sort of team that have that sort of ambition.
I'm not sure. I think that's joining too many dots at the moment, and for reasons I won't go into, I think it's some of the wrong dots.
Getting the wrong end of the stick?
There might be the right dot.
Unlikely.
There might be the right dots, but in completely
the wrong order. In as the Prema car comes out, in goes Philippe Albuquerque for United Autosports at the end of his second stint. It'll be interesting to see if he stays in or not. And Kvyat, as Ant said, is in, and in comes the number 8 car. So again, we saw the number 7 car stop a lap before number 8 last time round, and the time before that meant the number 7 car got an advantage. It was at that stage behind the number 8 car, but stopped under green, and the number 8 came into the pits just as they were closing for a full course yellow. They then took on 3 laps worth of fuel, which is the minimum or maximum you're allowed in a closed pit lane. They were forced to come in. They could not go any further without stopping. They were on their in lap, and so then they had to come back in for a second stop. And that's what's made the difference between 8 and 7. That gave 8 gave 7 the advantage, put them ahead on the road. Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 car has not been able to keep pace with Jose Maria Lopez.
Tyres at the ready. Car 7 is at turn 10.
So it should go through comfortably back into the lead.
Well, if the air hammers go on before car 7 gets to turn 13, then it has lost ground.
Can't see.
Well, we can hear, I think, because I think we can still hear the pit stop in the background, but I sense not. And 7 is coming down towards the Le Mans sequence of corners as we go back to D station, with Satoshi Yoshino still holding off Francesco Castellacci now in this 54 car that was driven by Thomas Floor.
Having a good run, actually, both these cars.
And Satoshi Yoshino again, you know, all season long last year, did a proper stand-up job as a bronze-rated driver. Barely put a wheel wrong, had some really good races, and again that D-Station team, you know, it's the 3rd year for that program with TF Sport and the Aston Martin. They're getting better and better and more comfortable, and it's bringing the speed of the drivers up, and that's what makes the difference in GTEM.
The inside of the Aston Martin, and clearing away goes the 963. And that leaves the Japanese gentleman driver to fend off the Swiss.
Yeah, meanwhile, at the head of the field, car 7 did indeed get past Hirakawa in car 8 as he came out of the pits, and Jose's getting his tyres up to temperature while Hirakawa's now going through that painful process.
Yeah. This is going to be close. Down the inside comes the Prema car. Now that will affect the Ferrari worse, I think, probably, than the Aston.
I think he's got it done, though.
No, he's got it done. There was enough room. He was fortunate. I think the Prema car came down the inside early enough on the straight into Sunset Bend, which is soon going to be living up to its name out, because the sun, the shadows are starting to lengthen, the sun is getting lower. As we saw in qualifying, which was sort of this time of day or a little bit later.
Yeah, it's blinding.
Actually, and it's not just into Sunset, it's all the way pretty much from 13 up to 16 as well. You know, some key corners there, you can't see where you're going, and
down into the hairpin as well.
Yeah, oh, that's always a risky one. Sorry, Graham, to butt in there. When you follow another car through, a GT car, always a risky one, but luckily the Porsche was given the room by the D-Station 777 car.
Yeah, and unfortunately that has cost him ground. He's lost that little battle to Francesco Castellacci, and it has lost him a little ground. The next car behind, Matteo Cressoni in the Iron Lynx yellow Porsche, is a further 30 seconds back, so it's not too much of a drama. And behind Cressoni is Michel Gatti in the Iron Dames car, further 17 seconds behind him. So
that gap, by the way, between the 2 Iron Lynx run cars has been closing over the last hour.
Yeah,
it's 45 seconds or so. It's under 20 seconds now.
Yeah.
So that is a change that looks likely to take place. And ahead of that, it's a further 4 seconds to now Satoshi Yoshino. So there is progress that could still be made by the delayed Iron Dames car, but it's not going to be a podium finish.
Yeah, no, he's 4 seconds behind Castellacci now. He's 18 seconds
17,
ahead.
18,
but you're right. You're right. As a driver lineup, the Iron Dames crew are definitely quicker than their Iron Lynx teammates. There's no question, and they are always, as a lineup, quicker. And you know, racing is what it is, and unfortunately for them, this is one that they will definitely feel got away. And Rahel Frey will be, you know, okay, it's me that made the mistake, but everybody makes mistakes.
Absolutely, as always in the Pro-Am formulae with racing, the biggest differences tend to be with the non-professional drivers, and no doubt at all that team co-owner Claudio Schiavone is not nearly as quick as Sarah Bofi in the sister car, the literal sister car.
It's like I was saying, though, it's a bit unfair to say the weakest driver in your crew, the less accomplished driver in your crew. That dictates your performance. And that in you as a trio or a duo, you have to dedicate your time, be selfless, and dedicate the time to the driver in that car crew that can give you the performance, that can gain the most by track time.
Or lose the least.
Exactly, but if there's no room for selfishness in terms of developing the car set up that week for your style, if you feel like I can get another 2/10 out of it by making the car more pointy, for example, get the car more on the nose, sharper turn in, deal with the rear end moving all over the place because I'm a pro driver, I can deal with that, I'll definitely go faster. But meanwhile, your bronze driver's terrified to drive this car like that, and it's going to go 2 seconds a lap slower because it's a really pointy, uncomfortable car. Guess what? You're going to have to dedicate more time to driving more understeering to it, compromising a bit more, your own performance, and putting your ego aside for the benefit of the trio or duo car crew for that weekend.
It's a really interesting point, a long conversation with a couple of people I know and trust in the racing business about professional drivers, and that there are 2 sorts of professional drivers emerging in this marketplace that is talent marketplace that is sports car racing. One are those top pros capable of winning world-class races. I'm going to make you blush by saying, like your good self. Okay, it's simply that. You've got another level of professional driver that are more able to compromise and bring emerging, less professional talent up with them. And actually, arguably, in the marketplace that is LMP2 and GTM, they might be the more valuable. They might be the more valuable, the guys who can compromise just a little bit more and employ their talent in bringing the performance of the less accomplished driver, I like that phrase, closer to them.
Yeah, well, I can pick you many superstar drivers in single-seaters that I would never put into a sports car race. Not because I feel like they might crash or be a bit of a liability. It's because, in many ways, it's a different requirement. You need to be, you know, very selfish and have a huge ego to be successful, to be a successful single-seater driver. But there's no place for that in sports cars. You have to work as a team. Even if you're working with a team of platinum or gold drivers, you need to be that compromising kind of character. And I mean, I always felt more comfortable in this environment than I did, say, in Formula One.
Yeah.
Because it just fitted that. It just fitted my style and who I am more than being that, the teamwork. And I think that's what made me a good test driver in F1 as well.
Yeah, it's a strange thing when we get people coming in to sports car racing who've got perhaps a long career elsewhere. It is one of those questions I ask, and I ask in a kind of benign way, but I'm looking for that answer. That's when you know that if you've got someone with real talent, they're going to break through, they're going to make it. And it is astonishing how many do give you precisely that answer, because they do enjoy, in that phase of their career, just a little less intense an environment, and are still able to enjoy their racing. Back to racing, though. 2 hours and 36 minutes, or 37 minutes remaining, and all three classes in a single apex there.
That was really late. Jose Maria Lopez, no real need for it into that corner, but he felt it was on.
In the zone, isn't he? He is really in the zone, and he is still under pressure. There's Rio Hirakawa not far behind.
He's closing. He's closing.
Yeah. So, Toyota had... Do they have fresh tyres on the Hirakawa?
Well, it was 8 seconds, wasn't it? It's now down to 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, maybe that's why Pachito's feeling the need to lunge a little.
Maybe, but Hirakawa had that benefit, obviously, of running an extra... Yeah, that's been there for quite a while, that car in the background.
That's the 35.
Oh, so it is, yes.
It's the 35.
So it is. I thought they'd moved it somewhere further away.
It's in a place of safety because it's not on the line of the angle of attack from the barrier. But yeah, it's I saw that too.
Yeah, Hirakawa just he had that benefit of one extra lap on low fuel and hot tyres, as Jose was out there getting his tyres up to temperature.
This is holding him up. Lopez.
The tables have turned now, and Hirakawa looks like, I mean, this has been a terrible time, a terrible run through the traffic for Jose, and he's clearly lost a lot of time. It's now down to 1.8 seconds. Just goes to show what can happen through the traffic. That's not just him driving slower. Now it's Hirakawa's turn, and yeah, easier place to overtake there, although a little lift through turn 8. He wasn't quite sure where the D-station car was going to end up. Now he's in the traffic through 10. I wanted to stay with that battle, but here's the battle with Scherer versus Freins.
If Lopez is going to continue losing a second and a half a lap, then we're going to see those Toyotas swapping places. The Ferrari down the middle of the battle. Get out of the way, I'm coming through, I'm in third place, get out of my way. So that's Nick Nielsen threading his way through the battle. Fabio Scherer in the green and yellow of Inter Europol.
And he's been hunting down Robin Freins as Scherer.
We've seen a couple of times when Fabio Scherer just gets it right. We saw it at Fuji, if you recall. I think it was Fuji we saw with Fabio Scherer. Absolutely stellar drive. He does seem to have a bit of a Marmite time in LMP2.
Yeah, a little bit up and down, but yeah, driving a fantastic stint here is Scherer, and Robin Freins all out of shape on the exit of 10 and lost a lot of momentum through 11 before 13.
And again, you start to wonder then, what are the two different teams doing on tyre strategies? Robin just nursing this on the last of the glowing embers of what might have been a set of tyres a couple of stints ago, you know, because he was losing ground early on to Philip Albuquerque, and he's been caught by Robin Scherer, Fabio Scherer, and you know, no disrespect to Fabio, but you sense that Robin might not have the full weaponry to defend himself. And coming up behind is Phil Hansen in that 22 car.
So Ollie Caldwell has not given up this fight with the 35 car. That's in the place of safety at the outside of turn 17. While we're watching that, by the way, I can tell you that Ryo Hirakawa has cleared that traffic. They crossed the line 2.5 seconds back, so he's still taking time up the 7, having cleared the traffic. And this looks like it could be on here. So he's trying every kind of reset he possibly can, I'm sure.
Yeah. Exit at turn 17. Have you tried turning it off and on again, sir?
Full season for Ollie Caldwell. Not his first time in the WEC. Didn't do a one-off at Bahrain. Was it 2 years ago with ARC Bratislava? But just a one-off appearance there. Busy track. Oh, very, very close there.
Oh, and that's for position. That's Phil Hansen in the United Autosports car up the inside of Fabio Scherer. Still there. Still there.
Unfortunate for Scherer because, yeah, he's got away with it, but that was unfortunate. He did the right thing by not overtaking the Porsche and following through Freins, who made the move, but then he got all crossed up and got onto the dirt on the outside. That gave the United car of Hansen a chance to lunge, and but he couldn't quite make it stick. So, yeah, that was all because of the traffic situation.
Damage on the rear of the 86, on the rear left corner.
I don't know who's hit the back of the GR car, but wind back 6 hours or 5 hours, and there's the Corvette chasing the pink Porsche that was the leader, now coming up to lap again the pink Porsche that was the leader.
So Phil Hansen with Fabio Scherer, and they're both trying to catch Robin Freins.
So Hansen in his first stint, I think. Yeah, 7 laps ago. Fabio Scherer only 1 lap longer in though, so there's no tyre advantage there.
Hansen had better run through 17 there, and he might well be on the back of it, not quite close enough, I'm afraid.
And look, despite that, Freins has not got away. No. In fact, they're closing.
He's in trouble there. Yeah. Definitely.
Well, Freins is definitely running at the very end of his tyres, isn't he? And they're on the start of theirs. Great looking battle here in LMP2. Robin Freins currently in 4th place in the green and yellow. Fabio Scherer 5th in the blue, white and red. Phil Hansen in 6th place, and Freins again, you know, Scherer almost lost that 5th place half a lap ago, and now he's still trying to get 4th back off Robin Freins. The bit of elastic has snapped right back up and hit Freins in the backside. I think Fabio Scherer's right there.
Hansen's got the equipment. I think he's got the tyres under him as well. He's the fastest of this trio, but Scherer is also faster than Freins. He's been hunting him down over the last couple of laps, but yeah, we all know that United car is super quick this weekend.
Yeah, that car, remember, was running right up there at the 22. Then there was the mistake by Frederick Lupin coming to the pits. And then they held the car to avoid the penalty. Pit exit. It cost them a chunk of time, but they've battled back into this. They're currently running 6th. So 3 cars within a single second here and battling away for 4th place.
I wonder how long before Robin Freins is in the pit lane.
Again, another lap, another face this battle, and Scherer drops back towards Phil Hansen this time.
Kessel Racing Ferrari in the GTE class. We haven't spoken much about it. The car guys machine currently in 2nd place. Daniel Serra's just set that car's fastest lap of the race. Yep. Here we go.
That was a really poor exit from Scherer there through the final corner, and Hansen might capitalise on this one. No, Scherer's going to have to guard the inside slightly more. I'm not sure that Hansen can cross the line and get a good run on the exit of one. I think Scherer's safe towards turn 4. Hansen flashing the headlights to try and off-put the car in front, but you're going to have to try harder than that. Scherer got the experience, but he's there was a bit of a scruffy lap there last time around, and he's allowed Freins to just edge away. Now he's become the hunted.
And yet, look how much further Freins was away exiting turn 1 to how he is now as they come up to the hairpin. So, you know, they're right back with him again.
So Hansen's going to have to think about this one. He kind of, he's got him under pressure now, and I think Scherer's more focused in the mirrors than what's going on in front of him. So Hansen, right, what can we do here? Can't overtake on the inside in 10, too far away. Now you're looking for a good exit here. Pinch the car in slightly tighter to get a good run through 11. He just clipped the curb last time around, did Hansen, and turn 11. And he's right there for 13. Line it up. He's gone out extra wide to try and get a good run out of that corner, but carried too much speed in desperation to try and close the gap. So that's going to hurt him the next time he turns right, because you're carrying the dust. So this corner here, you're carrying still that dust on the left-hand tyres of the car, and yeah, he's moving all around. It's not going to be this time round for him.
Great battle in LMP2. Coming down towards us, the red nose, Robin Frijns, green and yellow, Fabio Scherer, and then Phil Hansen hidden behind him. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got Porsche versus Ferrari in hypercar, and that is still the battle for what is now fourth place, isn't it?
It's just gone the way of the Ferrari.
Andre Lotterer going into the pits, that's why. So Lotterer, as he was saying to us earlier, back at home. Not at home at Porsche so much, although that's not an unfamiliar stomping ground, but in the World Championship. Here we go, Hansen going the long way.
Not quite. Not quite. He thought about it. He definitely, and he's going to take a move like that to really topple Scherer. He's all over the place.
Really overdriving the guy. He's just mashing the throttle there, trying to get the drive.
He's got to keep himself under control here, Phil. There's just a little impatience looks to be creeping in there. That was a good blocking move, by the way, from Scherer.
Breathing space as well for Robin Frijns. He's breathing a sigh of relief that Hansen's got their driver change in the number 6 Porsche.
Traffic coming here for them, and this could be
always an opportunity. Yeah. And they're both going to have to follow that Porsche through this sequence of turn 10, 11. Now Scherer might pop it down the inside. He's going to have to. He's going to have to pop it down the inside of 13. Don't follow him, Phil. Yeah, he knows what to do. So he's lost a bit of ground.
Oh, nearly.
It's all about getting that
so
run.
Close.
Yeah, he knew he needed the run, but he just caught him a bit too much mid-corner and almost clipped. I mean, there's such a fragile part of the car. That nose section, that could have lost him a hell of a lot of performance. But he just, I mean, you can't see that part of the car when you're sitting in there. That was a close one.
How close was this?
If he had followed him through, the Porsche has to turn in at some point. So he knew not to, but look at that. Oh, that was
and
too
you
close.
see the drive, the pickup of speed of the P2 car off the mid-corner there.
The teammate of Scherer's loving this. Oh, but that might have really compromised Scherer there, because he just had to get past the slow Porsche, who's just exited the pits on cold tyres.
The
This is what we talked about.
hypercar is holding them up.
This has, look!
Now downwash Hansen.
The Porsche is desperately trying to stay on the road, Lawrence Van Toor.
This is what we talked about this time of the race, with the sun starting to set and the hypercars come out against an LMP2 car mid-battle with their hot tyres.
Yep.
He's got the inside of him.
Well, this is the outside of 6, isn't it? So he's on the bracing line now for the braking, but Scherer's got the inside. He's going to have to be late on the brakes, is Scherer. Not try and lock up. Hansen goes for the crossover, but the rear just steps out mid-corner. Beautifully done by Scherer. A nod of approval from his teammate.
That's cracking stuff, isn't it?
It is really like a high-speed game of chess. You're just looking for that moment where you can pounce and your opponent to just get a bit upset and a bit off guard.
Yeah,
here we go.
It was looking on.
Yeah,
I'm watching with approval, I think is fair to say.
He's definitely enjoying watching that, Albert Costa, isn't he?
But this is allowing Frijns to get away.
Yeah, no, I mean, and Frijns has been gifted some space by the hypercar coming out of the pits and holding up his rivals in LMP2. And we talked about it, and it's exactly what we talked about. The hypercar is as slow as a slow GT car when it's got cold tyres.
Meanwhile, by the way, 2 seconds is the gap for the lead, 7 to 8. Hirakawa not letting Lopez get away and actually closing that gap 10th by 10th.
Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team. Is this a request to be allowed to go by?
The gap is 1.7. Car 7 is saving more than us. Car 7 has to save more than us.
That's because they're stopping a lap earlier and the number 8 car is stopping a lap later, and they're trying to get to the stage where they don't have to fill and have a splash at the end of the race. Now, of course, with 2 hours and 20 minutes plus remaining, I think we're still in for maybe another full course yellow or more, so things might change. It's Andre Lotter and the team watching the action.
They also have to save the brakes as well around this track, and the lift and coast. When they say saving, that's fuel, but it's lift and coast helps to keep the brakes cooler in those cars.
And tyres and everything. The less you stress it, the less you stress everything. Yeah, Phil Hansen just having a little breather now. Maybe his temperatures are starting to climb a little higher than would be optimal.
I also suspect with those with the hypercars that when they're talking about saving, they're talking about saving energy as well. And I think they can play around with that energy storage by doing lift and coast.
As soon as that Porsche is out of the equation, it's back on the rear end of Robin Trines.
Yep.
Yeah, now he's not being harassed from the car behind. He can get on with getting back to business. What we're seeing here,
oh,
16, a difficult corner to try and overtake. Not really an overtaken place, but felt he had the speed over the D-station car. But yeah, you don't want to see contact. Now, here we go. What's happened to Scherer? So why was he compromised through 16?
Frines is in the pits, isn't he?
Frines coming into the pits has compromised Scherer's speed, and Hansen's capitalised on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't see the beginning of that, but we sure saw the end of it. Is that the same Porsche behind him? No, it's the other car. Right, okay.
It's Christensen.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, so I imagine that coming out of 16, suddenly, Frines is like really so, and Scherer's whoa off the throttle. Whoop, Hansen's gone by him.
Yeah, it would have been into 15, that tight right-hander. So Frines would have had to compromise the corner more to get into the pit lane entry, and here he is.
It's an odd pit entry, isn't it?
It really is. It's difficult. It complicates things, doesn't it?
And it's the third arrangement of pit entry we've had over the last 2 weeks. There was an initial pit entry, then we had a further white line further back before the reverting to pit entry we used last year.
Because there was a crash in the prologue.
There was a crash in the prologue.
Because of that.
The 54 trying to get to the pits. Thomas Fleur braking on the racing line to try to get across the track. Misread David Heinemeier Hansen coming from behind and was hit square in the back at high speed by the
It's an awkward situation.
A bit like that pit entry in Mexico City, which you often see cars running out very wide and then cutting clear across the track to get into.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because every fraction of a second, never mind every second counts, every fraction counts. So Robin Frines, I'm sure, was right on the ragged end of a very long stint on those tyres, and that cost them time, didn't cost them positions, but what it might have done is got them back to a place now where they've got fresh tyres for each of the remaining stops. I don't know, I mean, that's just a surmise, or maybe they'd already dug that hole and they were trying to get themselves back out.
Nick Nielsen in from third place, the number 50 Ferrari 499P.
Ferrari's third and fourth, by the way. Porsche are fading.
Fuoco into the car, the pole setter, remember, yesterday in what was a fantastic qualifying session in all 3 classes. 51 in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi goes through and into third.
Is that the highest that car's been in the race so far? It is.
Maybe, yes.
It briefly got around the outside of one of the Toyotas for third in corner 1, and by corner 2 was back into fourth.
They're both now on track once all the pit stops have played out ahead of the Porsches.
Yeah.
So their natural speed over the Porsches is coming into play.
And Richard Westbrook, by the way, pacing that 51 car in fourth in this sledgehammer hypercar. I love this thing.
And for reading between the lines, they didn't say so much, but Cadillac, I think, believe they're in a much better place with tyres than either Porsche, and I think that's definitely playing out now with Porsche. Porsche are just dropping back from Ferrari. They're no longer a Ferrari contender. And Cadillac think they may have, I think they think they've got Ferrari covered on tyres as well. And actually we kind of want to know, because although they don't want to give everything away, if Ferrari have dug themselves a hole on tyres, it doesn't matter if they know that Cadillac have got more tyres or haven't got more tyres. You've only got left what you've got left. Now, what was this coming in? Ooh, well saved, Lollipop Man. Well saved.
Yeah, doing the job that they're there to do.
And again, that's a very experienced race team, a very well-rehearsed team, the Iron Lynx team. Knew what the danger was. He's not looking at his car, he's looking at what's coming in at.
Yes.
Because looking at your own car tells you nothing. He saved them an absolute certain penalty.
So tyres going on the Bremer car. This is the number 9 car. Philippe Ugram brought the car in. I think that was a driver change for them. Also in, 41 from WRT and the Alpine, Charbonesi. That car well up in the order until spark plug issues for the Alpine endurance team.
Now let's listen to this. Where's he lifting off? Well, that's a big old lift off into turn 15.
A proper Formula E.
Yeah, it was like that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Apart from a bit more noisy.
And a bit prettier.
Now let's listen to Hirakawa towards we've just gone off of the onboard shot, but he's definitely keeping Jose Maria Lopez a bit more honest in this.
But he is having to save as much because he's not making any ground now. So maybe they've dug themselves a little bit into an energy hole that they need to kind of just back it off a little bit. He's close enough to take advantage if something happens.
But that was a lot of lift and coasting that Jose Maria Lopez was making and was having to do into turn 15. So I can only imagine when he's travelling at higher speed, say like into turn 1 or into turn 17 after the long straights, or 7, you'd be lifting even earlier.
Fabio Scherer going by the Kessel Racing car guy Ferrari, and that car is currently in 5th place. Scott Huffaker at the wheel of the Kessel Racing Ferrari, 5th place in GTM. Yeah, he's gone, isn't he? Scalded cat. Ooh, ice creams, what a good idea. Great shot there. What a Toyota team get. Oh, me!
Always a sign that things are under control when a member of the team's eating an ice lolly during the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
All a bit Days of Thunder.
Into the pit lane comes 51. Let's hear from car number 50.
I have gearbox alarm. Let me know if it's okay.
This is okay, you can carry on. This is okay.
And it's Shades of Bahrain, wasn't it the 52? Which of the Ferraris last year had a gearbox alarm? No, ignore it. Oh, Collado, wasn't it?
It was Collado. That wasn't an alarm, that was the gearbox disintegrating.
It was yeah, because the alarm came on, but it'd been rattling like a bag of spanners.
The last hour.
The alarm was he couldn't change gear anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stuck in 4th gear.
And it did sound like
poking through the floor. Just to say, while we're watching the pit stop for the number 51, if you're enjoying the race coverage from here, and why wouldn't you be? There was a ton of other opportunities to catch up with what's going on with the FI World Endurance Championship, and there's going to be a brand new format for the WEC Full Access behind the scenes program. Look out. Week and a half or so after the race on YouTube. It will be promoted on social media. A long form version of that this year. I know that will be cheered to the rafters by a lot of fans, and if you are a new fan to the FI World Endurance Championship, very many of you are because of this car, and you're very welcome. Do take a look and see what goes on behind the scenes for an FI World Endurance Championship race.
And the other thing to point out is, if you have found us, congratulations, well done. We don't just show the race, we are also this year showing free practice 3 and qualifying live, so more coverage. We're going to try and expand that. Now, left sides only. Here we go. New left side tyres, right side tyres were a set that have done qualifying and qualifying early. That's why they got 5 laps on. So it's effectively a new set all round, because the harder work left-hand side has got slightly fresher rubber.
Yeah, the new set, completely new set, would always give you more grip.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 1 lap or 2 lap qualifying tyre, it takes a bit of the edge off the compound, but it's, you know, you've still got a good chunk of meat there on the tyre.
And of those 5 laps, 2 will have been bringing it up to speed, 1 will have been slowing down, so we'll have done fairly little work. It's too hard racing, you know, hard. And on a light tank as well. So it's not brand new, but it's getting that way.
Gustavo Menezes aboard the number 94 car that was stricken with ERS problems earlier in the race and has come back out to play for the remaining part of the race after almost 3 hours behind the wall.
Leader in, Yifie out at Hertz Team Jota. So driver change as we head towards the final 2 hours of the race here in Sebring. Well, driver change means full service, fuel clean up, clear out all the ducts, remove bits of rubber that stick to everything, and a fresh set of tyres as well. And that will promote the Prema car. Number 63 back into the lead. Danny Kvyat at the wheel, as Michael Christensen brings the number 5 Porsche into the pit lane as well. One of our 11 hypercars. And actually, of the entire hypercar field, it's only really Peugeot that is, and Glickenhaus, of course, that have retired with a total failure to proceed.
Great to see Danny Kvyat here in the World Endurance Championship, and bumped into him yesterday in the paddock, and he had a massive smile on his face, and he's absolutely loving his time driving with Prema here in the World Endurance Championship in the LMP2 car, and out there in the lead at the moment.
Pretty clearly, by the way, that gearbox alarm isn't hurting the pace of Antonio Fuoco. 1:48.4 last time around. That's the fastest lap I've seen for quite some time, and quicker than the Totas at the moment, although obviously a lap down.
Hot brakes on the point. By the way, if your Porsche smokes like that when you come to a halt, I would take it to an approved dealer, or at least a good specialist. Yeah, this is the number 5 Porsche gone and done. That's because these racing brakes, carbon on carbon, work at extreme temperatures, and that your road car will hopefully never get to.
And also sometimes as you come into the pit lane, you get bits of rubber, like you say, they go everywhere and they get into the brakes, and it's actually the rubber that's, the marbles are just burning away.
Well, you will quite occasionally see a fire in a wheel rim, and that is literally that, the rubber on 1,000-degree brake discs and calipers just catching light and then dripping down onto more rubber in the rim, and that part burns as well. So just in front of them is the Oman Racing Aston Martin, qualified in 3rd place. Charlie Eastwood now at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, down in 11th place, I'm afraid. Remember, had that problem with the puncture, cost them time on a very slow in-lap. And there was also, if I remember rightly, there was damage underneath the wheel arch that needed to be sorted as well for that car. So after a strong early run, has fallen quite a way back.
In fact, the only 2 punctures we've seen have been for Aston Martins. That car had a front puncture, and it was Paul Dall'Alana who had the rear puncture. That was the one that had all the wire from the carcass of the car, of the tyre all over the car.
This Toyota's looking so much more planted and better ride than it was this time last year. It was like a bucking Bronco, wasn't it?
It was proper porpoising last year, wasn't it? Really was.
The drivers were saying their arms, they just had arm pump every time they got out of the car, because they were hanging onto it. Like motocross. This year they said much happy with the car. There's a lot less understeer in the car. I mean, I know that's a really bumpy corner and it looks horrific, but you should have seen last year. It was all over the place.
It was doing that on much smaller bumps.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the big difference, and that is the big difference, and that's the big difference between having a brand new car, no matter how much testing you've done, to one that you've raced for 2 years and are developing now. Floyd Van Wall, Tom Dillman at the wheel. We've seen Esteban Guerrieri and Jacques Villeneuve also driving. So Tom handing back to Jacques. It looks like they're kind of single stinting now towards the end.
I think a single stinting Jacques Villeneuve is what they're doing. So the 1997 F1 World Champion, yet another one of our world champions in the hypercar class, about to rejoin. The sound of the 4.5-litre Gibson V8 engine. A relatively uncomplicated car, this.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want when you're starting out. They haven't added anything that they don't need. They've got a proven engine in the car. Actually, I quite like the aero treatment at the front as well. They don't have to make it look like any road car, which Toyota have done and Peugeot have done and Cadillac have done and to a degree Porsche have done as well. So they've ploughed their own furrow, and that's one of the joys of these hypercar rules, is that nobody's car actually looks like anybody else's.
So Jacques Villeneuve, I know it's a long shot, but he's still in the chance to go for the Triple Crown, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Year?
Yeah.
If the stars align, who knows?
If another
Alonso tried.
If another 16 cars.
Stars and a lot of snipers.
Look, the answer is he is in the right class.
Yes.
Yeah. He's in the right class. And as we know at Le Mans, anything can happen.
Albert Costa about to leap back in. He was enjoying this car in action. Now he's going to enjoy this car in action.
Yep.
Now, we didn't talk about it much when Kuba Śmiechowski was at the wheel. So I'm assuming he has done all of his stint. Again, our strategy laptop is not open.
Order combat.
Yes. So they will know what they're doing. There's the Floyd Van Wall team. Again, you know, a small operation, a ground-up build for this car. And Esteban Guerrieri on the right-hand side. Tom Dillman now with the Graham Goodwin eyesight. He's got his bins up, mind you. It happens to us all, doesn't it, Ant?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Got the bins on, but no, I mean, it's, you know, they know they are seriously underdeveloped. You know, they haven't had the testing budget, say, that Porsche have had. They haven't had the budget, say, that Ferrari have had, and the testing that Ferrari have had, and they haven't got the experience that Toyota have. They know they're coming in pitching against a really tough field, but so far they've had no dramas of their own accord. They've had a really good debut. I'm really impressed with it.
Top two in LMP2 are on pit lane. Prema Racing comes in with Danny Kvyat. Here comes Phil Hansen in from second place after that epic three-car battle that we enjoyed for lap after lap. He's going to stay aboard the 22. 48 car is going to come through to take the lead.
Yeah, Will Stevens back at the wheel of the 48 car.
But again, because that's not a full season entry for for Hertz Team Jota, because they will have a hypercar later in the year, at least they're definitely assuming they will. I'm assuming they've been given a delivery date by Porsche.
April 29th.
There you go. So they will go back into the lead, but effectively they don't, because although they might be first to the checkered flag, in terms of points, in terms of the championship, it is Prema versus United. It's Kvyat versus Hansen. And here comes Phil Hansen, closing in on the 2 hours to go mark. We have completed 175 laps of 268.
Was it? We're not going to make the lap
216. No,
but it's, you know what, not bad.
No.
We're getting very deep into it, and thankfully after last year's disappointment, no sign of thunderstorm either.
Oh, don't even start with all that. So Corvette, Dempsey Proton, they're the 1-2, and then Kessel Racing, the car guys Ferrari in third. So a lot of yellow cars at the front, but for a car that didn't qualify especially well, as ever, the Dempsey Proton team know how to run a race, and there are no weak links in that 77 lineup.
So all of the top four LMP2 cars have they're all pretty much on the same strategy now, at least done the same amount of pit stops.
Within a minute of each other, 47 seconds to be precise.
Yeah,
and top four.
I think it's because of the full course yellow, is it? Some decided to pit under the full course yellow, some didn't, and that really separated a lot of the field.
Yeah, and the reason we've got 1 on 8 pit stops, 41 is on 8 pit stops compared to 9 for the other 3 in that 4-car battle.
Yeah, it's the Robert Kubica car, isn't it? I think it's the Kubica car.
It is.
Yeah, it's only 1 pit stop down.
That could be for strategic reasons for the other 3.
Well, they were the car, actually, that at least one of the cars that decided not to come into the pits. Under
Neither Jota, neither... Did WRT split or did Prema split?
I think WRT split. United definitely pitted.
Yes.
And then we had the Frederick Lubin stop that was miscommunicated.
I think Kubica's car stayed out.
It did. That's why Kubica...
And that's why they
He was leading the race at one point.
They didn't short stop. They didn't stop early, and so they're on a on a full field strategy kind of.
In comes the Corvette from the lead, and that car at the moment before this pit stop is again a lap ahead of the challenging number 77 car.
Yeah.
So overall, it is the Toyotas 1-2, the 7 from the 8. Jose Maria Lopez 2 seconds clear of Ryo Hirakawa, with Richard Westbrook a lap down on those two, running third in the Cadillac number 2. In the GTM class, as we can see there, Corvette Racing comfortable lead on this car, the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche. And then the Kessel Racing 57 car, the Car Guy livery car, runs third.
Yep.
And is just 18 seconds back, by the way, from the number 77. Still got Nicky Katzberg to come, and I suspect it's about now that we'll see Nicky the Cat Katzberg out in the number 33 car.
Been a tough race for Aston Martin, hasn't it? D-Station in 9th, the only Aston that has not had a problem.
It is a driver change.
Yeah.
Good stint there from Nico Veroni, and they'll be very pleased indeed with their signing. There is Nicky Katzberg.
Done a lot of Corvette racing, raced in yellow as well in the World Touring Car Championship as a factory Lada driver. He's been a factory BMW driver in GTs.
Won the Asia Le Mans Series this year in a BMW M4 GT3. He raced a Mercedes-Benz MG GT3 at Bathurst this year. He'll be racing a Ferrari 296 GT3 in the Nürburgring this year. And just a couple of weeks ago, in a historic event in his home country, raced an old BMW Z4 GT3 for good measure.
Yeah, because he was part of the VDS BMW crew, wasn't he? I mean, and he loved that car. He loved that car so much. Here is our LMP2 leader, Will Stevens, back in the wheel of the 48 Hertz Team Jota car, ahead of Danny Kvyat, Robert Kubica and Phil Hansen. And how far back from Hansen? 16 seconds back. Ferdy Habsburg not out of the equation.
Ferdy Habsburg quickest of the lot of them at the moment.
And 10 seconds behind him, Albert Costa, and 2 seconds behind him, Pietro Fittipaldi. I have a feeling
this is going to be
there's going to be a House of Cards domino finish for LMP2. We might end up with a 48 car at the top of the pile, but all the others behind, look how close some of those gaps are.
Top 7 are all in podium contention here, depending on how things work out.
And who's got what tyres left, and who's got what fuel left, and how close we get to the end of the race, and.
And if, when we get a further caution, which we've not had for quite some time now.
Oh, you said it.
I did. So, all to play for in LMP2. GTE AM does look at the moment as if it's pretty safe for the Corvette Racing crew if it goes to a race on pace, but behind that there's all sorts of uncertainty, and for the overall, with just a minute over 2 hours to go, it is a Toyota 1-2, and they are the only 2 cars on the lead lap. That principally, we should remind people who are joining us a little later in this race, is because of errors, mistakes, all sorts of shenanigans beyond the Toyotas. The Toyotas have effectively been error-free and quick.
Just point out the most consistent car in LMP2 at the moment being driven by Bent Viscal. That's the Prema car. Qualified 9th, currently 9th.
There you go.
Everybody else is either made
well, that's got damage to the left rear.
It's got to have been contact, hasn't it, with another car?
And that is going to be tricky. The rear wheel is fouling. He can't get it moving, can he? Now what's happened here?
Broken suspension. Who's he made contact with? Thomas Floor's car. Oh, he was a long way off the road there, and dug himself a huge hole out.
Yeah, it looks like he's just he's made contact earlier. Yeah. So he's tried to go around the outside.
Oh, it clipped the CAO racing car. It was a 56.
The Project 1 car.
He got a Jeanette.
So he's tried to go around the outside. It's a common move, but unfortunately the GT car that he was trying to overtake, he's got to do a whole lap like this as well. He's missed the pit entry. The GT car he was trying to overtake just, naturally drifted out a bit wider. The move was a bit late, and he didn't see the warning signs coming, and contact was made.
Did the 56 car get away? I'll keep an eye on that, because that was quite a clunk. It was a bit of a kind of passing blow on the 54.
And again, you know, Pierre Guidi, a legendary GT driver, and you know, current world champion, but not in hypercars. We can hear from him now, I think.
Well, let's hear from Louise Beckett down in the pit lane. Louise, what do you know?
I could not see who it was, but a car staying on track just went past the pit lane with smoke all coming out the back of it.
That will have been
Maybe
below
see it
the
on the
wall.
pictures.
That was the Ferrari. Yeah, so that was the 51 car. Nobody came into the pits, though. So, well,
it's too fast. This is too fast.
Stewards are investigating contact between 51 and 56. They will also have to investigate contact between 51 and 54, because he hit 54 going past before he spun backwards into 56.
Here we
Take
go
a look again.
Let's have a look. So he goes around the outside, and yeah, the GT car's just drifted out. Oh, you know what? Was he trying to come into the pits? I think
Thomas Floor?
yeah, I think he might have been vehemently talked about this pit lane.
It's exactly the same car.
No, but what,
hang on.
He goes out wide and then he comes back in.
I think the Ferrari was gearing up to come into the pits. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
You might well be right.
Because there's no other reason why he would have drifted out so far.
You might well be right.
In which case,
there's
he's
going
going too fast. This is what we talked about before.
There's going to have to be a full course yellow, because there's debris everywhere.
Right, this will reset the field with 2 hours to go. It was Francesco Castellacci in the 54 car.
He's doing his best Gilles Villeneuve impersonation.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
There goes. That's the carcass.
Full course yellow is coming at the top of the...
56 makes it back in. Damaged right rear quarter.
Completely blameless.
And I tell you what, he's taken the back of the bumper off. If he'd hit the rim, that could have ripped the gearbox out of the car. Let's hear the 51 team.
All okay, Matt? All okay? I saw it. Who was in the car?
Well, it's another well-respected and very experienced Ferrari driver, Francesco Castellacci. And I think you're right. I think the way you read that, Ant, I think the 54 car was coming into the pits.
You have to pit into the pit lane at some point.
And at and the 51 Ferrari there is so far committed. I mean, he was off track and coming back on committed, and then the 54 moved across. As the 51 was coming left, 54 moved to the right. And
if the car was coming into, if 54 was coming into the pits, I can't blame Pierre Guidi for that. I think it's just one of it's a racing incident.
One of those things.
It's this pit lane entry. It's unfortunate that IMSA are here on the same weekend. We can't use the proper pit lane. It's you know, we talked about this, didn't we? We were literally just a couple of minutes ago talking about a crash that happened in the prologue.
Less than ideal. And you can see how much the rubber's flailed around, because it's taken some of the tape off the rear wing, up the top surface of the rear wing. There's the 56. Now, have they got big damage at the back?
Innocent
they might.
bystander.
Not necessarily, because there was an impact on the rear wing as well.
Yeah.
So the rear wing did take a clunk as well.
No, I was. No, but you can see the tape there. Look, it's been flailed off.
The other point I was about to make, guys, is that you asked whether or not the 54 was on the way to the pits. The 54 has not pitted. So I think the answer is no, it isn't.
Maybe he he moved out to try and give the faster car that was coming up 2 corners ago a way to get through.
That's a lot of damage.
It may not be. It may be bolt-on and offable.
Yeah, but it's a lot of bolt-on and offable. It's at least 3 major panels on that car. It's the rear clip. It is the rear. It's the engine cover. So watch.
So he goes off the track momentarily. He comes, but I don't know why the 54 was so far out. It's not normal for them to be out.
But also, I don't know why Pierre Guidi didn't stay right on the white line on the outside. Look, he's out there.
He does lift. You listen. He
but
does
then
lift
he comes left in.
It's all under control, but he didn't expect the car to drift out into the middle of the track, and it is a really common move. It's not like he was doing something audacious and out of the ordinary. We see cars going in the outside there all the time, and he was aware, to be fair, because he was lifting off already. When he dipped wheels off the track, he was lifting off, waiting to see how it was going to unfold, and then felt more prepared to go for it afterwards. So Yeah, I wouldn't really blame Pierre Guidi for that one. It's for me, it was a racing incident.
In the pits, Louise Beckett.
I've had confirmation from the 54 team that he was coming into the pits.
Wow.
All right, and he's not come in.
That makes more sense.
All
makes
right,
much
so
more sense.
he's not coming because the pit lane was
closed.
closed.
He can't come in because the full
well, no,
course
if
yellow
he needed fuel, he was coming into the pits. I'm amazed he's made it round. How can he keep going if he had to come into the pits?
It might not be fuel, it might be driver
time.
Because we're in that bracket now, aren't we? We just gone past the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Those cars are about an hour on fuel. Yeah. It could be driver time.
Yeah.
Well, also don't forget, under full course yellow, you're using less fuel.
Correct.
So you can continue to circulate even though you're getting low on fuel. So at some point, he might have to come in anyway when it gets low. So I think you can do 2 or 3 extra laps than under full course yellow under a racing speed lap where you're burning an awful lot more fuel. Look at the damage it's done.
Well, one of the things we saw in slow-mo flying off was the entire brake cooling
I have never seen a saw used in a pit stop ever.
That's because they're not Brits and they haven't got a lump hammer. They're trying to carve off the mounting for that brake cooling duct that we saw flying in the air.
It's debris from the tower, from the
tyre as well.
As you were saying with the incident with the 98 car.
You know what? Now we know that the 54 was coming into the pits. I can't blame either driver.
Yeah,
I'm glad I didn't.
It's just one of those things. Yeah, look, there's the brake cooling duct.
Tubing's come up everything.
Where's that gone?
Oh, it's way too quick. It was way too quick. It's look at the extra damage you've caused and the time that you're sitting in the pits.
And around there, all the tyres flaming around. It's the wiring loom. It's the fuel rails. It's the suspension. It's the brake ducting. You know, even if it had only been a bodywork, they also need to replace the brake duct. They're starting to put it back together though. But it's all that wire gets wound around everything. You know, when the tyre shreds itself, you've got all these bits of wire, and then you're spinning the wheel at several hundred RPM, several thousand RPM. It just tightens the wire up around everything. That's why you need a hacksaw to carve it off.
And it won't
in that
be the
case,
same.
A tenon saw.
I know it looks like aesthetically it's kind of back to pretty much how it was, but in my experience, it will never handle the same once you've gone through a kind of damage like that.
Yeah.
The key here is, will that go back together?
Well, again, it's a learning process, isn't it? And, you know, Eduardo Freitas getting through some of his shopping list of jobs to do, including getting the blowers out. And does anybody brought Louise Beckett a cup of tea? That's what I want to know.
Espresso in Ferrari, please. But I was talking to the team earlier. These guys were working on the car until 3 o'clock this morning anyway before the race. And now they've got to deal with this. I mean, it's just... It's hard on the team, isn't it?
Why were they working until 3 o'clock in the morning, Lou?
I don't know. They said they got the car back late from qualifying, and I'm still trying to get an answer.
Yeah, qualifying didn't really finish until sort of 7 p.m. and then it goes into scrutineering, and then you're waiting for the scrutineering, and yada, yada, yada.
Needs that decalcification.
Yeah, it's a long process.
Absolutely.
Never known Louise drink espresso. It's always
they
a
are
cup
going
of tea.
Back to the tent, we're here for the 51 car.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and I am disappointed, and I'm sure they will be. But you learn from your lessons.
That was a big clunk, and came back quickly.
But what can you do? In terms of driving back to the pits, yeah, you learn your lessons, you drive slower. But I just don't know how. If I've tried to always put myself in the position of the driver, and you get a feel for when you're on the onboard of where you would go, what you would do, and I didn't see him doing anything that I wouldn't have done, basically.
I'll say one other thing, by the way. Francesco Castellacci, who's been a key part of the AF Corsa Spirit of Race effort, I hope there's nothing going his way there after this, because there was that question asked in the Open from Alessandro Pierre Guidi. It tended to point the finger. I'm not sure I agree with that at all.
But he might not have known as well that he was trying to come into the pits. Yep. As soon as Pierre Guidi knows he was trying to come into the pits, he'll go, oh, I just, wrong place, wrong time.
Yep. Yeah.
It really was for
so.
both drivers. And it's happened in testing. They modified the pit lane entry to try to mitigate these kind of issues. It hasn't really worked, has it?
No.
It's not the usual pit lane. That's what we have to remember for this circuit. You know, the IMSA lot have got it this weekend, as they had in years gone by. We're sharing the track with them. this weekend, and that's why we're racing on a Friday.
Yep.
We've got pit stop car 25 under investigation.
Yes, I'm assuming they've had to come in under the full course yellow.
That's the IT car, isn't it? Of course. Might well be. Either way, they get
but
to work.
but it wasn't involved in that.
No, it wasn't.
No, that's Charlie Eastwood in that Aston Martin. So it wasn't involved in that incident, and in fact, 54 has not been in yet.
No.
So why was he coming in?
The only thing sometimes really helps when you're the overtaking car, and we see this at Le Mans in the kinks on the straight, especially in the night time. We ask in the driver's briefing for the cars that are being lapped to just flick the indicator switch on. Yep. And you know, the GT cars, it is accessible to use that, and it's such an important tool. I used to speak to, actually, James Collado was one of them. I'd say, mate, it really helps when you do that. He said, does it? Is it real big helpful? He said, yeah, because we know where you're going to go.
Yeah.
And if you indicate, then say if the right-hand indicator was on before coming into the pit lane there, even before you got to the double left-hand kink, Pierre Guidi would know, he's coming in. I better not go around the outside of him this time. Yeah. But you're asking a lot of, from a driver to do that.
Yeah. It is
because it's full capacity, you know.
It is the 51 car, which is the newest Ferrari 499P chassis of the lot in race terms, because this is the car that's had a replacement chassis after James Collado had a big incident in the prologue, day 2 of the prologue, missed most of the running. That 3 a.m. was the race prep for that car, but yeah, they of course and Ferrari have had a long couple of weekends. And it's a horrible way to finish the last couple of hours of running here at Sebring for them.
Speaking of which, this is the battle for victory here.
This is the lead
car
battle.
number 8 with car number 7. And you talked, Anthony, about when they have to come down. There is a 3-second grace period after we get down to 0 in the countdown to full course yellow to be at 80 kilometers an hour. Looks as though Rio Hirakawa may have dug deep into that, yeah. Because as the other car is slowing down, if you're not even for 1 second, you cover a lot of ground.
Oh, yeah.
But worth saying as well, it is the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the World Championship is very important to these factory teams. Do not forget, as we look on at some nervous faces there.
No, I'm just pointing out, somebody is suited and booted. They have got a Buemi ready to go into number 8.
They've loaded him, locked and loaded him. But this is an 8-hour race. The points total here is greater. We've got 2 8-hour
points
races
and a half
that bookend the season here in Bahrain. 6-hour races at Portimao, at Spa, at Monza and at Fuji, and then the Le Mans 24 hours in the middle. This is a big point scoring race to start the season. If you want to go in bragging rights, this race win battle is not done yet.
No, absolutely.
So you got Mike Conway and Brendan Hartley there. Conway in the 7 crew, Hartley in the 8 crew, swapping notes, just sort of conflabbing with each other, and Sebastian Buemi sitting there. Now, what we didn't see is whether there's going to be a driver change for 7 as well.
So the 2 car is just on the lead lap.
Yeah.
So what I was going to mention the 2 car as well. I wonder if it wasn't Hirakawa being a little bit more daring, getting closer to that limit of the full course yellow button.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
Yeah, if the 7 had got held up. Yeah,
I wonder
that's
if
a very good
held
point.
up by the number 2.
Very good point.
I think they're
could have been.
I think their 80 kph
10 seconds, 9,
speed limit is a different
7,
calibration.
6,
Yeah. Here we go then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green flag racing. The blue car is 3rd, being chased by the leaders, car number 7 and car number 8. Toyota 1-2. The Cadillac is in 3rd place. And it does look as though Jose Maria Lopez may have just been held up a fraction getting into full course yellow. Maybe the Cadillac was just a bit cautious or a bit less cavalier with slowing down to those 80 kilometers an hour. But now that gap is going to open right up because Rio Hirakawa could not get by Ant Davidson where he wanted to.
He couldn't. That was a real get out of jail free card for Jose Maria Lopez, wasn't it? Getting past that cat. But he's had a big old knock up into 7th.
Cold tyres.
How far has he gone wide?
Not
he's
enough.
Made it.
Well,
not
you
quite
know,
enough.
if Pachito had been held up going into the yellow, by the number 2 car. Coming out of it, he wasn't, and it swung the balance back, and so it's back to the status quo, about 2 seconds apart.
He's now carrying a little bit of a flat spot, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but it may not be for too much longer. Now then, don't forget, although we see Sebastian Buemi there, the number 7 car has been stopping a lap early.
Oh, it was a big lock-up.
Yeah, that was the onboard of Hirakawa.
Yeah.
Lucky for Jose that he got away with that one. Very easily done on cold tyres.
And meanwhile, in LMP2, nothing is yet sorted. This is Inter Europol versus Jota. Pietro Fittipaldi all over the back of the yellow and green car of Albert Costa.
Yep, 2 of the 7 ferrets of the sack in LMP2, the leading battle. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We're going to be joined, by the way, in the booth very shortly by a guest, and someone who should have been racing here this weekend, but sadly wasn't for reasons completely out of his control. But we'll be asking him why he's to blame in just a little while.
There'll be a bus along, he'll be under it, don't you worry none. Number 8 is in the pit, so Ria Hirakawa, that was... Now, this is interesting because the number 7 car has stopped first. What? The number 7 Toyota has been stopping a lap before the number 8 car all the way through the last 3 hours. Suddenly the number 8 car is in the pit lane and the number 7 is not. Now then, are they doing a 2-lap undercut to try and come out?
What have they got on tyres? Oh, trouble for the van wall. Oh dear.
Now then, this might... No, it looks like he's okay, Jacques Villeneuve.
Has he had a bit of a,
yes, he had
a spin, maybe?
Has he had damage on the right rear? Let's take a look. Ran out. Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, he's lucky not to be collected from behind there. Oh, that was so close.
Cold tyres, well.
Let's watch again. Doesn't look any better from this angle, I'm sure.
Harry Tingle, you've got plenty of experience of DPI racing. Bringing tyres back up to temperature is pretty hard work sometimes, even in a track as hot as this.
Yeah, it is, especially around here as well. There's not much room for error, but I feel like that car is crabbing.
Left rear,
so
the
like
left rear seems to be...
gave up on him, yeah.
I think they've lost an upper suspension arm. The left rear had a lot of positive camber, then a lot of negative, then a lot of positive.
You got that huge bump there on the sort of under the bridge, and maybe something's just let go.
I'm giving Villeneuve a free hall pass on that one. I don't think that was Jacques losing it. I think the car has had its first problem.
Lopez on pit lane now from the lead. There's a minute and 28 seconds was the gap. We're watching for where the 8 car is on track. It's in turn 4 right now.
That means that world champion Buemi, who doesn't want to lose this race, is coming steaming up behind him, and there is a driver change, and Buemi will have hot tyres, and Kamui Kobayashi will not. So driver change at Toyota. This is the car that was the leader, and Jose Maria Lopez handing it over to Kamui Kobayashi, but coming up behind him is
turn 9 at the
Sebastian
moment.
Buemi.
Turn 9, coming into turn 10 with traffic.
If Buemi's out of 13 before the car goes up in the air, he will pass him. Car's up in the air. This is going to be close, but we saw before that the number 7 car just managed to hold on, or the number 8 car managed to hold on.
It's going to come out ahead.
Did he have tyres?
Yes, yes he did.
Full set or?
Oh, 2 I think.
Okay. And this might be
coming through.
And again, Harry Tingle, what are the 2 key? There's 2 key elements of American racing: track position, always take fuel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Watch the right. Watch the right. There is the number 8 car.
But he's going to be slow, isn't he? He's going to be slow through 17. It's like that risk-reward now of like, he's got to push to keep the track position, but he's going to have cold tyres. It's going to be really tough for him.
Left rear wheel is definitely not doing what it ought to on the... you look at it, it's steering itself. It's definitely lost one of its suspension arms. Yeah, Villeneuve gets a free pass on that. That was not Jacques dropping the car. That car's going to need more work. Let's get down to the 51 Ferrari team and hear from James Collado.
James Collado, I'm sorry to see you here, and I saw you going over to Ali and almost saying nothing you could do.
No, I think it's just one of those things. I'm not sure entirely or understand exactly what happened, but it looked like the other Ferrari GT maybe it was coming in the pits, and who knows, I don't know if he saw us or not, so it's unfortunate. But it's not been an easy weekend, honestly. We've been struggling a little bit on getting up to speed, especially after missing a whole day's testing in the prologue, so it's a little bit of a knock-on effect. I'm thinking positively though, honestly. I think we know where we need to improve. The car's clearly quick and it's got a lot of potential. We just need to refine everything in the future to be able to compete with the Toyotas. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, we're learning quickly. Let's hope the car can, you know, at least get back out and cross the checkered flag.
Yeah, there's definitely positives to take from it. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, they've got a lot to learn, but they know where the gaps are here, and they've been spotting some of the places. They've got some low-hanging fruit as well to close to those gaps. It is still 7 from 8. They come round by the pits at the moment, but it is nose to tail. 7 car getting those tyres back up to speed. You'll be, I'm sure, following the Cadillac progress very well here, Harry. Not a big fan this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, but I think a lot of people have seen it now in FP2, yeah. But unfortunately, yeah, contact with us and the GT. You know, the GTs and the prototypes, they have to coexist, and unfortunately, on that occasion, they didn't. And it came off worse for us. Car damaged, and tub needed repairing.
Harry Tintle with us in the booth, Martin Hem, Graham Goodwin, and Harry. And Harry, you've been in both positions. You've been a prototype driver. You've been a GT driver. And you're right, they do have to coexist, but you know it's just as difficult being in the quick cars trying to get by as it is in the slower cars trying to still race your race, not put yourself in a position of jeopardy and not get hit by quicker cars from behind.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, if you can do both, if you can drive GT cars sometimes and also drive prototypes, it makes you better for both because you know what each other is going through. As you correctly say, if you're in a prototype, you want to get past as quick as possible. You've got a race to win and you're being held up by a slower car. But if you're in a GT car, you've got a big beast there. It's a lot heavier, less downforce. You know, you're hustling it around and you've got your race to win as well. So the cars do have to coexist. In general, they always, if there is contact between the two, they generally sort of pin the blame more on the prototype than they do on the GT. As you see the Ferrari coming back onto the pit lane.
Back into the pit lane. And with your fans hat on, just having these guys here, just having Ferrari in the field, do you think that gives it like an extra level of excitement?
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, you know, we all know the story of Ford versus Ferrari back in the day, you know, in the 60s, and amazing that Ferrari is going for outright wins now. We're so used to seeing them in the GT class. We obviously still have them in the GT class as well. But yeah, fantastic not only for Ferrari, but you know, all the manufacturers that are in this year and the ones that are coming next year.
And of course, you think of the last time Ferrari were at the top fight in sports car racing, Steve McQueen was making movies. Yeah, he made Le Mans. It was Porsche 917 versus Ferrari. So you're going to be reliving that battle now, 50 years on. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota.
Hey, we boxed earlier than them. Just tell me why.
We thought there would be a loss, Seb. Stay behind for the time being, Seb. Keep a close gap.
Now they've changed the engineer on the number 8 car. You know, we don't have that French voice going, "Come, Seb." But that's so. And again, I was questioning that because the number 7 car was stepping a lap earlier. Now the number 8 car has stopped a lap earlier than 7, which means 2 laps earlier than it would have done. Why?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? A lot depends on the team. Ant might know more, but obviously, if the lead car usually gets the first call on strategy, maybe they decided that they could plan the fuel out for the rest of the race, and they just wanted to maintain that track position.
We did hear a long while ago in the stint that the number 7 car was saving more than us to the number 8 team, and they were closing up. Have they found themselves 2 laps? I mean, that would be astonishing if they have somehow. That's a lot of lift and coast.
Just to point out something else, by the way, the fan wall was sent. There was clearly a broken element at the rear of that car, and it was sent out with broken something in the left rear. So Esteban Guerrieri has come straight back in. I'm not surprising at that, but that did not seem to be just a puncture there. I was going to ask Harry, by the way, you talked about Ford versus Ferrari. You were involved in that battle in GT. How tough are these guys to beat?
Yeah, of course. It's you know, there's so much history there, but you know, the teams are of a very high level, and you know, it's very exciting what Ferrari brought to the prototype class. But in the GT class this year, you know, we're racing against you know, some of the guys who've been in the pro class for many years, like, you know, Davide Region, etc. So a lot of those guys that we're used to seeing fighting for pro wins are now in the AM class and just bringing the whole level up. And I think the whole level of the championship is just getting higher and higher. But it's what makes it so sweet when you do win, because you know you're racing at such a high level. And I'm just laughing at that radio message from Seb there. I think sometimes engineers have to have incredibly thick skin and you know, just take it on the chin in the car, because sometimes we get a little bit hot-headed out there, but we don't really mean it, you know.
There's one final question I want to ask before Martin finishes up. We've seen you with Jota and success there, with Nissan, with Ford, with Proton, Multimatic and Mazda and success there. Are you ever going to hold down a job?
The plan is to do it long enough that I never have to get a real one like you have,
Well,
Graham. Yeah.
as Terry Wogan always used to say, it's harder to hit a moving target.
Exactly. No, I mean, look, I've been very lucky. I've been in some great teams, and obviously, you know, my relationship with Multimatic started with the Ford in 2016. I'm still very much involved with them now. We've got some incredible stuff coming in the future, and very much looking forward to a long relationship with them.
Can you tell us anything about what's next for Harry Tincknell?
Yet. I'm going to be doing the full season of WEC, so but I can't promise it's all going to be in the same car.
A moving target is harder to hit.
Target, yeah.
Well, listen, you know, whenever it comes and however it comes, it's going to be great to see that progress.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for the team as well, you know, Proton's always been an ambitious team, and they have been mainstays of FIA GT, GT1, World Endurance, and yada, 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 almost since the demise of Group C. Yeah. So it's all coming around again, and you know, we're now almost got the grandchildren of the original drivers racing. So it's going to be great to see that program start to build.
Proton's done an amazing job, and their relationship with Multimatic's great. And, you know, running 4 cars this year is amazing.
Yeah. Well, let's hear now from Jacques Villeneuve, see what he's got to say.
Jacques Villeneuve, the number 4 has gone round to the box. Explain what's happened.
We had an issue with the suspension. Something gave up and I spun. Luckily, it didn't hit anything, but we're going to try and repair now. Get to the end of the race.
Is it those bumps?
Well, it's the same bumps for everyone, so we can't blame it on the bumps.
Fair enough. Okay, so how has your WEC debut been?
Well, we didn't get all the mileage we were wanting, but at least I got up to speed and now understand the car a little bit better, so we can work on the rest of the season.
Thank you.
He is becoming very much Happy Jack, isn't he, in his maturity. I'm liking the 2023 Jacques Villeneuve a lot. You know, they're working hard. They've not come in with a lot of miles under the belt, a lot of preparation under the belt. He's been pretty sanguine about the whole thing. I'm liking the attitude.
The other troubles, by the way, to report, it is a 10-second stop and go for the number 51 for Alessandro Pierguidi's contact with the 56, which is the second impact, if you like. Another thing to ask
That's
Harry.
Harsh.
Yeah. So, a very small club that you're part of in a very positive way, which is
tall racing drivers.
There's that. Very few people have driven in every class of the World Endurance Championship, but you've done that.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, like I was saying earlier, I think driving in both GTs and prototypes makes you better in both, because you understand what each other's going through. And when you're in that GT scenario that I'm in now, I just feel like I can read the situation in the traffic a lot better. And when I'm in the prototype, it's a moving chess game at 200 miles an hour, and I just see the pieces moving that little bit slower. Having had that experience of the GT, I think it's massively helped me, and Multimatic very keen for me to do as much as I can in both. And yeah, it's paying off. You know, we won a couple of races last year with Sebring and Christian Ried, and we were looking really good this weekend. The Porsche is going strong, and as I was saying, like with Proton now, with the link with Iron Links and having 4 cars, you know, that's 4 data points. There's 4 different setup philosophies that we can try, and we've really seen the improvement. You know, the Iron Dames are going great. Obviously, it was such a shame that little mistake and big consequence of that, but I think they would have been right there in the race. I think, you know, the 88 car would have been the same, and as we can see, you know, the 77's right there. So I think, yeah, that team has just got a high trajectory and it's going up and up.
You're a huge student of the sport. You know, we all of us talk often about what's going on here and how fantastic this is this year and more to come. How keen are you to get into this top class?
Yeah, very keen. I mean, since I stepped out the car at Petit Le Mans in IMSA, having won the race, you know, I've been looking towards LMDH and hypercar and which direction that's going in. It's amazing we're here this weekend. You know, I remember talking with everyone at Daytona when the announcement came, and just to see now, like, all these manufacturers coming, all the customer cars that are coming, and then more manufacturers coming next year as well. Just everyone actually here in the flesh, seeing this Ferrari, seeing the Porsches. It's incredible, and obviously being here on Super Sebring, so
yeah. And it's great for the fans.
Surreal.
It's great for both sets of fans, isn't it? Because the IMSA fans won't see this race, but they see it here. We don't get the BMW this year, but we see it here as well. So we're getting to see, like, everything. Everything's out there, and as you say, yeah, more to come. So it's just, yeah, super exciting. And then GT becomes GT3. So suddenly, instead of 2 or 3 brands, you throw the door open to people that have never been part of WEC, like Mercedes, like Audi, you know, and it's just going to be such an exciting time.
Yeah, and I can tell on track as well in the GT car, when watching these prototypes, it's a different type of prototype class now. It's not quite the same as it was, where super light, carrying huge speed through the high-speed corners and gaining them the lap time that way. You know, these cars are incredible acceleration, and but not quite as quick in the corners. So it's a different type class again now.
Yeah. Okay, Ale, we have a really hot left rear caliper. I guess you know why. We need to do a lot of lift and coast. We need to do a lot of lift and coast, see if we can bring that down.
And that is that left rear brake cooling duct that flew off. They obviously haven't had a chance to replace it properly. And you know, when your car is carrying an injury, H, you know that you've got to baby it. You know, we've got an hour and a half to get through. They did it at the end of last year in Bahrain, with a gearbox that only had 1 gear and sounded like a bag of spanners in a washing machine. So they know what they've got to do, and now it's just in the lap of the gods as to whether they can stop it exploding.
Well, you know what it's like bringing a top-class car home with braking that's not working. I mean, the Nissan GTR back in the day,
yeah,
and that concept.
Hearing big lift and coast is required. It's not really the radio message you want to hear. But
it's less than ideal, but again, it's mileage. You know, you learn these things, and it makes you stronger.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, for Alessandro now, you know, he's in a completely different, like, mental space. It's bring the car home. It's, you know, gain the mileage. You know, I think they've had an incredible debut, and for sure they're very happy where they are, and they're going to get stronger. And you know, unfortunately for him, it's a Friday afternoon Floridian drive now, but bring it home in one piece and go again in a couple of weeks in the Algarve.
But the 50 car at the moment sitting in a podium position.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It is a good day for anybody that follows Ferrari. It's not a great day. They would have preferred to be where they finished in qualifying. Great stuff. So when are we going to hear some news, Harry? What's going to happen next?
Yeah, well, maybe on Monday. We might see some stuff coming out, be some pictures and stuff hanging around. There's a reason I haven't flown home yet. Yeah, there's some stuff coming Monday, and then some more stuff hopefully coming. I'm not exactly sure when, maybe May time. But for right now, you know, focusing on the 88. I think, you know, with myself, Ryan, and Zach, you know, we've got a really strong combination. I think we can get some wins and some podiums for Proton, and obviously Le Mans is going to be very exciting as well. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff coming in a few different cars, so very exciting.
You're in a good place. We're not going to push you. We're not going to push you any further. We're going to say thank you for the moment, Harry Tinkler. We're so sorry that you and Ryan and Zach didn't get to be part of this first chapter of 7 in the FI World Endurance Championship for 2023, but there is much more to come from Harry Tinknell and the 88 crew in all their various endeavours. We're going to switch around back now to Anne Davidson and say thank you very much to Harry Tinknell. Thanks, H. Hour and 25 minutes to go. And it's not lacked traction, has it? Not always of the welcome kind.
No, it really hasn't. But you know, that's one of the great things about racing is that just when you think, okay, everything's settled down, we're sort of, okay, this is sort of the way it's going to play out, then it unplays itself out in that direction. And for the number 7 Toyota now, right up behind this car, the number 6 Porsche, it's important to get by when you're Kamui Kobayashi, you're the race leader, your teammate is right up your chuff. You know, you've got to get by, you've got to make the moves, and therein lies just a teeny bit of jeopardy. Into the pit lane is our leader in LMP2, 48 Jota car.
Yeah, it's been a good run from them, hasn't it? Since we lost the 23 car. It's been a great run for the 48 car, I'm sure. And Davidson, you know this team well, the Jota team. Strategy usually completely on point. This is an important part of the team building for this team to prepare for what comes later in hypercar. We'll come to that in a moment. But it's an important part for Jota, this 48 car, coming for just these, we hope, just a couple of races. How important is this team building to prepare for what comes, they hope, in a couple of races' time with a Porsche 963?
Well, I mean, to answer your earlier question, Graham, yes, strategy has always been a real strong point of Jota. It's rare that they make mistakes in that department, and I think it's what really not gave them the win, but it was one of the points, one of the factors that sent them on their way to that brilliant win in Le Mans last year as well. It's just reading each situation properly under the full course yellows or even the slow zones that we have in Le Mans, and they capitalized on every single situation when it came to strategy, and they've done the same thing today. Always made the right calls, and yeah, I mean, the driver crew in the 48s with FIA there as well, he's going to be on board for the whole thing, both in LMP2 and then when they switch to the hypercar later in the year with Antonio Felix da Costa, of course.
And Will
Felix and Will Stevens. So Felix da Costa not racing here, but he will be in Portimao, and it will be Stevens that steps out for that one. But I think it's really important to keep that car crew, and more importantly, the team sharp racing. We've spoken about this all day long, the difference between a test team becoming a race team. They very much are a race team, and they don't want to lose that edge at all by just treading water waiting for the hypercar delivery. They're here racing LMP2 because they want to stay race sharp.
Well, the impact that team's made over the decade and more that we've seen them in top-class racing. We've got you as an ex-Jota driver and successful at it. Harry still sitting at the back doing what their drivers who are not driving do on Instagram, I've no doubt whatsoever. But of course, with winning form with Jota as well. You know, it is one of those teams with real potential to create another slice of history. It's great, it is fantastic to have these factory teams, but what will make this fly moving forward is teams like Jota finding a way in.
It's funny, in modern day racing, we've become accustomed to privateer teams not really standing a chance against the manufacturers. And I've got a feeling that Jota's going to turn the tables there. They're going to buck the trend, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, it was another J team that really started doing that, Joost.
Yeah.
You know, Joost beat the factory Porsches in the Group C era twice at Le Mans in consecutive years. Not
For the
least
new viewers of the World Endurance Championship, do you want to explain who Joost
Well, Reinhold Joost was a private team owner, and like Franz Conrad, Walter Brunn, like Obermeier, like Richard Lloyd, like John Fitzpatrick. You could go to Porsche, as you can now with the GT car, and buy a race-winning car, because they were all race-winning cars, because 962s and 956s won races. In Group C, privateers could buy the same car that the Rothmans factory team was running. And when a new car came along, as soon as they were manufactured, they were available for purchase. So Conrad won ahead of the factory teams. Fitzpatrick won ahead of the factory teams. Richard Lloyd built his own aluminium monocoque chassis and won ahead of the factory teams. Reinhold Joost won ahead of the factory team. And that's what made Group C great. Wasn't Rothmans Porsche, it was Porsche. selling customer cars. Yes, there were all the other cars as well, you know, and Lancia particularly really took the battle to Porsche, but when you've got a dozen 956s or 962s on the grid, whether here in the US, in the Camel IMSA GTP, which, by the way, is why they don't call them hypercars, they call them GTPs, or whether it's in World Endurance, World Sports Car, WSPC, or whatever the different names it had over the years, when you've got a dozen Porsches on the grid, Porsche are likely to win, whether it's factory entered or privateer. And that's the deal here. The more teams can sell a privateer car, and you're looking at places like Porsche, like Lamborghini, I think will be very keen.
I think they'll be second into the marketplace.
I think they'll be very keen to sell customer cars, and you know, and people like Cadillac Racing would love to see privately. I mean, like they have in, you know, the Wayne Taylors and all of those guys. They're all looking for deals for hypercar. They're all looking for deals for GTP cars, ongoing, and more teams that are currently running LMP2 or LMP3 machinery in a year or two have got that ambition to step up. I mean, we're looking at Proton doing exactly the same from a near 30-year GT racing base. Yep. They've got the ambition to step up, and that's what it produces.
I think there's two things to say about this one. One is, there's no doubt in my mind, you look at the commercial package that Jotra pulled together, I think it's a genius piece of work. Absolutely. From that team there and the people behind them. They will be looking forward to two things: winning and being taken off the Christmas card list of Penske, without a shadow of a doubt. They will see target one as beat Penske Porsche. Yeah. That's what they will see. The second thing is, they're coming from a position that really does give us a very interesting platform. LMP2, we've seen some epic battles this weekend, as we saw all through last year and all the way back. What makes those teams stand out? What makes those teams stand out is their standard of preparation, their standard of engineering, the standard of work in strategy, and the standard of work in pit stops. They are going head-to-head with their peers and winning. Yep. That's exactly where you want to be if you're coming into a hypercar class with cars that should be coming on a stable platform.
There is something wrong. I'm sorry. Something is not done.
What was that?
Something's wrong with the car. He didn't specify what it was. But
it's another calm Seb moment, you know, nothing is ever over until it is over, and of all the teams, of course, you know, we always say this. Toyota have taught us that perhaps more than anybody else. United's leaders are in the pit lane. Phil Hansen is out. I think Philippe Albuquerque probably got back in, and that means that Will Stevens cycles back to the top. In this car, this is now the LMP2 leader. And again, final thought on LMP2 becoming hypercar teams. You have got 4 teams in there who absolutely, without question, and I defy anybody to argue it, Jota, Prema, WRT, United could absolutely 100% without question run a winning hypercar, and without question.
And Signatech.
Yeah, no, oh yes, of course, they're back in there now, of course, yes.
So,
yes.
And of those, the only one of them that don't have a confirmed programme within the next year are United. That's the only one of those teams that doesn't have a confirmed programme. And by the way, there is another team that's in there that does have a confirmed programme.
Yeah, that's Vector.
Which is Vector. Yeah. So with the 11 full season cars we've got, we have teams representing 3 of them that don't yet have confirmed hypercar programmes. That's how quickly this marketplace is moving on.
Yeah, and the faster people can build customer cars, the better for racing in all corners of the globe it's going to be. A rising tide floats all boats, and it will work on both sides of the Atlantic, across the globe. It will boost the lower categories as well, because we'll see current LMP2 teams stepping up to hypercar, which will open up the ground for new LMP2 teams, and they will see what, you know, if they're running in LMP3 or GT, they'll see the ambitious moves of teams with a bit more experience ahead of them, and they will start to move that. I mean, and then you start to think of teams like TF Sport. I mean, I know Tom Ferrier's made a lot of very successful seasons out of GT racing.
Yeah. He's in the LMP2 market as well, remember?
But so had WRT. And you're right, he is in the LMP2 market with Racing Team Turkey.
And there might be ambition there from the Turkish money that's going behind that.
Why wouldn't there be?
Two things to mention. That gap, we heard Seb Buemi's tone on the radio, being unhappy with something. That gap is coming out. The gap that was coming down and is now getting a response from Antonio Fuoco as Earl Bamber was closing in under 5 seconds to the third place Ferrari, but it's a fastest second sector rather of the car's race for the 50 in response to the attack from Cadillac.
Yeah. We heard from Cadillac earlier on, didn't we, saying that their strength is the tyre preservation of that car, and as we get later into the race, stints, you know, they can afford to eke them out a bit longer, and you know, those 6.5 sets of tyres, you get to the point where you've burnt through the tyres in the hotter part of the day, because they take, you know, they're wearing quicker, and you're quite happy to throw tyres at it to solve the problem. But I feel like when it gets to this point of the race, you're really trying to elongate some of those stints and what you do on your tyres. So maybe the Cadillac's going to start coming into its own towards the end of this race today.
We're starting to see some blue sector times and lap times appear back on the timing screen for the first time in a little wee while. Fastest lap of the race for that car for Mirko Bortolotti in the second place, number 63 Prema Racing Orica, closing the gap under 30 seconds to the lead car 48 from Hertz Team Jota.
93 Peugeot has now moved ahead of the Floyd Van Wall.
And the Floyd Van Wall is in the back of the garage.
Yeah, it's there in the garage because the number 93 car, although it had a delay, has had less of a delay than the Floyd Van Wall car now has. So that's actually the first place that this Peugeot has picked up.
Yeah.
Pretty much since the beginning of the race.
First place in class. With 93 now and amongst the lead cars in in GTE AM.
That is low-hanging fruit. Now, the real question for them is, how far behind? 15 laps, 16 laps behind the 51 Ferrari, unless the 51 car has another major problem, and if it's got no left rear braking, 90 minutes or 72 minutes remaining, it might have another major problem. There's Carlos Tavares, the head of Stellantis Group, that is the owner of Peugeot, Automobile Peugeot, and a keen racer in his own right as well.
Pretty good as well.
Raced at Le Mans, he's raced support races at Le Mans, hasn't he? I don't think he's raced in the overall 24 hours.
Sure, at the Le Mans Classic, he's raced the Nürburgring 24s, he's raced the Dubai 24 hours.
I've seen him at N24, definitely.
He's a very keen endurance racer in his own right. And in fact, I think he raced with the brand manager of the Alfa Romeo brand at the Nürburgring 24. I'm trying to think, there was 3 serious Stellantis executives in a car there.
No problem for me to do the second stint.
Yeah, copy that, Paul. I was going to ask, so plan would be that you stay in with 4 quali tires. You confirm you're good?
I think he'll be good with that. 4 quali tyres, no dramas, and that's Di Resta offering up before they even get to that. You know, and that'll have been at the end of a conversation. There was, okay, Paul, we've got 5 laps to go. Then the plan is box and fuel, and we're going to have tyres. Yeah, okay, I'm okay to stay in. Yeah, I'm okay to stay in.
Yeah, things get easier as well for the drivers in this part of the race when the sun starts going down and the temperatures start going down, and things get easier inside the cockpit. But in saying that, there is air conditioning inside that Peugeot. I was lucky enough to have a tour around the factory a couple of weeks ago, and as the Vector Sport car peels off into the pits here, and yeah, it was one of those things that's remained since their previous the 908 project, the previous time that they're in top-line sports car racing, and they decided to keep air conditioning as part of their package. Toyota don't have it, interestingly, so they see it's like another part of the car to go wrong, and you would, if it did go wrong, you'd just be carrying around extra weight. But Peugeot, you know, thankfully there is one team out there at least looking after the nut that holds the steering wheel.
Let's quantify that a little bit. What that will do is it will bring the cockpit temperature down from, well, what's the ambient now, sort of just below 30, let's say high 20s, let's say it's 25. It'll bring the cockpit temperature down from below from a 35 to maybe around 30. So, you know, it's not 19 degrees like it would be if you were driving around downtown Miami, so it helps.
Oh no, it's still hot in there. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's still hot in there. But,
actually, funny, I was talking to Christian Reed and I said, what's it going to be like? And he said, no problem for us. We just put on the aircon to 4, TC to 7, we are fine. He was, you know, and obviously in the GT cars there is that rule about temperature above ambient. Hello? Don't go
trying to make way for the car coming down the inside.
Yeah, so that was the number 2 and the number 5 Porsche putting a lap, the Corvette putting another lap on number 5 car, and nearly bounced the GR Asia Porsche. That would nearly have been a second car, a Porsche, off the road as a legacy of a move by a Cadillac, but in that case it wouldn't have been the Cadillac that touched the Porsche, it would have been the GT Porsche, would have been a Porsche that touched the Porsche.
Well, like Kevin Estre was saying in the number 6 Porsche earlier on, you know, there's such wide cars in this narrow circuit, and in that corner, 3 into 1 doesn't go.
Let's see if Sebastian Buemi has calmed down any.
I cannot even drive in the traffic like that.
It's feedback losing to Brendan everywhere. We don't have any specific places. We'll continue looking.
Not the message you want to hear. You're losing out to your teammate. And obviously, Brendan shares the car with Buemi, and Buemi had the speed earlier on in the race. He was comfortably in the lead when he was fighting Mike Conway, and so it's not like he's forgotten how to drive. There must be something that's happened to that number 8 Toyota, and they can't see it in the data. All they can see is that he's losing speed everywhere compared to the last time that Brendan was in the car. Weird that they're talking about Brendan, because the last driver to drive that car was Hirakawa, and I would have thought as a compare, you'd be looking at the comparison between somebody in more relative conditions compared to when Brendan was in the car. I think it was much hotter, but strange one. Mike Conway looks cool, calm and collected.
Ready for it, isn't he?
Will Stevens, by the way, has responded to the pace of Mirko Bortolotti and puts in the fastest lap of the number 48 race, and it's a quick lap as well, 1:51.8. Quicker still, though, Oliver Rasmussen in the other Jota car. Both the Jota cars on a tear right now, 1:51.630, 28 car in 6th place.
Could it be that Jota have been leading for 4 hours and still have a tyre advantage? That, you know, that again, we go back to talking about why those LMP2 teams could so easily run hypercars, because they are good at what they understand racing. They get it. They know how to make the car, and everybody is pointing fingers at Jota, going, those guys are just better than us again. Damn it! You know, United are saying it. WRT is saying it. You know,
I doubt United are saying it. I think United will think themselves very unlucky.
I don't think United think they had a faster car.
I think the 23 car was like
it was, but I
today.
don't think they thought they had a faster car than Jota were putting on the grid. You know, all the way through free practice and all the way through qualifying, everybody was sort of going, Jota just have a little something.
But it didn't translate in the race, and it was clearly going the 23's way.
And again, all of those early interruptions, and we expected a lot more through the race than we've sort of actually had. Those early interruptions, it's like at Le Mans last year, when the Jota car got that little bit of a lead, and then suddenly there was the safety cars, they got a safety car ahead, and then they got another safety car ahead, then suddenly it was like 3/4 of a lap ahead, and they never lost it. And part of that is Le Mans choosing you, the bad luck doesn't come your way that negates the good luck you got earlier. You know, one door shuts, another opens, and all that stuff. But part of that is that they were just relentless, absolutely relentless. And it was, you know, you know what it's like, and I don't. But when you have days that just work like that.
Well, you could see, I mean, like Conway sitting there. I know that feeling. Just getting ready. You're in the lead. The car looks good. The last time you're in it, it's feeling great. There's something wrong with your teammate's car, and then it's that moment when you can get in. You can just enjoy it because everything's flowing. Sure, you still have to concentrate, but it's just for those moments you're just loving driving the car, and you can drive in a relaxed way. Most of the time, it's so tense.
Notice, by the way, the right mirror is missing from that 54 after the clash with the 51.
Yeah. And you know, it's got a couple of tyre scuffs on it, but that's actually about the legacy of that clash. Didn't even have to come in for damage.
We're looking at this car, I'm sure for several reasons, one of which is very pretty, but there is a battle underway here. That is Rahel Fries taking chunks of time out of Francesco Castellacci. This is a battle now for 5th place in GTE AM as the Iron Dames car continues to climb back up the order.
And we're circling ourselves through GTE AM. 6th place is the Iron Dames car. 5th place is the 54. We've just seen Daniel Serra 4th place for car guys in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and then Ulysse de Pauw again. Now, not a name we've said this weekend, but again a new name to the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, this is Mikael Pedersen, now aboard the number 77 car. He's new addition this year for Proton competition, 2nd place. And a lap down at the moment on Nicky Katzberg, who's pushing on in the next car. I'm sure we'll see once we've looked at the 77 with the 2 lights on the door there. Another good race from Dempsey Proton Racing.
I know we were saying that the number 51 Ferrari is carrying the damage. They're having to do lots of lift and coast, and just make it through to the end of the race. His last lap time was a 1:50.2.
Yeah.
So he's not that much slower than the Toyotas out in front. 49.3 was the last lap from Kobayashi.
That's Alessandro Pierguidi taking it easy.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a different level of taking it easy.
Brendan Hartley is suiting up as we just shifted from an in-car briefly with Nicky Katzberg, leading GTAM. 18th overall, that car, with a reasonable amount of attrition elsewhere. The Van Walt, by the way, is back on track.
Strange, I thought that Buemi was just going to take it to the end in the car number 8. Strange to see Brendan getting ready to jump back in.
Maybe they want it to go quicker.
Ouch.
Heading towards the final hour in Sebring. 8 hours is the maximum race duration of the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Will Stevens is our LMP2 leader. And behind him, Mirko Bortolotti and Ferdy Habsburg. And behind Habsburg, Philip Albuquerque on a fly. So this is Habsburg, Albuquerque just 5 seconds behind him. Then 10 seconds back to Albert Costa and another 7 seconds back to Oliver Rasmussen. So there's still a few tight gaps in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, and it's the fastest lap of the race so far for Felipe Albuquerque. He's now under 5 seconds back from Ferdy Habsburg. Took 8/10 out last time. It's the fastest lap of the race again for Oliver Rasmussen, and he's trying to close a 7-second gap to Albert Costa for 5th position. So there's push going on here. Kevin Estre, by the way, on pit lane, the number 6 Porsche.
And Rasmussen going 0.2 of a second quicker than Albuquerque. So Oliver Rasmussen starting to really fly in that car. Here is our leader though, Will Stevens.
Circuit's just getting to that nice sweet spot where it starts to, where you can still see, your visibility is still good enough, but the temperature's dropping enough, so the track starts to get faster and faster. So I'm not surprised to see some of the blue sectors, that means the personal best sectors, popping up on our timing screens.
There is the 6 car. It's not going to be Porsche Penske Motorsports day today. They're currently running 5th and 6th, but they've had their troubles.
That was Christensen out and Fred Makowicki in. Sorry, that was number 5. No, so it's Kevin Astra that was in car 6.
I think he stayed aboard.
Yeah. But Fred Makowicki has changed with Christensen.
Oh, he has as well, yeah, Fred Mako.
Sun getting very low now, and you can see there right in his eyes as it goes down at sunset just down the road.
So he's got the dark tinted visor on, and he'll lower that like a sunshade, not all the way down like a single-seater racer, because he doesn't need to keep the wind out, but it will help. It's like an adjustable sunscreen that he can bring down. And just so it sometimes just so it casts a shadow out rather than actually looking through it, looking like the peak of a cap.
I think I actually spotted that he's actually taped over the visor.
He did,
yeah.
yes.
So I hope he doesn't run it fully down, because things will get very interesting.
Well, we saw in qualifying, didn't we, that somebody was asking for a bit of extra tape, Alessandro Pierguidi, and he had a strip of black tape.
Yes, he has.
Across the bottom of the visor so that he could, alter that.
Lesson from a Husky, that's what it is. The black rings around their eyes, anti-glare. You what? Black rings around the eyes of a Husky. It's anti-glare device. It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
completely true.
Exactly the same with the giant panda for when they're in the frozen north.
Hope you're listening, Oscar. Daddy misses you. Into the final hour.
Final hour in Sebring. After 7 hours of racing, we have a Toyota 1-2 with Ferrari's pole-sitting number 50 car in third place, but question marks possibly over the number 8 car, which is now 10 seconds, not 2 seconds behind the sister car number 7 that leads this race. You can see in the front of the car quite a lot of sand and rubber marks and all sorts of muck and debris all over the place. Actually, one of the things I've noticed about all the Cadillac pit stops is that they have somebody go in either side along just above the floor. There's, as you can see in the Toyota, the cutout there. It's not quite so obviously cut out in the Ferrari, in the Cadillac, but it still drafts all the air out from underneath the front of the car, and they're constantly in there at every stop pulling out bits of rubber debris, for which this circuit is very well known. Although it's low abrasion, isn't it? It's a low energy circuit for tyres, but there's a lot of tyres and a lot of cars racing on this track. So there's a lot of pickup going around. Let's hear from Toyota's Jose Maria Lopez, one of the men leading this race.
Jose Maria Lopez into the final hour, and it's been running well for the 7.
Yeah, still 1 hour to go here. It's always tough, so it's going to be a long hour, but yeah, happy with the job they did, my teammates, the whole team. I think we did a very solid race. Putting behind what happened in qualifying and doing nearly until now a perfect race. So we'll see. It's so far a great result for the team, and in my side happy. Wasn't easy to jump in the car after the crash straight away. I have to say it took a few laps to get the confidence back, but I did a good job and I'm happy for that, and we'll see what happens.
Well done. And one more pit stop with driver change coming up.
Yeah, just in five more laps. Yeah, should be the last pit stop for us.
Thank you, and that'll be Mike Conway getting in the car. Thank you.
Right, so we are getting into that area where we're going to start wondering whether or not people can get to the end on the fuel they've got.
Now, I was.
Remember, there's
57 minutes in about another. Did he say another 5 minutes or another 5 laps? That would make a bit. Okay, so that's 10 minutes. So that brings them down to still nearly 50 minutes on a tank of fuel.
Yeah, but remember they were doing an hour and 9 with at the start of the race with the cautions that we had.
Yeah, I think it's getting close now for the hypercars, but the LMP2s will be doing around about 40 to 43 minutes of fuel burn in this track.
Hour 7 of the Sebring 1,000 miles that started in beautiful sunny Florida sunshine. Roger Penske among those who've brought cars to this grid as hypercar really starts to come of age. Carlos Tavares with the Peugeot crew, and the tantalizing prospect of the Centenary Le Mans coming up just 3 months from now. Away they went with Ferrari leading the field on its first day in Big School. The Ferrari hypercar qualified on pole position and nearly went first and third, but the second of the Toyotas robust in its defence in the first couple of corners. 2 formation laps because the lack of tyre warmers now in the category, but early on, and not even completing the formation laps, the number 94 Peugeot in for gearbox problems. Safety car was scrambled after 5 laps. Big crash for Luis Perez Companc in the Ferrari, and third in the GT class. He was okay, but the car was destroyed, and that started a fuel schedule stagger among some of our categories. Toyota worked their way into first and second as the Peugeot headed back behind the wall. More dramas for Paul Di Resta in the 94 car, and then a puncture for the Oman Racing Aston Martin, costed a couple of laps against its rivals. Porsche versus Cadillac was the story behind the front-running hypercars of Toyota and Ferrari. Glickenhaus in the fray as well. An 11-car hypercar field was soon reduced as Glickenhaus were the first big retirement. Their engine crying enough. And then the runaway leader in GTM, the Iron Dames car, Rahul Frey at the wheel, running off the road, ripping the bottom out of the car and costing them the lead of the race. The 93 Peugeot ran into the back of the Floyd Vanwall number 4 car. On its debut, it was running flawlessly, but then got hit, and the 23 United Autosports LMP2 leader, running away at the head of the class, came to a grinding halt, handing the lead to number 48 Hertz Jota car. Porsche versus Ferrari, a battle that has been waiting 50 years to be rejoined, was as close as ever. Trouble for the 51 car, caught out by the 54 GT car, we think trying to come into the pits and then clattered into a GT Porsche. They had damage, lost time coming back to the pits. There was more full course yellows and a penalty to serve as well. Corvette leading in GTE AM. In LMP2, it is the 48 Jota car, and it is the Toyota 1-2 with the number 7 car, 12 seconds clear at the head of the field. So we're in the final hour here in Sebring. Toyota 1-2, just 11.5 seconds between them last time round. Ferrari still on for a podium in third, unless Cadillac have a tyre battle winning card up their sleeve, and they think they might have. Then the Porsches in 5th and 6th, and then our LMP2 category, Hertz Team Jota, the 48, a long way clear of the Prema, United and Inter-Europol battle with the second Jota car. Our GT class is being led by the Corvette, the number 33 car that nearly claimed pole. From Dempsey Proton and Kessel Racing, you've got Corvette, Porsche, Ferrari in the top 3. And in the retirements is the Richard Mille Racing Team car, crashed by Luis Perez Companc, is the Glickenhaus that had engine failure, and United Autosports had a total electrical failure. Both of our Peugeots are back running again, and it is the number 35 Alpine that is the only other car that has not made it through so far.
We have got a race in our hands for the podium, guys.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, I think you were just about, you were looking at the screen, same as me. 3.5 seconds. El Bamba's been chipping away that time to Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari. So things are going to get exciting towards the end of this race between those two hypercars.
Yeah, 3.4 seconds, played 5.7 about 4 or 5 laps ago as we get into the final hour. And all the focus is on what's achievable in those last 52 minutes.
The gap continues to hover around 11 to 10 seconds between Seb Buemi and Kamui Kobayashi now, and the two Toyotas out in front. So I don't know if the problems have gone away for Buemi, but that gap certainly stabilised.
Absolutely. Looking now for GTE and in hypercar, final stops. Next stops will be final stops for those teams in routine terms. We've got another 10 minutes or so before we get that window for LMP2. But it's all coming together nicely. Stories of the race, gentlemen, have been faultless from the Toyotas. Once again, it shows they've shown the incoming talent where the bar is.
They really have, you know. We said it before the start of the race that yes, although they were beaten in qualifying and we expected Ferrari to be fast and deliver good lap times, they certainly did that in qualifying, but we never had any doubt that Toyota operationally were going to be the class of the field. I mean, if they weren't, there's no excuse. They've been here for 10 years now doing this, and there's no surprise to see them out in front with a completely trouble-free race.
I am impressed by what has been the reliability of all the new field. No reliability dramas for the Cadillac, no reliability dramas for the Porsche, no reliability dramas for the Ferrari. They've come from other places. Cadillac stopped first. They're the first to blink in the Ferrari-Cadillac battle.
I think they can get home from here. I think they can get home from here.
They better be able to, because the earlier they stop, the more likelihood there is that they might be at a disadvantage to Ferrari in that battle for third. Again, clearing all that gun count of the air ducting there. Let's hear what the 50 team have got to say about it all.
What's the state of your tires? Do you think you can triple? Gap behind is still the same, 5.8, 5.6. Do you think you can triple? If they don't change tires, we might want to keep these to keep track position.
Oh, no way.
Copy, copy.
And that's why the Corvette team were looking quite Cadillac team were looking quite relaxed, because they knew that Ferrari had gone to the tyre locker more frequently early in the race when it was really hot than they had, and so Caddy know that they've got a fresh tyre advantage. So
here he comes into the pits.
Now, we didn't see whether Cadillac took 4 tyres. We will have to watch this, though, to see if Ferrari do.
It was a 4-tyre stop time, 1:34. So 1 minute 34 seconds on pit lane from the Cadillac. That is a 4-tyre stop.
Now then, Sebastian Buemi, is he going to get out? Yes, he is. Brendan Hartley is in for the final stint to try and win this for the number 8 Toyota team. So Antonio Fuoco stays in. Can you triple? Are you kidding me?
Well,
was his answer, wasn't it?
As soon as I heard that message from the engineer, I looked at you two and my in absolute shock because I thought there's no way that can happen.
Well, now, because they've not raced here before, because they don't have the knowledge of how the track is going to change, it's not an informed decision. It's based on what's happened so far. What they don't know is what the track does in the next hour. I mean, I don't, you do, but people like Jota and people like Toyota really will. Do they have left sides only?
Yeah, slow stop on the left rear of that number 50 Ferrari there. So
is that a full set or
it was
a left set?
It was 1 minute 34 on pit lane for the Cadillac. They were about 2.7 seconds back before that pit stop. Where is the Caddy now? Something's a bit smoky at turn 16. Where is the Cadillac?
It's that time of day. That's quite possibly barbecue.
Cadillac is at turn 15 now.
And
so
don't
they've
forget,
picked up time.
Don't forget the number 8 car is on cold tyres and the Cadillac is not.
5 seconds quicker on pit lane for the Ferrari.
Cadillac goes by and number 7 car is in the pit lane. So this is the race leader. Final stop now. And a driver change to Mike Conway. He was bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet a little earlier, ready to get into the car. Well, let's catch up with our race leaders in LMP2. It's Hertz Team Jota. Yiffy is with Louise Beckett. Let's hear from him now.
Yiffy, your first time here with us in WEC, your first time in America. And it's been a great trip for you so far in the 48 Jota.
Yeah, this track is so challenging, so many bumps. You have to respect every corner. You can't just push hard and try to, think there's a plan B with runoff area. This race so far has gone extremely well for us. My teammates have done a brilliant job. The team has executed very well. Right now we are a bit off-stand with strategy compared to the second car Prima. So yeah, it's still exciting to know. We don't know where we'll finish in the race, but we just try to give our best and see where we end up.
How much are you liking driving the LMP2s?
I think we all wanted to drive already the LMDH this round, but yeah, we don't have the car yet, so we try to stay still fit in the race, and yeah, we are leading LMP2, so everything is going well, and we are preparing ourselves competitively for the LMDH program later on this season.
We look forward to it, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Porsche factory driver Yiffy and like Ann Davidson, a man who knows to fear the last lap.
Yeah, he was that driver, wasn't he, a few years ago?
That driver.
In WRT, wasn't it? Broke down on the last lap at Le Mans when they were in the lead.
When they were 1-2. on their debut at Le Mans. And he had a comfortable margin, and behind him, Robin Freins was desperately, don't forget Freins, their air jacks had failed about 2 hours from the end of the race, and they were having to lift the car up with an inflatable bag and changing one or the other axle each of the times. They had an engine problem and a gearbox problem. The car was overheating, it was basically falling apart, and Tom Blomqvist was coming wailing up behind him for Jota, and they nearly hit the flag guy at the line as they won in LMP2. So, yeah, FIA and WRT have got quite some history there in LMP2.
A couple of things to note, by the way, about the two Toyotas. It is still the 7th of the 8th. The gap is now 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Why? Because the outlap for Brendan Hartley was a 3:25 compared to a 3:14 for Mike Conway. That's likely to be more to do with traffic than it is to do with any other factor. They also lost, what is that, 9 seconds in the pits. So Brendan Hartley on pit lane for 1 minute and 37 seconds. Mike Conway on pit lane for 1 minute and 28. So that has been a big hit to the hopes of the number 8 car. The only way that could possibly go the other way is whether or not they put 4 fresh tyres on. It's 4 tyres we're hearing from the Cadillac in their pursuit of, we know, because we heard it, a Ferrari effort that is short on tyre options.
28 is in and 48 is in, both Jota cars in the pits at the same time. Of course, 48 came in about a minute and a bit ago, so it'll be, and it has already left before the 28 arrives, so that stacking works very nicely for them. On board with the 63 Prema Racing car, it is now the race leader, but still owes us a stop.
Indeed, so Hertz Team Jota's Will Stevens is out. I think they will need a splash, won't they? They will need a splash.
Who, Jota?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, may well be. 51 is in, this should be its final stop for Ferrari. And this car still in 7th place in the hypercar class, although it is barely in amongst the LMP2 field in terms of overall position.
Yeah,
and I think the sister car, the number 50 of Fuoco, is starting to pull away now quite comfortably from El Bamba. I think that Ferrari on fresh tyres has definitely got the pace over the Cadillac, so I think that earlier threat from Bamba is not really going to materialise now that they took new tyres as well for this final stint.
Well, but how long does that edge last?
I think at least for a stint. I think it's in the second stint on the Ferrari where they really start to lose performance, particularly at the rear of the car.
Well, whatever else, this their first prototype race. The Ferrari team are you can see that they've got experience. You know, it's their first race with this car. It's their first race here with this car. First race anywhere with this car, but they're drawing on a lot of experience. You know, they're running a good team strategy. They're running a good format. Okay, there's been a couple of driving errors, a couple of, you know, little new team errors, but again, it looks like they got a quick car. It actually looks like they got a reliable car as well. They just don't know how to race it yet.
For anyone looking there, that number 8 car of Brendan Hartley overtaking the Iron Dames car, and it was pretty much exactly where Pierre Guidi had placed his car when there was contact, but the Iron Dames car was on the racing line the whole way through because they weren't planning on coming into the pits, and the move was done successfully. So I think it's a harsh penalty for what the 51.
Well, he didn't get penalised for hitting 54.
Know,
he got
still
penalised for spinning backwards after being knocked off into the other car. So
control. It's like there's nothing.
Well,
he didn't, why penalise someone? They spent such a long time in the pits anyway. I don't agree with that penalty.
You mentioned it a little while ago, just a moment ago, the pace of the 50 car, pace of the 2 car. 2 car now is getting those tyres up to temperature and is taking time out of the Ferrari again.
Taking a second out of the Ferrari on the last lap.
And that pace has come on that last lap. It's under 7 seconds again. Next couple of laps are going to be really interesting.
This is going to be interesting. We just saw Michelle Gatting watching from the pit lane. The Iron Dames car now within almost 2 seconds of the Iron Lynx car. Who's in the yellow machine?
Picariello.
Picariello versus Michelle Gatting. This is going to be very interesting.
That's quite a fight. 63
that
comes
is going
in
to be a big battle
for what will be, I would guess, this is going to be their final stop. They should be able to stretch it from here. So 63 with the hands of Mirko Bortolotti comes in from the lead. Been a good strong run from this squad.
Yeah.
Luca Bortolotti with Dorian Pan and Danny Kvyat. Pretty fault-free from them. 22 goes to the lead.
And it's like it's a pickup crew. None of them raced with any of the other members of the team, or indeed with Prema in LMP2 last year. So I mean, it's a brand new lineup put together. They've batted really well.
34 comes in from 3rd place in LMP2. It's been a good run from into Europol here, you know.
Yes, it really has.
And you know, if you'd look down that entry list to start with, I'd be blunt, I don't think you'd have put them in the basket for a top 5 finish, but they've executed well.
Again, 2 of the 3 drivers, the 2 pros, were not in that car last year. Yep. The only remaining driver from last year is Kuba Śmiechowski.
Yeah.
And actually, for Inter Europol, there's been no dramas, no incidents, and most importantly, no mistakes from the driver or from the crew. And that's part of it, isn't it? You know, you can have as fast a car as you like. If you're fumbling the ball in the pit lane, you're going to be back in to serve the penalty time after time.
There will be people watching the race and thinking, oh, Toda again. You can't mess with excellence. You can't look at what they're doing here and see anything other than something to admire. And what it shows now is the utter excellence that's come in to challenge them now knows what they've got to do.
I read comments before when Toyota are winning quite comfortably with no competition.
It's
first
easy.
And second, first. You wait, you watch. If Porsche were there, if Porsche were still there, they'd be, yeah, they are here.
Yeah.
And look where they are.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, and actually you summed it in perhaps the best way. Is they've been here for 10 straight years. That's why they're so good at what they're doing, because every year they've just got better and better and better. And sometimes they haven't had the best car, and sometimes they have. And they may not have the best car now, but it's right there in terms of overall performance, and they use it better.
And I think what really served them well is that they were there for a whole season running a hypercar they had made, they had manufactured, you know, the engine, the chassis, you name it, had a whole season to iron out all of the imperfections. This time last year, I said it before, the car was bouncing around all over the place. It had terminal understeer. The drivers were bitterly unhappy with the car, arm pumped, wrestling with the steering wheel for all it was worth, getting out sweating more than back in the LMP1 days, how they used to. And you come here now and the car is completely different.
Yeah,
and that's because they've had a whole year running it on every track that we revisit this year.
If they brought that car here now, I'm not sure they'd be leading the race.
No, I agree.
I'm really not sure they'd be leading the race because it was so much hard work. But again, you're right. You know, they were incumbents when the rules were formed, and they went right for it straight away. Right, we're staying. We're going to do this. Thank God we can move on from LMP1 where we are the last man standing, and we can be at the vanguard of the new dawn. And they have, and they were, and they've won another World Championship and another Le Mans and a bunch more races. But most importantly, again, after a decade of racing, they've ironed out the mistakes.
And the balance imperfections of what the car had. So apparently they worked very hard with the front-end performance of that car, particularly, and you can see it. You really can, yeah.
It looks a more aggressive front end on that car. It just does. And actually, it looks all the better for it, frankly. But I still maintain it comes back to this. Back in the days when Audi were winning seemingly at will, they just raised the bar, and to take them on, you had to raise your game to another level. They now know. Porsche, Penske Motorsport know. Ferrari AF Corsa know. Cadillac Racing know. They know what they've got to do. Peugeot, Total Energies know what they've got to do now to be considered on that same level.
Well, and the other thing is, people in the other paddock here, the BMWs and so on of this world, and the people who are preparing cars, they too know where the benchmark lies. And so, for instance, you know, your Sam Hignett and the Jota team, you're getting one of these, and you know now already where it is. And actually, do you know what? You may not have tested the car, but if you've got a better race team, you've got to back yourself. You've got to feel that we've got a good chance of being in the top 6, probably on day one of running these cars in a race, because of the knowledge and ability and confidence and cohesion of that team. The only new element will be the car.
So 35 minutes to go. That is the situation. 22 seconds is the gap. Number 7 seems to have this one done. The Ferrari number 50 is pulling away again now for the number 2 Cadillac. 8.8 seconds to the good for the final podium position. So 7 from 8 from 50 from 2. Then the 2 Porsches, a lap down on the chasing pair for the final podium position before we get into the LMP2s. And Hertz Team Jota cycle back to the front of the field. 20 seconds to the good at the moment from the lead of the 2 WRT cars, the 41. Will Stevens leads Louis Delatraz by 20.7 seconds. And for the 12.5 seconds back to Mirko Bortolotti in the Premier Racing car. They've definitely made their final stop, with Felipe Albuquerque 10 seconds back from the Italian racer in his number 22 United Autosports car.
And just look at the picture, look at the colour in the pictures, look at the golden glow. This is, the sun is coming down. And you know, you've raced here on this track this time of day. Here, you know, Le Mans, any race that goes into the night time is special, isn't it? There's a different feel in the air, even if it's the same car and the same race.
It's special, and there's a good reason why it's special, because it becomes blimmin' difficult. I was out there the other night just watching what I think was one of the IMSA sessions, and I just had that moment where I thought, oh, I know, I can feel your pain, everyone out there. It was completely dark. You see the headlights bouncing around over the bumps. You think, you have to be in such a higher state of consciousness to battle this circuit, or any circuit for that matter, when it's dark in one of these cars traveling close to 200 miles an hour over all these bumps, and it's narrow and the grass is there, and other cars on the infield that are driving around, and the smoke from the barbecues, and you are absolutely on edge. And you know, at any wrong moment, you're in the wall, you're upside down, it's gonna hurt. It's honestly, it's frightening, it's intimidating, but at the same time, you love it.
But it's special.
It is, of course, but that's why it's special.
And it's special. And the other thing about this place is it produces great racing. And I couldn't put my finger on why, but if I think about the number of times I've been here, whether or not it's for the 12 hours, obviously for the WEC races we've had here, I struggle to think of a race that turned up and was a dud. Okay, this has been anything other than a dud. What this has been is development. This has been development. We've had cracking racing in P2, we've had cracking racing in GTE, and we've had some great racing in hypercar as well, but it will get better.
Really great racing in hypercar, really great. And we're half an hour away from the end of it.
So we have about 20 laps to go. Pay attention on these tires, we are super safe on pressures, they are quite high side at the moment. I'll keep updating you of the gap. 8.7 at the moment, 8.7.
P2 car going by the Ferrari?
No, I think he went for the move and backed out of it last minute. That's the number 41 WRT in front of Antonio Fuoco there. So Fuoco absolutely did the right thing and now can safely pass around the outside using that power advantage that the hypercars have over the LMP2s.
And that little bit of front wheel traction as well in the quicker stuff just helps him sort of mid to exit.
I love it on that car that you can really hear the hybrid, both re-energizing the battery under harvesting when they brake, and through the K element, and also deploying, And here's another one of those moves around the outside. This time on a LMP2, it doesn't quite make it work. It's easier to do that on a GT car, but it is a really common move that you see on this track.
Hats off, by the way, to Corvette Racing for the way that they've delivered this result to this point. Middle stints, I think we're going to hear what tough time Nico Veroni had. We're going to hear the young Argentinian addition to the Corvette Racing team. He's down in pit lane at the moment with Louise.
Nico, it's great to meet you. How has this Sebring been for you? I think I know the answer.
Well, for the moment it's going pretty okay. I mean, we have a good advantage. We just have to manage it to the end. Ben did a great job. Then I jump in. Now Nick is doing a great job. So we're in a good position. And we have to fingers crossed to the end.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I know what his dad looks like, immediately looking at him. He hasn't got a young man's face, has he? He's got the features he's going to have when he's 50 or 60, but he's absolutely right. They've all done an absolutely outstanding job.
He was asked, by the way, at the end of his second stint, while coming to the end of that, by the team whether or not he could go for a triple. He said he thought he could. Got out the car and said he was totally destroyed by this place with a triple stint, and that's 3 long stints, remember.
Well, it's the adrenaline. It's a difficult question to answer truthfully when you're in the car. You get asked, you know, can you go on for another one? Usually it's from a single to a double, but to be asked to do a triple round here, that's a big question, and it's hard to answer from inside the car because you've got the adrenaline up. You're sitting down, and it's only sometimes when you stand up and get out of the car, you suddenly feel all lightheaded and someone needs to grab onto you because you're completely spent.
And the other thing, of course, is that it's not a 40-minute or 35-minute stint, it's an hour-long stint in a GTE car, so it's a long extra ask.
Big lap times coming at the moment in GTE. So 19 seconds is the gap, at least about, to Julian Andlauer for the final podium position. That's the 77 Dempsey Proton car for Andlauer, DePau in the number 21 AF Corsa car. But DePau on it right now. It's just taking a second out Julian Andlauer on that last lap. So this is a gap. You would have thought Andlauer had enough car underneath him to see off that challenge, but clearly DePau thinks there's a battle to be won here. Put the man ahead under pressure. Robin Freins now is finding pace, and he's taking time out of Oliver Rasmussen for 4th ahead. That's the number 28 Jota car, the World Championship entered car, and the 31 Team WRT car. That gap 6 seconds, and last time around, Freins took 1.2 seconds out of the man ahead.
Will Stevens in the number 48 Hertz Jota car out in front. Now, it was intriguing listening to his teammate FIA saying, I'm not sure how it was going to pan out in terms of the strategy. It's exciting, the race that they've got going on with a Prema car behind them, but it's 36 seconds behind them. So I still feel like the LMP2 car category is shaken up from what happened way earlier in the race under that full course yellow period, the original one, where some teams chose to pit, some didn't. But it still feels like they've got this one sewn up for how it looks at the moment.
My only concern is I didn't spot when they pitted.
No.
And I think they're right on the edge for fuel. Right on the edge.
Well, as we know, they can do around about 40 to 45 minutes during a stint.
I think the key at the moment is let's have a look at what happens with his lap times now. Because if we start to see those lap times coming out, and he's got a bit to burn, he's got 36 seconds to burn, then we're seeing a lot of fuel saving. At the moment, his lap times are still well up there, the 52.4.
Okay, 30 minutes left, that's 15 laps. If he loses 5 seconds a lap,
he can still get there.
That 5 seconds a lap, that's not a drama.
I've just heard Will Stevens pitted with 45 minutes to go.
It's right on the edge.
Yeah, but again, he's got a half-minute lead. He can give away 5 seconds a lap for 3 or 4 laps at the end.
They clearly think they can get to the end.
Get to the end, yeah.
Richard Westbrook, I'm talking to you, hoping you've got all the answers. What's going to happen here?
I've got no idea, literally no idea. No, I mean, it's a good fight for third with the Ferrari, and that's all we could wish for on our first outing in WEC. It's just so cool to be part of. The hypercars are quick, though, really quick. I think we need to get out of the way. But, you know, it's so early days. We've got to get better. We've got a lot of data to go through after this race and, you know, see where we can improve. Obviously, we're not happy with the gap to Toyota, but that's down to us. We need to improve in every way. And this is invaluable doing 8 hours here. We've got so much to go through. We'll come back stronger in Portimao.
Are you feeling the atmosphere in this paddock as much as everyone else?
It's so cool. It really is. Just being like a fan, just watching the cars take off for qualifying yesterday. It was just so atmospheric. It's That's what everyone wanted, and we've got it now. So hopefully it can be a bit closer going forward, but that's up to us to improve, and we will do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Should say, by the way, Richard Westbrook, two things about that. One is the only man to have driven two different hypercars in this class, because he drove for Glickenhaus, remember, of course. The second thing is, correct answer, Richard. You know, we've got to do better. That's the key message from here.
Yeah.
And, you know, what we're not hearing and we're not seeing is anybody pointing to the rule book and saying that's not fair.
Well, I mean, just like we were saying earlier on, if you took last year's Toyota and put it against this year's Cadillac, I think the Cadillac might even have beaten them in a straight fight.
I think you may be right. I think you may be right. They were slightly,
Ferrari.
They were certainly shaky in terms of the way the car behaved on track, and they were kind of flaky in terms of reliability as well. And I think if pressed, would have been even more flaky. So, you know,
I mean, they're a year behind.
Yeah.
So it's to be expected in many ways.
I don't expect anything different than two things to happen in the outcome of this race. The first is an awful lot of hard graft and thinking with the data they've got from here. Two is, will there be a little bit of moaning? I'm sure there will. And the impact that will have on the way these cars are presented at Portimao will be absolutely zero in terms of any change to rule set. And absolutely right that it should be so. It's been a solid rule set for long enough that everybody knows what the game is. You've just got to do better. And if you look at what each of those teams behind Toyota have delivered today, start taking away from the time gap, for the mistakes that have been made, from the penalties that have been imposed, from the contact that they've had, from the repairs that have been needed, and you start to see the potential is actually there.
Well, that's the key word there, the potential, and that's what the rules, that's how they're written. So they've got 4 potential parameters of where your car can be in this kind of balance of performance, or where the window of your car sits. So the weight of the car, that's one target to achieve. The drag of your car, that's another fine window to get into. The downforce of the car, or CZ as they call it, that's a downforce created by the car, that's another one. And then the power of the total energy that your power unit can produce, both hybrid and ICE, internal combustion engine. So 4 quite difficult windows to get into. If you can get into those, it's like a natural balancing of performance in its own right. You do have balance of performance on top of that, but it's not the same kind of balance of performance we're used to seeing in the GT category. So you just to get into those 4 areas, those 4 criteria, is difficult in its own right, and just to maximise the true potential of your car in each one of those departments.
And then there's the 5th, isn't there, which is what we've been talking about all day today, which is you've got to maximise all of it.
Operationally, yeah.
You've got to maximise all of it. You've got to be error-free. You've got to be as fast as you can in every circumstance. Make no mistakes on track, on pit lane, on strategy.
But I do think we'll see a different race in Portimao in terms of performance between these guys. And I cannot tell you who's going to have the fastest car there. I can't base it on this track. This track, I can't stress enough how unique it is in terms of its concrete surface. For the majority of the circuit, at least this part they're in at the moment isn't. But mostly it's a concrete. I mean, we don't go to any other tracks that have slabs of concrete from the 1950s or whenever it was made.
30s.
The 1930s. We don't get that with any other track we go to this year, and we don't have the bumps. This is the slowest track on the calendar as well.
This is more a rallycross circuit than it is a racing circuit. Genuinely it is. The other thing I took out of that, both from Westy and also from H when he was in here, and from all the other drivers I'm talking to, is like us, they're all fanboying.
Oh, yeah.
They genuinely, everybody's genuinely excited to see these new cars coming, and you're right. You know, having knowledge of what works here is a big advantage, and it's been a big advantage for Toyota. Their fastest lap this race, 147.8. Their fastest lap this race last year, the same car, 150 point something. They have got over 2.5 seconds quicker on this track with that car and the same drivers and effectively
and
the same time. Yeah, so that's the difference. And if you made them 2.5 seconds a lap, every lap slower for the last 6 hours, they wouldn't have a 2-lap advantage. No. So last year's Toyota, you're absolutely right, was no further forward than this year's new boys. It's just not the new boy.
El Bamba last lap, speaking of lap times,
It's
El
going
Bamba
down.
last lap 1:49.5.
Yeah, it's under 7 seconds now, that gap. There was a slow lap as well, by the way, for the leader, but that was traffic. That was a 1:53 for the leader, but with a bit of traffic.
Stand by also, imminently, any second now, there will be a launch.
Oh, will there?
Yep. There's another launch going off from the car, and it's perfect weather for it. You know, no wind, no rain. It's
Cape Canaveral.
So we may well see that coming over right towards the next 5 or 10 minutes. I'm not sure how much we'll see.
Some circuits have firework displays. Sebring does it differently.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because we may see it any moment, but it's happening. When
You could have told me this morning, yesterday, on the way back to the house. No, now. You choose now.
Because it's going to happen. Because when you're at Donington Park, you're on the flight path for East Midlands Airport, and you get jets coming in.
Oh, Coppice. Always slippery at Coppice.
Rockets going over. I can remember in a Group C race, Hans Stuck complaining in the pits that his car radio was getting air traffic control. Genuinely, he said, "Who's talking on the radio?" And they had to get in the car and they were listening to it.
I'll tell you what would have been worse, the pilot's getting his radio.
Yes, exactly. Roger Zulu, 10 Bravo, blah, 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 and all this stuff. Yeah.
Box.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Hello, control. So inside the final 20 minutes,
there it goes.
You go.
No
there
way.
It goes.
Why am I telling you? Because when you see it, you're going, oh, what's that in the sky? It's not the aliens. It's just a weather balloon. Don't worry too much
how cool
about
is
it.
that?
I know, it's always very cool. And in fact, there was a launch about 4 days ago as well.
There was. In fact, there was supposed to be 3 this week, and Davison, quite right, because he'd never seen it before, is going to go have a look. But in fact, the first 3D printed rocket was supposed to go up and failed, unfortunately.
Could they not link to the printer?
No,
we've had that problem all week.
Got to get the iPhone to actually find the signal.
Right, let's get back to the action with Nick Nielsen from Ferrari AF Corsa on what has been really an impressive debut for this brand new team.
Nicholas Nielsen, can you just give us a reaction to this first outing for the 50, the hypercar for Ferrari?
Yeah, I mean, like we said already yesterday, we were happy with the result, and I think, we are also pleased with what we've been doing throughout the race today. Obviously now we have to finish the last 20 minutes, but we knew that Toyota were going to be strong, but I think we've done everything we could so far, and I think we can be really happy.
All right, thank you.
Nicholas Nielsen, a winner in GT Ferraris in LMP2, and I'm sure, certainly before this era is over, will be a multiple race winner in hypercar as well. I'm really, really impressed with all the new cars, all the testing they've done. You know that Porsche are going to come well tested and well rehearsed. Cadillac also, they've got great history in DPI, they've got great history in the IMSA Sports Car Series, so we knew they were going to come on strong, and to see the Ferrari do so as well, it's great. And actually, also very impressed with Floyd Van Wall. They're getting an 8th place finish, but they're ahead of Peugeot, who are half a season of racing ahead of them. And you can see the first stage separation. Yep. We've now got the second stage burn.
It's very unprofessional of me, I'm sorry, but...
no, not the slightest.
So the rocket now 40 miles downrange, and we are within almost a quarter of an hour of the end of this adventure of Sebring. The hypercar class came about because of COVID, because of lockdown. It had been talked about, convergence had been talked about a lot, and very little had been done because everybody had the business of trying to run and maintain and nurture and expand their championships. And it was made very clear to us, Graham, wasn't it, by both parties, by IMSA and the ACO, that it was having nothing else to do, literally nothing else to do during COVID, that allowed them to spend all their time and effort on coming up with this all-encompassing blanket that is hypercar, that has allowed both sides of the sporting firmament to come together and produce, I'm sure, race series that is going to be globally fascinating and fascinating for the domestic market here in the US.
The planning in terms of getting the two organisations together was just before COVID. The deliverability, absolutely, because everything else was shut down. So you're able to actually, and then when I talked last night to Antonetto Coletta, the head of the Ferrari program here, and he was saying it's 7 months since this car hit the ground for the first time. And 7 months later, it's here on one of the toughest tracks we come to, setting pole position against a bar as high as the Toyotas. And that's the level of progress we've had in that 7 months. Think about another 6 months, or another 12 months. It's going to be mega. And as Anthony said about the Porsche program, more cars, more data, more experience, more feedback, all of that will come. There will inevitably be politics involved in this. There will inevitably be moaning involved in this. And you know what? I'll tune it out, because what actually matters is what are they going to do on track.
Well, and the other thing is we don't remember any of that from Group C. It was all there, and but we don't remember it because you blank out those bits and you remember the glorious bits. You know, you remember all the high points and all the excitement and the depth of field that it brought, and that's what Hypercar is going to bring to the Premier class. It's going to bring a depth of field. Imagine if all 20 Formula One teams had a competitive chance of, or cars had a competitive chance of winning the race. You know, that's what we're potentially going to be looking at. We're going to see different cars with different strengths and weaknesses with the potential to win in different circumstances.
Yeah, but again, we've said it, there are 11 cars here. There will be more by the end of this season. There will be more at the Le Mans 24 Hours. There will be almost double this number at the opening round for 2024 if plans come together. And that's fabulous. You know, it's fantastic for the manufacturers. It's fantastic for the world of motorsport, the industry that surrounds it. And by the way, something we've not been able to say for a long time in international sports car racing, it's fantastic for talented professional drivers.
And most of all, and absolutely most of all, it's fantastic for fans.
There you go.
And it is going to draw more people to the sport than at any time since the 1980s. And that can only be good for us and for them and for everybody who's here putting on the show. And
I mean, the exhaust there.
I know. It's fabulous, isn't it? And again, you know, that's part of the joy of racing into the dark. And I was sort of thinking a little bit earlier when we saw those sunset shots, I thought, we should make every race finish in the dark. And then actually, no, we shouldn't, because it should be special.
Different.
It should be special.
It should be. It is that thing about trying to find a way to make things, you know, unique. Sebring doesn't need any help to be unique. You know, whatever else you do, it's Sebring.
It was born unique.
Absolutely. And the sun is just hitting the horizon. You know, just it's like the Middle East, isn't it? When it goes dark here, it goes dark fast. The sunsets are always spectacular when we've got a cloudless sky like this, or a relatively cloudless sky like this. And that's down, by the way, in the WEC pit lane. Hello,
wave, everybody.
Give us a wave. No, they can't hear us.
Yeah, they can, because I can hear us coming back on the fallback, so they definitely can. And a great place to enjoy. And they're down there already in position
for the podium.
For the podium, they are down there waiting already. So they just need frites with mayonnaise. Can you imagine bringing frites with mayonnaise to a US audience? They were. Mayonnaise on your
lead car on pit lane. Lead LMP2 is on pit lane.
12 to go. 12 minutes to go.
Their gap is 42 seconds to Mirko Bortolotti.
They'll get out in front. They will get out in front.
It's going to be tight, you know.
What's the pit lane delta? It's got to be about 36. It's a long pit lane.
63 car. Where is it?
He could come in with 45 minutes to
go. Turn 13, turn 14.
They've gambled. But in the end, actually, it's not going to make any difference to the Premier team if the car comes back out in front.
48 is rolling before 63 reaches turn 16. This is going to be very tight indeed. It's thrown onto the Ulmann straight now. It's going to be almost nose to tail.
It is going to be very close indeed. And of course, it's just a glare of lights. There's Bortolotti.
Goes by.
Does he? He does.
He does.
He does. There's Bortolotti, takes the lead on the road from the Jota team. They gambled. That is how you race in the US. We're going to need to stop Well, hell no, we're going to wait for a yellow. We're going to need a yellow. They haven't got it.
Now we see it. Mirko Bortolotti, Lamborghini factory driver in the Prema car as this team preps for what comes next year for Lamborghini coming into hypercar. Will Stevens aboard the number 48 Hertz Team Jota car in one of his last 2 races. Oh, in fact, I think it's his last race in an LMP2 car for this season. He's got race-winning form with Jota and with Panis Racing in the European Le Mans Series. Now we're going to see something in the last 10 minutes, and it's going to be LMP2 for the overall win. 63 leads 48 from 22, and Dorian Pan is going to have her eyes glued to that screen.
How many female winners have there been in Sebring's history, do you reckon?
I can think of at least one more. I think Denise McLuggage won, didn't she not?
Oh, that's a very good shout. Was that overall?
I'd have to go back and check. Okay. But either way, now we've got a battle.
Not many. Not many.
The United Autosports, by the way, just to put this into the mix, are only 6 seconds back from this pair. So we've got the lead 3 under 10 seconds apart with 10 minutes to go. And it is Mirko Bortolotti, one of the most talented guys in GT racing in LMP2 car. Will Stevens, a massive talent with ex-Formula 1 experience behind him, and multiple champion Felipe Albuquerque.
Well, I can tell by the way that Will's driving now that he's braking very late into the corners. I can't see any fuel saving going on at all, and he wouldn't need to. They would have put enough fuel in that car to make sure he can drive absolutely flat out with no lift and coast towards the end of this race with 9.5 minutes to go. The big question is the Prema able to do that as well, or are they lifting coasting towards the end of this race?
Well, and that was going to be my question. Who's got what left?
Yeah.
How close are Prema to the brink? How close are United to the brink? Could Inter Europol inherit something here in terms of a podium? They're 4th at the moment. Of course, Inter Europol will go away here with 3rd placed points and a half.
Fantastic result for them, but they're being chased. That gap is down to 3.3 seconds with Louis Delatraz in the number 41 WRT car. So 4th, 5th, and indeed 6th, under 10 seconds as well to Oliver Rasmussen. So there are big positions in LMP2 still up for grabs here. The lead gap, by the way, we know this is being sort of managed towards the end of this race, I presume it is down under 8 seconds. So Mike Conway now leads Brendan Hartley by 7.5 seconds. Antonio Fuoco, meanwhile, 9.6 seconds ahead of Earl Bamber for 3rd place and the overall podium.
This will be the first time since 2012 that a World Endurance Championship race at Sebring goes the full distance.
Fantastic.
The full time, at least if nothing happens in the next 8 minutes.
Absolutely. Battles to the end, rocket launches, fabulous weather, and a full race distance. Couldn't ask for much better than this, couldn't we, really?
Hypercars! No, I mean, this has got it all. It has got it all. There are some excited faces. What's the gap down to now?
The gap down to...
What's the gap, Jim? Still 3 seconds. Bortolotti is not lifting and coasting. He is giving it everything.
If Will Stevens is going to win this, he's going to have to win it on pace and on aggression. In GTE, by the way.
Battle for second. Was that Kessel ahead of Dempsey Proton?
No. Kessel are ahead of Dempsey Proton. Julian Andlauer 34 seconds back. Elise Powell 25 seconds back, is not going to do that on pace.
So that is the GR. So this is Ricardo Perra, Michelle Gatting. That's the battle we're looking at there.
Yeah, the Iron Dames, that is the battle for 7th place with GR Racing's Ricardo Perra and Michelle Gatting.
Dangerous Dave Smith just assures us that no matter how quick the hypercars are, the rocket doing 2,200 miles an hour currently has left them in its wake. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it can't pit, can it?
Let's hope they've got the fuel.
It can dock, but it can't pit.
Yeah, Michelle Gatting all over the back of Ricardo Perra now for 7th place. And not what the race promised that Porsche team early on. And not what they looked like they were going to get. So there's Sarah Bovey. I said Michelle Gatting earlier. Sarah Bovey, Michelle Gatting in the car. And Rahel Frey probably fairly disappointed with herself. She doesn't make many mistakes. And unfortunately, that was quite a costly one.
It's one of those mistakes that on a normal track...
Oh, 2nd place car, pits. Castle Racing pits. So the 57 car pits from 2nd place. That should mean that Julian Andlauer, it's going to have to be a very quick dash of fuel here if the 77 car is already in turn 16. It's going to go through.
The real problem is not how much fuel you're taking, it's how long the damn pit lane is.
Watch the 77 car is going to appear, and it is going through into second place. Gone through
already. Change for second. Dempsey Proton up to second. We still have a Corvette, a Porsche and a Ferrari in the top three. In fact, 3 Ferraris, 3rd, 4th and 5th right now.
So another change.
Julian Andlauer, Christian Reed, Mikkel Pedersen. They have driven a really strong race. Didn't qualify particularly well. Doesn't matter.
79th consecutive WEC race for Christian Reed, and it looks like he's going to score yet another podium.
Yeah.
The team principal for the Dempsey Proton Racing team. His team set for hypercar later this season with another Porsche. 7 car, meanwhile, that gap still coming down. I'm sure that is being managed. 5.5 seconds now.
5.5 seconds, 5 minutes, which is possibly 3 laps. Brendan Hartley's going to have to find a lot more time over Mike Conway to be able to get to him, never mind get past him.
Will Stevens is going to have to do more than he currently is doing to get onto terms with Mirko Bortolotti. It's 3.3 seconds for the win in LMP2 with under 5 minutes remaining.
Gaps opened up, and I don't think that is coming back down. So Ferrari right now, again, creeping away from the Cadillac, 3rd to 4th. Antonio Fuoco doing enough to just continue to open up the margin fractionally over Earl Bamber. Prema leading, and Jota not close enough. So unless suddenly the 63 Prema car starts to run dry and cough under Mirko Bortolotti, I think he's got enough right now. Certainly in terms of pace, he's not being caught any by Will Stevenson. Again, that's a great indication of how good Bortolotti is, because as Graham said, he's made his name. He's
coming in. He's coming in. I'm sure he's coming into the pit.
He is coming in. All right, so it has coughed, and so Prema are back into the pit lane, and Hertz Jota go back through. You know, it's almost like an old-fashioned Silverstone handicap where everybody starts at different times, and if the handicapper's got it right, they're all at the line at the same time at the end of the race. So what have United got? Because United will go through now into second, into Europol will not go through into third on the road, but don't forget the 48 Hertz Team Jota car, not a full season entry, will not score points. Look at that sky. Just look at that.
I thought he was Bortolotti, I thought he was carrying on, because the way he was driving, there was no lift and coast going on at all, and I thought, wow, he's clearly must have this then. But
it was all bust.
Why were they not trying to save as much as they could?
Because they only had 3 seconds. It's all or nothing.
Wow.
It was all or nothing.
Interesting strategy.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, into and out of the pits to 21 Ferrari, which had been 3rd, now drops to 4th behind Daniel Serra. So the 21 car also was in trouble there for fuel. Just look and see where that leaves it.
Oostepau didn't get past Danny Serra.
No, he didn't. You're right.
No. So actually, the last lap by Oostepau was the fastest of that car's race. But it wasn't close enough to Daniel Serra. Here is the car, guys, Ferrari.
This is the 7, leading the race. 5.3 seconds to good from the Sister 8 car. Goes past the number 57 car that sits 3rd in GTM. Nervous faces.
Well, it'll be the white flag. 1 to go at the line next time. So coming down towards 14, 15, and then down into corner 16. That sort of left-right flick-flack here named Le Mans. And then on to the Ullman Straight for what will be the penultimate time in this year's Sebring 1,000 miles.
It's big pressure here for Mike Conway. And whenever you're in the lead of the race and the dying minutes or dying laps of it, you feel the weight, the pressure of your teammates watching on.
Look,
you can feel it inside the car. Yeah, and it's way more nerve-wracking for them.
Twilight's last gleaming, as it says in the American national anthem. That's where we are now. 1 to go. White flag lap. 1 minute 32 on the clock. Takes them 1 minute 50 to get round. I didn't see the finger go up from the starter tower.
Didn't see it.
Doesn't matter. We're still going to run out of minutes.
First race, may be the 3rd year of hypercar, but it is absolutely the first race of a brand new era era. Last lap comes up on the timing screen. The scene of the very first FIA World Endurance Championship race back in 2012 becomes the scene of the very first in what is a dazzling new era for the hypercar class, as the cavalry finally arrives, and it's going to be Toyota 1-2 here, but they've shown the way to the rest here, and now it becomes a chase for excellence.
But look, the other newcomers, Ferrari, Cadillac, Porsche, they've got a car each in the top 5. Yes, Toyota are 1-2, but it's not what it's that year's head start. You know, you give Usain Bolt a head start, you're always going to struggle to catch him up, and that's where Toyota are at the moment. Their car is good, it is sorted, the team are absolutely reliable, don't make silly errors. You know, they are the benchmark, and how long they remain depends entirely on what everybody else can do to bring themselves up to speed. And as Anthony has pointed out earlier on, this is a unique track in our calendar. As Le Mans is, they're all slightly different, but this is different in every way from all of the others, and so that balance of power may change. Heading down into the sunset for the very final time in 2023. Toyota are going to win this one. They're going to go 1-2. The same result as they have produced over the last few years so many times. The checker is out. It is victory for Toyota number 7. Mike Conway brings the car across the line, and Brendan Hartley will take second place. But Toyota know that they have a battle on their hands from all of the newcomers.
2 seconds the gap at the flag, and the Ferrari is home. Ferrari finish on the podium in their debut in hypercar. 50 years has been the last time since we saw them finish a World Championship race. Also home, the top 2 cars in LMP2. 48 Hertz Team Jota Orica ahead of the number 22 United Autosports. That was down to under 3 seconds at the flag as well, and we wait for the Corvette to come home. Second and third place cars already home for the GTE AM class, but we wait for the Corvette racing car to come home. They're in turn 15 at the moment. What an excellent race it's been for them. So Toto Guzzi Racing extend their record.
Catch us if you can. That's the message from Toyota to the rest of the competition. They're here now. They're going to be working at it. We've got some interesting circuits coming up in this championship. Let alone the Centenary at Le Mans.
4 different makes in the top 5.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a whitewash. It's not a white, red and black wash. 33 into the final corner. And for Ben Keating and his team, again, another whole new adventure with a whole new car and a whole new team of engineers to work with. And they have crushed the opposition. They have taken every opportunity, nearly got pole position, battled really hard for the lead earlier on, Ben Keating and Sarabovi. And then when they handed the cars over to their pro teammates, luck favoured the 33 car. There is Nicky Katzberg bringing the car across the line. Corvette factory driver, has had so many GT races over his career. And another victory here, a Sebring, 1,000 miles of Sebring victory. And a first time out for this combination. A first time out for Nicholas Varoni in the car, in the team. And for Ben Keating and Nicky Katzberg working together for the first time, and for Keating the first time with Corvette Racing. It's a really great way to start that partnership. And there is Ben, as ever, the arch enthusiast and one of the best drivers in the GTE field.
Absolutely right, but what they will know as well is they've got one hell of a fight for this season on their hands from a number of the cars that chased them home today, not least, of course, the Iron Dames. One minor error cost them dear and cost what looked like a surefire win.
And of course, the Iron Dames back here tomorrow racing again, because they'll be in the Lamborghini in the Sebring 12 Hours.
And by the way, another little piece of history, not the first time or the second time, but we will have a female driver on a World Championship podium with Dorian Pan in the number 63 car. They came home in third place, and that, remember, on her LMP2 debut. Just 2 years ago, she was racing in Ferrari Challenge cars.
Yeah. Well, there's quite a number of the Iron Dames who have come up through the Ferrari Challenge ranks. Michelle Gatting among them, so it's been a happy hunting ground, a happy training ground for those drivers. But for Toyota Gazoo Racing, job done. And actually, especially for the number 7 team, who didn't have the best of luck, but had plenty of pace. And, you know, there's an awful lot of drivers here very, very excited about where we are going, and so they should be. There's an awful lot of drivers very excited about the golden era of sports car racing in which they're participating. And if you're not excited about it yet, not sure what we need to do, but you can join us in Portimao in Portugal in early April, 16th of April. If you're in Europe, you can come to Portimao in Portugal. It is a fabulous venue to watch racing at. It produces fantastic racing. He's had the Brucey bonus of being very close to Holiday Central in Portugal, the Algarve coast, so you can fly into Faro. It is very easy. It is the half-term holidays. There will still be plenty of accommodation. Get yourself to Portimao or get yourself to Spa-Francorchamps. You can no longer get yourself to the 24 Hours de Le Mans, the centenary race, sold out. But don't forget that we then move on to Monza. And if you're living further afield, we have the 6 hours of Fuji and the 8 hours of Bahrain to round out our season. But all of that will transpire over the next 6 months or so. Right now, 4 different brands in the top 5 cars. Toyota maybe 1-2 here in Sebring, but I don't think they're going to have an easy ride anywhere all season long. It will not have been easy here. Even when they only had their teammates to race against, it was always tough for both crews. It just got tougher.
Yeah, this place makes it special for everybody that's going to come home with points, with a finish, particularly with the 3 wins in the 3 classes. The other thing that makes it special here at Sebring International Raceway are the fans, always. And they're gathering down at the podium at the moment to welcome our winners. And it's going to be some very happy faces after a very tough evening.
Well, as ever, Sebring started in beautiful Florida sunshine, with the great and the good bringing cars and entertainment to the grid. A packed crowd here at Sebring International Raceway. There's been holding top flight sports car races since pretty much it was retired as a US Air Force bomber base. Ferrari led the field away from pole position on their debut in the hypercar class, on their debut in the World Endurance Championship, and on their debut in the top flight of sports car racing for the first time in half a century, taking the battle to Toyota from the first corner. In the GT classes, Ferrari were taking the battle to their rivals as well. The first of the Peugeots to strike trouble did so on the formation lap and needed gearbox work. Red flag was brought out early on for a dramatic crash 5 laps in for Luis Perez Companc. And that would bring the field to a standstill as he and his car were rescued. Ferrari finding that racing and testing were different deals, getting a little hung up in the pit lane, and Toyota working themselves to the front of the field as the Peugeot went back behind the pit wall. Paul di Resta struggling to find gears in the car. Plenty more of entertainment. Glickenhaus, one of our American brands in hypercar. That car stopped after a couple of hours, racing in the front of the field. And then disaster for the Iron Dames, who dominated in GTE Am, running over the grass and ripping the floor out of the car, cost them the lead. The 93 Peugeot then into full course yellow, running into the back of the Floyd Van Wool car on its debut that was otherwise flawless all the way through. Disaster for 23 United Autosports, comfortable leaders in LMP2 till their car stopped dead on them, handing the advantage to the Hertz Jota team. Great battle on worn tyres between Ferrari and Porsche for a position in the top 3 behind the lead Toyotas. And then disaster for the 51 car, caught out by a GT car trying to go into the pit lane. It had an accident that also counted for another GT Porsche and ripped the back off the car. More full course yellows and bring us into the closing stages. At the flag, GTE won by the 33 Corvette, LMP2 won in a fuel race by the 48 Jota car and Toyota's number 7 winning overall, taking the hypercar class victory. 1.5 points here in the 8-hour race in the 1,000 miles of Sebring. Toyota go 1-2, Ferrari on the podium, Cadillac and Porsche with a car each in the top 5.
Well, about to get podium ceremonies underway, and loads of fans are going to be there to see it. Hope they've enjoyed their evening with us here. Apparently so.
Yeah, it's been a very busy paddock, you know, and tomorrow, most of them are camping here. They'll
Absolutely.
be back for the IMSA WeatherTech 12 Hours of Sebring, one of the standout sports car races, you know, in the Holy Trinity, now the Holy Quartet with the Petit Le Mans as well. Jose Maria Lopez, Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway, 1.5 points here, ahead of Brendan Hartley, Rio Hirakawa and Sebastian Buemi. And the Ferrari trio, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen are on 24 points.
Yeah, the Cadillac crew 4th in the standings with 18 points. Of course, an extra point for the Ferrari trio for that pole position from Antonio Fuoco yesterday afternoon. So, yes, it is Alex Lynn, Earl Bamber, Richard Westbrook, then Dane Cameron, Fred Makovic and Michael Christensen in the Porsche, with the second Porsche next up before we get to the second Ferrari, then the Van Wall, and then the first of the Peugeots as the crowd gathers down in the WEC pit lane for the podium ceremony here.
In fact,
beautiful evening.
Only one of the Peugeots will be classified as a finish. The second car, the 94 car, has not, nor has the 35 Elf Alpine, nor has the 23 United Autosports, the Glickenhaus, or that Ferrari that crashed right at the beginning of the race. But some very happy racers and some very happy fans down there. There's Jose Maria Lopez, undoubtedly some Argentine fans. Some also awful lot of Hispanic speakers, Spanish speakers here in Florida, particularly close to Miami.
Again, as always, with the FI World Endurance Championship, true World Championship, and drivers and teams and fans from around the world gathering.
Yeah, flags and nations aren't just an affectation here. They are very much a part of what this is all about. It's not just a championship that moves around the world. It has drivers from every continent, apart from Antarctica.
Yet.
Well, let's catch up with our winners. Kamui Kobayashi is one of the trio winning this race for Toyota in the number 7 car. Louise Beckett is with him.
Kamui Kobayashi celebrating with one of your teammates. That was a great run for the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, I think first of all, thank you very much from Japan, from Toyota Gazoo Racing in Japan, and Mr. Toyota-san. And of course the Sato president. It's made, I think, a very tough time in yesterday, but we made a return pretty strong today. We obviously finished 1-2. I think we made, I think, best results I think we can try. And you know, I think today is just start of the big race coming for 2023. So for sure we need to work, we need to improve, but definitely I'm looking forward to this championship. It's going to be coming really, really exciting.
Yeah, are you excited about what was going on behind you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can see it, and I'm already on myself to fight big, you know, like manufacturer, and even the teammates. It's so challenging, but I think this is it has to be the endurance races, and we are all professional, but I think we are fighting for fairly. And I'm pretty happy to be here myself.
Well done, thank you.
Well, the endurance discipline is get to the end, beat your teammates, beat the rest, and they've done that tonight.
Yep.
And they take a first step towards what they will hope will be a return towards championship form for that crew.
And worth pointing out, of course, for those that are, again, haven't been watching WEC for the last couple of years, and particularly in the last year, Kamui Kobayashi, not just a driver with Toyota Gazoo Racing, he's also the team principal at Toyota Gazoo Racing. But he's absolutely right, you know, and he and all the others are super excited about more competition. You might think, you know, as a normal fan, surely they're happier if they can just win everything. No, they're actually happier if they win a tough race, if they win a hard race, if they win a close race.
They want the fight.
That's where the excitement is.
They want to be pressured, they want the fight, and they're going to get it. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. Antonio Fuoco here, talking to Richard Mille and Pierre Fillon. Richard Mille, the President of the Insurance Commission of the FIA. Pierre Fillon, the President of the ACO, who, of course, run Le Mans, run the FIA World Endurance Championship, and all the championships that support that around the world and get us to this point. It's it's been quite a day.
I can remember years ago, Porsche and Mercedes racing head-to-head in the FIA World Championship at that stage, the GT1 World Championship, and the Mercedes guys saying, we would rather lose this championship, if it is well respected, than win one that nobody cares about.
Bingo.
And I think that's still the overriding deal here. You know, why are Ferrari here? Because it's a championship that's got great value.
Yep, and
it's going to have greater and more prestigious value as the year goes on.
Our winners of the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It's the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing. Please welcome Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, and Jose Maria Lopez.
The dulcet tones of our track speaker, Joe Bradley. So congratulations to our 3 drivers.
Please welcome Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley,
Seb Buemi, Brendan Hartley and Rio Hirakawa.
Defending champions, and they've got work to do against their teammates and the rest.
50 Ferrari AF Corsa. Please welcome Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen.
There you go, a big cheer for the new boys.
They'll know some of the gap they can make up.
And you saw all the cameras going up in the air there to see the Ferrari drivers. It's a very, very big deal.
A big round of applause for our winners of the
In the white shirt course, Kazuki Nakajima. Up until 2 seasons ago, driving for Toyota Gazoo Racing last year. He stepped back into management role with the team, and Rio Hirakawa took his spot. Presenting the prizes, Pierre Fillon to Nick Nielsen, to poleman Antonio Fuoco, and to Miguel Molina. First day in the championship, pole position. Second day in the championship, podium. They're here. They've arrived.
Well, let's not forget, Ferrari to get to the podium had to beat Cadillac, had to beat Porsche, had to beat Porsche, had to beat big factory teams with big reputations. And as I said before, they will know some of the ground they can easily make up. There is some low-hanging fruit as well as a hard graft.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Again, pointing out that last year, in their first year here, the Toyota team with their new hypercar were 2.5 seconds a lap slower than they are this year, and that is where Ferrari, where Cadillac and where Porsche find themselves right now. Will it take them a year to catch up? I doubt it.
I don't think so.
And again, very different circuit next time out at the Circuit do Algarve in Portimao, Portugal. It's a real roller coaster track, much higher tyre energy. Temperatures could be pretty decent as well. Maybe not in the 30s, but the track temperature could be pretty high, so that could be very entertaining. What we do know, though, Graham, is that the small acorns that grew as both parties in the sports car firmament, IMSA and the ACO, really formulated these rules. They've really taken root, they've sprouted, and now they are shooting up like the magic beanstalk. There are going to be cars coming at us left, right, and centre. So 3rd place from pole position. A great start to the campaign for Ferrari. And actually this is really important because all of this will go back and play back into Maranello, and whoever now put their neck on the line with the board and pushed for the permission and pushed for the money can go back with pole position on their debut and a podium on their debut against the benchmarks, and that's important.
Multiple world champions, their first step on that road again. The 8 car coming home in second, the 7 takes the win and the 38 points to go with it for this 8-hour race. They start their journey in the best way possible with a 1-2.
Yeah, a fantastic result for Toyota Gazoo Racing, and they lead the manufacturer standings. But look at that, 7 different manufacturers. It's been a long while since we've had that in the top class of the World Endurance Championship. That is a number that will only increase, not just in terms of numbers of actual physical cars, but numbers of manufacturers arriving as well.
Yeah, Toyota from Ferrari, from Cadillac, and then Porsche. Big guns, and they will all want to come back and just do that little bit better.
And talking of new cars, those gold and white overalls, Hertz, Team Jota, they won't be in LMP2 for long. Nope. Their new Porsche hypercar is on its way. It is in build, and it will be with them before the Centenary Le Mans race.
Yeah, in build at Weissach with help from the Jota guys that would be tending to that 963 when it makes its planned debut at the moment at Spa. It's Will Stevens, it's FIA, and
Will Stevens.
Wow. David Beckman.
Yeah.
He was a star today.
Yeah, what a debut. So United Autosport taking second place. They're all confused because they're coming out first, second, third, not third, second, first. And Dorian Pat on the podium as well in third spot with the Prema team. And again, don't forget, in terms of the championship, United get top points because the Jota team that won on the road are not registered for the championship, so they do not take points. So United take top points, Prema for second, into Europol take the points for third. So there is your LMP2 podium.
Great race in LMP2 once again, continues to deliver. Richard Mille will present the trophies. Great stuff from Prema.
And that final fuel stop for WRT whipped the carpet out from under them, didn't it?
Danny Kvyat, Dorian Pat and Mirko Bortolotti. The team will be delighted with their new trio there.
And again, the keys to the future, the presence of Mirko Bortolotti, factory Lamborghini driver in that lineup. You know, it's no coincidence that the Iron Dames are running a Lamborghini in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, and they would be running a Lamborghini here if there were a GT version of it, I'm sure of that.
David Beckman, a win in the WEC on his debut, and Fred Lubin, a podium on his debut. Danny Kvyat, the same.
Well, in fact, of course, Fred Lubin gets an actual points win on his debut. Yes, because David Beckman does not.
Worth saying, by the way, that does mean, as you said just in the closing minutes of the broadcast into Europol competition, get a podium worth of points.
Absolutely, and a strong result from them, you know, top 4 finish with 2 brand new drivers in the car.
I think that might be their best in the WEC, you know.
I think you're right.
They did have a record of repeated 5th places in their first year in LMP2 in the WEC, but I think this is their best ever.
Yeah, they had plenty of podiums in the European Le Mans Series, but I'm not sure in the WEC. So, yeah, Prema in 3rd place. United in 2nd, but they take top points because not registered for the championship are our winners. The Hertz Jota team. Let's hear from them with Louise Beckett.
Well, Will Stevens, you left us worrying at the end there with that stop, but the number 48, Jota Hertz, did it.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be super close. We had to change up our strategy a little bit at the start because we went to do a triple at the end because we knew it was going to be super tight. We wasn't actually sure if Prema needed to stop or not, but we had to push as hard as we can to try and extend the gap, which we did. When they called me in, I didn't think Prema were going to have to stop. So when they did come in, I was obviously super happy, and then we brought it home. But obviously for us as Hertz Team Joe, it's a great start for us. We came here to win. We have a super strong lineup, and we've started the year as we mean to go on.
And so much more from you guys to come for the rest of the season.
Exactly. You know, we're obviously waiting for our Porsche LMDH car to turn up. We're hoping to have that for Portimao. Antonio will be subbing in for me in Portimao, but onwards to Spa. Spa will be a big race for us, and we'll see how we fare. But it's an exciting year, and it's nice to get a win at the first one.
Look forward to it. Thanks.
Cheers.
There are the points in the Endurance Trophy for LMP2. United Autosports with the top score there because the 48 is invisible for points and race-by-race efforts. Prema Racing 63 on 27 into Europol, confirmed with 23 for the 41 Team WRT car, the 28 Jota on the top 5.
And congratulations to them. Congratulations to another new driving lineup. It is the number 33 Corvette crew that take the GTE and win another podium for Christian Reed in the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche. And car guys, Kessel Racing Ferrari take the 3rd spot in the GTE AM class.
An inevitably popular anthem to follow.
It will be indeed.
It's the national anthem of the winning team.
He's had plenty of success at Daytona before and winning here in America's sports car at home in Sebring.
It's IMSA President John Doonan gets the honours for this one. Kessel Racing get their trophies from the IMSA President, another of the key architects of this convergence for the top class, and good to see that repeated here in the podium ceremonies. As we said earlier in the broadcast, Martin, it is a 2nd win in the FIWC for the Corvette C8R, but a win in both GTE Pro last year and now a win in its debut in GTE AM.
Well, these two know each other well because Ben does much more racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Series than he does in the World Endurance Championship, just from the sheer volume of their races. That's where he started, and from there he's jumped to the World Championship. So congratulations to Corvette Racing, to Ben, to Fabio Scherer, and to Nicky Katzberg. A fantastic start to that trio.
And now the champagne!
So, yeah, Nico Veroni, we heard from him after...
Nicolas Veroni, I beg your pardon.
Nico Veroni, a fabulous triple stint from him.
Yeah.
By then, the damage had been done, unfortunately, to the battle for the lead that we thought might carry on between this crew and the Iron Davis. They'll be back, no doubt about it, but here are the winning, the podium trio, the 57 car guy, Ferrari, Daniel Serra, Scott Hoviker and Takeshi Kimura, the car guy, team based just outside the circuit gates at Fuji. 77, the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche with Christian Reed, Julian Andlar, and joined, of course, by Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. And there we have the number 33 Corvette Racing trio, and we're going to be hearing from the winning team with Louise Beckett right now.
Well, Ben Keating, that was a long race, but you guys did it in your new Corvette.
That's exactly right. So it's so special to, I guess I would say defend the home turf, right? This is the only home race for the United States, and so it's really special to perform well here. The guys, the team did a great job. All the drivers pretty much didn't make any mistakes, which is pretty tough to do in all that traffic out there. It's like I said to you with, I guess 5 hours to go, I said it's mayhem. And so we just stayed out of it, and pretty much everybody else ended up having some problem or another. And so it's a nice way to win also, but really special. I'm looking forward to hearing the American national anthem and being under an American flag.
I'm sure all the fans will too. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Great result for the new partnership, Corvette Racing, with Ben Keating and his new co-driver lineup. Dempsey Proton taking the second spot. Kessel Racing, big result for them as well, in third place, ahead of the two AF Corsa Ferraris, with Iron Lynx in sixth position at the end, and the Iron Dames car dropping back to eighth behind the GR Racing. So Iron Dames must have had a late pit stop. Qualified third, finished ninth. Oman Racing Team by TF and D Station rounding out the top 10. It was not a good day for Aston Martin. This track did not favour them very much in terms of luck, but it has been a great day for the World Endurance Championship. Hypercar has come of age. We have a battle on our hands in all of our three classes, and we now know that it is going to be tough, as we expected, throughout the entire season. Thank you for joining us. We will be back for round 2 of the series, the 6 hours of Portimao, in the 16th of April. Join us then for all the action from FP3, from qualifying and from the race. Until then, on behalf of all the crew here, on behalf of Louise Beckett, Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin, Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. The golden era is with us. We are amongst it. We are living some of the greatest times of sports car racing on this planet. Don't miss the next instalment in Portimao. It will be epic. We'll see you there.